Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sydney Dragway, and we're kicking off the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters here today with Super Street. My name's Steve Bush. Joining me in commentary all the way from Western Australia, Chris Mitchell. Welcome.
Thank you, mate. It's good to be here for the Drag Racing Masters and getting things underway on this beautiful Saturday to celebrate the Masters of Australian Drag Racing with your first pair of the day. First passes in qualifying one for Goodyear Racing Super Street, and none other than a former Australian champion herself, Lisa Garblini, also all the way from Perth, Western Australia, in the Australian Scrap Batteries, all fast torque converters and LSX powertrain VZ Commodore, coming out in the Aeroflow lane on the left-hand side, lining up alongside Henry Spikak in the VF Ute to drop a pair of greens, and we are officially underway with racing.
Yeah, 042 on the tree for Lisa in the Aeroflow lane, and Spikak away with an 023 red, but this is qualifying, and what a fantastic looking start to the day. The blue sky, the green grass, the racetrack is looking absolutely spectacular as well. And we're certainly looking forward to a whole heap of fast cars heading down the racetrack, Chris. And I know you were telling me a little bit off air about Lisa and the family's reputation. I'm sure that they've travelled to the east side to test things out and you know, bring on some new competition.
See if they can clean up some points as well. Lisa's sitting pretty okay in the championship so far. Just coming off racing in Portland as well as your next pairing. Jack Matasevic and Mark Elborn getting down the racetrack.
Very nice lights on the tree for both races, and very close across the finish line. 91 10,000ths of a second. Elborn getting there with an 11.55 in the rocket lane that time around.
Next up, Stephen Linas, up from South Australia, the Northside Performance VS Commodore, presented by Outlaw Speed Shop. He's in the Aeroflow lane alongside Malcolm Todd, another travelling driver. Great to see so many travelling competitors joining for the 7th round of the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series this weekend here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. Malcolm Todd up from Victoria in this beautifully presented LC Tirana, just pulling into pre-stage.
We're very lucky in all of our categories across drag racing. You know, 99.99% of them are very, very well presented cars, and those that are in that small minority, they're in the build or they're built deliberately as a barn find style car. You know what I mean?
The old rat rod presentation. Good leave from Malcolm in the LC Tirana. Got through it nicely. 0.031 on the light, and we'll cross the stripe with a 10.277, 122 miles per hour for Malcolm. Not bad, and that parks Malcolm into the #1 spot so far here in Super Street qualifying. Yeah,
fantastic pass. Just popping that left front off the racing deck as he left the start line. On track now, we have David Matasevic in the DCM Consulting TD Cortina taking on Dean Cleary from Portland West in the Holden Tirana hatchback. 410 Chevy on board for this very, very nice looking Tirana, leaving the line with an 028. Has outreacted Matasevic, who is also very sharp on the tree with an 069. Side by side again across the finish line, about a 10th in it, and it looks like Cleary will take the win. 10.41 with a 131 miles an hour though.
That'll drop Dean into the #2 spot. David will drop into #3 so far in your Goodyear Racing Super Street qualifying round 1 standings. These guys all get 3 attempts to qualify throughout the morning and the afternoon here at Sydney Dragway before we start whittling down the field through your eliminations later this afternoon. Anthony Gadlari in the Aeroflow lane in the HQ Ute alongside Mark Hopkins. Pair of local drivers.
Yes, Mark Hopkins has a number of track championships, wins and runners-up. To his credit, this little Tirana, a very well sorted car. Big block Chev on board for Gadlari in the utility. Will take the finish line first. 10.75 with a 7, 124 mile an hour through the finish line, and Hopkins a 10.86 with a 9. Puts them at 4 and 5 in the qualifying list respectfully. I tell you what, I'm a bit of a fan of hot rods, Chris, and I'm looking at this beautiful 34 Ford Coupe down there for Tim Parker. what an absolutely awesome looking race car.
He was a bit keen on the line though, 0.015 red, that's all good. Just something popped off from the back of the car there as he got just to the other side of the burnout pad. Still a 1066 with a 9,127 miles per hour.
Didn't seem to hurt performance, but one of those cars, I think, sounded like it was very hard on the limiter across the finish line.
It was absolutely pummeling the drivetrain, or sorry, the valve train at the top end of the racetrack. There's one of our track officials just picking up something that came off. I believe it did come off Tim's coupe out of the aeroflow lane, and that was good enough to see Tim into the number 4 spot, that 10.669 at 127 miles per hour. So far in your qualifying order. Big thanks to Goodyear Racing through their Australian distributor NTT Racing. Tremendous supporters of drag racing in Australia for decades, supplying Goodyear Racing slicks direct from the factory to races all around Australia. To learn more, go to Goodyear Racing online. That's gyracing.com.au. Presenters of our Super Street bracket.
It's absolutely fantastic for some of these businesses to get behind the different categories here this weekend, and you know, support those who support you. You know, tell them where you've heard the good news.
It's absolutely awesome to see so many different companies jumping on board to support the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series, both as category sponsors and through the Championship Racer Support Program. As Ethan Hurst and Tracy Henley get away. Henley with the better of the departures after a bit of a slower reaction time in the HT Monaro, will hit the top end with a 10.77, 126 miles per hour. Ethan Hurst gets there with a 13.400 at 106.
Yeah, that Monaro looking really, really nice in the early morning sun here at Sydney Dragway. Next up, we'll see Craig Warren in the HB Tirana for Sydney Scrap Steel and Power Plus Race Fuels. Not Craig's normal Steve, but has done a little bit of racing with the HB. I think he was in this car the last round of the track championship of last year.
Tracks out to the right-hand side, getting away from the line as Craig puts it back in the center of the groove and keeps ripping it down the track for a 10.47 with an 8 at 127 miles per hour. Not bad there. Craig goes into number 3 in your Super Street qualifying. That'll be led by Malcolm Todd after 15 of 15 in your field have made their first lap here at Sydney Dragway for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. Malcolm Todd, your leader, 10.277 at 122 miles per hour to hold that number 1 spot so far.
Yes, it's certainly going to be shaping up to be a good event for all of our sportsman category races. I'm sure that the next category out will want to get a nice run down the racetrack, open the account if they haven't raced here recently at Sydney Dragway. Of course, we are talking about a junior dragster and a junior drag bike as well. The futures of the sport, of course. Chris?
Absolutely they are, and it's great to have a solid contingent of youngsters here. I think we've got 22 or 23 juniors racing this weekend here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters, many of which solid supporters with their families travelling around and racing in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. And of course, there's more than just bragging rights for being the number 1 qualifier. You also pick up the New Gen Business Park Top Qualifier Medallion. Of course, big thanks to New Gen Business Park, also supporting our Supercharged Outlaws comp bike and junior drag bike naming rights for the brackets. New Gen Business Park, a 70-hectare master plan estate well suited for large format logistics operators and advanced manufacturers in an Australian first. Recently awarded certification under the Urban Development Institute of Australia's Enviro Development Scheme across all 6 leaves, providing independent verification of the project's sustainability performance. If you would like to learn more, they're located about 45k southwest of the Brisbane CBD and 6k southeast of Ipswich Central. That's newgenbusinesspark.com.au. Proud supporters of our junior drag bike, Supercharged Outlaws comp bike, and of course presenting partners with our top qualifier medallions for the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series.
And it's certainly fantastic to see a development like that going, moving forward in taking on all of the needs and wants of modern day development and looking out for ongoing, the running, the making it effective for the environment and taking all of the steps to make sure that the development is running in a way that's efficient.
Absolutely. It's a big undertaking for businesses like that, and there's a lot that goes into it, a lot more than you see when you drive past and you see, oh, your new business park's opening up. That's just barely scratching the surface of all the work that goes on in the background as we get engines fired for the first pairing of your junior dragster qualifying session number 1. George Takalis in the Aeroflow lane out of Wetherill Park here in New South Wales for the Brick and Go bricklaying junior dragster, alongside Bailey Hawk, the number 1 entry, up from South Australia, the Robust Works ProMints Engineering entry in your Rocket Industries lane.
Hasn't Bailey Hawk been doing some fantastic things in that car with help of the family and all of those sponsors that have come on board to obviously put funds towards all the travelling, and yeah, credit to them that they're certainly getting the results, and having that number 1 on the side of the car is certainly justification to what we've seen. Of course, running for First National Real Estate and Country Living Homes, Auto Pro at Cadna, and Mootna Bay Holiday Park as well.
It's going to be really interesting. One of the few senior dragsters, C junior dragsters in the field, young George, is going to be racing against a very, very different kind of time clock than what Bailey Hawk is. Bailey racing to try and get close to an 800 cutoff for the class, whereas George, racing as a C junior dragster, is in pursuit of getting close to that 1200. Now, they can go slightly under without getting in trouble, although if you do go under the cutoff, you scratch the time from the board. So it's a measured amount of aggression for the first qualifier. You want to get something on the board, but you don't want to go too crazy, right?
Very much so. And of course, you know, these races, both cars definitely been down the racetrack before, so I'm not expecting anything too out of the box there. They're not going to come out and run a 6 or something like that.
No.
Although I think that would be pretty exciting. There would also be words, I'd imagine.
I'm sure on that one.
So George Takalis has certainly been earning his stripes in C Junior Drag's been racing here locally for probably 2 seasons or so. Has done pretty well. He's claimed a few scalps at some of the bigger events.
It's always those quiet, unassuming kids as well. Usually when they're a C, they sneak up on you.
Yeah, I used to race these things many years ago, and I made the mistake of, he's only young, I'll be right. I was a little bit older, obviously. I got absolutely got it handed to me, Chris. So that was the one and only time I did that. Both cars into full stage. Hawk away with an 029 red light. But that car leading very nicely. 1.7 seconds to the 60-foot through the finish line at 7.97 with a 282 miles an hour. So a little bit fast for the first round of qualifying for Bailey Hawk, but a 12.01 with a 2 for Takalis. That's what we were just talking about.
Straight into it. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to go find any national event where the top qualifying times in junior dragster would not be getting down to, you know, 0.003 over.
Yes.
You have to go so close to the mark now if you want to be at the top of the board. A 12.012 for George to start the day is pretty red hot. Bailey Hawk just shaved a little bit too much off of it, and we'll get after it again in the second qualifying round. Riley Ito and Jacob Longo, a couple of local racers lining up to hit the racetrack here.
Yeah, Riley racing for Murphy Finance Solutions and ITF Hire. Longo for Trackside Automotive. Ito's done very well in the recently completed New South Wales Track Championship Series. Taken home the #1 spot. We can see both cars just wiggling and wobbling around. Sometimes the track prep here at Sydney Dragway just catches does exactly what it's supposed to do and helps the car stick to the track. But unfortunately, the junior drags is a little bit tricky sometimes to move in small increments.
Look at Jacob. The whole car is rocking side to side. Brody Zapier used to be really comical to watch doing that. Yeah. Trying to really jerk the car across the racetrack just to get that caster effect, make it wiggle in the stage. Riley Ito can't even get the car to move forward at the moment. Has to get a helping hand.
We can see him rocking the car and the steering wheel as well,
just to try and get the car to creep forward to meet those beams. Meanwhile, Jacob is just sitting there watching and waiting.
And I think the issue is once you stop, that's it. Like we can see Riley's crew member there, he got stuck to the track a couple of times as he's trying to observe. And 005 ran on the tree for Ito. Car left really nicely, 169 to the 60, side-by-side race here. 808 with a 3 at 80 mile an hour for Ito to open his qualifying account, Chris, and an 813 with a 6, also at 80 mile an hour there for Longo.
Not bad at all there for Riley Ito, chasing an 800 as the bottom end of the class for an A junior dragster. 808 puts you in pretty good stead to start off the day, and you can work from that as a base to build up on that. The second and third qualifying rounds is when junior dragster starts to get really interesting. Cody Hunt up next. The Hunt Motorsport junior dragster up from Two Wells, South Australia. Lining up in the Aeroflow lane. James Barlow alongside in the Rocket lane from Holden Hill, South Australia. Proudly supported by the big old bank of Mum and Dad.
Yeah, I want to know what their rates are. We've got a couple of races.
Mate,
local
I'm sitting
races.
on a 35-year interest-free loan from the Bank of Dad, and it's doing pretty well
nice.
right now.
Nice. Don't rub that in, Chris. What's his number? Yeah, so everybody, most junior races rely on the bank of Mum and Dad at some point. And it's fantastic that the family's able to give the kids the opportunity to come out here and race, because speaking directly from experience, one of the best times of your life. There's so many good memories made in this class. From many, many years ago for me, but an 019 on the tree for Barlow. Left nicely. He's out in front of Hunt at this point and will take the win. 803 with a 5 at 82 miles an hour for Barlow to open his qualifying account. Cody Hunt, 812 with a 5, 79 miles an hour in the Aeroflow lane. So already the qualifying list fairly tight at the top between Barlow and Ito.
Cody Hunt also chasing some, just a little bit extra on top of the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series Championship pursuit. Currently second in the championship coming into this weekend, but has hit the 300 points cap already. So doesn't necessarily need anything more, but you'd always love to sneak away from Sydney with a gold Christmas tree in the back pocket.
Well, certainly. I mean, it's a big back pocket, but yes, it's certainly. I think it comes down to a little bit of rep and a confidence thing as well, Chris. It's you know, the points cap, I guess, is to try and equalise or make it tighter at the last round of the championship. But certainly, you know, we're all racers at the end of the day, and you know, we want to progress through the rounds and maybe take the opportunity to try a few things a little bit different. If already at the points cap, they're doing everything right.
Yeah, and it came off of a really solid start to the season for Cody. Took the win at the opening round up in Darwin in the top end, and then made it to the semi-finals a weekend later at the Desert Nationals. Or not even, it was actually 4 days later at the Desert Nationals, because it was a Wednesday race in Alice Springs Inland Dragway. Great fun time going between Darwin for the Nitro North, and then heading down to Alice, did the Desert Nationals, and then stuck around to check out the Red Centre Nats event.
Looks like Luca Lamantina will take it and will also sit pretty on the top of the tree. 8007 was his time with an 881 mile an hour charge across the finish line. 820 for Cooper Vickery in the Aeroflow lane there at 80.36 miles an hour.
Solid run there from Luca Lamantina, who's 4th in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series so far. A semi-final appearance will put Luca onto the 300-point cap as well. We know Luca won't settle for a semi-final appearance. Would be very happy to go to the A final tonight and maybe even take out the top gong here for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. Angelina Condilis in your Aeroflow lane up from Hampstead Gardens in South Australia for the Morgan Crane and RV Trailers entry, alongside Zane Condello, who's 3rd in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series coming into this weekend. Yet to hit the points cap from Barrack Heights here in New South Wales. Proud supported by Mum.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly Zane and his sister Savannah, very experienced junior dragster racers, very tough at what they do. They spend so much time and energy travelling between events, chasing both championships, and they're actually heading to Willowbank on Sunday, believe it, or to get up to Willowbank on Sunday.
That's a big commitment.
Yeah.
They'll ship out of here after we finish racing tonight.
Yep.
And hopefully not leaving early, because that means today hasn't really gone to plan. And go get after it tomorrow as well. This is cool. Condello gets to full stage.
Zane leaving a little bit early on the tree there, 0.25, but Angelina an 0.13 on the tree. They're side by side, but I think Condello out in front with an 8.04, 82 miles an hour out of the rocket lane, and Condalis an 8.09 with a 9. So I think off the top of my head, that's at least 8 cars in the 8.0s already, and we're only in qualifying session 1.
Yeah, there's a fair few that are already going within 0.1 of their cutoff. You can't count out the C Junior Dragster. Not exactly an 8.0, but it was a 12.0 to start things off. George Turkalis that got us going here for qualifying round 1 of your Junior Dragsters. Next up, Liam O'Neill from Singleton Heights here in New South Wales. In memory of Skip, racing out of your Aeroflow lane. This is one of only 2 B Junior Dragsters. Sorry, I stand corrected. 3 B Junior Dragsters in the field. And lining up alongside Savannah Condello. About to see if Savannah can join the party into that small group of drivers that have already gone within 1/10 of a second of their class cutoff. It's like the good old game of bocce. You've got to get nearest to the pin.
Yes.
But you've got to do that between here and where the Aeroflow flags sit at the 8th mile marker.
Yeah, of course, the 200 metres of racetrack is what the Junior Dragsters and Junior Drag bikes race over. Car's running a single-cylinder engine configuration with a centrifugal clutch. 0.20 in the tree for O'Neill in the Aeroflow lane. Condello with an 0.99. The horsepower going with Condello 810 with a 480 miles an hour to an 857 with a 9 for O'Neill at 75 miles an hour.
Solid run there from Savannah. Just missed out on going within 1/10 of a second, but at 8.104, nothing to be sneezed at this early in the program. And Savannah will get the chance to get after it again before we kind of get to around that lunchtime period.
Yep.
And then a 3rd time in the afternoon before we start to whittle the field down through your eliminations. And if you can get through the first round, it can really set you up for a good day at the races. Lily Vickery up from Dennington in Victoria, and the Cassine, a Junior Dragster, coming out of the Aeroflow lane on the left-hand side, alongside Lily Horton, who's sitting from Leithbridge, Victoria. The Moto Works United signage entry, also presented by Sparkle and Shine Housekeepers and Pro Star Motorsports. Another one of the B Junior Dragsters in your field. Going to try and race it as close as we can to an 8.60 cutoff for a B Junior Dragster. So something sitting 8.70 or better would put you right in the mix here in qualifying for juniors. I see both Berens and Cruz just had to kick the cars to get them up towards the staging beams.
And the Aeroflow lane, it does seem to be sticking a little bit more for Vickery. 0.14 on the tree, a very nice light for Lily. 1.8 seconds to the 60 foot and through the finish line with an 8.09 with a 5, 83 miles an hour. Probably one of the highest speeds we've seen in qualifying of this round for Vickery. And Horton an 8.94 with a 4, 72 miles an hour.
That's a very, very quick, or very fast in the top end there for Vickery. Declan McGregor from Mill Vegas, Mildura, Victoria.
Vegas.
In the Aeroflow lane, alongside Taylor Horton, who leads the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Junior Dragster Championship. Another one from Leithbridge, Victoria, and also in the Moto Works United signage, Barron Junior Dragster, presented by Pro Star Motorsport and Sparkle and Shine Housekeepers. Locked in here. Taylor's had a pretty solid season in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. Took the win at the Desert Nationals in Alice Springs, and then has been into the semi-finals a couple of times. Also backed it up with a win last time out in Portland. Looking to try and lock that in on the 300 points cap, but another one here at the 7th round of the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series will just make it ever so sweeter in trying to capture that championship. As both cars hit full stage, a little bit keen on the light there from Taylor Horton. Went 030 red. That's okay if Taylor can back it up at the stripe. 8040, yep. 81 miles per hour there for Taylor Horton. Not bad.
And an 860 there at 77 for the Aeroflow lane.
Solid as well for an 860. That was a B Junior Dragster. Next up, we're due to see Lachlan McGregor. Will probably be our 19th and final car in your Junior Dragster field to come out and play in this first round of qualifying. Lachlan racing on a C Junior Dragster index. So he's trying to race as close as we can here to a 12.00 cutoff.
Car looking absolutely gorgeous down there in the morning sun here at Sydney Dragway. Hope everybody's enjoying their morning so far. So our next category out will be Junior Drag Bike.
It is going to be Junior Drag Bike presented by New Gen Business Park coming up next for your field of 4. But before that, Lachlan gets away 023 on the reaction time and starts to pedal that C Dragster down the 8th mile here. They start to really rev themselves out, 12.324 at 49 miles per hour across the stripe there. And a job nicely done. Very solid on the reaction time there for Lachlan McGregor.
It's certainly one of those things, and you got to remember that all of our junior competitors in both the bikes and the cars, there's no delay boxes, obviously no trans brake, so it's all done with eye, brain and foot connections, and done very, very consistently. And of course, with the junior drag bikes, these guys and girls have the ability to do burnouts. So why wouldn't you? We've got a couple of our local races.
I think the kids take that a little bit too far sometimes. They go, you can do burnouts? Cool, I'm going to go do the biggest burnout I can.
We had one of our local junior drag bike competitors that was doing just that. He had to change a tyre halfway through a race meeting because it went down to the canvas.
Cooper Plummer coming out here in the Rocket Industries lane here. Claimed the win at the Bend and also backed it up with a win down in Portland to sit on the 300-point cap. This is tight in the Junior Drag Bikes Championship. 4 riders already sitting on the 300-point cap in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. Cooper sitting at the top of those. Eliza Harris also joining. Lawrence Rochella, who's not here with us today. Neither Riley Kilvington are all on that 300-point cap here. As Bailey Paul lines up alongside. Oh. Bailey yet to hit the point cap, but will run the chance of knocking on that 300 points, leaving Sydney this evening. It's an 880 with a 3 here for Bailey Paul and an 884 with a 4 for Cooper Plummer. They're riding against an 850 cutoff, but around the 870s, 880s seems to be where most of the field sits. And both of them clicking over the line at about 76 miles per hour.
Yes, there's a lot more to do on a junior drag bike than in the drags, as these motorcycles all running a manual transmission. I think for me, personally, Chris, the hardest thing would be to get the launch right, to get the foot up, because you haven't got a massive tyre there to lean on or anything like that. It's,
and you're not there's not much weight to you, let's be honest.
No.
When they're kids, they get this massive overgrip on the bar. They are just completely pinned. And as soon as they watch the lights, they just let go of the clutch. There's not a whole bunch of clutch control on some of these kids. They just let go and let the bike kind of do the rest of the work. Eliza Harris up next in the Aeroflow lane from Seaford Meadows, South Australia. The Art with Attitude Kawasaki, presented by Shaw's Mowing Services, FCR, Pro Coat Old Protective Servicings, and Piece of Shirt Clothing Co. Alongside Austin Walpole from Tower Hill in Victoria. Austin with a slightly better lead, 0.303 reaction time. And there was that moment, just letting go of the clutch and letting the bike do the work. Backs it up for an 890 with a 3 at 76 miles per hour. And there's your 4 riders in New Gen Business Park Junior Drag Bike, getting it done with their first qualifying ride of the day.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to what unfolds in junior drag bike a little bit later on today once they hit competition. And I know that all of our competitors out there want to put on a cracker of a show for all of our fans and amongst their peers, of course.
They love it. It's just such a community vibe in the pits between the kids and all the families as well. Big thanks to New Gen Business Park once again for their support of the junior drag bike category, currently being developed by the former record-breaking Top Fuel Motorcycle champion Chris Matheson in conjunction with the National Development Group EMKC Cubes, getting behind a lot of drag racing action here. And it's great to have them involved. Big thanks also to the South Australian Drag Racers Association presenting our Super Sedan bracket coming up in just a tick here. Celebrating its 50th anniversary in 2022 and offering a vital service to South Australian drag racers and actively promoting ANDRA drag racing. SADRA is proud to be the naming rights sponsor to Super Sedan as part of the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Championship. And we're all thankful for their support here. A solid field of racers coming out to play here in Super Sedan. How many do we have actually on the list? We've got 16 on the lineup in your SA Drag Racers Association Super Sedan bracket coming up in just a tick.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer. Or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Well, welcome back to Sydney Dragway. We're about to get underway with our first pair of qualifying for Super Sedan here. We have David Todd in the Holden Gemini taking on Matthew Gay down there in the Andy Gay Proprietary Limited Holden HX Utility, running for Progress Transport Services. So a pair of Holdens about to leave the start line. Wheels up for both cars. Looks like the little Gemini out in front, and we'll take the win across the finish line. 8.99 with a 150 mile an hour through the finish line. And the HX went through for a 952 at 136.
Next up, we'll see Adam Hunter from Narellan Vale, New South Wales, the Hunter Race Engines Ford Falcon, rocking 430 cubes of Windsor power. Gee, that's a rarity these days to be rolling out with the Windsor. Darren Russell from Aldgate, South Australia, joins him in the Rocket Industries lane, the on-site security doors. 434 cube Chev-powered Tirana in the right-hand lane. It's a classic red versus blue Holden v Ford, Chev v Windsor showdown here in Super Sedan, and Russell smoked the tyres, chirped it, and decides to drive it through anyway here. Hunter is on a mission though, 013 on the light, and backs it up with a 950 with a 6, 141 miles per hour. Not too shabby.
Yeah, nice reaction time there for Hunter in the airflow lane. And as you say, unfortunately, the Tirana just blazed the tyres on the hit pretty much. And not getting a representative time.
Absolutely hazed it.
How good does this Chevy look down here in the aeroflow lane for Ned Karenovic from South Australia in the Haddad race cars. Gawler Mechanical, Fresh Fruit for You, and the Coffee Barn 565 cubes of big block Chev. I won't say jammed in front of the Chevy because they're a pretty big engine bay.
They got a fair bit of space, mate.
Yeah.
It's a cool car though, alongside Andrew Ashley in the Windsor-powered Mustang from Londonderry, New South Wales. Ashley was a little bit keen on the light, 0.012 red. Karanovic was set to kill though, 0.010 on the right side of it, and backs it up with a 9.186, 147 miles per hour. How was the top end speed from Ashley at 865 at 159 mile an hour? That is flying.
Which is nearly 10 mile an hour quicker than the next car in the line.
Wow.
You know what that tells us? That thing's making big horsepower. All right, Stephen Hunt from Ingle Farm in South Australia, the XW panel van. I can't say that I've ever commentated an XW panel van down Sydney Dragway after all the years of being here. Plenty of XYs and XWs, but not normally a panel van. Taking on Michael Milazowicz in the Ford Capri for Muller's Truck Repairs. That cherry red paint glistening in the sun here at Sydney Dragway. 019 on the tree for Michael in the Capri. He'll take the stripe quite comfortably. 877 with a 5, 154 miles an hour to a 10.15 with a 7 for Hunt at 133.
Solid there. That puts Michael up into the second spot in your qualifying order with that 877. Next up, we'll see Sean Marr from Mangaton, New South Wales. St. Mary's Race Engines HB Tirana in the Aeroflow lane, alongside Kevin Bokar from Mernda, Victoria, also in a HB Tirana.
I'm nearly seeing double here, Chris. They're all but identical.
Do not adjust your television. You are not seeing anything wrong with this image. And there can't be anything wrong with that. Let's celebrate some amazing cars on Australia Day weekend, nonetheless. So Bokar brings it up into full stage. And we drop a pair of greens. 007, it's a license to thrill on the line here from Sean Marr. And he's going to back that up nicely. This is a mid-race all the way to the line. 887 at 150 mile for Kevin Bokar. 9193 at 143 miles per hour for Sean Marr. That parks him at number 6. Bokar goes to number 3. But that was the tiniest of margins between them. They were racing.
They sure were. Both got away from the line very nicely, but I think the extra cubes in the rocket lane just pulled away probably the last 1,000 feet. But certainly looking forward to see what unfolds for those two races a little bit later on today. From C Ford Rise, we have Peter Folanio. Oh no, that's not close. Help us out, Chris.
Peter Ferlanetto.
Thank you very much.
Up from South Australia in the XYGT. And Alice Geroides in the BA.
001 on the tree for the Falcon.
Woohoo! How good is that?
And
solid.
Runs on through for an 870, 155 miles an hour. And a 963 there for the rocket lane.
Hey, Peter's just getting his eye in to try and lay his claim to the ANDRA Perfect Light Award, open to all Sportsman Series competitors, but you've got to do it during eliminations, not qualifying.
Yeah,
to go 001 in qualifying is not bad.
Yep.
And we'll, I'm sure Peter's going to try and have a crack at that. To be in the running, you must achieve a 000 reaction time during eliminations, and you receive a feature article in the ANDRA Fastlane digital magazine on the website, and some social media coverage as well, if you can pull that off.
What a fantastic prize that is. Many races raced for many years and don't even go close. But and we've got Dave Gruber in the rocket lane. Speaking of the 000 lights, he cuts his fair share, 942 with a 142 miles an hour. But Tony Tedesco took the win there, 870 with a 9, 155 miles an hour through the finish line.
Solid top end speed there. We're starting to see more cars showing up in the 155 plus at the moment here in Super Sedan qualifying. Brought to you by the South Australian Drag Racers Association. Dave Sultana from Craigieburn, Victoria. That's more some of my family's neck of the woods there. The Bright Design entry out in the Aeroflow lane alongside Nathan Cowie. In the Cowie signs Mighty Boy, rocking a 400 cube small block in it. I love the concept of a drag racing Mighty Boy. I've been thrilled to witness people like Simon Birch's Mighty Boy over on the West Coast. that was a Motivation Grand Champion winner and cut a mean time down the quarter mile in the process. Cowie's on an absolute mission here. 0.110 on the reaction, but an uber tight race. 9.070, 148 miles per hour there for Nathan Cowie. Parks him into the number 7 spot. Sultana goes a 9.150, just slightly faster at the top end, 149 miles an hour to go number 8 in Super Sedan.
Thomas Parry now in the LC Tirana, taking on Paul Papacosta in the Ford Capri. Queensland versus New South Wales. Two very pretty cars down there on the start line. Parry with the 434 Cube Chev, racing for Autobahn.
Parry just very slowly going about his business. Now gets it into pre-stage. Joins Paul Papacosta in full stage. 028 on the light. Paul got out of the groove and had to abort the first part of the run here, but Parry having no dramas. 883, 151 miles per hour. Drops a laundry for a nice run there for the Queenslander.
Just hitting those wheelie bars on the head of the throttle. The green certainly standing out on the racing surface.
Just leaves a nice pair of little lines right there on the start line. I believe that sees us at the back end of your Super Sedan bracket.
Well, it looks like Parry's just pulled up shy of the sand there. I'm guessing
it may have had a little bit of issue getting the car to be stopped, or may just be doing the right housekeeping thing and letting the right lane have right of way. They were very clear about that to drivers this morning at the driver's briefing, that the right lane does have right of way when you get to the turnaround point at the end of the racetrack. As we move on now to Modified Bike, getting out on the racetrack for their first look at things, thanks to Ballistic Performance Parts. Your field of 6 in Modified Bike coming to race at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters this weekend. It's fantastic to have Ballistic Performance Parts on board with the bracket. Great to have a tidy field of riders who have made their way here to compete here in Sydney for the ANDRA Sportsman Series. Returned to Sydney in more than 5 years it's been to have them racing here at Sydney Dragway. We'll see Matthew Jones up from Victoria, the Speed Pro Distributors, Harley V-Rod alongside Gareth Wilcox, promoting his YouTube channel. The Gareth Wilcox YouTube, that is, will hit the top end here for a 9.47, 144 miles per hour.
Yeah, some issues on the start line there for Jones. I think just leaving a little bit too early, but a 10.47 with a 4 at 140 mile an hour. Rob Church now in the airflow lane from Seaford Rise. There's a whole bunch of races from Seaford Rise. I've seen that suburb pop up a few times already this morning. Taking on Jason Rattray on the Harley Davidson V-Rod Destroyer. The Suzuki Hayabusa, the racing weapon of choice for Church.
Between the boosters and the V-Rods, you could have almost a category of their own at the moment here. Just getting some instruction for Jason Rattray's crew just to move back a little bit further, just to get behind the cones on the start line here before the starter goes, yep, we're cool, and we can let these guys get about their business. Their first look at the racetrack here in qualifying in Modified Bike, thanks to Ballistic Performance Parts. All things considered, a good leave, good reaction time there from Rob Church. After sitting there for so long, it sounds like Jason Rattray's machine does not want to shift, giving the limiter an absolute belting.
Sure did, Chris. A 9.15 with a 5, 148 mile an hour across the finish line for Church. They were pretty even to the 60-foot mark, but I think looking at the timers, that's where Jason's machine was obviously not going into gear as planned.
Yeah, it wasn't really cooperating there. Big thanks to our friends at Ballistic Performance Parts. Since 2008, a popular supplier of car and bike parts, from consumables for races and to all levels of drag racing here in Australia, from street to strip, from junior categories right up to Group 1, as well as street and dirt bikes. Ballistic Performance Parts are ready to help. Headed up by former Top Fuel motorcycle and comp bike champion Rob Cassar, who's racing this weekend in comp bike and delivering worldwide from their base in Melbourne. If you'd like to learn more and see what they got in stock, go to ballisticperformanceparts.com. And they're supporting our modified bike bracket and also part of our ANDRA racer support program for mod bike and junior drag bike.
All right, Dean Jamison now for, on the Hayabusa, taking on Darren McGregor on the Honda. The Busa out in front, Chris, runs on through for an 8.82 with a 7, 151 miles an hour. And McGregor through the finish line with a 10.36 at 128.
Solid run there for Dean Jamison, who has an absolute stranglehold on the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. 1-4 on the trot this season, would you believe?
Yeah.
Before finally losing some points in the second of the doubleheader in Portland. Comes into this weekend sitting on the 300-point caps, as does Brian Finn in your modified bike championship standings. Next up, we go to Super Gas. And this is exciting. You know, I've never, ever called Super Gas racing in my career.
Really?
Never called it. It just doesn't exist in Perth.
Glad.
In my neck of the woods, so we're into it.
Okay, well, I'm sure you understand the concept. These guys and girls run a pro tree, but they all run on a fixed index. So 990 is the time that they're all chasing. We see the cars, a lot of the cars able to run a lot quicker than the 990, so they run a throttle stop on the hit. We've got Russell Archer in the little Mazda with a shootout way early and still runs a 9.0. So he's got to work on that a little bit. Nearly a second under the index, probably a little bit too fast, but a 991 with a 6 for the Ford Pro for Polito Jr. in the Aeroflow lane.
And that is a perfect example of what I understand Super Gas to be. It doesn't matter how you get there. It can look absolutely like a dog's breakfast in the first half of the racetrack, but got there within 2/100ths of a second of the fixed index of a 990. Jason Wilson up next. The Premier Roofing Coatings Holden Gemini, sponsored by Race Radiators, up from Berwick, Victoria, alongside Graham Spencer from Diggers Western Victoria. The SAS Motorsports Chev Corvette just walking its way towards the centre line. Spencer had a slightly better reaction time of an 0.22 and runs a 991 with a 4, beaten on the ET by Jason Wilson with a 991 with a 1. Was quicker in the front half, but slowed it up in the back end of the racetrack just a little bit.
So that was all in the reaction time, the gap across the finish line. Both those cars very, very, very close in ET, which is what we're looking for. Joker Tanzariti now in the InTouch Automotive Pontiac Firebird. He's in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Anton Karanja from Taylor's Hill in Victoria for 3DC and PWR Auto.
Just hang on. Anton Krajina in a 97 Merc powered by a 13B rotary.
Well, if you're going to mix it up,
let's just roll the dice of all the possible different combinations you could come racing with. In Super Gas, nonetheless. I love it. We'll see what Anton can do here. I might just have my pick for my favourite car of the weekend already. Good reaction time from Anton. 006 on the light here. Catanzariti faulted a little bit after line, but is going to get the boot back into it to drive it through for a 992 at 164 miles per hour. That is booking in the top end of the racetrack. Anton with a 994 at 153. That was cool. Cool racing. And I do like that Merc.
It's certainly something different. And, as I say, if you're going to mix it up good. Yes, it is. We have Cole Griffin in the Rocket Lane. One of the OG Super Gas racers 588 cubic inches of Ford power plant on board the Celica. I think every time he comes to Sydney Dragway, there's another 15 cubic inches of capacity. Taking on Adrian McGroddy in the aeroflow lane. In the VP Commodore. Looks like the Celica just out in front at this point. Goes a little bit too quick. 9.80 with a 159 miles an hour. McGroddy a 9.96 with an 8 at 140 mile an hour through the finish line. Our next pair going through their burnout procedure. Roy Romeo in the InTouch Automotive VP Commodore 350 small block Chev on board for him. Racing for Burson Auto Parts at Narellan and VP Racing Fuels. Taking on Warren Bull in the 67 Chevy Camaro. Big block Chev on board for Warren. 500 cubic inches.
I love this idea, right? Let's bring your 500 cube Chev Camaro, a car that you could eyeball that car and say, yeah, I could run a 7 in that. Let's race in super gas. That's your flavor of choice, absolutely. Yes. And that's the game that he's going to play. So I'm going to assume that Warren's going to hit it hard.
There's the throttle stop.
And hits the throttle stop pretty quickly.
And it releases it around the 330-foot mark. Doesn't look like it's accelerating.
Oh,
it still went under.
Both went under, actually. Roy Romeo went under as well. 9.89 with a 2. Missed it by 8/1000ths of a second too quick. And we'll scratch both of those. Warren Bull was too quick as well. Luke Romeo up next. The InTouch Automotive 27 Roadster, presented by Burson's Narellan and VP Racing Fuels, alongside Tony Romeo from Anglevale, South Australia, in the XYGT. 440 cubic inches of Windsor power.
Two very different ways to go racing in super gas, but as we've seen, is there a right and a wrong way, Chris?
Well, as long as you hit the ETs consistently, that's about all that it takes, right? Of course, Graham Spencer, currently your championship leader, coming into this weekend here, the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series, after taking the win at Portland in three-dimensional construction super gas. Tony Romeo with an 0.59 light. Luke was quicker off the line with an 0.23 light and is going to try and backdoor the car for a 10.03. Tony goes a bit too quick and it's a 9.84 with a 4 to go on the wrong side of a 990 fixed index here in super gas.
All right, Brody Tedesco in the Holden Gemini. Next up from Deer Park in Victoria. We've seen Brody here at Sydney Dragway a number of times before. Car looking fairly stock body-wise down there. Not a massive tire under the back of it, but an 0.62 light on the Pro Tree. The Chevy winding its way out through the finish line. 10.02 with a 2, 134 miles an hour. And I think that's concludes the first round of qualifying here for Super Gas this morning.
Then that'll see us out the back of your 14-car field here, thanks to three-dimensional construction out of Docklands in Victoria, specialising in all commercial construction from framing to plastering to external cladding, partitions and more. Gallagher Modified up on deck next. Part of ANDRA's official insurance broker since 2012 and recognising ANDRA's volunteers and clubs with the Gallagher Volunteer of the Year Award since 2014. Now expanding their support to be the naming rights partner for the Modified Eliminator bracket as part of the 2025-26 ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. For more than 90 years, Gallagher's tailored insurance, risk management and consulting solutions have helped businesses, communities and people face their futures with confidence. For more information, you can go to Gallagher's website. That's ajg.com.au. Modified Eliminator. I love this bracket. Centre steer, dragsters, altereds, hot rods and everything else that comes with it as well. Going racing on Group 3. Dial your own handicap.
And our first pair, we have Kenny Stewart down there in the aeroflow lane for Fuchs Lubricants. Leaves with an 0.23 light. On the red side though, 441 cubes doing its thing across the finish line. 747 with a 5. And Paul Fletcher in the hot rod, a 949 with a 9 at 147. Next up, we'll see Fiona Crisp from Kilmore in Victoria for NGK Sparkplugs. On board the Spitzer Bantam. 565 cubes, a big block Chev. Taking on Adriana Cartledge down there in the undercover dragster for Pro Street Towing. ETS Race Fuels and Wild Ink Merch also lending a hand. 598 cubes of big block Chev.
Adriana comes into this round of the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series, sitting third in the standings and smack bang in the middle of a three-way tie on points, yet to hit the 300-point cap. But Adriana, Derek Wills and Kenny Stewart all on 280 points apiece. Looking to try and knock that off. I mean, a first-round appearance or a first-round loss will give you 20 points, and you can roll on through, sitting on the cap into the finale. I'm sure Adriana would like a few more points than just the 20. As we build the revs in full stage, a little bit keen on the light. There's your triple O to start the day, Fiona Crisp. Do it in eliminations and you'll find yourself in the feature of Fastlane magazine. That is a triple O light there for Fiona Crisp, and it's a 759, 174 miles per hour. Adriana Cartledge with a 7101, 189 miles an hour to go to the top of the board in qualifying so far. As next up, we'll see Chelsea Smith taking on Tegan Smith.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a crack of a race, but while the two ladies are back to the start line, I need a car moved down in the pits. If you own a Mazda 3 with a green P plate with the registration B for Bob, Z for Zebra, Y for Yellow, 39X for X-ray, we need your car moved. You are blocking someone's pit. So if you own a Mazda 3 with the registration plate BZY39X, can we please have your car moved immediately? You are blocking someone's pit.
Here we go then. Both from Albion Park here in New South Wales. The stop slow traffic control. Fritz Dragster with 540 cubes of big block Chev, thanks to JM Auto Repairs, APM and Tony Smash Repairs for Chelsea. Tegan in the Beauty by Teagues APM 298 cubic inch dragster. Both lining up here, and a nice reaction time there from Chelsea. It's better at least 0.177 on the light. Tegan with a 0.470. Chelsea makes it a 751 with a 9, 179 miles per hour. Tegan gets it through with a 758 with a 182. A little bit faster in the top end. They'll go third and fourth in qualifying respectively, as Corey Dyson joins the party as, I believe, the last car in the bracket here for their first round of qualifying here in Modified Eliminator, thanks to Gallagher. Corey Dyson up from Kilmore in Victoria, the Mobile One and Statewide Oils Mullis Dragster with 650 cubic inches of Chev power, thanks to Glass Protec and Transcal on board here.
Because that's what you do when 500 is not enough, Chris.
You go 600 plus cubes, right? You just start to throw more at it.
The car looking fantastic down there on the racetrack. This car would have the best of everything, I would imagine. Been around a long time, Corey. 010 on the tree, goes 104 to the 60.
Wow, that's hooking.
Sure is, straight down the center lane. I think out of the throttle fractionally early, a 726 with an 8. 161 miles an hour.
And parks Corey into the number 2 spot, just behind Adriana Cartledge, who holds the top honours here in qualifying so far with that 7101. Corey's 726 with an 8 at 161 mile an hour. You're right, it was an early shut-off. Just dropped the speed in the closing stages of the run. So that'll see us out the back end of your modified eliminator bracket into Top Sportsman. Up next,
and we've got Josh Boscovich down there in the Wild Ink Motorsport merch. XA Coupe. 427 Fontana power plant in this car. But what I do love about it, and I know that I bang on about it, it's got the Jericho transmission. So he's Linko, so he's plugging a gear. A lever for every gear. He's gone old school, Chris.
It's proper gangster, isn't it? In the modern era where everything's automated, you can go racing and you can just set the chip to the timer and let it do its thing. If you're pulling your own gears, then you're just a little bit more of a man than most others at the racetrack. And you can probably say that with pride. If you walk into a pub and said that, everyone will go, yeah, okay, no worries. Daryl Stevens in the other lane, the Maxima Racing Oils Cougar for Dandy Engines. Just going about his business, just waiting, being very patient for Josh. Get back behind the line, purge the feed.
He'll do a dry hop or two as he rolls up to the start line. I've
been told about these legendary dry hops.
So there's one. He'll carry the front end a little bit on the hit. And the car recently breaking into the 7-second zone. Pushing a little bit more air than the Cougar over there in the rocket lane for Stevens. Second gear, the front end in the air. Stevens draws up alongside in front of the 1,000, pulls the chute, and a 783 with a 175 mile an hour for Stevens in the rocket lane. Boscovich at 8002, 168 miles an hour through the finish line.
Hey, that was a cool close race. There was only a 10th between them at the stripe here. Next up, Tony Miskelly from Gawler East in South Australia, the PM Race Engines. Innofax 3D printing Ford Probe, rocking 615 cubes of big block Chev power alongside Pete Hamilton. Up from Hume in the ACT, one of a small group of competitors that travels out of the Capital Territory. Bit of a nitrous purge here. The VH Commodore wagon being pushed along the racetrack by 366 cubes of Chev power.
Now, this is one of the few cars I've seen here at Sydney Dragway drag the bumper. However, I feel that he's changed something in the setup, or maybe put a bit of weight in the front end. It's not doing, it hasn't done it for a little while, well, but I have seen it.
It's cool. It sells T-shirts, but it's probably not fast, right?
No. Still, the front end was just dancing past the 60 foot for Hamilton. Miss Kelly out in front, and a 787 with a 173 miles an hour through the finish line. And Hamilton in the rocket lane. He'll run on through for an 834 at 160 miles an hour.
So Miss Kelly up into the number 2 spot there with that 787 at 173. A solid field of your top sportsmen's here this weekend. 13 of them in the lineup. And leading the charge in this field, none other than South Australian Tommy Turek, your points leader coming into the weekend. Tied and both sitting on the 300-point cap alongside Daryl Stephen. Tommy up from St. Peter's, South Australia. The VT Racing Vlado Turek entry. Dad Vlado and the whole family here. They love to travel the country and go about their business. And they've been pretty solid at that as well. Tommy, a former Super Sedan Australian champion, if memory serves me correctly. Looking to try and lock things up in these final couple of rounds of the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. Darren Whitford up from Happy Valley, South Australia, driving the Power of Property GTO. 540 cubes of Chev power, presented by APD Carburetors, BK Race Engines, and Outlaw Speed Shop. Can run this car into the low 6s.
Yeah, wow.
It's pretty rip-roaring fast. I mean, for a 580 cutoff in the class in Top Sportsman, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
to run it into the low 6s. I've not really seen many Top Sportsman guys beat up or get really close to that 580 cutoff, and not that you'd really want to.
No, I think once you get down into that sort of ET, the between-run maintenance probably gets a bit hectic.
That's exactly right, and you start really showing out to yourself. Maybe you want to step up to a comp class, or screw it, let's go pro mod or door slammer racing if that's your thing. So both cars just waiting for a moment. They're going to take their time. Turek goes into pre-stage first. Whitford about to join him. Everyone's settled and happy. A bit of a false start bringing the revs up there.
Well, both cars red on the hit, but the Rocket Lane moving around a little bit on the hit, but straight down the center of the lane. After that, shoots out just before the finish line, 663 with a 7, 212 mile an hour.
And that was a 663 at 212, dropping the shoots early.
Yeah.
For Darren Whitford, he goes to number 1 in your field. Tommy Turek goes to number 2 with the 7-4. And that'll see them looking pretty good so far here for their first round of qualifying. Dean Tassone from Welland, South Australia, the THR Developments Dodge Rampage with 437 cubes of Mopar power. Presented by Ayers Race Pipes, Transsteer, The Gospel Whiskey and NZ Wingfield. Presenting for Dean. He's out in your Aeroflow lane. Love the colour of this thing as well. An absolutely beautifully turned out car.
There's something about cherry red in the sun, isn't there?
Oh, it just goes so well. Brett O'Connor lining up alongside him. The Jenkins Performance Engines Chev Camaro with 636 cubic inches of Keith Black power. Presented by Creative Displays and Joinery and Jay's Custom Fabrications.
All right, both into full stage now. The tree counts down 0.48 for Tassone and an 0.25 for O'Connor. There, a big block Camaro through the finish line for 7.29 with a 6, 193 miles an hour. And the little pickup 8.35 with a 2, 164 miles an hour. Herakles Kazantzidis in the Kazmic Interiors VN Commodore. Racing for West End Performance is in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Darren Parker from Hoppers Crossing in Victoria. It's another suburb where I think a lot of racers must live.
They seem to just congregate in these hotspots, right? There's a real famous group of them that all live on the same street over on my side of the country. They all live on Honey Road. And you're not allowed to be part of the racing team unless you live on Honey Road. Yeah, so you can only buy your real estate there, and you know what? They're championship winners. So maybe you want to buy up. I think they've driven up the real estate value in their area just by that clause. That's Darren Parker in the Ridgeway Motorsports VF Commodore. 412 cubes of Chev power for Paul Rogers Performance Transmissions. 017 on the line here as Akralis just creeps over towards the center line, but is going to get away here. A 793 with an 173 miles per hour gets it done nicely. Darren Parker shut it down early for an 866 at a pedestrian, 114 miles per hour across the stripe to drop it into the number 10 spot.
Great to see some different cars here at Sydney Dragway. The time, energy and money taken to travel to the venue from interstate is certainly appreciated. Just grabbing a little bit of something off the racing surface in the Rocket Lane down there. Our next pair waiting to be given the signal. Chris Perugia from Taylor's Hill, Victoria, for S&S Smash Repairs. Paul Rogers Transmissions. The Pontiac Trans Am, 632 cube big block. Taking on Daniel Jones, also from Taylor's Hill. A touch of glass in the Chevy Cobalt.
Both cars peeling back behind the beams here. Go through their final stages of their housekeeping before they get ready to make their run. Big thanks to Maxima Racing Oils as part of the ANDRA Racer Support Program, getting behind the top sportsman field. Maxima Racing Oils Australia is a race-inspired, product-driven company formulating, developing and manufacturing and distributing a range of high-performance oils, lubes, and ancillary products. With the essence of its brand communicated through hundreds of championships with world-class racers, tuners, and teams who rely on Maxima for what the company describes as unsurpassed performance in high-stress conditions without fail. For more information, go to maximaoils.com.au. Thanks to Maxima for supporting the Top Sportsman racers as part of the ANDRA Racer Support Program, as we get both Chris Ferrugia and Daniel Jones up into stage. Both go red. That's okay, it's qualifying. Ferrugia just getting it out towards the left side wall before bringing it back down into the groove here. And Daniel Jones makes it a 7:25 with a 181 miles per hour in that Cobalt to go number 2 in qualifying so far.
I think that brings a close to the first round of qualifying in Top Sportsman here this morning at Sydney Dragway, part of the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. We're about to move into
competition bike.
Comp bike now. We've got Michael Riches and Nathan Stone. Riches in the airflow lane, racing for Crux Leathers. Richards Racing and Formation Riders out here pretty much once a week on board Red Mist. Comes out for the Aeroflow Race for Real Wednesday nights. Taking on Nathan Stone over there from Mount Helen in Victoria on the Suzuki GSX. 1500 cc's on board for Stone.
Stone is the leading of the riders in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series, who is yet to hit the 300-point cap. 230 points for Nathan coming into the weekend. Hasn't exactly had any massive standout weekends, aside from a runner-up in Portland back at round 5 of the series. Would love to leave here with another runner-up. That would put Nathan in the lockout, or on that points cap, sitting at 300, leaving Sydney tonight here. We registered a red there for Michael Riches. Just rolled the beam. He'll still pick up the times in the system though, and click it off for a 9:67 with a 6. Slowed it to only 94 mile an hour in the top end of the racetrack. There's lots more left in the tank there for Michael, as Nathan Stone, an 8:262. 158 miles per hour. Of course, Group 2 competition bike here. So racing against the class index for their respective bikes. Edge Malice going to come out to play here. Edge currently sitting 3rd in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series on the Double D competition bike here, the Kawasaki H2R from Essendon in Victoria, the CIM Wellness Centre Armidale, and Brock's Performance USA entry is trying to ride to go up to or as far under as we can. It's an 8.2, I believe, for a Double D competition bike is the class index. This is the fun part. You have to go looking through the books to go find the respective class index.
All right, both riders given the signal to commence their burnout. Edge on board, one of the loudest motorcycles we've got around. Ken Collin in the rocket lane for Rascal Race Engines.
The class index for an A-altered bike for Ken Collin, from what I can see, sits at an 8:37, although it looks like Ken has ridden a lot quicker and holds the record for the class, set at Dragway at the Bend, I think down as low as a 7:72 for that bike, the Rascal Race Engines Hayabusa. So we'll see what either of these guys can do. A nice big fat tyre sitting behind their backside on both bikes. Good light there from Malice, 0:53 reaction time here. Collins not too worried about it, but is off the noise, and he's going to roll it across the stripe. 7:78 there for Edge Malice. Not too bad at all.
Big speed there too, 171 miles an hour for Malice across the finish line. Joseph Curry and Cheryl Beddoes going through their burnout procedure. Joe running for Twin Tune Performance. VP Race Fuels. Connection Concepts. Oh, it looks like Malice has stopped at the top of the hill down there in the aeroflow lane.
Yeah, he's off the bike in the shutdown area and is just disconnecting himself from his machinery here.
He's done well to stop there though, because he was still doing 170 mile an hour through the finish line.
Good brakes. Good brakes to just park it at the crest of the hill. So we'll just get a quick visit from some of our track safety crew here. By all things, it could have just locked up or jammed on the brake here. So it might just take a moment to get Edge off the track. You can see him trying to go through the gears and trying to get that bike freed up to be able to push it off the racetrack and get it on out of here. And Edge third in the championship coming into this weekend. Has claimed wins throughout the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series, both at Mildura and also at the 5th round at Portland. And one of 4 riders in the championship to be sitting on that 300-point cap in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series coming into this weekend. And it looks like it might have had something lock up on that bike. We can see that our track crew actually lifting the rear tire off the bike. They're carrying it off the racetrack by the wheelie bar to help get him out of there.
It's certainly a little bit unconventional, but whatever works, I guess.
Mate, at least you don't have to get the load skates out or get the quick dolly out and put that under the rear tire.
Well, I mean, there didn't appear to be any like solid skid mark on the racetrack behind where he stopped. So obviously rolled to where Edge was getting off the racing.
It could have been something locked up, and it might have been okay when it was rolling, but once he's taken the power out of it, he not probably able to push it along, and it's just brought him to a stop. So will be a brief pause before we get him off the racetrack and we can get on with things. Thanks to New Gen Business Park bringing us competition bike. Go to newgenbusinesspark.com.au. And next up, we're going to see Joe Curry and Cheryl Beddoes here. 2 more of the 4 that are sitting on that 300-point cap in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series coming into this weekend. Cheryl leads the way from Ellis Lane in New South Wales. The Joe Curry Motorcycle Trans, Edge Creative Printing and Twin Tunes Performance Centre entry. Harley-Davidson V-Rod Destroyer. Almost a carbon copy over the other side of the lane as well for Joe Curry. Another Destroyer presented by Twin Tune Performance VP Racing Fuels. Connection Concepts. Size Harley-Davidson Campbelltown. Cheryl gets away with a .110 reaction time. They're riding to a 904 class index for these Harleys for V competition bike, and it's a 9007 for Cheryl Beddoes. It's an 884 for Joe Curry at 156 miles per hour.
He
well
was
and truly flying.
He was left a little bit on the start line, but certainly made it up at the top end of the racetrack.
Yeah, it doesn't matter when you can power it down. So that sees us at the back end of the first round of qualifying for competition bike. I believe we're set to see competition coming up next.
And it certainly appears to be the case. Chris, we've got Connor McClure and Mitchell Oxley to face off for the first round of qualifying. 2 very different ways to attack the competition class. We have a twin turbo small block in a Chevy Corvette, option A. Running for BDR Industries, All Fast, Howtech and Garrett Turbo. Also Applied Automotive. Mitchell Oxley over there in the rocket lane. Running for Luisi Race Engines, Simtech Electrical, and Oxley Haulage out of Leeton.
Connor McClure in the Slimer Corvette Pro Mod entry from Serpentine over on the west coast of the country. It's a family affair. Brother Bailey just doing the final checks and has to remember the all-important job of turning on the GoPro. A, on the car, and B, on the top of Bailey's head. They're very, very, very solid at this YouTube deal. And they love to be publishing their recap videos of all their action after the events here. Currently holds the ANDRA national record in this class of a 6:48, is racing against a 6:58 handicap for a double B APIA entry. Oxley in the other lane for a B dragster automatics, racing against a 7:20.
So both cars into pre-stage. Oxley now with the second light on, telling the starter ready to go. McClure bumps in, leaving the start line. McClure over towards the left, now back to the right in the middle of the racetrack.
That's a steer job.
Yeah, there's his put a little bit input into that steering wheel. 6.50 with a 1, 214 miles an hour through the finish line for Slimer the Corvette. And Mitchell Oxley, a 7.35 with a 1, 157 miles an hour, Chris.
Not bad. That was a proper steer job for Connor McClure. I believe that's his first lap in this car here at Sydney Dragway. I think the last time they ran the car, brother Bailey got to drive it. So Connor's got his taste of Sydney now, and still goes under the handicap in their first pass.
Yeah, good start for the team. Can only get better, I guess. Luckily, I mean, the car's still moving at a great rate of knots at that point in the racetrack, but being that it left nicely, wasn't carrying the front end or anything, able to put the steering wheel input in, and obviously having the confidence to stay in the throttle.
He's always a lad to talk to as well. Good wheel man. Next up we see Kim Fardella from Dardee, another West Aussie coming over to play here. E-Gas for the Huntsman Racing ED Falcon, 310 cubic inches of forward power. And Fardella holds this record, set at Dragway at the Bend back in 2024. Set that to an 8.44 with an 8. We'll race against an 8.54 handicap with this machine. And John Kuiper.
A baby 290.
It's only little.
Only 290 cubic inches of Chevy on board in the VS Commodore.
This, of course, is a D-Gas entry, which has the record also held by Kim Fardella, set at an 8.24 at Willowbank all the way back in 2015.
Yeah,
Fardella hasn't run in D-Gas for quite some time, but absolutely ripping. And Kuiper's going to run to an 8.34 handicap for that entry. Just drops the chute a little bit early and runs to an 8.34. Bang on the nose, covering that handicap nicely, and parks that beautifully. Next up, Kit Hunter. Another double B altered production injected automatic entry. The Hunter Engineering VO Calais with 412 cubic inches. This runs to a 680 as a class cutoff here. Thanks to Profection Automotive, PPG Paints and Pro Draw Design, alongside Luke Cartledge, the C Altered Automatic for Pro Street Towing, ETS Race Fuels SRP Competition and Pro Race Engines from Kilmore in Victoria. The CAA handicap sits. Have to go looking it up. This is the fun part. Sits at a 773, set here back in 2006.
Wow.
By a 1C Barias. It's a 783 handicap for the class.
So that's a 20-year record that he's racing against. Wow. Both races into pre-stage. We see that top pair of white lights on. Hunter, his start line is a little bit different. He's got to build a little bit of boost in the Calais. Hear it coming up now on the trans brake. Cartledge already in. Hunter's gone deep on the bump box. 021 on the tree for Cartledge. And Cartledge out of the throttle by about the 330 mark. Hunter not full power all the way down. I was wondering if there was some issues on the start that for both races that wasn't as clean a start as you would have liked. However, Cartledge went 114 to the 60. So it certainly left hard, but I think that's about as far as it went for him.
I believe Kit Hunter is actually racing in the same class as Connor McClure, so racing against that 658 handicap as well on a double B Ultra Production injected automatic. As it looks like the last car in the group, Shane Reed, going to come out and play here. This is a super stock entry. So I think they might have put comp and super stock somewhat around the same group. Not seeing super stock on our schedule, so I believe they're running it all as a super comp for this weekend. Shane Reed here, the Pontiac GTO, under a CAPA. It's one I haven't seen for a while here. Ultra Production automatic, running to a 793 handicap for the class here. The Paul Roger Performance Transmissions 320 cube Pontiac GTO, presented by Wildcat Customs. Here in your super comp field here.
Let's see what Shane can leave in the timing records for qualifying. Of course, sometimes these competitors don't always go to the car's potential. They keep a little bit in reserve, just so their competition don't know what the car's actually capable of. Moving over from the wall a little bit for Reed, mid-track, and through the finish line, 8.11 with a 6, 167 miles an hour across the finish line. Shoots out and around the corner safely.
So that'll see us out of your Super Comp class as we move into Supercharged Outlaws, the final group out in this first round of qualifying. Thanks to New Gen Business Park bringing us the Supercharged Outlaws field, a field of 11 coming out to play here. And up from Beaumaris in Victoria, the Stang, Tim Stewart. And when he's not driving this, he's just casually racing his Nostalgia Nitro funny car in a frenzy that regularly makes appearances over on the West Coast at Perth Motorplex, alongside Doina Day, who I think has just shut it off straight after the burnout. Killed the ignition after it buzzed the tyres. From Seymour, Victoria, Drysdale Chaff Mill rear engine dragster, presented by Swarf King, is going absolutely nowhere, sitting just in front of the Christmas tree. I love Supercharged Outlaws. You see some big bad machines.
That you do.
Racing very quickly, very loud in their class as well.
And the drivers always putting on a great show. In terms of the presentation, you see a few different vehicles. They're a little bit more modified, obviously a little bit quicker. They make all the right noises. This Mustang down here looking fabulous in the early morning sun here at Sydney Dragway.
Doina Day currently third in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series coming into this weekend. 100 points shy of hitting the point cap. Tim Stewart is down in 5th in the points. Made a runner-up at Alice Springs for the Desert Nationals. Unfortunately, first round bow out at Mildura has yet to see himself in a final since. Would love to correct that this afternoon here at Sydney Dragway. A stout ANDRA supporter as his wife Sue just quickly hot-foots it back to the green zone on the start line before Tim unleashes that 620 cubes of Chev power to rip it down the track for a 678, 201 miles per hour. The Stang pops the shoops in the other end of the racetrack. Very nicely done.
It seemed to do that fairly easily, Chris. No mess, no fuss.
Certainly makes it look easy.
Yeah.
Tim's an absolute wheelman as well. I've seen him drive a Nitro funny car pretty much off its head and save it still over in Perth when he was initially licensing and getting the whole crew to learn the ropes of how to play with some of that liquid explosive. But no, he's a fantastic driver and putting it together. And that puts him, so far, as the only car down the racetrack, as number 1 in your New Gen Business Park Supercharged Outlaws field. A field of 11 we're set to see. We unfortunately missed Doina Day when the car shut off and was unable to refire after the burnout. Next up, we are due to see Mark Hunt, the South Australian, the Dave Baines engines. He's showing up on our entry list as the custom line, but he's not running that. He is driving the Corvette this weekend. And I know he's made famous for racing his Ford custom line, but has rolled out with the bright yellow Corvette that from a distance looks pretty much the same as the McClure family Slimer Corvette that's coming down the return road, but a couple of different ways of going racing. And also in the McClure clan, Casey McClure about to make her step onto the racetrack here at Sydney Dragway. Dad Al just watching back at the start line, will guide his daughter into stage. And Casey is a stone cold killer in Supercharged Outlaws.
Yes, I've been seeing some social media posts. Certainly a very good racer. Very well sorted car too. Plenty of RPM on board for Mark Hunt in the airflow lane. I think removed about 4 hats in that one, if that's anything to gauge by.
He loves it. Absolutely loves it. Mark is currently your leader in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series in Supercharged Outlaws. Leading from Shane Baxter, who I don't think is here this weekend. So Mark already sitting on the 300 points cap. Did make a first round loss last time out in Portland though. With that round eventually being won by Casey McClure, sitting in the other lane. Is going to prove my point.
Yes.
to her aptitude in a car. And for a long time, Casey has been an absolute standout competitor on the west coast of Australia. Now, touring with the family, and if the boys are loud, Casey is totally the opposite. The quietest, most unassuming person you'll meet in the pits this weekend here in Sydney. But when that visor comes down, it flicks the switch on the old personality. And Casey absolutely throws hands on the racetrack. The Urban Concrete Solutions, Don Davis dragster. Some Haltech support on board. Just locks it in straight away. Looks like issues there for Mark Hunt. Heard lots of zings of the revs, but not much forward drive here. Casey makes it a 7.097, 187 miles per hour. And true to form, a 0.12 light off the line. That puts her into number 2 here in qualifying, just behind Tim Stewart with his 6.78. Next up, we'll see Shane Kramer up from South Australia, the competitive plumbing T-Bucket, altered with 540 cubes of Chev coming out to play.
Taking on Bruno Matajasevic in the HG Holden for PC Freight. Bruno's mechanical repairs as well. A long-time supporter of Supercharged Outlaws. Chevy power plant in the T-Bucket. Hemi on board the Holden. Completely different engine notes. Even though they're similar in capacity, they don't sound anything alike.
No, and that can come down to, I mean, how aggressively you want to run the car, the kind of supercharging you have on board. We've seen guys come out and play in the world of Supercharged Outlaws with much more modern PSI blowers and things like that sitting on top. Although not too frequently, more often than not, you'll see guys probably roll out with an older spec root supercharger on the top of their combination, but that can totally change the game for these cars.
100%. And it also changed the characteristics as the car makes its way down the racetrack as well. But of course, this category, being dial your own, the racer can pick what ET they want to leave the start line at, and then if you're faster or the quicker of the two cars will have to wait on the start line and chase the other car down.
And of course, probably the bigger change that Supercharged Outlaws competitors have been noted for this season was the change to the cutoff in the class. Used to be run to a 650 cutoff. That was lowered since to a 580 before the start of the 2025-26 season. We saw the first taste of that up in Darwin for the opening round of the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series at Nitro up north back in 2025. There's a few that will give that a knock as well, as Bruno Matijasevic gets going a little bit slower on the reaction time that rips it through the back door for a 664 with an 220 miles per hour. And that parks him at number 1. Kramer goes to 2 with a 677.
I was going to say that's what a 20-mile-an-hour speed difference looks like. That big Holden pushing a lot more air, and 220 miles an hour. There was 37 ten-thousandths of a second across the finish line. I'm sure that Shane Kramer would have heard or seen.
Would have felt it.
Yeah, would have felt. Would have felt the air actually. The wake of air coming off the front of the HG. All that turbulence being created.
Would have absolutely felt that one ripping on past here. So that puts Bruno Matijasevic up into the number 1 spot so far. We've seen 5 cars make their way down the track. We've seen 6 attempt, with a few more yet to come. A solid field of 11 in Supercharged Outlaw. It's great to have a really healthy field of cars here in Sydney.
Yeah, that bracket, and this bracket, and also Supergas, very strongly contested as well, which is fantastic to see. Our next pair, fired into life. Jason Keeley and Dave McGaw. McGaw on board the Mustang funny car for quick cut concrete cutting. Say that 3 times fast, Chris Mitchell.
I'd probably say something rude if I did.
And one of my favourite cars that I haven't seen for a little while. Another black 34 Ford Coupe. This one with the Oldsmobile, 526 cubic inch V8, somewhere in the front of it. Running for SDE converters and Marshall custom cams. We've seen Keeley here at Sydney Dragway once or twice before.
Neither of these two guys have featured in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series so far this season, but they're happy to have a crack and enjoy their time here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters at Sydney Dragway here today. Do love the look of that 34 Coupe. It's going through the final little bits of housekeeping. They'll take a moment, check that they're in the right gear to launch. Check with the crew and get guided into the groove. Usually one behind, usually one in front of the car before the team will step away and get back to the safe zone behind the car before the cars are allowed into full stage. 034 on the light there for Jason Keeley as David McGaw got out of the groove, but he's back into the loud pedal and it's going to rip past at the end. A 765 with a 1 there for Dave McGaw in the funny car at 209 miles per hour. The coupe of Keeley was off the gas early, popped the chutes early and rolled through, still at a 763, but only, and I say only, 151 miles per hour.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know what happened there. The car looked to be on a pretty good number, Chris, and as you say, the chutes were out early and an unrepresentative time. Our next car already in the fire-up box from Gordon in the ACT, the LX Tirana, Hemi-powered from Brad Sullivan from Independence Inc. and Sutherland Shire four-wheel drive centre. You can't miss this one, Les. We got the Candy Green. Candy Green. I'm a bit of a fan of green race cars, Chris.
Short, sharp burnout. Rather business-like. Didn't get too out of shape there from the LX machine. Seeing that this thing can run into the low 6s. Another one of the competitors up from the ACT this weekend here for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. Gonna get that Tirana back behind the start line. Try and settle it down in the groove. Just from where we're sitting right now here, Stephen, we can see that it's pointed a little bit towards the right-hand side. Brad quickly corrects that when rolling the car forward. Some of these cars, depending on how they're set up and they're built, you want to actually give the car a lot of rollout to let the suspension settle so it's not bound anything up when you're trying to steer the car in the groove, especially if the start line is rather sticky, which Sydney is known for.
Yes, well, the track prep here is A1. Let's see what Brad can do. Into pre-stage now, Chris. We'll hear the car come up on the two-step.
As you mentioned, track prep. The crew guy loses a shoot. A little bit out of the groove on the hit here for Brad, but he gets it settled down nicely. Straight down the middle in the top end, 7700, 175 miles per hour through there. That puts Brad into the number 7 position in your Supercharged Outlaws qualifying here in their first round of the day for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters.
We have actually a replay, been able to save that replay, so we'll try if there's any action on track, we'll get it up on the big screen. So I will just cue that, and we'll be able to see Brad's rerun on the big screen. No mess, no fuss. All right, moving back into Super Street. We now have Ethan Hurst down there in the VL Commodore for his second qualifying run, RB30 powered, taking on Tim Parker in the South Coast Raceway supported 34 Coupe. Joining me in commentary now, the one, the only, Les Binkhurst.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Stephen. What a fantastic first qualifying round we had here. Isn't it terrific that we've got these different cars? You've seen, this is for another sanctioning body, the ANDRA, but we've seen some fantastic cars and some fantastic racing. In the rocket lane now, Timmy Parker goes down there first, gets there first, 10.67 at 127, and Ethan Hurst, a 13.54 at 104. So Tim Parker up there in the, that puts him up in the 4th position in the ladder here in the qualifying order. And another fantastic day here. And one of our first cars out this morning, Malcolm Todd, is our number 1 qualifier in the bracket.
Yeah, that little 383 Holden powered Tirana left nicely. Did leave the red light on the tree this time around. Taking on Dean Cleary in the Tirana hatchback. 410 Chevy on board for the aeroflow lane. But Malcolm Todd runs on through for 10.24, 130 miles an hour. And a 10.46 with a 4 at 130 for the aeroflow lane.
Well, another, this is the young lady that's been doing all the hard work and is a standout in the class, Lisa Gabellini from Aurelia in WA. Well, that's good for Chris when he comes over here because he can see what he sees 3 hours earlier, what his country, his hometown people see. So, but the New Zealanders have still got it over us, and they keep reminding us we can't win that Bledisloe Cup. And they see everything before we do. Andrew Gay now in the aeroflow lane from Koroyd in Victoria in the aeroflow lane now, and Lisa Gabellini. Oh, this is very, very close. Both Lisa with a bit of a red light there, but gets there first. 11.74 with a 9 at 116 and an 11.398 at 113 for Andrew Gay.
And one of those cars, again, was giving the limiter a bit of a workout at the top end of the racetrack. I think it might have been the aeroflow lane, the VH Commodore.
Yep.
Our next pair, about to roll up to the starting beam, we have Mark Elborn in the utility for the Coating King, Palmdale Nursery, and Power Plus Race Fuels. In beside, Dave Matasevic in the DCM Cortina. 081 on the tree for the Cortina.
Oh yes, I think he'll hold that margin there, young David.
A little Windsor powered Cortina.
Yeah.
doing its thing. 10.60 with a 7. 125 miles an hour. Doing 11.63 with a 3 for
Dave Elborn, I think it was. Young Dave.
Mark
Elborn. Oh, that's right. Okay, Stefan Lanas from Craigmore in South Australia. Northern Performance Holden VS Commodore running a 231 cubic inch engine. Sponsored by Outlaw Speed Shop. Up against Henry Spicker. We saw Henry in the first pair in Super Street earlier on. This is their second qualifying session. It's from George's Hall, the Holden VF Commodore Ute, that nice black. Good to see Henry still at it here at the drag racing. Even I remember seeing him in his VW at Castlereagh back in the 70s. So he's been a dedicated racer. He's our number 14 qualifier in the class with a 12.351 at 115. Gets out this time with an 0.35 reaction time and a 0.147 in the opposite lane for Stefan. Stefan gets there first, runs an 11.69 at 112. And Henry Spickak this time a 12.401 at 115. So they stay in their respective positions on the ladder.
Next up, Les, we have Mark Hopkins in the Holden Tirana. For Hurricane Metal Roofing, Arthur and Johnson Engineering, CB Welding and Fabrication, Renew Automotive, JF Engines, Haltech, Guildford Spares, and Earl's Fittings.
Well, gee, you'd have to pay someone to go and collect all that information. There's a lot of sponsors there.
There is a lot of sponsors, and Mark Hopkins has taken home a couple of trophies from the championship, as well as Jack Matasevic in the Falcon. He's in the Rocket Lane. 079 green on the tree for Jack. 003 red for Hopkins, but a 1091 with a 7 to an 1155 for Matasevic.
Yeah, 11.55 with a 0. And Craig Warren here, not in his usual ride. His car was white before and it was a later model. But the little HB Tirana here, that's Craig over in the Aeroflow lane from Revesby, just down the road a bit. Sydney Scrap Steel, also Bill's Mechanical Power plus Race Fuels New South Wales, and Kings Grove Bus up against Tracy Henley from Warralong in South Australian. HT Monaro small block shed. Beautiful looking car.
These are beautiful looking car. I was just about to say the same thing. Warren leaving the red light. 0.38 on the tree to a 3.15 for Tracy. Warren will take the stripe though. 10.48 with a 2. 127 miles an hour through the finish line to a 10.93 with a 6. At 125 for Tracy in that Monaro.
Okay, the last qualifier in the Super Street bracket we're running here today, Anthony Gattalari from Rowan Park in New South Wales, Holden HQ Ute, Chevy 454 big block there, sponsored by Cons Constructions, and currently sitting at number 6, it's our 6th qualifier, with a very stout 10.75 with a 7 at 124. Let's see if Anthony can improve on that, but an 0.40 reaction time is pretty good. Runs a 10.705. Well, that's quicker than his previous one, so that's the one that will be nominated on our screen, which puts him, or leaves him in the number 6 position, but he has gone a tad quicker in the hundredths.
And that concludes our second round of qualifying for Super Street, brought to us by Gucci Racing. See our junior dragsters rolling under the tunnel now.
Yes, they've been going pretty hard today too, Steve.
They have. There's been a number of really good passes, and I'm sure that it's going to tighten up even more for the second round of qualifying for junior dragster. Of course, every competitor racing towards their class designation index of A, B, or C.
Yeah, so there's the cars are essentially the same as another sanctioning body, and but they run different classes, and I was very, very surprised and very pleased to see. I've never seen it before. I've never been in the presence of, well, today there's 13 super gas cars.
Yes, another good category that's showing its numbers in force, which is
Very
great.
well supported, isn't it?
Sure is.
So it was good. So for this round of qualifying, round number 2 for the juniors, it's a bit quiet down there.
It is just for the time being. Of course, we've just got to put together the finish line apparatus for the junior dragsters and junior drag bikes. And just while we do that, we'll just throw to our big screen for a short word from some of our sponsorship partners.
We feel that pulse in the engine boom. Brisbane showgrounds, hear the crowd go zoom. Performance pulse, heart racing all day long. Revving up the culture, this is our song. Drop the clutch, light the flame. We rolling deep, JDM muscle cars, drifters on the street. Halls packed tight, horsepower insane. Performance pulse on the map, we own this lane. Dynos hitting hard, see the torque go wild. Chops, builds, custom rides, every dream compiled. From classics to mods, bikes and 4x4. Fans lit up with energy, always wanting more. DJ on the deck, speed banging heavy. Crowd moving, feet grooving, vibe keep steady. From sunset cruising to the midday blast. Performance pulse, we built to last, we feel that pulse.
Alrighty, we have Jacob Longo and George Takalis, our first pair out for the second round of qualifying. Young George in the rocket lane, the brick and go brick lane, Hume Performance, Mix Motorsports, and Plasma Man. Some well-known sponsors there for young George. He's our fourth qualifier with 12 thousandths over his index, and he's number 4. Goes 12.01 with a 2. Can he tighten it up a little bit more? Ruffle some feathers. In the aeroflow lane, we have a Jacob Longo for Trackside Automotive. He's run this morning an 8.13 with a 6.
Well, judging by George's performance thus far, Steve, I think he'd be a very settled racer running junior dragster, because he's running that close to his allocated time, what they're permitted to make the pass at, and he's sitting down there, but he's sharp on everything. He's sharp on the tree. He's a good judge over the 8th mile, and he runs very, very close to what the minimums you can run at. So he's a pretty switched on little racer, this kid.
Longo leaving a little bit too soon. 0.14 on the tree, but on the march to the finish line, runs an 8.07 with an 8, so edges closer to that 8.0. To Carlos in the other lane, he goes a little bit quick this time, 11.97 with a 3, 54 miles an hour.
Gee, put commentator's curse on
Yeah,
him.
you've given him a big rap, and then,
and then
he goes too fast.
Yeah, but the kids out there having a good time too as well. Very dedicated they are. I can see them. Like wherever they're from, we've got a South Australian and a Victorian competitors, and they're just as tough as anybody else. So makes for great racing for them, and for the class, and also for the spectators as well. Keep a victory from Dannington in Victoria in the rocket lane there, and our number 13th qualifier with a 8.202 up against James Barlow in the aeroflow lane. James there, our number 5 qualifier. So sitting in at all the way from Holden Hill. I know where that is. A buddy of mine had a parts store there in Holden Hill. A nice part of Adelaide, but it gets very, very warm in Adelaide when all the heat gets blown over from the west. And I was there for the Ash Wednesday fires in '84, and it was terrible. Keep a victory, yeah, as I say, from Dennington, and Holden Hill is where James Barlow emanates from. James there with a 006.
Yeah, nice slide on the other side. 2097 for Vickery. And an 804 with a 9. 83 miles an hour to an 809 with a 5. So Cooper Vickery probably moving up a little bit in the qualifying.
Yeah, that'll put him up a bit. Yeah, we don't have the here anymore. Riley Ito now in the Rocket Lane from Greystanes in New South Wales. Murphy Finance Solutions sponsor. Also ITF Hire up against Cody Hunt from Two Worlds in South Australia. I think that Virginia Two Worlds is where the old Adelaide drag strip is. Hunt Motorsport is the sponsor for Cody. And our number 12 qualifier up against Riley, which I've already mentioned, being our number 8 qualifier in the Rocket Lane. Now, you can hear them, see that nice loud sounds from things very, very far removed from when the class first started. Back in my co-commentators' days.
Back in about 30 years ago.
Yes.
Here in Australia, of course, the performance levels have greatly increased.
Yes, yes. Oh, yeah, look, they have the technology.
That hasn't it across the sport too. I mean, that's the thing, not just Junior Dragster.
No.
Both cars away nicely, Les. Ito with an 073 on the tree. Both A Junior Dragsters, so side by side so far. I think Ito just out in front. He goes an 803 with a 5 at 80 miles an hour. And an 812 with a 0 for Hunt in the aeroflow lane. Backs up his 812 with a 5. So,
gee, look at that.
I think Hunt with a good showing in that run to be able to put two passes together, only 0.005 of a second apart.
Gee, that's that's what's half of nothing. Nothing.
Yes, that's, 0.005 of a second is virtually nothing.
Yeah.
Blink of an eye. Our next pair rolling up to the start line, we have Taylor Horton from Lethbridge in Victoria for Motoworks United Signage. And a Pro Star Motorsport. Sparkle and Shine House Cleaners also lending their support. I mean, we know the order's reshuffled because Taylor qualified 7th with an 804.
Ah, yes, of course, there. And Angelina Pondilis from Hampstead Gardens in South Australia. Morgan Crane's RV Trailers sponsoring Angelina. Our number 9 qualifier with an 8099, running an A Junior Dragster. Both these competitors today are running A Junior Dragsters. So they can qualify at 8 flat, but in eliminations they can go to 790. And of course the double A can go even quicker than that.
All right, so Horton out in front, got the better light, and runs on through for an 8008. So 0.008 of a second above perfect for Horton there.
Yeah, so it's, we've got Lily Vickery. Now, the Vickery name, the name I know from the Summonats and the Horsepower Heroes, Rob Vickery had the Horsepower Factory. I think that was his business down there. So I was just wondering if there was any tie-up in there. But for Lily, she's also sponsored by Cassine. And our number 7 qualifier in the class up against Lily Horton from Aeroflow, in the Aeroflow lane from Lethbridge in Victoria. So Motorworks, United Signage, Sparkle and Shine Housekeeper, and ProStar Motorsport. I think you mentioned that before.
We've seen a couple of cars now with the McGee power plant on board. So McGee, an Australian started company, I'm sure, that went to the US back in the old time.
Yeah.
And made many performance parts, but they virtually focus, from what I believe, on Junior Dragster componentry now.
Yes,
of course, the numbers of Junior Dragster are absolutely massive in the US, and obviously the market allows them to focus on just producing those parts. 017 red on the tree for Vickery in the Rocket Lane. Doesn't matter at this point in time. 809 with a 1, backing up the 809 with a 5, so the 4,000 there. And for Horton in the airflow lane, an 898 with a 6, 72 miles an hour.
Yes, look at that. And Lily Horton over in the aeroflow lane running a B junior dragster. So she runs that 8.98 with a 6. And Lily Vickery with that earlier time. Well, her best time's been an 8.57. Oh, no, this is Liam O'Neill and Zane Condello.
All right, Zane Condello down there in the aeroflow lane. He's qualified 6th so far with an 8.04. The team got a very busy weekend. As I mentioned before, they're the conclusion of tonight's racing. They're packing the trailer and heading to Willowbank Raceway.
Oh, that's on this weekend, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So Liam O'Neill in the rocket lane, racing in memory of Skip.
Oh, from Skip's. Oh, yeah.
Skip's Fire Services, a long-term name associated with
Wow.
many races and the drag strip here in Sydney.
Oh, dear. Liam O'Neill over here in the rocket lane from Singleton Heights in New South Wales, up the road on the way to Tamworth. In memory of Skip also, the junior dragster, 300 cc's. Number 2 qualifier with an 8.57 with a 9. Number 2 versus our number 6 qualifier thus far.
And Condello will take the win, goes 8.01 with a 0. 82 miles an hour to an 8.69 with a 5. 74 mile an hour for O'Neill. Condello away nicely with an 0.40 reaction time.
Okay, we've got another next pairing up in the rocket lane. We've got Luca Lamartina from Women in Victoria, Lamartina Farms, and our number 3 qualifier with an 8.007. So it's getting towards the pointy end of that qualifying field. Bailey Hawke in the aeroflow lane, national number 1 from Mootna Bay in South Australia. Gee, a lot of South Australians and Victorians there, but we welcome all races here, so welcome to all the races. Robust Works, Prominence Energy, First National Real Estate, Cooper Coast, Country Living Homes, Auto Pro Kadina, and Mootna Bay Holiday Park. So Bailey also being very, very busy collecting sponsors, so it just makes it a little bit easier.
Certainly does, and they're a nice mix of sponsors for the team as well. So
very good, very good. And it's good for those people too to sponsor these kids. You know, like look who benefits. Spectators benefit, the sponsors benefit, and most importantly, these kids benefit. So. Ooh.
004 red on the tree for Hawke. 042 green for Lamartina. Hawke will take the win though, 8.001 with a 3 on the right side of the 8.0 this time around.
Yep.
And Lamartina there.
Oh yeah, Luca, he'll probably stay in, or Luca will probably stay in the number 3 position there with his time as well.
Unfortunately, just disappeared before I had a chance.
Yeah.
All right, we have Lachlan McGregor down there from Mildura in the C Junior Dragster, taking on Savannah Condello
From
in the rocket lane.
Yeah, from Barracks Heights, and sponsored by Mum. Yeah, these mums are good. And, oh, look, Mum and Dad, so it's a real family affair here. Both Savannah Condello in the rocket lane and Lachlan McGregor have got the parents doing the sponsoring and doing very well too. We've got Savannah Condello in the rocket lane, our number 6 qualifier. Lachlan McGregor, our number 7 qualifier. So they'll be looking to pump it up just a little bit. Oh,
093 on the tree for Savannah there in the rocket lane. She'll take the win. 8.04 with a 1, so she'll step up a few positions there. 81 miles an hour to an 11.70 at 53 mile an hour for McGregor.
Yeah, 2 clean, very clean runs there. 0.39 is pretty good reaction time. It's very good, actually, from Savannah. So she'll keep rolling along. I think she still maintains her number 6 position in the qualifying order, and Lachlan there, his position was number 7. And we have one more in the class to qualify, in being Declan McGregor from Mildura in Victoria. Mum and Dad again. Oh, gee, those Mum and Dad must have really long pockets now. They need to, because these things aren't cheap to run. But it's great to see that the whole family's involved with both kids.
Well, I think that's certainly very strong in the junior dragster category, Les, where you know, we've seen some teams having 3 and 4 cars that are all related.
Yeah, correct.
So it certainly keeps the crew and Mum and Dad busy. Declan away from the start line there with a 1:07 light. Was racing to the 8th mile, which is where he's at now, and runs on through for an 8:71. 77 miles an hour. Interesting there that some of the cars went quicker. Some went a little bit slower, and some went very close to what they did in the first run.
Yeah.
So being such a small capacity power plant, not only in the junior dragster, but also the junior drag bike, which we've now moved into, the weather conditions do tend to play quite a havoc with the junior dragsters. Don't need a big shift in the weather conditions to see a substantial change in the time and speed that they run across the 8th mile.
No, but it's good to see the junior drag bikes, Eliza Harris, in the Rocket Lane from Seaford Meadows in South Oz. Art with Attitude, Shaw's Mowing Service, FCR, Procode Queensland for protective coatings, Piece of Shirt Clothing Company, fantastic. What a play on words.
You got to be careful.
Yeah, that's right. So, and Cooper Plummer as well. Over in the Aeroflow lane, got a whole range. Davis Collars and South Australia Truck Tarp Service, Westside Hydraulics, Bridgestone, Aberfoyle Park, and Modcon Civil, Highbury Automotive Service and Audio Sound. So getting all those people. And gee, I'll have to get a head start on the sponsorship deals, because some of them are very long.
Austin Walpole from Tower Hill in Victoria running for heavy duty. And Oz Dent down there in the Aeroflow lane. Qualified earlier with an 8.90. Taking on Bailey Paul from Roseworthy in South Australia.
Yes.
A-class motorcycle transport. Both on board the Kawasaki Ninja. Pretty popular in this category.
There's, very.
Bailey, our number 1 qualifier thus far this afternoon. You hear the RPM and the sliding of the clutch, both races away and nicely. A 1:32, the better of the reaction times for Bailey. And he will take the stripe with an 8.86 with a 79 miles an hour. Not too far away from his qualifying time. And Austin through the finish line, 10.21 with a 6. 72 miles an hour.
Yeah, 79 miles an hour. That's sort of like, move along.
Yeah.
That's just sort of getting up there.
And certainly,
he's pretty accomplished little rider too.
Certainly doing well. And of course, junior drag bike brought to us by Next Gen Business Park.
Oh, that's right. That business park there.
Beg your pardon, New Gen Business Park.
New Gen.
A 70-hectare master planned estate, well suited for large format logistics operators and advanced manufacturers. In an Australian first, it was recently awarded certificate under the Urban Development Institute of Australia's Enviro Development Scheme across all 6 leaves, providing independent verification of the project's sustainability performance. The park, which is being developed by record-breaking former Top Fuel motorcycle champion Chris Matheson in conjunction with the National Development Group, EMKC Cubed, is located in the suburb of Sawbank, 45 kilometres southwest of Brisbane and 6 kilometres southeast of Ipswich Central. To learn more, visit www.newgenbusinesspark.com.au. Thank you very much to Next Gen for not only supporting Junior Drag Bike, they're also supporting Competition Bike, Supercharged Outlaws, and the top qualifier sponsor.
Gee whiz, they're very busy there, Chris Matheson, well known, accomplished racer on 2 wheels, and has provided a lot of entertainment and these spectacular finishes and all sorts of things, Chris Matheson, and been around here for he's a great supporter of this track as well. So particularly in the early days, and now we're going into our super sedan bracket, and it pits in the rocket lane Ned Karenovic from St Agnes in South Australia, running that headed race cars 57 Chev, which Steve there is, it's not quite enough to make him swap from the blue oval to the blue race car, but also sponsored by Gawler Mechanical Fresh Fruit for you and the Coffee Barn. Beautiful barn. Now up against Darren Russell from Aldgate, South Australia, in the Aeroflow lane. On-site security doors. The Holden Tirana running a Chevy 434. Our number 17 qualifier thus far, with a fine 16.33 at 73 miles an hour. And Ned Karenovic, St Agnes, in the head-head race cars, Gawler Mechanical Fresh Fruit and the Coffee Barn. Our number 10 qualifier with a 9.18 at 147 miles an hour. So both cars from South Australia, and it's a fair haul from there.
Yeah, especially towing a race car. Doesn't make it any easier, that's for sure.
No, and you know, like if you tow that Chevy, that's a big car.
005 on the tree for Russell to an 0.16 for Karenovic. Russell out in front in the Tirana this time around, and will take the stripe in 8.99 with a 4 at 153 mile an hour. Karenovic in the big Chevy 9.26 with a 2 Les, 147 miles an hour.
Yes, I see the competitor in the Aeroflow lane there. Jumped up straight, had difficulty in the first qualifying round, but quickly jumped up the scale to about position number, I think it was 7 or 8. So he's made a difference now. Steve Hunt now from Ingle Farm in South Australia, Ford XW. It went 10-1 last time, 10.15. And at 133, Ford XW, run a 4.08 in it. Gee whiz. Up against Matty Gay from Croydon, Victoria. Looks like Matty will get there first. He does get there first, a 9.53 at 140, and a 10.19 again for Stephen Hunt. 10.19. Gee whiz. 10.197. Wow. At Adam Hunter now in that Ford Falcon, running a Windsor 430. Hunter Race Engines from Narellan Vale. It's a very nice area over there, just further to the south there. Up against Kevin Bowker from Mernda in Victoria, the Holden HB Tirana. Small block Chevy 434, 6th qualifier with an 8.87 at 150, and Adam Hunter, our 14th qualifier with a 9.50 at 141. Let's see how they go this time. An 0.32 reaction time for Hunter in the rocket lane, and an 0.47 for Bowker in the Aeroflow lane. Not much in it, but Kevin Bowker gets there first, runs an 8.83 with a 9 at 151, and a 9.51 at 141 for Adam Hunter over there in the rocket lane. Gee, getting around there. Look at these cars. They got stickers all over, or decals. Well, that beautiful looking, it's BAGT it is too. Devoid of any decals, but David Todd there, he doesn't mind plastering them over the back. Looks to me, being old school, looks like an old time race car. Plastered stickers everywhere, but they all mean something. David Todd now. Oh, 006.
Yeah, nice launch there for the Gemini of Todd in the rocket lane. Out in front of the big BA Falcon, 9:03 with a 5, 150 miles an hour for the Gemini to a 9:43 with a 2, 143 for Alex in the airflow lane there.
Yep.
Next up, we have Dave Gruber in the airflow lane in the strip rat for Queen Band Engine Services, LIT Consulting and Specialised Towing, taking on Tony Tedesco in the Holden Chimera from Deer Park in Victoria.
Yeah, you don't see many of those. You used to see them a lot in the 80s and 90s, you know, Chimeras, but they seem to have fallen out of favour for more modern bodies.
I think they had some reasonably good technological advances for the time, but they certainly haven't stood the test of time, if I could put it that way. 875 with an 8. 878 with a 5, I beg your pardon, for Tedesco. 153 mile an hour and a 939 with a 1 at 142 for Gruber in the aeroflow lane.
Yeah, Dave, there is Mr. Consistent, as are a lot of these races here. I see the Brett O'Connor car down there. Oh, no, it's Thomas Parry. Oh, now that the smoke's cleared, it's clearer from Branyan in Queensland, Autobarn sponsorship, LC Tirana, running a Chevy 434 up against Paul Pepacosta from Wetherill Park in a New South Wales racer.
And Papacosta's lined up a little bit towards the timing boards down, the aeroflow timing boards at the finish line. Now, his first pass was not representative. However, if the burnout's anything to go by, everything looked to be going okay. The first run, unrepresentative, 17-1.
Yeah, to be position number 18. Watch it after this. Oh, no.
No, the car jumped straight to the right and knocked the tyres off pretty much. Parry, no issues for him this time around and runs on through for an 886 with a 4, 154 miles an hour. Let's see if I got a replay of Papacosta's Capri leaving the start line there. We definitely see the marks that were left from those spinning rear tyres.
Okay, after that replay there, Dave Sultana from Craigieburn, Victoria in the rocket lane in that bright design Holden Tirana, running a Chevy 421, number 10 qualifier thus far. Michael Milasewicz from Craigieburn in Victoria. He's been a couple of times competitor. Oh no, he's different. Milasewicz. Muller's truck repairs the Ford Capri running in the Windsor 427. That's over in Steve's lane.
Nice wheels up launch for both competitors and not too much in it across the finish line, but the Capri takes the win. 878 with a 4, 153 miles an hour. Dave Sultana, a 928 with a 0 at 124 in that beautiful Holden Tirana.
Yes,
there is something about yellow and chrome, isn't there, Les?
Oh, mate, without a doubt, it's sensational. And it's yellow's my second favourite colour, but it's I do like. I had a yellow Valiant Charger with a 440 in it back in the 80s, and it was citrus yellow, painted at Ford citrus yellow, and it was very good. Is there a hold up down at the very, very bottom end down there?
We can see one of the cars. It's the Sultana Tirana, just sitting on the very corner there. It does run nitrous. I can see both of our safety utilities on site.
Yeah, look at that. So the hood is up. Yep.
Looks like everything under control down there. We're just checking out. Maybe there was something going on under the bonnet.
Yes, they'll be getting a rundown from the driver right now. As you can see, down goes the hood, I think, or the bonnet with the Hornet scoop on it.
There was a little bit of a mishap, but all was under control by the time the car stopped. nervous moments there for the Sultana machine. So we're just checking out the rocket lane now to see if there was anything left on the racing surface. Of course, Super Sedan today brought to us by the South Australian Drag Racing Association. And it's fantastic that the South Australian Drag Racing Association celebrated their 50th anniversary in 2022. So 54 years that club's been in operation, which is no mean feat in today's world, to have something stand the test of time and continue to support the races, offering a vital service to South Australian drag racing races and actively promoting ANDRA drag racing. SADRA is proud to be the naming rights sponsors for Supergas as part of any ANDRA Regional Sportsman Championship. And ANDRA thanks them for their support.
Okay. So everything's nice and tidy down there at the, people say the top end, but down that bottom end. Peter Furlanetto from Seaford Rise in South Australia, the Ford XY GT, running a 598 cuber.
It's big cubes for a Ford
I'll
Bell.
say, you know, did it start off as a 460 or? But anyway,
I don't know. That's still a big effort to go 460 to just under 600.
Yeah. Our number 2 qualifier in this class in Super Sedan, Nathan Cowie, in that neat little. He could be an astronaut, that guy, having that much power in that little car. But I tell you what, he gets beaten to there by Peter in the rocket lane, an 876 at 154.
And a 904 with a 5 at 147 for Nathan in the Mighty Boy.
Yep.
Next up, we have Andrew Ashley from Londonderry in the Ford Mustang. This thing ran 865 with a 3 at just under 160 miles an hour in the first run. Definitely making some horsepower out of that 427 cubed Windsor. Taking on Sean Marr in the HB Tirana. 919 with a 3. 143 mile an hour was Sean's first run this morning.
Yes, came out and barnstorming run. 9-1. So pretty sharp on the tree, but so's Andrew Ashley there. Andrew Ashley's an 021. Gets to the other end first, runs an 869 with a 5 at 154 and a 922 at 144 for Sean Marr over in the rocket lane. So 2 pretty consistent competitors there, and great supporters of the facility as well in the monthly meetings and special meetings we have, like the one coming up a day of the drags towards the end of February, and one of my favourite days because the racing's nearly as old as I am, or I'm nearly as old as the racing is. So
no comment.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's all right for you, young whippersnippers.
I don't know whether I'm that young anymore, but Gareth Wilcox, we've moved in a modified bike. Gareth Wilcox in the airflow lane. Out in front, 944 with a 2, 139 miles an hour to Cody Skelton.
1072 at...
Thank you, Les.
1072 at 138 or something.
That's why we make a good team. That one disappeared fairly quickly from our timing screens. Dean Jamison now in the aeroflow lane. He's our number 1 qualifier with an 882 at 151 miles an hour, taking on Rob Church in the rocket lane.
Well, this is 1 and 2 in the qualifying order Tuesday. We've got Dean Jamison, our number 1 qualifier with a fine 882 with a 7, and Rob Church in the rocket lane from Seaford Rise in South Australia is number 2 qualifier with a 9155 at 148.
Really like the deep magenta paint on Jamison's bike in the aeroflow lane. Looks great. in the sun.
Yeah, beautiful.
Church's machine black predominantly, but does have a fair bit of sign writing on the tail.
Yeah, he's got some there.
See the elbows way up in the air, tucked right in now on the throttle. 3 counts down. Jamison away first with an 035 light.
He's hogging too.
Church left a little bit too early, but Jamison will get the win. 882 with a 1. 150 miles an hour was 6 thousandths of a second faster than his previous run. 917 with a 0. 133 mile an hour for Church in the rocket lane there.
Yes, well, it's your man in the aeroflow lane there, just 6 thousandths. He ran a 2-1 at the end, and his previous one was a 2-7. So that 6 thousandths of a second, it all counts. But I dare say he'll stay number 1. Well, he went quicker, so that's why they posted up on our screen. Comes up with the red background to highlight that that's the fastest run of the day, or that particular competitor. In the rocket lane now, Jason Rattray from Carrum Downs in Victoria. It's down on getting down towards the peninsula down there, and we see Darren McGregor from Mildura in the Honda over there in the aeroflow lane. And in the aeroflow lane, runs at 10:38 with a 9 at 126 and an 11:27 at 129 miles per hour in the rocket lane. Yeah, that's so.
Rattray definitely got moving once found the straight and narrow, but was a little bit loose on the start line.
Yep, and now we've got Matty Jones from Kui Ruppen, Victoria in the rocket lane. It's at a modified, running a modified bike. It's got the Harley V-Rod, 1430 cc's, our number 5 qualifier with 1047 at 140.56 miles per hour. So we get a lot of, oh, gee, look at that Capri. What a nice colour. Yeah, so Matty Jones, Speed Pro Distributors.
118 on the tree for the V-Rod. Straight down the centre of the lane, and will bank a 952 with an 8, 139 miles an hour.
Gee, that's nearly 1 second.
And that will put him number 4 in the qualifying list.
Fantastic.
Dean Jamison, Rob Church, Gareth Wilcox, your top 3 in modified bike. And it looks like we're moving in to Super Gas now. Brody Tedesco in the Holden Gemini, taking on Joe Polito Jr. in the rocket lane. The Ford Probe for Motorsport Parts and Services, Polito's Automotives, ETS Race Fuels, LAT Racing Oils, and Woodpecker Washed Potatoes.
We've gone from oils and fuel to potatoes. How diversified is this?
It is a little bit.
Sport?
It is a bit left of field for that car, but all good.
I'm sure they're fantastic washed potatoes too.
Polito, a number 3 qualifier in the rocket lane there. Just waiting on both cars to move into full stage. We see the second light on now, both away nicely. 019 for the Gemini to an 028 for Polito in the Probe.
Not much.
Gemini looks to be out in front. Will he go too fast? No, he gets driven around. 990 with a 3. 150 miles an hour for Polito in the rocket lane.
Wow. Gee, that was a great race. Fantastic. Oh, goosebumps.
Our next pair of competitors rolling up to the start line. We have Graham Spencer from Diggers Rest in Victoria, running for SAS Motorsports, and Autobahn of Toowoomba. Our number 3 qualifier with a 991. Taking on Jason Wilson over there in the Holden Gemini. Pretty popular make of car in Supergas here today.
Yes.
Oh, Spencer goes 980 with a 9. So a little bit too fast there for the 990 cutoff. Wilson, a 991 with a 2, backs up his 911.
with an 8, was it?
No, there was a thousands between his 2 runs. So that's certainly a well-sorted little Gemini wagon.
Yeah, and a really switched-on driver. Getting the absolute maximum.
Our next pair rolling up to the start line, we see Colin Griffin in the Toyota Celica. Ford power plant, 588 cubic inches. Taking on Joe Catanzariti for In Touch Automotive on board the Pontiac Firebird.
Yes, both Cole Griffin from Victoria and Joe Catanzariti, one of our local racers here from Mount Annan in New South Wales. Our number 4 qualifier up against Cole Griffin. 2 red lights to get them both started, but they're free during qualifying. They don't count, and runs it through. And Cole Griffin there, a 986, which is too quick at 156, so he'll have to, he's got one more choice, one more run to get it above 990. 996 with a 1 for his competitor in the Rocket lane. So it's fairly difficult, but it's good to see that the majority of the qualifiers have been in above 990. So it's just coming together, and for my mind, since I've been doing this this commentating gig, it's I think I remember the most Graham Spencer and Cole Griffin as being one of the early pioneers of Supergas, or early competitors. They've been around for I don't know, old father. They've been around as long as Alan White.
Wow.
Yes.
Now, we could be at Jambo right now. We've got a 13B powered 1997 Mercedes.
Oh, yeah.
Making its way to the finish line with a 998 with a 6 at 150 mile an hour, taking on Russell Archer, who wasn't fussed about the reaction time with 12 seconds, but he's pulled the chute, still went too quick. 978 with a 6 at only 94 miles an hour.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, he's slowed it down, but not enough.
No.
The earlier run was a 9.0.
And he still ran 2:10. Oh, here he is. JB has turned up. Johnny Someranch in from Port Ora in New South Wales, over there in the Aeroflow lane, and a part-time commentator up here, Sydney Dragway, joining Steve and I on several occasions. And good to see. Now, this is a manually shifted car, no throttle stops. Everything else, this is just run straight at 990. Up against Adrian McGroddy from Mill Park in Victoria, been around for a long time too. The logo lady, Metro Pipes, sponsoring Adrian. Oh, Johnny's just in front, but yes, a 993 with an oh, look at this, a 990 with a 2 for Adrian McGroddy. There's something about those Victorians and getting very, very close to that 990 mark.
Yeah, they're pretty well practiced at Supergas racing, aren't they?
Also.
It's the hometown, you could nearly say, of Supergas.
Yes.
Warren Bull from Victoria in the Chevy Camaro. He's got 500 cubic inches of big block Chev on board, taking on Luke Romeo for In Touch Automotive. Romeo down there in the 27 Ford Roadster.
Boy, doesn't it look sparkling from here?
It does. It's a fantastic looking car. The two-tone paint, the shape of the Roadster certainly looks racy.
Oh yeah, it's just reflecting light at the sunshine straight back. The Romeos have been I guess there's Luke. There's probably 3 generations of Romeos running in Supergas. In Touch Automotive sponsoring Bursons of Narellan, VP Race Fuels for Luke Romeo.
Now, Bull went a little bit too fast in his first round of qualifying with a 987. Of course, 990 is the ET that they're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Romeo leaving the start line 21 thousandths too soon. 034 on the tree for Bull. The Chevy Camaro out in front and goes a 964.
Gee, I thought he slowed it down.
He went the wrong way by 0.2. 10.03 with a 7 for Romeo in the Roadster.
Yes, now we have Roy Romeo, and in the super gas bracket from Warrombi in New South Wales. In Touch Automotive, Burson's Narelle and VP Racing Fuels also assisting Roy in his endeavours to keep racing. Our number 10 qualifier, he's yet to go above. He's not very far, he's 8 thousandths off. He's just got to slow down. But gee, yeah, I'll just slow it down by 8 thousandths. He'd like to get over that 990.
12 thousandths of a second away from perfect on the launch.
Let's see how he goes this time. Oh,
And
yeah, he's gone in.
10.06 with a 4.
Pretty safe.
And that concludes Super Gas here. Round number 2 of their qualifying session. Just a quick shout out to a name you would know, Les, Ricky Dudek. Recently,
yes.
recently saying that he's making a comeback in Super Gas with his Falcon. So good to see another local car in Super Gas.
Oh, beauty, yes, Ricky. Yep. Yeah, he sort of came and burst onto the scene, and then, while his dad's sort of like, well, if Rick Dudek is making a comeback, yeah. What was the, no, it escapes me at the moment, another name.
We're moving into Gallagher Modified Eliminator now. Kenny Stewart and Adriana Cartledge will face off this time around, Les. And we've got Kenny Stewart. He's our number 3 qualifier with a 7.47 with a 5.
Yep.
And you mentioned Alan White. He's sitting down there on crew today for Kenny Stewart.
Oh, right.
And Adriana Cartledge for Pro Street Towing and Transport in the rocket lane. Both cars leaving almost identically. 0.02 of a second between. Cartledge with the horsepower will take the win across the finish line. 7.13 with a 189 miles an hour. And Stewart a 7.47 with a 178 miles an hour.
Did you see the reaction times?
Yeah, I know, 005 to a 003.
Yeah.
So 0.02 between the two cars on the start line.
Well, that's about one of the shortest margins and the lowest reaction time that I've ever seen in a pairing. Chelsea Smith now from Albion Park in New South Wales. Stop, slow traffic control. JM Auto Repairs, APM Tony Smash Repairs to be our number 4 qualifier in Modified Eliminator up against Tegan Smith from Albion Park in New South Wales. Beauty by Tegs, APM, Stop Slow Traffic Control as well, JM Auto Repairs and Tony's Smash Repairs to be our number 5 qualifier. So the 2 Smiths here, number 5 qualifier in Aeroflow, number 4 qualifier in the Rocket Lane. A big block Chev in the Rocket Lane and a NNC 298. Must be one of those like a Noonan type.
I'm fairly certain it's a big block Chev too, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know what NNC stands for. 7.62 with a 2, 182 mile an hour for Tegan Smith to a 7.54 with a 6. For Chelsea in the rocket lane there.
Yeah. Okay, next pairing in this Modified Eliminator bracket we're running here today from Kilmore in New South Wales. Fiona Crisp in the rocket lane, NGK Spark Plugs. It's a Bantam. Now, it's going back to your day, young King Coley. He had a Spitzer type car and he bought it. I saw it here once. Oh, it's got to be 12 years ago.
Yeah, it's an altered. He ran 6s with that. It's a fairly quick car.
Yeah, he was. But and then I never saw him race after that. I don't know, but I thought that Fiona might be a. I don't know who he sold it to, where it went. He spent a lot of money on it.
Yeah, well, that's certainly not hard on a race car, is it?
No.
Paul Fletcher down there into the Aeroflow lane leaves with an 0.38 light. Fiona goes 5 thousandths too soon.
Gee.
The Bandit will get there first. 7:56 with a 177 miles an hour through the finish line.
Yeah,
and an 8:92 with a 1 for Fletcher.
Yeah, and for Fiona Crisp, that was her fastest pass today. 7:56. Ori Dyson now for Kilmore and Victoria. Another hotbed of races down around that way from Kilmore. Mobile Statewide Oils, Glass Protection and Transcal. Assist sponsoring Corey in that rather neat rear engine dragster. Got some good. Now our number 2 qualifier with a 7:26 at 161. We didn't see the first 200 mile an hour pass till we got into the the bigger machines in the qualifying rounds here at Sydney Dragway, but still 161 is for a Chevy 615 it's still a stout time. 7:26.
027 on the tree for Dyson.
60 foot, he got there in no time at all.
Yeah, I think out of the throttle quite early there. And an 8:31 with a 6, 116 miles an hour. It's 133 mile an hour and a half track. We're moving into Top Sportsman now.
Yeah, Top Sportsman there. This is a great class. It came out of Super Sedan because we had Super Sedan running from just under 10 seconds right down, and guys were getting and gals were getting into the 7-second barrier, and so they thought, well, we might create this class, and I'm glad they did because it's really, really tough. It's spectacular, it's fast, and the cars look terrific. So we've got Josh Boscovich in the Rocket Lane, Jumping Joe, Jumping Josh, I should say, Boscovich from Wandandi and down near Nowra, Wild Link Motorsport Merge, Bosco Mobile Mechanical and Bosco Racing, our number 8 qualifier with that beautiful Fontana 427 in that machine. Daryl Stevens from Orangeville in New South Wales, Maxima Racing Oils and Dandy Engines assisting Daryl. Josh gets out with an 056 red. Nice clean 011 for Daryl. Daryl gets there first, a 789 with a 1 at 172 miles an hour and a 796 with an 8 at 169 miles an hour for Josh. So that leaves them in 5 and 8.
Into Sohn and Tommy Turek now to do battle for their second qualifying session here this morning. Sohn in the Dodge Rampage utility.
Yeah, it's got a neat little front on it. It's got a little chisel type front. A pretty attractive little car. Running a Mopar 437. Well, that could be one of about 6 different engines there. There's race pipes, Transsteer, Gospel Whiskey and NZ Wingfield and THR Developments with going along with Dean there in that little Rampage. Front wheel drive they used to be, but not this one. Tommy Turek, St Peters, South Australia. VT Racing, Vlado Turek Proprietary Limited. A little Pontiac GTO running a Chevy 504. And number 4 qualifier in Turek in the Rocker Lane. And for Tassoni in the Aeroflow Lane. And number 11 qualifier. Nice little Rampage, that.
.004 on the tree for Turek. The GTO straight down the centre of the Rocket Lane, and a 744 with a 0 les, 188 miles an hour, and an 828 with a 1.
Yeah, at 164 miles an hour for Turek over in that lane there. It would appear that there might be a little gremlin in the 60-foot marker in the Rocket Lane because it showed 00 times. Both come up on the screen at in successive races to get down there. 3 runs, yeah. Oh,
All right, our next pair about to move up to the start line. We have Pete Hamilton in the Perfection Automotive VH Commodore wagon.
yes, the dreaded pirate Peter Hamilton from Perfection Automotive. He and Hit Hunter. Well, Pete owns it. He's the proprietor and racer.
There's 005 red.
Oh yeah.
Tony Miskelly making a race out of it. I think he's passed him and well in front. 784 with a 9, 174 miles an hour for the Ford Probe in the Rocket Lane. To an 837 with a 5 at 160 for Hamilton.
Yeah, look at that. Peter Hamilton, yeah, 831, that's right. Yeah, very good. Okay, top sportsman continuing. We have Daniel Jones in the Rocket Lane coming out from Taylor's Hill in Victoria. A touch of glass. And it's a little Chevy Cobalt with a big block Chev 564. Our number 2 qualifier up against Chris Ferrugia from Taylor's Hill in Victoria. S&S Smash Repairs and Paul Rogers Transmissions. Paul Rogers, well, they're well noted for their auto transers, particularly the Paul Rogers ones. Paul Rogers Senior and Junior had the privilege of having an afternoon barbecue and a couple of lemonades in Rockwall in just one of the suburbs, the outer suburbs of Dallas in Texas. A while ago, it was either in 2006 or 2008. Daniel Jones in the Rocket Lane from Taylor's Hill. That's him down there in that neat little Chevy Cobalt. Nice colours. And Chris Ferrugia in the Pontiac Trans Am. Bigger Pontiac Trans Am here with the Chevy 632. Our number 9 qualifier with an 827 at 160. So they're just a little bit of red light flashing there. So
I think they're just checking out the 60-foot block, as you mentioned there, Les. But while we've got this quiet moment, don't forget to slip, slop, slap. We can't see a cloud in the sky, which is a fantastic thing at a drag meet, but what it means is it's hot. So please take the opportunity to keep yourself hydrated. Make sure you wear a hat, sunnies,
yes,
shirt and sunscreen, of course. It's all a part of your well-being. We can see our spectators on the eastern mound taking the opportunity to sit under little portable gazebos.
Yes, yeah.
Most of them, and of course all of our spectators, or the majority of our spectators on the western side, sitting under the shade structure here at Sydney Dragway.
Yep, it's a great asset to that shade structure, and you'll find as the afternoon progresses, the people come, well, more people go down to the lower seats.
And they merge closer to the racetrack.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, well, they're just checking that light there now. So, but a great day.
I'll tell you what, Les, while we have this little bit of downtime, we might throw to some words from some of our sponsorship partners, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly. Stay tuned.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We feel that pulse in the engine boom. Brisbane showgrounds, hear the crowd go zoom. Performance pulse, heart racing all day long. Revving up the culture, this is our song. Drop the clutch, light the flame. We rolling deep, JDM muscle cars, drifters on the street. Halls packed tight, horsepower insane. Performance pulse on the map, we own this lane. Dynos hitting hard, see the torque go wild. Chops, builds, custom rides, every dream compiled. From classics to mods, bikes and 4x4. Fans lit up with energy, always wanted more. DJ on the deck, speed banging heavy. Crowd moving, feet moving, vibe keep steady. From sunset cruising to the midday blast. Performance pulse, we built to last, we feel that pulse.
Oh, okay, folks. Back in business.
Out here.
Daniel Jones in the Rocket Lane from Taylor's Hill in Victoria up against Chris Ferrugia from Taylor's Hill also in Victoria. Gee whiz, it's great to see all these Victorians. They don't have a solid place to race in Victoria down there, much over a quarter mile like they do here, but it hasn't stopped them from competing everywhere else.
Oh, I can tell you, there'd be a fair convoy of race cars and race trailers between Sydney and Melbourne.
Yes.
And South Australia.
Oh, I tell you, another racer that's I haven't seen for a long time, but I guess she's running under the ANDRA barrier is Duina Day.
Yes, well, she'll be out very, very shortly for the next round of Supercharged Outlaw. She's only a couple of brackets away. She'll be probably rolling around into the staging lanes if she's not there yet, but she's probably not too far away.
No. So that's I was always great to see her. I presented a couple of trophies, in the early parts of the history of Sydney Dragway, which is coming up to 22 years. Oh, look at that. Again for Chris Ferrugia. Well, this time, Daniel Jones, 042, red too early, and 729 with a 7. 729 with a 7, top sportsman, there we go, at 171 miles an hour, 171.77, and really good. That was his run earlier, was a lot better. Darren Whitford now and Brett O'Connor.
Brett O'Connor going through his burnout procedure from Landilo for Jenkins Performance Engines. The Chevy Camaro in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Darren Whitford for the power of property. In the Happy Valley, South Australia. APD Carburetors, BK Race Engines and Outlaw Speed Shop is setting the pace so far in the bracket with a 663, 212 miles an hour. Need I mention that was an early shut-off with the shoots out?
Yes, yes.
So let's see what this thing can do. Will he have to push it? Or will he decide to push it, I guess is the next question.
Yes, he ran the first 200 mile an hour pass in the first qualifying round. So he was the first one to go over pre-quarter to the double ton. And Brett O'Connor there wasn't that far behind in his last run down the 1320.
Yeah, nitrous assisted big block Chevy, 729 his ET, 193 miles an hour.
Yeah, so it's one. Top qualifier is Darryl Whitford in the Rocket Lane there. And our number 3 qualifier is Brett O'Connor in that big Camaro in the Aeroflow lane.
All right, they're both in. The revs rise. Whitford leaving first, but with the red light. Doesn't matter at this point. He's showing the way straight down the center of the lane. Shoots out right on the finish line. 6:53 with a 7, 213 miles an hour across the finish line to a 7:26 with a 5, 187 miles an hour for O'Connor to cement himself into the third qualifying position.
Oh, man, that was a very, very quick pass by both of the those races. Iraklis Kazantzidis from Greystanes in New South Wales, the Cosmic Interiors sponsored, West End Performance sponsored car down there. Big Block Chev 632 in the VN Commodore, up against Darren Parker from Hoppers Crossing in Victoria. Ridgeway Motorsports, another name synonymous with high performance, and Paul Rogers Performance Transmissions. Darren's our number 12 qualifier. So it's 12 up against number 7. 7 in the Rocket Lane and 12 in the Aeroflow Lane. Tree comes down, take it, Stephen Bush.
Well, I was going to say, I would think that Darren Parker was hoping for an improve, but looked like he just bombed the tyres on the hit. And big speed this time around, but not the ET. 937 with a 167 miles an hour. Iraklis with a 784 at 173. So I think Darren Parker's machine definitely has a lot left on the table. Just a matter of getting it down to the ground on that occasion.
Yeah, it's trying to get all that power down again, but it's because they're not allowed any form of traction control, so it's got to be either adjusted elsewhere in the performance of the car, getting the power to the rear end.
All right, Les, I'm going to jump off and over to Chris Mitchell, and I'll be back with you on the mic shortly.
Moving into competition bike here for their second round of qualifying. Here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters here at Sydney Dragway. Michael Riches comes out as your number 6 qualifier with a 967 from earlier on, the C-altered bike. The Crux Leathers entry. Rob Cassar, the AA comp bike Nitrous, getting away very nicely. 0.3 on the reaction time, nothing really to write home about, but an 8.206. Got off it early and rolled it through for 125 mile an hour. Made just a slight improvement from earlier on in that first round.
Yeah, so when you get around to the second round, some guys make big leaps, and others sort of just creep up and frog jump the competitor in front of him. As we see in the flow lane now, Joe Curry from South Hurstville in New South Wales, twin-tuned performance on his Harley-Davidson Destroyer. VP Racing Fuels, Connection Concept Size Harley-Davidson of Campbelltown, and Joe Curry Motorcycle Trans. So Joe, a very busy lad, up against Nathan Stone from Mount Helen in Victoria on the Suzuki GSX 1500.
Stone riding against a comp bike index, which is an 8.12 second index. Rode it to an 8.2 earlier on here. Joe Curry, the double V comp bike with the V-Rod, holds the national record of an 8.3 and rides against a 9.04 index, that time by a 9.13, 154 miles per hour. Nathan Stone, an 8.47, just a little bit outside the index. It's hard yakka to try and go under the index when the air is that thin out there. It feels quite warm, Les.
Yeah.
and it definitely leaves a sting on your neck. So
right.
rumourate the sentiment when you tell people to slip, slop, slap and look after yourselves out there.
Yep.
Cheryl Beddoes, your next one out, currently your number 3 qualifier. Rode into the 890s earlier on in qualifying round number 1 here, and rides against a 904. Sorry, rode to a 9007, but is riding against that 904 index for a V comp bike. Cheryl gets away here on the V-Rod Destroyer and goes a 921 and pretty much backs up what we were saying here. It just makes it's really tough to ride to a number when the conditions are like this right now. Track's a bit warm, so traction is coming at a premium, and the air is just a wee bit in here. One young fellow who didn't have any dramas getting it stuck to the racetrack earlier in qualifying round number 1 was the West Australian Connor McClure. His first ever lap of Sydney Dragway came out in qualifying round number 1. Bailey McClure got to run the car here last time the family came over, and that was the first time that they saw the track with this car, the Slimer 53 Chev Corvette Pro Mod, rocking a 386 cube small block Chev with twin turbo. Next to BDR Industries, all-fast torque converters, Haltech and Garrett turbochargers. He is in your Aeroflow lane and currently your number 1 qualifier. Drove it to a 650 on a 658 index for a double B Ultra Production injected automatic entry. Shane Reed lines up in the other side of the racetrack, the Rocket Industries lane. The small block Chev powered Pontiac GTO for Paul Roger Performance Transmissions and Wildcat Customs. And Shane raced qualifying round 1 to an 8.116 against the 793 to go number 5 qualifier. It's tough out here.
Oh, I'll say, well, after all those figures and that you put it out there, it's fantastic that to watch all these. Even though we've got it's like different sanctioning bodies, the racing is fantastic. I can't believe I've really missed it. I've really missed it. I didn't realise how much I missed. The ANDRA drag racing, but boy, I just sit down and realise. And the cars are different. There's all these people that interstate from Serpentine, WA to Raglan in Victoria, where these two are from, and they've put on a great show here so far, and they're very competitive. Look at that car go over there.
Ooh, something's kicked off the Shane Reed car as Connor McClure boarded the run, and I think something's come off. It's either come off Reed's car and gone across to the left-hand lane there, or it came out from underneath the Corvette. So not sure what happened there. Reed to a 9-0, reading the wrong line, and 149 miles per hour there. But something significantly came off that car. Just seeing some of our track staff kick that down the racetrack while another one of our crew walks across to the left-hand wall there of the Aeroflow lane to pick off whatever. It looked like it came out from underneath the Connor McClure car, and it looked GoPro-sized. I hope it wasn't. For Bailey's sake, I hope it wasn't a GoPro.
Yes, because last time you made the comment that they do the podcast and they're
so strong on the YouTube,
and
I'd hate for them to sacrifice a GoPro to the racing gods.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Sometimes they're a necessary sacrifice. So Connor McClure won't make any improvement there. I believe will still stay your number 1 qualifier here in Super Comp so far, with a few more cars left to run. But we're going to take a brief moment and let the team just look over the racetrack, make sure there's nothing else that came out from these cars, nothing else that's going to put anything untoward down on the racing groove, and try and keep it nice and safe for everybody who is due to come up next. If you're trying to follow along at home, or if you're in the grandstands right now and you're keeping an eye on the results, you can follow along on the ANDRA Facebook page. There is a photo album there with all the results that is consistently being uploaded. And from that one, we can see that Connor McClure was the number 1 qualifier coming into this round with a 650, racing against a 658 index, with 79 thousandths of a second under the index for his entry. John Kuiper was second, Kim Fardella third, Mitch Oxley, Shane Reed, Kit Hunter, and Luke Cartledge, your 7 cars in the Super Comp field.
Yes, Racy, and when you come into this comp, it's still a Group 2 class in Andrews.
Yes, it's still Group 2, so you're running under the class handicap system with standard qualifying and eliminations rounds. So class handicap begins at the start of the season with basically taking the class national record plus 1/10. And that kind of sets a benchmark. That's usually the standard. So if we look at the case of Connor McClure here, because it's the easiest one to reference against right now, it's a double B Ultra Production injected automatic, so APIA, not the insurance brokers, but the racing class. Connor currently holds the national record, actually, with their old car, the Tirana, at a 648 set at Perth Motorplex back in 2024. So the class handicap for that class of car is a 658 at 213 mile an hour. That is what they are racing against. And we'll let our track crew do their thing for just a moment. We'll hear from some of the sponsors of City Dragway, and we continue qualifying here in Supercharged for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. Over in Western Australia, thanks to Huntsman Racing, Brown's Logging Operations, Valley Engines and Components, sits as your number 3 qualifier. Ran an 8.68 in that first round of qualifying.
Yes.
And of course, racing against an 8.54 index.
Yes, and when these cars, when they're in eliminations, when you're in this class and this type of racing, you can't break out. You only tend to lower the index.
You only make life harder for yourself and everyone else with the same car later on. Good run here for Luke Cartledge. 779. Not bad, and that will tighten things up. It goes within a tenth or just outside of a tenth, about 1.6 tenths of a second above the index of a 783 for a C-altered automatic, and that will help him. That will probably bring him up to third, I'm going to say 4th or 5th in the qualifying order. It's tight in that group here. You've got Kim Fidella, Mitch Oxley, and Shane Royd, all 0.14, 0.15, and 0.18 above their respective class indexes after qualifying round 1. John Kuiper is due up next in this beautifully turned out Tamanina Fastron VS Commodore. The Kuiper race engines. He's coming out in the Rocket Industries lane.
Yes, I'd call him Kuiper being a Dutch name, so I call him the Flying Dutchman.
Flying Dutchman?
Yeah, he's great little engine builder, particularly with the size of the like 290 cubes.
Yeah, it's only a baby.
It is, you know, and. But Johnny Kuiper there, he's built some engines for some guys earlier on. Some of them, or most of them, have withdrawn or retired from drag racing, and John does it himself now. So he always had a quick car.
And John came into this round as your number 2 qualifier, has been bumped down to number 3 qualifier, and ran only 8/1000ths of a second above the index, or the handicap of a D-gas entry against a record set by Kim Fidella, who we saw a moment ago, way back in 2015 at Willowbank Raceway.
Yeah.
I say way back, it's not that long ago, right?
Oh, in drag racing.
I was in uni. But yeah, it's a tight time there. So if John can shave a couple of thousandths of a second, could get even closer to threatening Connor McLewis, standing at the top of the order right now. 0.73 on the reaction time. Listening for every shift. It sounds strong. It's an 8.51 though, just not quite making the power for the conditions right now. 8.51 at 159 miles per hour. That'll keep John at the number 3 spot so far.
Yeah, very good. Yes, got out of it. And with the zero cloud cover and the sun, just all those red gamma rays and everything else, infrared rays heating the track up, then it tends to change. And that can mean the difference between a couple of hundredths, maybe not so much tenths, but definitely hundreds and thousandths of a second. And as it warms up, I was earlier on in doing this gig, I thought that the hotter it was, the stickier the track got. But being a tar base, well, this is concrete now, but being bitumen based, all the oils from the bitumen would come to the surface.
Not necessarily that, it's the rubber that sits on the surface. From all the track preparation and the glues, it gets to a point where it gets kind of slimy.
Yeah.
And even the rubber on the tyres gets outside of the optimum window for making traction and sticking to the racetrack. And then even then, the things you can't see, the air gets thinner.
Yeah.
You can't make as much oxygen in the fuel, and you can't make as much power to get down the racetrack. Shane Kramer and Tim Stewart are going to be coming up next. It's time to go into Supercharged Outlaws. The Supercharged Outlaws bringing us the action. Proudly brought to you by New Gen Business Park here in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. A massive thank you to New Gen Business Park. They're supporting so many different categories.
Yeah.
And so much of what we're doing here. So New Gen Business Park also bringing us the top qualifier medallions in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series, which is what everyone's really chasing right now. You can be your number one qualifier heading into eliminations later this afternoon. You can take home a lovely top qualifier medallion. Tim Stewart out of Beaumaris in Victoria, the Firefighting Systems 620 cubic inch Chev-powered Mustang funny car. He's in the Rocket Industries lane. He ran his first 6 and his first 200-mile-an-hour pass earlier in that first round of qualifying. Never done it before with this car.
Really? Hey,
So
great.
and he got to the end of the racetrack and said it felt like a slug. And his wife Sue said, "Are you sure about that?"
Yeah.
Shane Kramer in the other lane from Windvale, South Australia. Currently your number 2 qualifier, 677 with a 1 at 203 miles per hour. No handicaps in this class. It's all open in qualifying.
Yes, all your own. And Shane Kramer there, it's a name familiar. Look at that little Tim Stewart's car, but look at Shane Kramer runs it through for a 682 at 202 and a 711 with a 0 for Timmy Stewart over in the Rocket lane there. So I think they stay the same. Kramer is still at number 2 and Timmy Stewart's still number 3.
Just looking at the replay, watching the tyre shake from Shane Kramer out that left lane. You can see the witness marks that he left on the racetrack. Just lots of little paddle marks as the tyre has just rattled away. But he drove through it like a champ. He's probably knocked a couple of fillings loose in the process. That stuff can be pretty violent.
Yeah.
It can definitely rattle the old cage. And got through there. So that just stands as a testament at the moment to how tough it is out here in this second round of qualifying at Sydney Dragway. The conditions, a stark difference to how they were for the first round earlier in the day. It's only going to get a little bit warmer before it maybe starts to taper in the late afternoon through those eliminations and into the evening tonight for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. We see the return of the McClure Motorsports family with Casey this time. Number 4 qualifier right now. She's coming out in the Aeroflow lane alongside Jason Kiley from West Melbourne in Victoria in that 34 coupe.
Oh, that's the sparkling special. Whoa, that's galore again.
And Casey ran over that hat too.
Yeah.
that blew the hat off the poor bloke standing in the middle.
Yeah.
As Jason Kiley drove past and Casey went, "Oh, run that over." Lucky she didn't do a burnout on top of it.
Yeah, that's right.
And the guy got his hat back.
Yeah. Sensational burnout, sensational machines. Supercharged Outlaws, our number 4 qualifier in the Aeroflow lane, Casey McClure, and up against Jason Kelly over there in the Rocket lane, our number 5 qualifier with a 763 with a 4 at 151 miles an hour. So a dead set Supercharged Outlaws. Sometimes these guys, we've got a small block Chev 390 something, it's just off the screen there, and an Oldsmobile, I don't know, 500. So we've got 390 cubic inches up against 520 cubic inches in the Jason Kelly 34 Ford Coupe, running an Oldsmobile, which, we're going back to the 80s and 90s when Oldsmobiles and Pontiacs were the engine of choice for a lot of races.
Yeah, it's 526 cubes of Keith Black Oldsmobile power. How's that for a reaction time from Casey McClure? 001 on the lights as Jason Kelly rocks it through a 694 with a 196 miles per hour. That'll move Jason up to the number 4. They did the old swapsies. Casey McClure gets dropped down to the number 5 spot in qualifying. I said to her a moment ago, she was razor sharp in Q1. 012 on the light, and she's come out and absolutely scythed it. 001 on the light for Casey McClure.
That's really, really sharp. Sharp as a dart.
She's absolutely clinical on those reaction times. Winner last time out in the ANDRA Sportsman Series down in Portland.
Portland.
Took the win there, and is looking to try and see if they can go back-to-back, in which the boys know all too well, and they'll make a YouTube video about it, I'm sure.
Yes, it'd be interesting to find out if that was the GoPro from that McClure car.
I can text Connor and he'll tell me when he gets back to the the pits. He's probably still up at the deep end of the racetrack.
Yep.
Oh no, they've got the golf buggy back, so they might have him back already.
Okay. Mark Hunt now in the Aeroflow lane from Clemsey in South Australia. Dave Baines engines and ULX 110 racing oils. Now, was there some consternation previously about this Ford custom line?
Well, that's his other car. That's his other whip.
Oh, rightio. Okay, so it's a Corvette here, isn't it? Yeah. Beautiful, nice.
This is the Corvette. Yeah, pretty much the same body style to what you see with Conor McClure's car in Super Comp today.
Yes, and up against David Quick Draw McGaw from Glenwood in New South Wales. Loves a burnout.
Burnout. He got well sideways out past the 100-foot marker.
Oh, he's a showman.
Snapped on him. He loves it.
Oh, he's a bit tough. Quick Cut Concrete Cutting, sponsoring the Mustang funny car. Hemi 511 cubic inches there. Number 6 qualifier with a 765 with a 1 at 209.75, creeping up to the 210 miles per hour.
I knew the message would come eventually. Thank you to Conor McClure. Wasn't the GoPro that came off the Corvette? It was a weight tab.
Oh.
Little tab came off the chassis, holding a bit of weight. See, Connor's been on the old diet of late, and so they've had to bolt more lead into the car. And I think the mounting system didn't quite hold up to the demands. As we keep eyes on the start line right now, Mark Hunt, the South Australian, currently your number 8 qualifier. There's nothing to write home about in that first round of qualifying. And 975, 119 miles per hour. Dave McGaw, number 6 qualifier right now in the all-black funny car. 765 at 209 miles per hour. We're looking for something better than either of those. And Mark is not waiting around. He's gone straight to double bulbs in full stage. David's just creeping up on it. Here we go.
Oh, deep stage there.
Oi!
Oi! Look at that.
Almost run over the 60-foot marker. Good save from David McGraw. The Huntsman wants nothing to do with it. 774 with a 6 at 186 miles per hour. Mark Hunt goes for it. Let's check out this replay on the super screen. Watch the car on the right of screen. On the hit, and it just snaps to the left. And a good save to keep that on his own side of the racetrack. You can see the tyre tracks as he brought it back into the groove and fed it some bickies on the skiddy pedal again. And that'll leave Dave McGraw into the number 6 spot. Mark Hunt still stays at number 8, would you believe, after all of that. when 2 seconds quicker, did not move up a single spot in the order. 774 with a 6 at 186 miles per hour. McGraw stays in number 6 with his 765 at 209 from earlier in qualifying round 1.
Whiz, look at that. That's a sensational time for Mark McGaw. He came, when you have a look at the tyre marks after that little exit stage left that he performed there, and then the car black tracked for another couple of 100 feet. So he was really right on it, and it still ran a 200.71 miles per hour.
Well, that was in the first round of qualifying. David set that time.
Yeah, that's right.
Second round, nothing to write home about after a mid-save with some action on the start line. It does look like we have the tractor out on the racetrack right now, just giving the surface a little bit of a tickle. We'll hear from some of the sponsors of Sydney Dragway. We'll come back to more of the qualifying action here from the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
A street car through to a race car, be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We feel that pulse in the engine boom. Brisbane showgrounds, hear the crowd go zoom. Performance poles, heart racing all day long. Revving up the culture, this is our song. Drop the clutch, light the flame, we rolling deep. JDM muscle cars, drifters on the street. Halls packed tight, horsepower insane. Performance pulse on the map, we own this lane. Dynos hitting hard, see the torque go wild. Chops, builds, custom rides, every dream compiled. From classics to mods, bikes and 4x4. Fans lit up with energy, always wanted more. DJ on the deck, speed banging heavy. Crowd moving, feet grooving, vibe keep steady. From sunset cruising to the midday blast. Performance pulse, we built to last. We feel that pulse.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Packlease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Packlease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They're so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Not too far away from getting into your first look at Top Door Slammer, Pro Mod Extreme Bike, and some Pro Stock action potentially coming up in the next few moments here at Sydney Dragway for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. We are set to see some of the wildest, quickest and fastest door cars in Australia. With Top Door Slammer coming out to rip it first here. And the first run in competition of Outlaw Pro Mod. Take everything you knew about what Pro Mod used to mean, i.e. a 585 cutoff and a speed cap on the class, and throw it in the bin. No cutoff, no speed cap in the world of Pro Mod here this weekend. That does not exist in our vocabulary, and I'm very excited to see a couple of the guys come out. It looks like Carl Cox is going to come out and play in this Pro Mod qualifying session coming up in just a tick here, as is Joe Gauchi as well in his 67 Mustang, locked in and loaded for this non-compulsory qualifying round. Plus, we have Extreme Bike and some Pro Stock action coming up in just a tick.
Oh, wow. This is the big stuff.
Getting excited for this one, Les?
Yes,
It's pumping.
Mate, this is it. Because we always had sort of other guys that specialised in this, in Group 1. So it's been a long time. Well, it's probably the first time I've ever done it in all my time here.
Wow.
That's nearly all 22 years.
Well, buckle in, mate. We're going to get into it for this session.
Fantastic. I looked out the back and I saw all the cars there. I saw Carl Cox's car there, Brody Zappia, and Peter Lovering there. It looked like the first pair out.
Yeah, it's going to be Brody and Pete coming out for, I believe it will be a paired pass for this first run in Top Door Slammer. How about the 20-year-old Western Australian, Brody Zappia? The timing system is telling us he's from New South Wales, but I can tell you that is a flat-out lie. Nephew of 11-time Australian champion and legendary Top Door Slammer racer, John Zappia, who's enjoying a weekend off at home in WA this weekend. But Brody making one of his first appearances with the Fabietti racing team and the AC Delco Monaro.
Yes.
And this kid had an absolute breakout year in his maiden season. In his first debut event, he went to the A final against Russell Taylor in Perth at the Golden States.
Yeah.
In his Top Door Slammer debut. Went on to win the Western Nationals at Perth Motorplex. Won a track championship. Claimed all sorts of those accolades as well, and even got to stand up in front of a bunch of fans in his final race with the family team at Alice Springs Inland Dragway back in, I think it was September 2025, before the announcement came that he was joining forces with the Fabietti family and gets to base a lot of his racing operation out of here in Sydney with this iconic AC Delco GMSV Holden Monaro. Thanks to Danani Hotshots, Dan-Trans Logistics, JS Electrical Diff Trans, and Kavanagh Auto Parts. Yesterday, Brody was doing some testing laps out here, and that thing ran like a bracket car. I think it was a 595, a 592, and a 592. Like, you could set your watch to that thing, and his reaction times were set to jet. I think he ran some 0-1 lights in that Monaro. He's only had about a half a dozen passes in this car. Before this weekend, so he's doing a fantastic job. At 20 years old, the youngest in a professional Group 1 category in Australia right now, to be doing this job, and I'm sure there's plenty of accolades that are set to come his way. Alongside him, never a stranger to having a crack, Pete Lovering and the E1 Pool Certifier's 55 Chev Bel Air that has all of the aerodynamic grace of a house brick. But it's got enough power to push it through the air, thanks to Atcol Group, Capital Cut and Core, All About Meat, DS Rio, and Vital Concrete Pumping. The Lovering team put in a lot of work with this car throughout the winter months and all through last year, and they've shaved a lot of weight with the body. I believe they've now gone to a carbon fiber body on that 55 Chev to lighten it up a little bit, make the job a little bit easier to get down the racetrack. And you think about the weird things that happen when you change to a carbon fiber body. It actually changed a lot of the handling characteristics because all the extra body weight isn't hanging out the side of the car anymore. The car got a bit different to drive. But Lovering
here we go.
is going to make an all-out assault on the Australian scene in Top Door Slammer. And it's time for our first look at them here at Sydney Dragway. And did I mention that there's just a cool and casual $10,000 to win up for grabs? Not just this race, this is just qualifying, but by the end of the night, we've got 10K to win here in Top Door Slammer for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. And I'm pretty sure there's a very hungry 20-year-old that would love to put 10 grand in the back pocket in one of the very early on races of his time with Morris and the Fabietti team. Tiny burnouts from either side here. Back behind the start line, Lovering's crew gets to work on the wheelie bar. The Fabietti team start to chip away, just looking in through the door and checking on the gauges over Brody's shoulder. While the boys set the track bar at the rear of the car and get that sorted.
Wow, look, it's a hive of activity down there too, Chris.
Always is. They put in the work to set the wheelie bar to the correct height. A quick spray down the gullet on the top of the injector hat. Brody's mate Lachlan walks away from the back of the car. His good mate, fellow West Australian that is taken along for the ride, said, hey, come and crew onto some door slammers. And if you were 19, 20 years old, you got asked that question?
Yeah.
Mate, you couldn't say yes fast enough.
No.
Here we go. Creeping up towards the beams. Morris is going to bring Brody in. Pete Lovering's ready to go. He says, come on, young fella. Time is of the essence.
That's it. Time waits for no man or woman.
And Pete Lovering would know that. He's gone straight into double bulbs. He's in full stage. This is qualifying for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. Oh, Brody got cheeky. Lovering's out towards the centre.
Wow.
Saves it. What a pair. What a pair. 592 at 242 mile an hour for Brody Zappia. 593 at 241 for Pete Lovering.
Look at the difference between the time there, Chris. Look at the difference.
Nothing between them. Brody did go red on the tree, which I'm going to entrust Lachlan to give him a big old beating over that.
Yep.
.009 red for Brody Zappia. Just got a little bit too greedy on the start line. That's okay. That is Top Door Slammer action.
Whiz.
Love that.
Yeah, me too. Oh, look at that. They both got out of the hole. Lovering ventured towards that centre line, playing tippy-toe, and but he managed to keep the car on the right side of the line there, but he didn't seem to lift off very much, and well, the evidence is proofs in the pudding when you have a look at the times and the speeds of the two at the stripe. So fantastic side by side, and it's only qualifying.
Nothing between them. That is for sure. Your next pairing is going to see the A Civil team coming out in a pair. It's NASA Matter.
Oh, beautiful there. Ronnie Palumbo over in the Rocket Lane there.
Oh.
Roselands in New South Wales.
And how about NASA Matter in the A Civil Drill Tech Mustang? Now, NASA was driving the coupe that's in the Rocket Industries lane, has jumped over to drive the Mustang, and they've decided to employ the services of Ronnie Palumbo. And I think they're giving him a bit of shtick, because they stick it up the car, and on the side window it says, proudly, young and dumb, Ronnie Palumbo. But he's loving his time with this team and relishing in the opportunity to drive this hot rod. This is the ex-Pino Priolo 37 Chevy Coupe. NASA Matter and the family bought this car a couple of years ago, pretty much stripped it down to nothing and rebuilt it. Got all back half chassis redone. Now rocking Proline engine combinations and these very, very heavily modified Turbo 400 transmissions through Al's Race Glides.
Yes, a couple of very, very notable Australian names you've mentioned there, Chris, and all helping or all assisting to get this beautiful car. I've always liked this car ever since I first saw it a couple of years ago, and I thought, gee whiz, look at it, but the way it's set up, and this Mustang's really, really sweet as well. Clean, shiny, and I take it, if it comes from the Matter stable. It'll be quick. So we'll see these two. I hope I haven't cursed either of them.
They've got just a couple of decades worth of alcohol engine tuning knowledge in their camp right now. They've got a couple of Australian champions in that books as well. Daniel Gregorini, his wife Lisa are here to tune with the crew this weekend, as is Harren Hambridge. I saw Shane Olive getting around the pits earlier as well as we drop the hammer. Colombo's out of shape. Whoa, NASA saved it. Woo, that was a wide ride for NASA Matter. Popped the chutes and then drove through the chutes. Got way out of shape, but saved it.
I maintain that popping those chutes.
Let's see that on the replay up on the super screen. Watch the car on the left of screen. Watch the car on the right too, because Ronnie gets out of shape. Then look at NASA, pops the chutes and woo, from left to right, managed to keep it in his own lane and pointed the right direction and under control. That's a steer job from NASA Matter right now. The times, don't worry about them. They'll come later.
Yes. We'll even invent some.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, that was a sensational pair. It was really, almost pirouetting down the strip. But it just goes to show how much horsepower these guys have got to, these racers have got to contend with, and you've got to have your wits about you from the start. Your wits started sometime yesterday, and you build up to these things. Some of them, like you were saying, the length of time that John Zappi has been at this game, and but they are still, worried about and asking questions at the start of a meeting, particularly for the first time out. And that's the first time we have seen these Group 1 cars out here today. And it's been a spectacular start.
It certainly has here. One more car to come in your top door slammer group here. This is probably bringing a momentous occasion for a family that have worked so hard in Davies Racing. It's been over 2 years since we've seen this family racing back at the track again, and now with Brody at the wheel for their first official meeting back here. These are going to be some solos from the youngster Brody Davies. And the higher grade laser profiling 67 Mustang, thanks to GPA Builders, Rio Zone, Stroud Group, and Motorsport Connections. It's Pennywise. And this is going to be a really cool moment for young Brody.
Not that long out of junior dragster, I might add.
No, not very far. And it's just a wee bit different
to
what you'd expect in a junior dragster.
Yeah.
So we're not expecting to rotate the earth here. There'll be, I believe, some licensing and some familiarization to be done with this car, which is a fairly in-depth process to make sure that Brody's comfortable and he's doing all the right things that these cars demand of the driver. The first, that sounded like it jumped out of gear. The first would be a burnout. It did turn the tyre momentarily, and then zinged the revs and had no drive, and he is being told to shut it down. So not all things go always perfectly to plan here. They're going to push him back behind the start line for young Brody Davies in the Pennywise Mustang. 2.5 years of blood, sweat and tears. And it's been over a year since they finished this car and finally get everything ready to join us here at Sydney Dragway this weekend. And thank you to the Davies family and everybody who has been involved to make that happen. We do hold expectation to see Brody a couple more times throughout today and into the evening. If they can keep turning that car around and getting him out on track every time. It's just more seat time, more experience going through those processes, and it builds up eventually to when you get the all clear to go ripping at 200 mile an hour. How about it for young Brody Zappia, bringing it down the return road? A good start to his campaign today here for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters with the AC Delco Monaro into the 590s, just like clockwork, like he was yesterday in testing. You can set your watch to that car and that combination right now. And at the moment, he's looking pretty good in the world of Top Door Slammer. That's not all the high power action we have, though. Pro Mod in Outlaw trim coming up in just a moment here. And as if right on cue, we fire the first car. This will be Carl Cox. The Carl Cox Motorsports Pro Charge CUDA Pro Mod. The 520 cube Hemi to power him down the racetrack. Alongside him, Drago Nikodajevic in the 555 cubic inch Chevy Camaro Pro Mod gets through his burnout. Someone from the Carl Cox Motorsport team just spotted something on the start line and they're holding him back while they try and mop that up before they send him for his burnout. So good eye from the team to spot that here in the Aeroflow lane on the left. And hopefully that's all it takes is a quick mop. And Carl Cox can sing a different kind of tune. Listen for it. I like the way that one sounds.
Oh, mate, look at that.
Another banger from Carl Cox to come.
Yep.
Decent in the burnout. He did some testing yesterday. Got 3 passes away and started being quite happy with the way this car was going. I think he ran basically a trio of 580s in yesterday's testing here at Sydney Dragway.
Yep. Wow. Yeah, oh, look, I haven't seen Carl for two and a half odd years. So great to see him here at Sydney Dragway. He was always has been a hit here. And I spoke to him over at one of the motels that we were staying at. And a really nice fella and really keen to, you know, sort of get better and better. He's a good listener, and he's certainly proved it. And it's good to see him come up to this level here in this car. Well, I'm sort of like a bit cycloptic when it comes to Mopars and things like that. So
they are just bad to the bone. Cool.
Yeah.
He's a cool customer as well. Such a lovely personality.
Yeah.
And makes time for everyone that comes up and says hello. If you're a fan of his music, then you can well and truly make some time to say good day to him in the pits. Maybe talk about race cars in between, and he will talk about race cars till the cars come home.
Yep.
I tell you that now. He gave us some time yesterday to have a chat. His first time in Sydney with this car after he ran it at Dragway at the Bend a little while ago here. Whoa, Drago finds the wall. Drago with trouble and finds the wall, but Carl Cox lays it down. 583, 213 miles per hour. Lazy in the top end of the racetrack. He shut it down early for that 583. But the drama's here for Drago Nikodajevic in the Camaro. Got well out of the groove in the Rocket Industries lane and gave the wall a slap with the right-hand side of the car. Let's see if we check it out on the replay up on that super screen here. Watch the car on the right-hand side of the screen. Just smokes the tires. He tried to steer it out of it, but just could not save it in time. And gave the wall the old hip and shoulder with the right-hand side of that Camaro. It looked a bit more significant than just a glancing blow as well. So hopefully nothing too untoward. We may be able to see Drago again today, but they can do some pretty significant damage to the rear end of these cars. They can knock the forelink around pretty easily. It's good to see that that car rolls away and Drago will get out maybe just with a minor headache.
Yeah.
And a shoulder ache to boot.
Hopefully.
But how about Carl Cox? A 583 at a lazy 213 miles per hour with that Pro Charge CUDA. A solid start to his qualifying here in Outlaw Pro Mod trim with $10,000 to win on the line today here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters.
Well, what a sensational effort there by Carl Cox. A masterful drive. Burnout was beautiful. And you can see where he stopped. I can see where he physically stopped and then came back. And there, when you look at the tyre marks down the centre there, Chris, it looks like he's gone straight down the middle. Unfortunately for the competitor in the opposite lane there, it was a very started off like
it's a
the
tough one
first
there
two.
for Drago, but they'll get that sorted, and our cleanup crew will be on the JOB. We'll take a moment here from some of the sponsors of Sydney Dragway. We'll be back with more for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speed Flow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speed Flow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson, I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
Back to the action here for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. We are still inside your Outlaw Pro Mod non-compulsory qualifying session. Joe Gauchi coming out to play here in the Profab Carl Cox Motorsports 67 Ford Mustang. Was having some dramas with this car of late after it's been extensively rebuilt over a longer period of time. I don't want to put the mockers on it. The last time I saw this car was that infamous incident here at the Nitro Champs. Was it not last season? The season before here at Sydney Dragway. That brought the night to a close actually on that particular evening.
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
Joe here, locked and loaded thanks to Precision Turbo, Speed Flow, VP Racing, Fuels Dandy Engines, ProTrans and Fuel Tech on board here. 583 is the benchmark set by Carl Cox.
That's it, and what a sensational run it was too. I'm so happy that that Carl's mastered the art of driving these things. Better man than I am, that's for sure. There he goes. So Joe Gauchi, 598 with the 251.39. That was a bit effortless, wasn't it?
It looked really smooth in the front half of the racetrack. Got a little bit out of the groove. You can just see the one tyre track from his left side rear that kind of drove out about a metre to the left-hand side, but that piled on the speed in the top end. That's what these turbocharged combinations are really good at doing. 251 miles per hour through the traps. He's piling on 40 miles over Carl Cox's terminal speed from his previous run. Now let's work that in. Let's work that in real-world numbers. That's 70 k's an hour speed difference, practically between the two cars at the top end of the racetrack, and that was a lazy 598 for Joe Gauchi. So good numbers and a good amount of data in the book for Gauchi in that car.
Yep.
And that'll set the stage for their all-run format. 3 rounds of racing to come up throughout the afternoon and the evening, kicking off with the main event from 4:50 this afternoon. Extreme Bike going to be on deck next here, the Extreme Bike Masters, with $3,000 to win. And I love these machines, just some of the wildest two-wheeled drag racing machinery you will see anywhere this side of the equator. Jake Hamilton, moderate, who's regularly campaigning in competition bike in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series, steps up here with his ModCon Civil Suzuki Hayabusa and is looking to come out swinging here in Extreme Bike. And from that turbocharged 1200cc, 1300cc combination, you go the way of Pro Stock Bike territory from Warrnambool, Victoria, riding the Suzuki TL100. thanks to TBR Racing, Ballistic Race Products, and C&K Carter Haulage. It's Tony Frost on a naturally aspirated combination, pro stock style bike. And he's going to need to get on the revs. Listen to it. Here it is.
Wow.
Now watch the top end of the racetrack. Jake Hamilton, moderate, starts to claw back his way. They converged on the center line at the top end. How's that from Tony Frost? 7.334 at 184 miles per hour. Jake Hamilton, moderate, 7.61 at 184. Was almost matching the terminal speed at the top end of the racetrack. Plenty more left in that turbo combination as well to pile on the mile an hour in the back end of the track here. Next up, Darren Foley, the Rams Head Service Hayabusa, alongside Brendan Miglionico.
Yep.
On the Full Send Racing Hayabusa, the Aeroflow and Rocket Industries lanes respectively.
Yes, but Darren Foley, a seasoned competitor here at this track, also from Brendan Miglionico, as they get out. A 1:15 reaction for Foley and a 0.205 for Miglionico, but Darren Foley there runs a 784 with a 784 flat at 202.50, and for Miglionico, well, they took the thing, you've got to be quick here. They don't even leave the thing on the...
Yeah, they're rolling through these pairings
really
pretty
quick.
darn quick right now here in Extreme Bike. There is a little bit of time to be made up to keep us in the window of the afternoon schedule, with the third round of qualifying to come here for your ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series brackets, and the eliminations to kick off from 3 p.m. All of those guys before we see the first round of all-run format in professional categories from about 4:50 p.m. this afternoon. This will be Ryan Franks on the GSF Engineering Hayabusa machine, presented by Azzopardi Racing. Unfortunately, Azzopardi himself, Leonard, came out, but has had to push it back behind the start line and abort this run. So Franks is going to be by himself here. Gets away nice and smooth. You can just hear it ripping the revs through the shifts, and it's actually leaving a center track right down the middle of the groove.
Yeah, look at it.
That was really working the rear tire. 7.248 at 205 mile an hour. That is absolutely moving. That is 3 times the highway speed limit on your bum.
Oh, yeah.
With nothing holding onto that machine. 205 mile an hour. That is pushing the boundaries of 326 kilometers per hour, and some change across the stripe. That is absolutely flying.
Yeah, Brant Gilliver now, another seasoned competitor and great track supporter here at Sydney Dragway. From South Windsor in New South Wales, the Mick Hone Motorcycles Extra Soy Candles sponsored machine. That's Brant over there. Suzuki GSX R 1395 cc's up against Alex Borg. Now, Alex is the flyer from Holgate in New South Wales, out of party Rams Head and Bell Renovations. You can see Alex there. He's established a bit of a lead, runs it out through 135 red, but runs a 723 212.
Wow.
Oh, that's quick for 7. And there he is, straight to the top of the tree. He's dining at the head of the table here at Sydney Dragway.
That is well and truly flying. That's a new best speed we've seen in Extreme Bike qualifying so far. 212 mile an hour. To put it into something more palatable, 341 kilometers an hour across the stripe.
Yeah, for the metricated people here since 1974.
Oh, it's I know drag racing gets well and truly established, and it's a hill I'm willing to die on in mile an hour. But nothing really sends you more than actually hearing the real numbers that you can relate to in kilometers an hour, and you go, ooh, that's quite fast. Mike Lawson up next from DY, New South Wales, on his Suzuki Hayabusa. He's coming out in the Rocket Industries lane.
Yes, nice, beautiful coloured, brownie coloured. Root beer, and it looks fantastic from DY Hayabusa, which seems to be the choice of machine for this category, and another class that's wild, fast and loud. Nice steady takeoff, tucks in. You can't get much straighter than that, even with a laser. Runs it through for an 827 at 178.14 miles an hour. So that puts Mike Lawson in 7th position on the eight machines that have been down here thus far. It looks like we're getting into something else.
Well, we're staying within extreme bike, but it's a very open interpretation of how extreme you'd like to go.
Yeah, I just had a look.
Leighton is bringing out the Nitro scooter to come and play here at Sydney Dragway. The APL Performance Bikes and Hawkesbury Motorcycles Honda VTR 1000. And he's playing with a little bit of liquid pop. So things are going to start to sound a little bit funny in a moment when Adam gets a chance to fire it up.
Look at the engineering on that thing.
They use an external starter to turn it over on the crank here. The APL crew just getting that lined up here. And there's a long scientific procedure they go through to turn these machines over and get them to start here. So Adam and his crew guy will grab some of the starter fluid in these pressurized cans that they'll sequence themselves and time it right to turn the bike over on the starter and fill the gullet full of some fluid it can get started on before they open up the fuel tap to get it running on the nitromethane. Here we go. Let's start to turn over. And now let it get up to running temperature. They spin him up with the clutch engaged. Adam gets on the bike and then they drop the rear tire down. Classic Top Fuel Harley starting procedures. Oh, he's popped the parachutes. Oh dear. Oh, it's going to be an aborted event. He's popped the chutes by mistake. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. And unfortunately, it's not as simple as going, hold on, we'll just repack it and fire it again. You can't just turn them off and back on again. He'd be pretty disappointed with that because that's a couple of hours of work down the drain right there. And they'll have to push that bike back to the pit area, back it down, turn the whole machine around and try and come out in extreme bike all-run format round 1 later on this afternoon. The first rounds of those starting with, I believe, Top Door Slammer from 4:50 this afternoon here. So just as we're getting excited for a bit of a treat, Les.
That's it.
Unfortunately,
someone
Adam's laundry undid all of that.
Left lying all over there.
And so, and you can see him just down on the start line. He'll very cumbersomely turn that bike around. They're not easy to just throw a U-turn with a massive rear tire and very limited amounts of steering lock. We'll turn our attention into Pro Stock coming up next. A handful of cars coming out to play in Pro Stock here today here for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. An absolute treat for the purists of drag racing. No modern technology in this world of motorsports racing. You got to row your own, you got to do your own work, you got to spin them up and drop the clutch and pluck your own gears. And the amount of labor that goes into fine-tuning these cars, the secrets that the crew chiefs keep in their little black books as they go. You could write a whole novel on these things. And I do thoroughly enjoy the opportunity. Don't often get to see a whole bunch of Pro Stock racing, but when we do, it can be really, really exciting.
I spend a bit of time in the US, 6 months of the year. And Pro Stock ever since, I've been a Pro Stock fan ever since it was started way back in the 70s. Ronnie Sox was my favourite racer, he still is. And I see Thomas Leake down there. Yes, it is, up against Clint George. Clint's little car is a beauty as well. Thomas has just come out of Top Sportsman and taken over a dad's car. Bruce Leake, who was a champion in Pro Stock in 1992. And Thomas stepped up, he, as I say, came out of Top Sportsman. He started off with his HQ 4-door sedan, had a 540 Chev in it. It was a street car, just a normal run around type thing. And then brought it to the track, took the motor out of it, put it into a little Toyota Lolux, and then stepped up. He bought Rick Chilton's old Mike Edwards Castrol 2004 Pro Stock car. Bought it off Rick Chilton, and now it's he's stepped up to Dad's Pro Stock. Passed all with flying colours. He's only young.
It's a family affair.
It is.
And that's what we love about it.
Mm.
And these cars can be so technical on the best of times, and they can be rather temperamental in the rest of times as well. Lots of revs to spin up these, by all accounts, relatively small engines. 400 cubic inches
400, yeah.
sits at the category limit in pro stock racing. So you've got to rev them to the moon, and every factor of lightweighting and smoothing and polishing and trying to maximize the revs, minimize the friction on these cars. Well, it's been thought about, re-engineered and redone about 20 times over in the history of pro stock racing. The last great bastion of old school drag racing categories. We get a treat to see them here at Sydney Dragway this afternoon here. George and Leek into full stage. Leek gets away. George is going nowhere. Clint George is just idling of all things, but Thomas Leek a 7.075 at 194 miles per hour. Now Clint George decides to drop the hammer. Just doing it on Clint's time. A little bit out of the groove. 7.124, 193 miles per hour. We didn't get a side-by-side, but there was some pretty cool close times as well. 7.07 against a 7.12 and 1 mile an hour difference in the speed trap.
Oh, looks like this Daryl Stevens doing double duties, is he? He was out earlier.
He was in Top Sportsman trip.
Yeah.
When you get the opportunity to come and play in pro stock, you're going to come and play, aren't you?
Well, that's it.
The opportunity doesn't come around all that often.
That's right. Daryl Stephen, Orangeville, Maximo Racing Oils, also Shot Race, Craft MacArthur Garages and Atlantic Oil. So all those sponsors with Daryl, I think that's his business there, I'm sure. Peter Mamone from Badgerys Creek up near the new airport there. PM HVR, CC Royal, RC Performance Engines and Corona Brothers Restorations, helping Peter with his neat little Ford Mustang. Running a small block, 347, hasn't decided to go to the whole 400 or the cubic inches or the whole 9 yards, whichever one is appropriate. Daryl Stephen, I think he was a board member here for a while as well.
Yeah.
That's the advantage of living 300 kilometres away, Chris. You stay away from all the friction and fireworks, but still great to be here at Sydney Dragway as always.
Daryl's been given the AOK to bring his car forward. Pete Mamone is just being very vehemently told by Michael Marriott that the car should be about a metre to its right at the moment. It's a long way to the left of the groove. And you can see he's still actually pointing and signaling. You need to turn it right hand down to get this Mustang to where he wants it to be, or the best he can get it to be on the start line here. It's so important to get these cars positioned properly on the start line. Michael Marriott, he's a wealth of knowledge by himself. A walking encyclopedia of drag racing, if you will. Taking the opportunity to work on some pro stock machinery this weekend here in Sydney. Spends a bit of time with the Spinozzies on occasion and has been known to spin some spanners on a very famous Top Fuel Harley. Spends a fair bit of time over on the West Coast. Man with one leg and one life. There's another one line that's not really appropriate for children. Daryl Stephen and Peter Mamone set to rock and roll here in pro stock for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters here at Sydney Dragway. Stephen just waiting patiently in pre-stage. Both cars now ready to go. You'll hear the revs come up.
Oh.
Good leave and good reaction there from Daryl Stephen, but the noise is going to go away here. Peter Mamone is going to drive on past, but he is rolled out of it as well for an 8.131 at 129 miles per hour. Daryl Stephen, a pedestrian 10.27 at 91 miles an hour. So Thomas Leake has the top honours in qualifying after this session here in Pro Stock. 7.075 seconds at 194 miles per hour. That is Pro Stock. Run and done here for their non-compulsory qualifying round. That's their little sneak peek at the racetrack before they get into all-run format racing. Coming up later this afternoon here from about 4:50 p.m. here at Sydney Dragway. If you're in the stands and you're watching on, saying, tell your friends and tell them that they can bring the kids for free. Kids 12 and under free when accompanied by a paying adult. Get on down to the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters this afternoon here for an epic afternoon and evening of drag racing action. Welcome back, Stephen Bush, to commentary. How are you, mate?
Well, thank you, Chris. How was that for the first round of our professional series here this afternoon? There was some good passes, a little bit of carnage, unfortunately, though.
Unfortunately for poor old Drago in Pro Mod, caught the wall, but it can always be expected when you're pushing the envelope of performance here in Sydney. On deck now, we're back into Super Street for their third round of qualifying, would you believe? That's come and gone pretty quickly.
Yeah, certainly marching through the program. A 10.77 with a 2 for Anthony Gattalari and a 10.58 with a 9 for the Tirana that was in the rocket lane on that pass. Our next pair, Mark Elborn, Power Plus Racing Fuels HQ Utility, taking on Henry Spicak in the VF Commodore Ute. So same brand, just a few generations apart.
Just a couple of generations. What years were the HQ?
Not a Holden man, but I'd say around him.
There's a die-hard Holden fan on the hill right now saying it's the 70s, you idiot.
Yeah. I could have said it. I could have said it era. I was going to say 70s.
The VF Commodore is something much more age-appropriate or much more modern in the lease part. The Henry coming out in the Rocket Industries lane. Mark is your number 11 qualifier right now with an 11.555, 117 miles per hour. Henry sitting at number 14 in the field for Goodyear Racing Super Street. Go to gyracing.com.au to learn more and learn about all the amazing Goodyear Racing tyres you can get on board in your racing program. Mark Elborn cannot improve. It's a 11.649 that time by. He'll stay where he is. And neither can Henry Spicak at the 12.351 will stay on board. He did run a 12.4 that time by.
I would be surprised if we see any PBs right now. I've been told it is pretty warm. I'm sure all of our spectators outside
I'm sure they're
sitting
also
in the sun
saying
will
the
say
same
yes.
thing. Of course it's hot.
Yes, you fool. It's hot. So, of course, that will relate to the amount of oxygen in the air as well. And, of course, most of these cars are naturally aspirated. So they can only produce as much horsepower with the oxygen that they're fed. But a 10.64 with a 4 for Dave Matasevic in the Cortina to a 10.43 for Malcolm Todd, who stays at the top of the tree by around 0.2 of a second, Chris.
Yeah, still sits at the top of the pops there in your Goodyear Racing Super Street qualifying order. Coming to a close here in this third round of qualifying. This will be Tim Parker in the South Coast Raceway 34 Ford Coupe with 427 cubes of Chev power. Alongside Ethan Hurst, who just plucked a little bit too early there. 0.063 on the wrong side of the lights. That'll be the last chance he gets to do that before it starts to really make an impact on how his day goes. It's a 15.1 for Ethan Hurst. It's a 10.821 at 123 mile per hour for Tim in the coupe. And again, he fails to improve. He sits number 5 right now with his 10.669 from qualifying 1 earlier today.
Yeah, so nearly a 10.5 difference there across.
Fair old whack off the pace.
Doesn't sound like a lot, but in Dial Your Own Racing, that's a substantial difference. On track now, we've got Stefan Lanius and Andrew Gay. Gay in this VC Commodore. Or Victoria in the Rocket Lane. I think this is the one that's been hitting the limiter pretty hard across the finish line. Northside Performance and the Outlaw Speed Shop backing the VS Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. Only the V6 on board. We have a couple of races use the V6 motor in the Holden product.
seem to be a fairly reliable product when you get them right. The same for the V6, or sorry, the straight 6 Fords. Mighty Barra, of course. Listen for Andrew Gay here. See if we can hear any more valve train abuse at the top end.
No, it was clean this time.
It was clean. It wasn't bouncing off the chip. It's an 11.305. He actually improves.
Yes.
11.305, but he stays in number 9. So he got quicker, didn't move up the order, and stays in position number 9. Next up is going to be a former Australian Super Street champion, Lisa Garvalini from Aurelia in Western Australia. The WA Performance VZ Commodore, 6 litres of LS power, thanks to Australian scrap batteries, all-fast torque converters, and LSX powertrain. There was once upon a time that Lisa and Paul had matching Commodores they toured Australia with. Street-driven, drive it to the track, race a national event, drive it back across the Nullarbor. Paul got bored though. He pulled the motor out of his and put it in a dragster and goes racing in modified over in on the West Coast.
Could put a tow bar on. Just go one step.
You could put the tow bar on, absolutely. Tracy Henley from Wollongong in South Australia in the rocket lane. Just laying a bit of a strap there past the 100-foot mark. And is going to run it through to a 10.79 with a 5, 124 miles per hour. Wasn't far off making an improvement on that one.
No, only 200ths of a second there, Chris. So it's funny how different engines will work differently in different conditions.
Well, some cars are just happier,
yeah,
or they're not as unhappy, and they're not as grumpy when you fill them with a bunch of hot air.
Yes,
this
is
what we're
true.
good for as well. Jack Matasevic from Bradfield, New South Wales.
We expel it, Chris.
In the XD Falcon, 357 cubes of Clevo, sitting at number 10 in qualifying so far with an 11.490. He's in the Aeroflow lane. Mark Hopkins in the Hurricane Metal Roofing. Holden Tirana in the Rocket lane, gets a nose in front. He's number 8 qualifier right now with a 10.869. Trying to improve, he goes to 10.979 that time by 123 miles per hour. Matasevic with an 11.61 did not improve either.
No, Craig Warren, our next competitor out. Sydney Scrap Steel in the HB Tirana. For Bill's Mechanical, he's done a couple of race meetings in this little HB. Usually running a little white LC LJ Tirana. Qualified third so far today with a 10.47. Craig Warren away with an 0.27. Just ever so slightly over towards the centre line. And runs on through for a 10.51 at 126 miles an hour.
So he only missed out on improving by about half a tenth of a second. Still stays at the number 3 spot here in Goodyear Racing Super Street. 10.478, 127 miles per hour, his best of the day in qualifying. And that'll seed him into the field nicely for the elimination rounds for Super Street coming up a little bit later today here from about 3:30 onwards. As now we get to hear the wonderful sounds of Nitro in the pipes. Adam Layton got the bike back down, turned it around, and is coming back out to party with us here at Sydney Dragway.
Yes, we can hear the unmistakable sound of a Nitro burning, a top fuel Harley Davidson down there. Nice burn out there from Adam, getting that rear tyre nice and sticky. Plenty of size to it as well. These riders control the bike by leaning opposite to the direction that they want to go.
It's really counterintuitive.
Yeah.
Different riders have different styles on how they manage the bike. Some like to lean on the pegs like Adam is. You can see his rear feet against the pegs at the back of the bike as he gets away. It sounded clean and then just faded. I think that was a planned shut-off. Sounded too clinical to be anything else. And Adam Layton isn't actually going to record anything in our timing system here. Just he'll get plenty of data with the onboard data logging systems they use in these machines. It tracks so many thousands upon thousands of data points. And he still pops the parachutes in the top end. He's just doing it out of routine at the moment. At least he did it at the right time this time around.
I think if it's still running, of course, there's the electromotion down there.
Yes,
so
that does cause it to pop the chutes and forces the bike to do it, and allows him to slow down to an appropriate pace to turn the bike around at the end of the racetrack. So there was that testing hit that we missed out on. Now we got it, thanks to Adam Layton in Extreme Bike. And that's given a quick moment to our track staff to turn the racetrack around, cut it in half. Let's go 8th mile to Junior Dragster coming up in just a tick. And a big thank you to all of the supporters, especially those who support the juniors to come racing all across Australia with the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series, especially through the ANDRA Championship Racer Support Program. As part of the program, members can have access to things and companies like Ballistic Performance Parts, Power Plus Racing Fuels, Atlantic Oils, Power Plus and Speedflow Products, Shinko Tyres, Maxima Oils, and various championship brackets, getting plenty of support from them with gift vouchers for the winners and runners-up. And other companies are more than encouraged to join the ANDRA Racer Support Program to offer additional benefits. So if you'd like to get involved and support the races and receive direct exposure to the sizable market that exists inside ANDRA Drag Racing, you can reach out to the team. Contact info@andra.com.au. Get your business involved with the ANDRA Championship Racer Program and support this wonderful ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. So not too far away here. We've got the flags out. We're setting the track up for 8th mile, and this will be the 3rd round of qualifying in Junior Dragster. We spoke about this earlier, Stephen, and we were ruminating about how close things were going to get.
Yes.
In the class of Junior Dragster. I can tell you Luca Lamattina currently sits at the top. He's an A Junior Dragster, chasing an 800 cutoff, 8007.
Okay.
Second place, Taylor Horton, also an A Junior Dragster, chasing an 800, 8008.
So there's 1,000th of a second between those two.
But wait, there's more. Yep. 3rd and 4th, Zane Candello and George Takalis. 0.010 and 0.012 off of their respective cutoffs. It is uber tight right now. In fact, if you were to run worse than a 10th off of your default cutoff for your class right now, you wouldn't be in the top 15.
It's pretty scary, isn't it?
You're talking about a 10th of a second. That is uber quick right now. This is a super tight field in Junior Dragster. If you want to be in the top 5, you need to run, for example, if you're an A Junior Dragster, you need to run an 8013 or better to be in the top 5 in qualifying right now. That is how tight the game is. And the kids are going to have one last ping at the stumps here in qualifying round 3.
Exactly right, Chris. And of course, this particular round is the one where you consolidate your 2 previous passes. It helps you pick the dial in for the round of racing ahead, because
absolutely does.
When we get into competition a little bit later, nearly all of our competitors here, all of our sportsman competitors, pick a dial in, and what a dial in is a self-nominated handicap. So if one car is 2 seconds quicker than the other, for example, the slower car will leave the start line first and be chased down by the quicker car. In theory, they're neck and neck across the finish line, and in a lot of cases, they are.
In many cases, there's mere inches between them at the finishing stripe. So right now, Jacob Longo in the rocket lane. That's the right-hand lane, closest to the fans here in the grandstands, is your number 11 qualifier, has run an 8078. George Takalis in the Aeroflow lane as a C Junior Dragster has run a 12012. They're gonna look light years apart, but it's all about the ETs in this run and how close they can go to their class cutoff based on their respective age. Takalis is trying to get closer to a 12 flat. Jacob Longo trying to get closer to an 8 flat here in qualifying.
All right, the tree's counting down, and an 062 to an 022. Takalis with the better reaction time in the Aeroflow lane. Longo will cross the stripe first, 814 with a 2. 79 miles an hour to a 1215. Takalis at 53 miles an hour.
So no substantial improvement, or no improvement at all, actually, to be found from either of those two. They'll stay locked with the times that they had, and George Takalis will stay at number 4 qualifier right now. Here's the young man, the Angry Carrot, from Weeman, Victoria, young Luca Lamatina. Currently your number 1 qualifier, went within 7 1,000ths of a second of the class cutoff. If he can sharpen the pencil just a little bit, might be able to get closer and just absolutely guarantee the number 1 qualifying spot. Junior Dragster is an odd-numbered field, so he'd pretty much earned the bye run in the first round, which can be a godsend with how tough this competition is.
It's certainly something worth to play for. First round, always the hardest to get past. I don't think it matters what category you're in.
Not at all. Zane Candello in the rocket lane is your number 3 qualifier. Might have a chance to topple Luca if Zane can cut down and go to, say, an 8.005, would earn him the top spot.
We say it so easily, Chris.
It's just mathematically possible.
Of course it is. Of course it is. There's plenty of room to move all 7,000s.
Here we go. Condello just shaking the car to get it into full stage. It's game on. Condello with a beautiful light, 0.028 on the reaction time. Lamatina is absolutely motoring down the racetrack and beats him there. 8.034 for Luca Lamatina, 8.083 for Zane Condello. A solid race by any measure, but no improvement on the ET from either driver right now.
No, we're certainly not seeing the drop in performance that we were out of Super Street. However, I would have thought that the weather conditions with these motors only being relatively small in capacity, that they would be hurting the most.
You would actually think that's absolutely right. What a lot of people fail to recognise with Junior Dragster is how much headroom these engine combinations actually have, especially the A and B motors. They can run a 7 easily. They slow them down so far. So when the conditions aren't favourable, they just put a bit more power back into them, and it kind of counters the difference. With your street car, you're moving, a ton of machinery down the racetrack. You don't have as much headroom to make up for the weather conditions. When I say headroom, I'm talking about air-fuel mixture and limiting and maybe taking some weight out of the car to help your cause when the air conditions aren't really that friendly to the engines.
Cooper Vickery in the aeroflow lane, qualified 13th with an 8.09, taking on Savannah Condello, qualified 10th with an 8.04. Cooper takes the stripe this time around, goes 8.10 with a 9. And Savannah in the rocket lane, an 8.07 with a 5. Cody Hunt now for Hunt Motorsport in the aeroflow lane, taking on Declan McGregor.
Declan up from Mildura, one of just a couple of the B Junior Dragster drivers in this field. Means Declan's not quite old enough to go racing to an 8.00 cutoff yet. Instead, races on an 8.60 class cutoff. And has run a pretty strong one as well. 8.62 with a 4 here to sit number 7. If Declan can shave anything off that, it will really, really help his cause. In fact, if he can shave as little as 3 1,000ths off of it, might move up a spot in the qualifying order. Would have to take a fair amount off of that one to get closer to the top here. Cody Hunt at the 15th spot in the field. Would need to shave off a lot of time. I say a lot of time, it's like 1/10 of a second. 1/3 the time it takes to blink your eyes. And does not do that, in fact, runs at 8.136. Declan McGregor that time by to an 8.675 at 76 miles per hour. No improvement from either side in that pairing.
Our next pair up, Riley Ito and Liam O'Neill, a pair of local competitors here to Sydney Dragway. Well, I say local because Liam's been around for a long time. He's actually from Singleton, which is a fair drive to Sydney Dragway. But the family heavily involved in the racetrack for some time. Edo racing for Murphy Finance Solutions and ITF Hire. Qualified 9th so far with an 8:03 with a 5. So 2025 track champion in junior dragster. Liam O'Neill racing in memory of Skip. He's qualified 14th with an 8:695.
And that 8.695 is on an 8.60 cutoff for a B junior dragster. So within a 1/10 of a second, it can be really hard to shave off those extra couple of 100ths to make up those minor differences that seed the field.
And an 8:15 with a 5 for Ito. Left with an 0.66 light and an 0.57 on the tree for O'Neill. Runs through for an 8.68 with a 4.
So O'Neill did actually improve there.
Yes.
Improved by about a 100th of a second, which is going to be just enough to maybe move him up a couple of spots, but not much. Might see him at 12 or 13 in qualifying, if that sticks, if nobody else moves around here. Taylor Horton out of the Aeroflow lane from Leithbridge, Victoria, currently your number 2 qualifier. Motorworks United Signage Barron Junior Dragster, thanks to ProStar Motorsport and Sparkle and Shine Housekeepers. Taylor ran an 8.008 earlier today here. Needs to do better than an 8.007 to pickpocket the number 1 qualifier spot and the top qualifier medallion, thanks to New Gen Business Park from Luca Lamatina. To shave a 1,000th of a second, much easier said than done. James Barlow in the rocket lane, currently your number 8 qualifier with an 8.035, has the opportunity to do something really cool here. If James can make it happen down the racetrack, 8.006.
Done it.
Taylor Horton goes to number 1, 8.006, your new top qualifier in junior dragster by 1/1000th of a second. James Barlow went a little bit too hard at it, ran a 7.92, scratched that, will lose that time, can't go under your cutoff, and we'll have to settle. Where was James? Number 8 with an 8.035. So there you go, Taylor Horton shortens the distance and goes 8.006 now to number 1 in junior dragster qualifying.
Well, did exactly what you said.
If you say it enough, it'll happen eventually.
Yeah, eventually.
It's got to happen eventually.
Can be a cruel sport sometimes.
Lily Horton on next here. See if Lily can replicate what Taylor just pulled off.
Yes.
Lily's got to make up like 0.3 of a second against an 8.60 cutoff right now to try and move up the order. Number 16 qualifier coming into this round. And all this playing around, all this talk, it's all over by the shouting in qualifying.
Yes.
And then we threw the entire concept of going this quick out the window when we get to eliminations. Bailey Hawk in the rocket lane. It's a decent reaction time here. Was your number 4 qualifier coming into the round. Goes 8.03 and cannot improve. So Bailey will stay at number 4, maybe even number 5, depending on how the order sorts at the end of this round.
Horton, on the other hand, fractionally faster with an 8.98 with a 2, I think it was.
Just a minor improvement on that one. Lily Vickery on next here from Dennington, Victoria. The Cassine Junior Dragster with a 490cc Bloss motor parked behind. Number 10 qualifier, according to this here. Coming into this round, Lily was sitting in at number 12 with an 8.091. Chasing something just as close as they can get to an 8.00 here. Angelina Condilis in the Rocket Industries lane. Coming into this round, we're sitting at number 6 with an 8.021. Can try and improve on that ever so slightly. We are talking about shaving off mere 1/1000ths of a second absolutely nothing. Millimeters in distance across the line.
That could be the
Can be the
having a
deciding
hamburger
margin.
for lunch or not. Waiting until after the round to eat. 0.45 reaction time for Vickery. Will run on through for an 8.09 with a 2. One thing there, very consistent. There's a 3,000th thread across the three
Wow.
qualifying runs that Lily has done.
That's super, super consistent for Lily Vickery. Didn't improve, but they'll have a brilliant base to stand on when they go into the elimination rounds coming up a little bit later today in Junior Dragster. Now on to Junior Drag Bike on track right now. And Junior Drag Bike proudly presented on track by New Gen Business Park here in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. Bailey Paul, currently your #1 qualifier coming into this round. This is Austin Walpole from Tower Hill, Victoria in the Aeroflow lane, and Eliza Harris from Seaford Meadows, South Australia, the Art with Attitude Kawasaki in the Rocket lane. #4 and #3 qualifiers respectively right now.
Both races about to leave the start line. We can see Harris hunched right over that fuel tank, that right elbow way up in the air, cranks it down, leaves the start line with an 0.15 light. So nice reaction time to Harris in the Rocket lane. Marching towards the finish line, gets there first. 8.97 with a 0, 74 miles an hour. And an 8.88 with a 6 for Austin Walpole in the Aeroflow lane there.
So Austin improved a little bit on the qualifying time, but didn't change his position in the order. Stays at #4 from that run with that 8.80. Not bad. Now up is Bailey Paul from Roseworthy, South Australia. The A-Class Motorcycle Transport Kawasaki Ninja 300. Most of the junior drag bikes run around that 300 to 350cc mark. Bailey's currently your #1 qualifier in the Aeroflow lane on the Kawasaki. Alongside him, Cooper Plummer from Campbelltown, South Australia. David Collis Yamaha R3. Got the old Rossi livery. And absolutely beats up on the bike, leaving the line here. It's a good leave despite a red light here for Cooper Plummer. That's okay in qualifying. It's not going to help your cause in the racing rounds though. And gets there to the other end, 8.98, 74 miles per hour. Bailey Paul with an 8.915 at 77 miles per hour. No improvements from your junior drag bike field here in their third and final round of qualifying. They will go into Chicago shootout racing later today. So in comparison to what we expect from the majority of other brackets racing today where they race in eliminations, if you lose, you're on the trailer. Chicago shootout is designed for smaller fields. You can keep on racing. You do 3 rounds of racing. And then we take the 2 best performers after 3 rounds based on usually points and number of wins, stick them in the final at the end of the night, and go fight one more time to decide who is going to hold the ANDRA Gold Christmas tree tonight here in Sydney.
And what a fantastic thing to fight for, Chris.
So we're going to take a moment here and we're going to roll some messages from our sponsors here at Sydney Dragway. Coming up next will be Super Sedan for qualifying 3 here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
Street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, kicking off round 3 of Super Sedan qualifying, we have David Todd in the little Holden Gemini in the Aeroflow lane. Let's see what he can do, looking for an 8.99 or quicker. Darren Russell in the Rocket lane. Both competitors left the start line very nicely, side by side across the finish line. 9.11 with a 1 for Todd in the Aeroflow lane to an 8.97 with a 9 at 1.52 for Russell in that Tirana. Peter Furlanetto in the XY GT, our number 2 qualifier with an 8.70. Matthew Gay in the Rocket lane. Qualified 16th with a 9.52. Matthew Gay with a red light on the start line. The Falcon out in front. And we'll run on through for an 8.79 with a 4. 152 miles an hour. Utility 960 at 139. Keep coming thick and fast here at Sydney Dragway. Adam Hunter down there in the Ford Falcon for Hunter Race Engines. 950, 141. Ned Karanovic in the 57 Chev for the Coffee Barn. Fresh fruit for you. And Gawler Mechanical. Haddad Race Engines also backing their support. Almost identical on the reaction times. The Chevy 0.002 of a second quicker. Looks like he's out in front from here. 9.33 with a 0. 145 miles an hour. Hunter in the Aeroflow lane. A 9.63 with a 6 at 140. Dave Gruber in the strip rat down there in the Aeroflow lane. Andrew Ashley in the Ford Mustang, leaving with an 0.49 light, looking for an 8.65 or quicker, an 8.81 with a 1 that time around. 9.50 at 140 the time for Dave Gruber. So Andrew Ashley cementing his spot at the top of the tree so far. Sean Maher and Nathan Cowie to do battle of this round of qualifying. The next time you see these two cars, they'll be racing. Maher in the Tirana, qualified 12th so far. 0.29 on the tree. Cowie gave away a little bit on the start line. 9.26 with a 0 for Maher. to a 9.05 with a 2 for Cowie. So the heat not affecting the Mighty Boy very much at all. The next pair out, Stephen Hunt from South Australia in the XW panel van. Qualified 18th with a 10.15. Taking on Paul Papacosta in the Ford Capri. Papacosta moving around a little bit on the start line. And runs on through for a 9.48 with a 2, 148 miles an hour. So Papacosta stepping up big time there. Next up we have Tony Tedesco. Tedesco in the aeroflow lane. Taking on Alex Reuters in the BAGT. Tedesco's car leaving the start line nicely with a 1.260 foot. And runs on through for an 8.85 with a 2, 151 miles an hour. And a 9.52 with a 5 for the GT in the rocket lane that time around.
Kevin Bokar from Mernda, Victoria, the HB Tirana out in the Aeroflow lane. Currently your number 6 qualifier with an 8.839, 151 mile per hour set earlier today. Alongside Michael Milasiewicz from Craigieburn, Victoria, the Mullers Truck Repairs Capri with 427 cubes of Windsor power. Currently number 4 on your qualifying list, an 8.77 with a 5. Just a smidge faster, 154 miles per hour. Looking to see if either of these boys can improve in their last qualifying hitouts before we get them to eliminations a little bit later on today here. Through the stripe, it's an 8.85 for Miliskowitz. And Kevin Boker goes an 8.97. Neither of them improving this time around as we welcome the Queenslander, Thomas Parry, the Autobahn LC Tirana. That 434 cubic inch Chev-powered donk, currently sitting number 5 on the list. He's in the Aeroflow lane.
Waiting on Thomas to move in, bring that second white light on. You can see it left of screen. 3 counts down and a 005 light, so 5 thousandths of a second away from perfect. 1.2 seconds to 60 foot, straight down the center of the Aeroflow lane. 8.91 with a 2, 149 miles an hour. Moving into a modified bike now. Dean Jamieson in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Darren McGregor. McGregor, pretty busy fellow down there. He's got his own bike and 2 junior dragsters to look after. .166 on the tree for McGregor. Red light for Jamieson in the Aeroflow lane. Jamieson will take the stripe, 8.92 with a 0. Only a 10th away from his best, ET. That heat really knocking him around.
Of course, we are currently in the throes of the 3rd qualifying round for Ballistic Performance Parts modified bike here. Their final hit out of the afternoon before they get to eliminations. That's going to be a brutal format. Only 6 riders in your modified bike field. It's going to go 6 down to 3. Someone's going to get the bye run in the semi-finals. And that can be an absolute godsend some days. You could be the luckiest guy on the property if you can get that run. Rob Church from Seaford Rise, South Australia, your Aeroflow lane here. Gareth Wilcox alongside him from Cessnock, New South Wales. proudly sponsored by his own YouTube channel, Gareth Wilcox YouTube. Look it up, have a watch. Riding it out here, trying to go better. It's a 9.610 for Wilcox, 143 miles per hour. Churchy with a 9.38 doesn't improve. He stays at number 2. Neither of them improved in this third round.
Cody Scalone down there on board the Kawasaki for Modcon Civil. 10.72. Cody's best run so far, taking on Jason Rattray in the Harley-Davidson V-Rod Destroyer. He's qualified 7th, so this is 6 and 7, respectively. .086 on the tree for Scalone, and an 014 for Rattray. Harley doing its thing at the top end of the racetrack, 10.21 with a 4.
Hang on, he's just picked up a second over his previous run. Only rode to an 11.2 earlier and just ran a 10.2.
Wow.
Here in Mod Bike.
That's going to make the dial in hard, isn't it?
That's where do you put the peg on that one when you come to your first round of eliminations here? It's a good run from Rattray. Got the job done on that one on the V-Rod Destroyer.
I bet if you look at the telemetry or the data points along the racetrack there, the launch is where he's made all that up in terms of how well the bike's got away from the start.
I'm going to have to go look at the results after round 2 here. You can find them all on Facebook. Just find the ANDRA Drag Racing page. And you can scroll through them all here. Got myself lost looking for it too. How good. So Jason Rattray was your number 7 qualifier with an 11.2. Just rode a 10.2 and is probably going to bump off Darren McGregor to go up to number 5. So it makes a decent improvement. And with 7 riders, not 6, that changes the format because it'll go 7 down to 4. So the top qualifier will get a bye run in the first round. That's all it is. Matthew Jones in the Speed Pro Distributors Harley V-Rod, your number 4 qualifier right now. Trying to do better than a 9.52. Comes close. 9.604, 135, nearly 136 miles per hour. And gets it done here in modified bike, presented by Ballistic Performance Parts. Time now to go racing in Super Gas. The third and final round of qualifying here. A 990. Fixed index category, Group 4. Racing here at Sydney Dragway. And Adrian McGroddy is your number 1 qualifier so far, who's driven a 990 with a 2 on the end to go within 2 1,000ths of a second at the cutoff. Joe Polito Jr. is second with a 9.903. Joe Cataranziti and Brody Tedesco currently 5th and 8th in qualifying so far. It's a 9.92 and a 10.02 respectively. The Firebird of Cataranziti is a much slower start off the throttle stop, then kicks it into high gear. That little 400 cube Chev-powered Gemini rocking to the end, trying to go better but can't as Joe goes too quick. A 9.85 that time by. Just kind of flipped it, went the other side of the 990.
It sure does, doesn't it, Chris? But the scary thing with that car, and I think why we see his win light come up so often, he had 36 mile an hour higher speed than Tedesco across the finish line.
And that can be the game that you play in this class. You can get the speed, and if you know you're in front, you're off the gas.
Yep.
You're just playing the game all the way to the end, just protecting yourself from maybe just taking a nibble of it too much and going under the 990 index, which disqualifies you from the run. Jason Wilson in the 383 Cube Gemini out of the Aeroflow lane alongside Graham Spencer, who's your number 4 qualifier in the Corvette. Spencer runs a 992 with an 157 mile an hour. Jason Wilson a 995 at 139 mile an hour. No improvement from either lane this time by.
Roy Romeo and Russell Archer going through their burnout procedure. But Archer in the rocket lane, closest to camera if you're watching the stream. And Roy Romeo in the black VP Commodore. VP Race Fuels, Burson's Auto Parts at Narellan, and In Touch Automotive. Archer doing it for Pack Performance and Remain Infrastructure. Now Archer, he's trying desperately to slow that thing down. He's had the parachute out at 1,000 feet so far.
Just struggling to stay on the right side of the 990 fixed index. What did he run before? At 978 to go just over a tenth of a second under. Both of them are slow starters as Roy Romeo drives away. Issues for Russell Archer this time by. It's just not going at all. He's going to be on the right side of the index nonetheless this time by. It might be a 14-second run though, if he stays all the way into it and actually eventually gets over the line. It's going to be a 17, 18, 25-second run. Hey, it's on the right side of a 990 index though for Russell Archer. So mission accomplished in that sense. Roy went better that time by, 10:02 that time by. Just shaved a little bit off his time and got ever so slightly closer to that 990 cutoff. Luke Romeo, the In Touch Automotive 1927 Roadster with 350 cubes of small block Chev. Thanks to Burson Auto Parts, Narellan, and VP Race Fuels. Currently your number 10 qualifier. He's in the Aeroflow lane at 10.035 alongside Colin Griffin. Up from Craigieburn in Victoria, the 588 cube Ford-powered Toyota Celica that has struggled to meet the 990 cutoff just yet. Let's see if he's got something for it now. They both did the slow start on the throttle stop. Can he go the right side? Both of them can. Romeo goes a 994 with a 3. Griffin a 997 with a 7.
Look at the margin across the finish line, 17 10,000ths of a second, Chris. It's about
super close.
Probably about a tyre width across the finish line, I'm guessing.
And that's what we're going to expect to see when we come to the first round of eliminations in this class later on. No shootout format. You've got to go hard and be the best on the pile in that first round just to make it into the evening's program. That is a brutal format. Adrian McGroddy on track now, your number 1 qualifier from Mill Park, Victoria, the logo lady, Metro Pipe VP Commodore, alongside Anton Krajina. Up from Taylors Hill, Victoria, 3DC and PWR Auto. Mercedes with that rotary power combination. I love some of the stickers on that thing too. Got a lovely Kmart parody sticker in the rear window. You should go have a look. There's a good race. McGroddy goes a 9.913. Best of the bunch in this round. Doesn't improve because he's number 1 qualifier with a 9.902. But how about it for Krajina? Improves. It was a 9.93 that time by. Just shaves a little bit off of the time.
Next up we have Joe Polito Jr. for Motorsports Parts and Services in the Ford Probe. 347 cubed power plant for him. Taking on Warren Bull in the Chevy Camaro. Big box Chev. Saw Bull go under on one of the runs this morning.
It's at 987. Just 26 thou too quick in that occasion. Warren trying to slow it down a little bit. Oh, I rolled the beam and he's dropped a red, and it's such a significant red that it's not triggered the timing system at all here. So Warren's not going to get a time on the positive side of the board in this round. It's Joe Polito Jr., 993 with a 1 at 149 miles per hour. Doesn't need to improve. Will stay in at the number 2 qualifying spot, courtesy of a 990 with a 3 on the end, set earlier in the day here in Super Gas.
All right, our next pair going through their burnout procedure. We have John Summerarch in the Aeroflow lane, running for SRC. West End Performance in the little Little 302 Windsor-powered Cortina.
I'm an absolute sucker for a good-looking Cortina, and this just takes the cake with me. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, I've actually got a Mark 1
Oh,
four doors,
stop
one
it.
of my collection. And John's been campaigning this car for quite some time now, and has had this livery for most of its life. Definitely the blue, the prominent, but he changed the colour down the side. I think the yellow on the rear quarter wasn't always there. Away nicely with an 041 like that car, and manually shifted beast. He's got to drive off the racer in the other lane, which is Tony Romeo in this case. And a 998 with a 5, 132 miles an hour. And a 997 with a 3. Romeo in the Falcon. And I think that concludes. That was a good close race across the finish line too, Chris, about 0.04 of a second.
Absolutely nothing between them. It's going to be really exciting. Super Gas coming up later on in their first round of eliminations. They're set to hit the racetrack at about 3:45 this afternoon here. That'll be plenty of fun as we move out of your three-dimensional construction Super Gas qualifying round 3 and into Modified for their third round of qualifying. Modified proudly brought to you by Gallagher, the official insurance broker of ANDRA since 2012, and supporting businesses all around with over 90 years of experience, tailored insurance, risk management and consulting solutions, helping businesses and communities face their future with confidence. For more information, go to ajg.com.au. That's Gallagher presenting our modified eliminator bracket. Qualifying round 3, Kenny Stewart alongside Adriana Cartledge, your number 3 and number 1 qualifiers respectively.
000 on the starting line for Adriana McCaskill. She'll take the stripe in this one too. 717 with a 5, 188 miles an hour through the finish line. Kenny Stewart, a 752 with a 7 at 176 miles an hour. Our next pair going through their burnout procedure is Chelsea Smith in the airflow lane from Albion Park. She's qualified 4th so far, 751 with a 9. Racing for stop, slow traffic control. JM Auto Parts, APM and Tony Smash Repairs. Not so long ago stepped out a junior dragster. Taking on Paul Fletcher.
Love seeing the progression from the youngsters as they move up out of junior dragster, and the one thing that they carry from their time in the juniors is just how incredible they are on the lights.
Yes.
they get it trained into them at a young age, and I tell you now, there's virtually no beating these ex-junior racers in their early years when it comes down to reaction time. Look at Brody Zapier, former Australian junior dragster champion.
Correct.
And he's cutting 001s in a door slammer.
Case in point, and I'm in that class doing exactly what it's supposed to do, and bring people into the sport, and then feed them into other brackets wherever their budget allows them to, obviously.
Absolutely. They want to go professional. There's always the option to give it a rip here. Fletcher gets away a little bit keen on the lights for Paul Fletcher. Okay to do in qualifying. Not something you want to be pulling out during eliminations, though. Fletcher with a 9.037, 144 miles per hour. Chelsea Smith goes and stays in the number 4 spot. That time by was a 7.619 at 177. Just a little bit slower on both scales in this third round of qualifying.
Yeah, it's about a 1/10 of a second there away from the quickest qualifying run that she's done. Our next pair, backing back from the burnout, we have Fiona Crisp in the purple altered, racing for NGK Spark Plugs. Block Chev on board for her. Qualified 5th so far with a 7.56. Taking on Tegan Smith. Racing for Beauty by Teagues, APM, Stop Slow Traffic Control, and JM Auto Repairs. She's only very new to this dragster. But has certainly taken to it like a duck to water, as they say. Qualified 6th with a 7.58. 003 on the tree for Smith. The cars side by side. It looks like Smith's out in front. And a 730 with a 9. 182 miles an hour will take it to a 766 with a 4 at 175.
Solid run there from Tegan to improve in these conditions as well. There's a big ask on this racetrack right now. It is going to get a lot better. It's going to get quicker as we move into the later afternoon and into the evening. And I mean, it's just shy of 2:30 right now, Bushy. You know,
Yep.
That's prime time.
Yeah.
It's as far as the sun is concerned, and the heat that just soaks into the surface of this racetrack can make the tuning and the setup on these cars a bit of a noodle scratcher. But it does get a little bit easier as the night time comes around here at Sydney Dragway. Corey Dyson right now, your number 2 qualifier. Mobil 1 Statewide Oils Mullis Dragster, thanks to Glass Protec and Transcal. Out of Kilmore, Victoria. Ran a 7.268, 161 miles an hour earlier today. Corey trying to improve on that to try and chase Adriana Cartledge, who I believe is your number 1 qualifier in the field so far. Brings the revs up on the start line. Ooh. Rattles and then rolls out of it. So it's not going to happen this time by for Corey. Would have had to shave more than 1.5 tenths off of it anyway. Try and catch Adriana Cartledge in your qualifying standings. That'll all but lock in Adriana as your top qualifier. And she'll receive a New Gen Business Park top qualifier medallion here in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series later tonight. And might be in the chase for an ANDRA Gold Christmas tree as well, if they can survive through the elimination rounds that are coming up later today.
Well, I think that's the thing, isn't it? To survive the field and take home the trophy, you've always earned it. It's one of those things that...
Oh, 100%.
Win or lose a race by a couple of thousandths of a second. You just have to be on your game, and modified is just one of those categories where there's no second chances. And if they do come up, it's very, very rare.
Yeah, none given, none taken any day of the week in the modified field. Top Sportsman is due to be up next here for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters at Sydney Dragway. We can see cars pushing through the bridge at the moment, with actually maybe 1 or 2 more cars to come in modified. It looks like Paul Hurst is going to be our next customer. Just forcing a slight delay before we see Paul roll on through. And I don't think we've seen a time from Paul in qualifying yet here. Not one that's been registered at least. With a couple of officials looking on, just giving the instructions to fire it up. Paul out racing here, this naturally aspirated 460 cubic inch Chev powered machine here. Lovely green altered. Just trying to get it started under where we sit here in commentary. And they're looking. Another one of our officials just looking over and seeing if they can assist at all and observing while they try to fire this car. I don't know whether that's going to be a goer at this point. I mean, how often do you see a crew member just reaching the whole length of their arm down the intake?
Just casually.
It's like putting a hand in the crocodile's mouth, isn't it? Here it is. He wanted to go. Gave it a little bit of revs and slipped the clutch forward too. Caught quickly by Paul and the officials. So Paul is going to have the racetrack to himself here. Hasn't set a time in the field today. And I believe maybe going on a bit of a journey with the officials watching as well. trying to see if he can get it locked into gear to go through his burnout. Oh, doesn't sound happy. Doesn't sound like it really wants to climb out of the hole to spin the tyres either.
It's not a Paul's not a name that I'm familiar with at Sydney Dragway, so maybe a recent rebuild or similar. I can see. I'm pretty sure that's one of the former owners of the car down there in the black cap. But certainly with 460 cubes of Chevy on board, once it's all sorted, it's going to be a bunch of fun.
Oh, absolutely. I'd say this is more of a familiarization pass in the beginning of a licensing journey here for Paul. He's starting to get to terms with driving a car like this. Just picks up a wee bit of speed and rolls it through the top end on the racetrack to see the tail end of your modified eliminator qualifying presented by Gallagher. And now it is time to go racing into Top Sportsman. The third and final round of qualifying today.
And we're kicking off the round with Josh Boscovich, Wild Ink Merch XA Coupe. This car running the Linko transmission. As I said before, there's a lever for every gear. There's also a little bit of nitrous being fed to it as well, just to make it a little bit more interesting for Josh. This car has run into the 7-second zone today. 796, 169 miles an hour. Taking on Dean Tassone in the Rocket Lane. Driving the Dodge Rampage on screen there.
Lovely turned out car for Dean, the South Australian.
It's a bit like a Chevy Vega type front, isn't it?
They do, it is kind of similar to that when you look at them. Lovely turned out paint scheme as well. Currently Dean sitting at the number 10 spot, 8.281, 164 miles per hour. His best of the day so far. Boscovich, the Wild Ink Motorsports Merchandise XA Coupe. Couple of dry hops, true to form. You got to live up to that reputation once you start it. Thanks to Bosco Mobile Mechanical and Bosco Racing. Gets the XA parked in the beams. Boscovich currently your number 8 qualifier, 7.968, 169 miles per hour. Be a tough ask to improve on that here in this late part of the day. Gonna give it a go though, and a little pop of the front tires and dangles them for just a moment. Both of them were very keen on the light, both going red by about 3 or 4 100ths of a second, and both going to low 8-second runs. 8.083 for Boscovich, 8.339 for Tassone.
And I believe Adam's got a replay. If you look at the big screen, you see both cars getting those wheels.
That's cool. Twin wheelies.
Yeah.
Gotta love that. Twin wheelies from Boscovich and Tassone. In this third round of Top Sportsman qualifying, Tony Miskelly on track now at the PM Race Engines Ford Probe. Sponsored by InnoFac 3D Printing here. 615 cubic inches, a big block Chevy to send this probe down the racetrack in the Aeroflow lane. And Tommy Turek, the South Australian, both of them South Australians in fact, VT Racing Pontiac GTO with 584 cubes to send him down the racetrack.
We're just shy of 1,200 cubic inches on the start line right now.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
It's easy to get lost with the cubic inches. I mean, we've got to put it into real things. Just like when we're talking about some real volume. 584 cubic inches is a whopping 9.57 litres of displacement.
Yeah.
Just a wee bit large when you start to really stack them up. Tommy Turek at the number 4 spot in qualifying, a 7.418, 188 miles per hour. Miss Kelly at the number 7 spot, a 784 at 174. Let's see if they can shave a little bit off here in this final opportunity before we get to the eliminations round. Churik goes 001 red. We want to get rid of that before they get to the eliminations and rolls out of it here. Miss Kelly goes nicely though, 7890 at 172 miles per hour. Falls just shy of improving in this time around. Will still stay in the number 7 spot. Tommy Churik stays in number 4 here in qualifying round 3 for Top Sportsman.
Yeah, it sounded like there was a little bit of a pop. I don't know if you heard that through your headset there, Chris, for Churik when he shut that car off. So I hope there's nothing untoward going on there. Next up, we'll have Pete Hamilton down there in the green wagon for Perfection Automotive. He's our number 11 qualifier with an 834. Of course, in the aeroflow lane, taking on Daniel Jones down there in the Chevy Cobalt. Cobalt racing for a touch of glass. Out of Melbourne, 564 cubes of big block Chev on board for Jones too. Our number 2 qualifier with a 725 at 181 miles an hour.
Yeah, he would have to shave a lot of time off of that to get close to your number 1 qualifier. Currently a 653 from Darren Whitford in his Chevy GTO. So not really something that's in the equation right now for Daniel Jones, but they'd be looking for good data heading into the elimination rounds. And a 927 at this time of the day, 187 miles per hour, compared to his best of a 925. That is a good run there from Daniel Jones.
Yep.
They should be happy with that one.
It's pretty much right in the middle.
Right in the ballpark, isn't it? Brett O'Connor up next from Landillo, New South Wales, the Jenkins Performance Engines. 636 cube Heath Black-powered Chevy Camaro. Currently your number 3 qualifier, a 7265 at 187 miles per hour. Plays against Darren Whitford. Here's your number 1 qualifier right now. Looking to lock that in. Happy Valley, the South Australian, the power of property. Chev GTO, with 540 cubic inches to play with thanks to APD carburetors, BK Race Engines, and Outlaw Speed Shop has rocked this field by some 0.7 of a second. Darren in the rocket lane. A 653 at 214 nearly miles per hour. Absolutely scorching pace. These are your 3rd and 1st qualifiers respectively. O'Connor purges some of the nitrous from the lines. There's something so sinister about a nitrous purge at night as well. Oh, yeah. Gives you tingles. Whitford will get his program sorted. The team just double checking the chutes, checking over the back of the car, and they'll guide him towards the staging beams now. Whitford's just searching for a forward driving gear usually helps. Something that gets you down the racetrack instead of looking at it. And we are set to go here.
O2O on the tree for Whitford. No messing about, straight down the center of the lane. Once again, 659 with a 9, 211 miles an hour.
That is just too cool. He dropped the chutes early as well and came within about a 0.5 of a second of bettering his qualifying time. Shaved off a few mile an hour. Absolutely locked in right now. That was your number 1 qualifier. Still stays in that spot right now. Herakles Karantzidis gets him lined up after the burnout here. This Kazmik Interiors VN Commodore with West End Performance on board here, lining up alongside Darren Parker. Up from Victoria, the Ridgeway Motorsports VF Commodore. with comparatively a baby underneath the bonnet. 412 cubes for the VF and a whopping 632 cubes of big block for Heracles. Wow.
Two very different ways to go racing, but look at the two sponsors that Parker's got on board there. Two synonymous names with drag racing in Australia.
Well and truly.
And we've seen that Commodore run 866 with a 6 at only 114 miles an hour. So unfortunately, I was hoping for big things for Parker on that run, but smoked the tyres pretty hard off the start line. And Kazantzidis will take the win, 789 with an 8, 173 miles an hour. And there you go, Chris. 942, 167 miles an hour.
Absolutely chucked it down the racetrack after blowing the tyres off it, away from the hit.
Adam's got the car on the big screen.
Look at the licorice scraps he left down the racetrack.
It was spinning the wheel from start to finish.
That's power skids, not drag racing by that point. Absolutely hazed it. That's okay. Eliminations coming up later on. He'll have to do that again. Next up, Chris Ferrugia now. The SNS Smash Repairs Pontiac Trans Am. 632 cubic inches. It seems to be really popular nowadays. Guys get a hold of these ex and retired pro stock cars.
Yep.
And they put big cube motors underneath the bonnet. Maybe feed them just a little bit of giggle gas on occasion. This car at the moment running on an aspirated combination, so no nitrous anywhere you'll see. And they seem to be such a popular combination in the land of top sportsmen. Paul Rogers Transmissions, SNS Smash Repairs entry, currently number 9 qualifier in your field, an 8.276, 160 miles per hour. See if Chris can step things up just a little bit here. Gets it going, a little bit keen on the reaction time, and the car walks its way towards the center line. Is all good and puts it back in the groove and runs a 754 with a 6. That is a huge jump in improvement.
His chute hasn't come open there. Just looking to see.
Yep.
Oh, no, he spun it right at the end of the braking area.
Wow, what a save. He's turned it around at the top end of the racetrack and stopped it from hitting the sand trap. He got lucky there too, because he would have grabbed the brake and spun the car. If that had hit the sand trap sideways, that would have been a very different looking race car right now.
Sure would have. I reckon the heart rate would be up a little bit right now. It's just quietly
Mate,
too.
there'll be pinch marks in the bottom of the seat, I can tell you that. He has had a big moment with a parachute failure in the top end of the racetrack at Sydney. The good news is he stocked the car suitably. The safety crew are chatting with him and is okay and has not gone into the sand trap. So we can breathe a sigh of relief with that one.
I'm just looking there. What's under the wheelie bar?
It would have been the parachute. If it has come out, just hasn't blossomed. It's potentially, they sometimes can get tangled up in the wheelie bar. They can sometimes even get sucked back under the car.
And that's exactly what it is.
That's exactly what it is. So we'll see if we are on a second screen. We're maybe going to see it on a replay here, but definitely the chute didn't come out, or didn't come out in full. He's carrying a fair amount of momentum, gets it on the brakes, and thought about becoming a rally driver for a moment. Scandinavian flick at the end of the racetrack to bring that car to a stop, and got it saved in good time here. So on the big screen, folks, you can see that, and he's okay. He's going to get pushed off from the front of the quad bike, and hopefully hasn't put too big of a flat spot in those tires either.
It's a very pretty color as well in the sunlight.
You don't want to dig it up. So just taking a moment to get him off the racetrack, and we are A-OK. That will see us out of top sportsman for the third and final qualifying round. We'll move it up into competition bike now. Thanks to New Gen Business Park. This is their third round of qualifying, as we're almost at the closing stage of qualifying. It's not far away, Bushy. We're going to see some eliminations racing, and this is where things start to get really interesting here in Sydney.
Yes, very much so. It's good to see Edge Malice back in the water box on the Kawasaki H2R. Now, we saw that bike being wheeled off with the wheelie bar earlier this morning.
That's right, geez, that feels like a lifetime ago. That was qualifying round 1. Edge had some trouble in the top end of the racetrack. Has since gone to 778, nearly half a second under the class index for a double D competition bike. Remember, we go to comp bike. This is Group 2 National Handicap Racing. So you get given a handicap based on the construction of your machinery. That handicap is built off of the national record. You can go quicker than it, though, as Edge has done. This time it's a 774. Goes quicker again. 774 with a 174 miles per hour. That's going to be half a second underneath the 827 index for a double D competition bike. That is an outstanding performance at this time of day for Edge Malice. Michael Riches goes an 890 on his machine. And Riches will stay in the number 4 spot right now. Didn't improve. Rode an 887 earlier in the day. But how's that? Edge Malice. Still your number 1 qualifier. The man from Essendon, Victoria. Now going well and truly in excess of half a second quicker than the class index for a double D comp bike.
And he's done it at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well and truly, like just smashing it out with these conditions. Just looking down on the start line here. We had the call a moment ago to try and bring them forward, but now they are being given the all clear to go for it here. Joe Curry, the double B comp bike, that's the Harley Destroyer, the twin tune performance. He's in the Aeroflow lane. Due to take on Nathan Stone here. So Curry is your number 2 qualifier. Just bagging it up in the water box. And of course, these V-Rods rides to an 884 class index. Sorry, a 904 class index, has ridden to an 884 so far today and sits a clean 0.2 of a second underneath that one. That puts him second in the lineup. Nathan Stone, the A comp bike at Suzuki GSX, number 5 qualifier right now with an 8262 against an 8.12 class index.
Three counts down, and they're both away similarly off the start line. Oh, big box full of neutrals there at half track for Nathan Stone.
And Joe Curry similarly didn't have much luck in that run and just trundled down at a pedestrian 72 miles an hour through the speed trap. It's still moving pretty decently, but not when you're talking about in terms of what they've thrown down so far today here. Next up will be Cheryl Beddoes. Just going through her burnout. Cheryl, currently your number 3 qualifier. This is a similar Harley V-Rod Destroyer to what you see on Joe Curry, but a non-boosted option. So rides to a slightly different class index of 9.04 seconds. Has ridden as quick today as a 9007. So Cheryl's the 3rd of the 3 riders to go underneath their class indexes respectively. And if Cheryl can ride into the 8s, she might get closer to Joe Curry in the standings, but would have to ride down to an 880 to go quicker.
Violently shifting gear there. I don't know if you saw Cheryl stayed in the throttle. And it runs on through for a 901 with a 0. 145 miles an hour.
Solidly consistent though. A 9007 earlier in the day, a 901. It's only 3/1000ths of a second slower than her best from earlier in the day. So a solid run here in the 3rd and final round of qualifying. Haven't seen Rob Cassar come out again here. He sat as your number 6 qualifier on his Kawasaki ZX14. That's the nitrous oxide bottle-fed beast. And Rob only rode it to an 820 against the 765 index. We'd be expecting a lot more than to that. Should be expecting low 7s from that thing. So hopefully not too much drama for Rob, and we will get to see him, the man from Ballistic Performance Parts, come out in their elimination rounds, or sorry, Chicago shootout rounds later on.
lots of RPM on the burnout there for Kim Fidella in the ED Falcon. Little 310 cubed Ford power plant singing its song well and truly.
This is us moving over into Super Comp, combining the classes of Super Stock and Competition Eliminator here, both under Group 2 designation. So similar deal to what we've just seen here in Competition Bike, racing against your class handicap based on the construction of a vehicle. Kim Fidella is an E-gas, naturally aspirated, small displacement motor. The Huntsman Racing ED Falcon from Jardee, Western Australia. Racing to an 854 class handicap, has gone as quick today as an 868. So sits about 1.5 tenths of a second outside what they're hunting right now, and that leaves Kim at the number 4 spot. Fellow West Australian Connor McClure has been underneath the handicap today. A 658 handicap for a double B altered production injected automatic. That's APIA. And he's raced it to a 650 with a 1 earlier today here with the Slimer 1953 Chev Corvette Pro Mod with this twin turbo small block Chev underneath. See if they can find a bit more out of it.
Walking around a little bit on the start line for McClure, but straight down the last half of the racetrack.
Wow.
Wow.
634 at 221 miles per hour. They have just well and truly beat up on the handicap here in qualifying. That's 2.5 tenths of a second quicker than what you'd expect. Checking out that replay, look at the way that he went the long way. He went to the left and straightened it up in the groove. And for a car that's expected to run in the 658s, that's a 634.
Yeah.
That is 2.4 tenths of a second quicker than the class handicap for that car. That is scorchingly quick, and I'm not the least bit surprised from those brothers.
Definitely pushing the boundary there. But to do it in the heat of the afternoon too is even more of an accomplishment.
That's actually a 10.5 underneath the national record.
Yeah, wow.
Mind you, according to the ANDRA national records, his own record, in fact, held by Connor at a 648 with a 1, set at Perth Motorplex back in March 2024. So the brothers are finding more speed here. I believe that was set with the old Tirana car that
yes.
they eventually sold on. I think it lives on this side of the country now, before they built up that Chev Corvette Pro Mod. In the same class, of course, double B APIA. Up now, Luke Cartledge by himself, currently your number 2 qualifier.
I hope that Luke can get down the racetrack in a suitable fashion. See altered automatic, for pro street towing and transport.
I mean, by the times, you would say that Luke is the largest threat to the McClure clan at the moment. The only other driver to go underneath the class handicap. He also walked it out towards the left-hand side of the groove. Puts it back in the middle here. Trying to go better than a 779. Can't quite get there this time around. It's a 798 with an 8 at 167 miles per hour for Luke. That'll keep Luke at the number 2 spot in qualifying.
You can see certainly stepping out of the groove on the start line there, the car moving over to the left. Almost only had the right-hand side tyre in the groove, in the less shiny part of the racing surface. I think things are about to get live and loud, Chris Mitchell.
Yeah, time now for Supercharged Outlaws coming at you here. Big thanks to New Gen Business Park presenting Supercharged Outlaws as the bracket and also bringing us the top qualifier medallions that will be awarded to our number 1 qualifiers across all the brackets.
Oh.
Huge burnout from Bruno.
Just when I thought the RPM was going to level out, it found another couple of thousand. And Bruno, our quickest qualifier so far here today with a 664. 220 miles an hour.
So a little change of pace now where we've just been looking at a lot of your Group 2 brackets between Competition Bike and Super Comp. Now we go back to Group 3 dial your own. So qualifying is sorted by outright performance. No, we're not judging against handicaps in this class. It's just whoever's quickest to the line before we get to eliminations, where they will self-nominate their own handicaps. When we get to that, the rule is you're not allowed to go quicker. You do go quicker, and then it's a straight-up disqualification or a breakout, as you will. Bruno currently sitting top of the timesheets with a 664, 220 miles per hour. Shane Kramer next to him, the South Australian in the competitive plumbing 23 T-bucket, sits second with a 677 at 203 miles per hour. They're pretty close on time, a long way away in terminal speed here for what they've set so far in qualifying today.
Matajasevic moving over towards the wall, towards the center line on the hit, but wow. He's just picked up a 10.5, Chris Mitchell.
He's just smashed it, 6.500, but was slower in terminal speed. He dropped the chutes early, 217 miles an hour. Check out that replay. He went the long way down the racetrack as well, got it almost over the 330-foot block, and still dropped a 650 with an O. Just consolidating that top qualifier spot here in the afternoon at Sydney Dragway. Bruno Matajasevic goes number 1 and stays there by 2.5 tenths of a second now.
At the moment, he's just saying, catch me if you can.
Now, it's all great to do in qualifying, and it's fantastic because he's going to lock up that New Gen Business Park top qualifier medallion. However, Group 3, dial your own handicap racing. When we get to eliminations, doesn't matter how fast you are, it just matters that you can do the time you said you can and not go quicker. Otherwise, you bring yourself undone in a big hurry. And we've seen time and time again, very commonly in Supercharged Outlaws, it's not the quickest car that wins on the night.
Jason Keeley from West Melbourne for Marshall Custom Cams and SDE Converters in this gorgeous 34 Ford Coupe, taking on Mark Hunt in the Chevy Corvette on screen.
Mark is currently your number 7 qualifier, running to a 774 so far today, 186 miles per hour. In a very, very similar bodied car to what we saw just moments ago with Connor McClure getting down the racetrack. They are both 53 Corvettes, with slightly different iterations with the aerodynamics at the tail end of the car, different roof profiles on each of them. Then the yellow makes Mark's car look longer as well, somehow. Just the paint scheme just makes it look a little bit different. 34 Coupe of Jason Kelly at the number 4 spot right now, at 526 cubic inch. Keith Black engine in the front end of that 34 Coupe.
Gee, we're looking at the roof profile for that coupe there on screen. There wouldn't be much visibility past that injector's hat there. Because there's not much windscreen. And I'm assuming that Jason will be sitting on the floor, leaving the start line nicely. Both cars side by side for a moment, but the Corvette pulls away 654 with a 209 miles an hour. Says, you know what, Bruno? I'm going to try and chase you down.
He goes, I'm coming for you.
I'm coming.
It was a bit slower on the terminal speed, but only fell 41 thousandths of a second short there to go to number 2. Let's check that replay again here. Watch the Corvette on the right-hand side. Just ran 654 at 209 miles per hour. A solid run from the South Australian. And Mark Hunt goes to number 2 here in your New Gen Business Park Supercharged Outlaws qualifying here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. One more left to come in your field, I believe. David McGaw, the quick cut concrete cutting Mustang funny car, set to come out here. And he had a bit of a wild ride earlier in the day as well, Bushy. He was in the right-hand lane and just about jumped over the 60-foot marker.
Ooh. That's always fun in a funny car. Although I guess from time to time it's expected.
And occasionally.
Yeah.
You got to have some serious stones to drive a funny car.
Yes. Not something I have desire for.
Either that or you're going to have a couple of screws loose.
Or both.
From Glenwood, New South Wales, coming out to the Aeroflow lane this time by. I haven't seen him in the Aeroflow lane so far today. Thing is, both attempts so far have been in the rocket lane on the right. This time, going to try their luck. Going to roll the dice out of the left lane here.
Ooh, interesting. Gone to do a burnout, and it's basically just hooked up, but I think it looked like the front end was shaking, or the body was definitely moving on the...
That tends to happen occasionally with the drag link steering on these cars. They get this harmonic up, and the steering kind of just keeps rattling itself to bits. Now, I believe he's probably tried to drive that out. The easiest way to get rid of it is just to kind of let the car unwind itself and drive it out. But either for a lack of brakes or a lack of reversing gear, David is up near the finishing line now and is basically come to a stop and is not going to get to make a run in this third and final round of qualifying for Supercharged Outlaws. So he's going to pop the hatch instead. He's going to climb up out of the top, and he's going to get out and push.
Yep. So if you're ever wondering how they get out of the car themselves at the top end of the racetrack,
it's not graceful.
That's it.
Certainly not a graceful way to climb out of these cars. That's unfortunate, though, for David. Was sitting at the number 7 spot with a 765, 209 miles per hour, and won't have the opportunity to better that here in qualifying. However, we'll still get to go racing in eliminations as long as the car itself isn't hurt and they can't fix it, for example. It'll just take a bit of time here to let the track crew recover that funny car. And we're not far away here, Bushy, from seeing the first of elimination rounds, starting with Junior Dragster coming up in just a couple of moments. We'll be back with Junior Dragster eliminations to start off the afternoon session here at Sydney Dragway for the ANDRA Drag Race.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer? Or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
We feel that pulse in the engine boom. Brisbane showgrounds, hear the crowd go zoom. Performance pulse, heart racing all day long. Revving up the culture, this is our song. Drop the clutch, light the flame. We rolling deep, JDM muscle cars, drifters on the street. Halls packed tight, horsepower insane. Performance pulse on the map, we own this lane. Dynos hitting hard, see the torque go wild. Chops, builds, custom rides, every dream compiled. From classics to mods, bikes and 4x4. Fans lit up with energy, always wanting more. DJ on the deck, speed banging heavy. Crowd moving, feet grooving, vibe keep steady. From sunset cruising to the midday blast. Performance pulse, we built to last. We feel that pulse.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Welcome back to the action, not too far away here. It's Sydney Dragway for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. Bushy, we've been qualifying all day long. Time to start cutting these fields down. It's eliminations. If you lose, you're on the trailer. Do or die is now.
Exactly right, Chris. And we're about to kick off the first round of eliminations with the future of the sport in Junior Dragster. We've got Cody Hunt and Declan McGregor. Hunt's in the aeroflow lane. Dialed in with an 8.12. McGregor in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.66. So McGregor will be leaving the start line around about half a second, or around a half a second head start. Will go to Declan in the rocket lane. Hunt will have to chase him down. There'll be about a light and a bit stagger on the Christmas tree.
Just a little bit. Each of the light comes at 0.4 of a second. Now, of course, dial-ins. This means we're in Group 3. Dial your own handicap. So self-nominated. You are not allowed to go quicker than the handicap you say you're going to run. And as simple as that, if you do, it is a breakout and you lose. So it's time. One of these kids is going to leave this racetrack very happy in about the next 10 or 11 seconds. One, maybe not so much. Cody Hunt, your number 15 qualifier, gets away a lot better on the reaction time to Declan McGregor, 0.076 to 0.246. Hunt just has to get it to the end to try not throw it away, and he gets it done nicely. Cody Hunt gets the win in the aeroflow lane. The South Australian runs an 8.2 on an 8.1 dial-in, and he puts Declan on the trailer. Next up now, Lily Vickery, your number 13 qualifier, the Cassine entry. Up from Dennington in Victoria, has dialed it in with an 8.06. Drove to an 8.09 in qualifying earlier today here, so an 8.06 is pretty solid here. Lily's going to play against Bailey Hawke, who is also dialed in at an 8.06. Bailey drove to an 8.01 in qualifying earlier today. So Bailey has played the expectation that the track is going to slow down somewhat in this part of the afternoon here, and is hoping that that is going to play their way here. Neither of these two are near the top end of the points in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series as it stands here in the penultimate round for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. But a good day out is always welcome here in Sydney as they chase gold Christmas trees. You have to make it through this brutal first round of eliminations in Junior Dragster. Vickery in the aeroflow lane, plays Hawke in the rocket lane. Equal dial-ins. It's going to be a heads-up race. Drop the greens. Hawke goes red. Bailey Hawke goes red by 3/1000ths of a second. Can you believe it? Lily Vickery will pick up the win and drove an 8.10 on an 8.06. If Bailey had have not gone red, would have smashed it. Ran an 8.07 on an 8.06 dial.
Yeah, wow.
It was way closer.
Unfortunately, it's one of those things, Chris, that the Christmas tree is an equaliser, as is the finish line.
Absolutely,
and,
it is.
To succeed in sportsman racing, you've got to be pretty good at both, knowing your car and the lights. Now, of course, not saying that Bailey's not good at both, just that this time the cards didn't fall.
Exactly, and it hurts, but that's how it goes.
Yes, exactly.
Next
right.
up, we'll see Jacob Longo from Gillaby, New South Wales, the Trackside Automotive. Crawls-powered dragster, your number 11 qualifier, dialing in an 8.10. Zane Condello joining in the rocket lane. from Barrack Heights, New South Wales. Dialing in an 8.08. There's only 2 100ths of a second between them. There's not going to be big differences on the start line here. You have to be razor sharp on your reaction time to stand any form of a chance in this competition.
Well, certainly two very sharp racers sitting down there on the start line. One is a multi-time champion.
Red for Longo. Longo goes red by 21 thousandths of a second. Immediately turns on the win light for Zane Condello, who went and broke out. So Condello went quicker than the dial-in, but the rules of drag racing says first or worst. If you commit yourself to disqualification first, then you lose, or if it's a worse disqualification, such as hitting the wall, then you lose, or crossing the center line is usually the big one, then you automatically lose. Unfortunate for Jacob Longo there. That was an opportunity to advance, but will go no further, and Condello gets lucky and goes through to round 2 of eliminations.
Certainly that is the case there. Chris, our next pair, George Takalis in the Brick and Go Bricklaying Junior Dragster, dialed in with a 12.13. He's in the aeroflow lane. He's been in that lane all day so far, taking on Liam O'Neill in the rocket lane. Liam dialed in with an 8.68 this time around, so he will have to be patient on the start line. 3.8 seconds head start going to George Takalis in the aeroflow lane. Unfortunately, Georgie's thrown it away with the red light at 169 red.
And that looked like it threw some confusion for Liam O'Neill as well, who has gone and broken out by a considerable margin. In fact, both drivers broke out in that case, but originally that massive red light from George Takalis sealed the deal here, and Liam O'Neill will go rounds. We'll get to come back and race again in the second round of eliminations for Junior Dragster. Now up, Savannah Condello. Local driver from Barrack Heights, your number 10 qualifier. Went as quick as an 8.04 in qualifying, has dialed in an 8.07. He's going to play against your number 2 qualifier, who held that top spot. Luca Lamatina was top of the pops for so long, until getting pipped right at the very end by 1,000th of a second. Luca from Weeman, Victoria, the Angry Carrot of Lamatina Farms, has dialed in an 8.03. Went as quick as a 8.007 in qualifying. So Luca's going to have to play the game here and is expecting, it seems, that the track slowed down ever so slightly. And it's just going to try and get a nose in front to secure a spot in the second round.
Yes, there's a number of theories on how to approach dial your own racing. Not too much in the start line. Lamatina with the better light. Side by side as they march to the finish line. Double breakout, both cars going too quick, but the winner was
Savannah Condello.
Savannah Condello.
Wow, a double breakout. They pushed each other to the very edge, and Condello wins. In the event of the double breakout, the driver who broke out by the smaller margin ends up being declared the winner, and Luca Lamatina just completely lost it in that case. Condello will go through to round 2. Luca has been promoted to spectator.
Yes, he did cross the finish line first, it looks, and went a little bit too quick, throwing the win back to Condello. Wow.
Yes. Next up, Cooper Vickery from Dennington, Victoria here. Number 14 qualifier, the Cassine Junior Dragster, has dialed in at 8.13. Cooper coming out of the Aeroflow lane. Angelina Condilis from Hampstead Gardens, South Australia, has dialed in at 8.09 in the rocket lane. There's only 4 100ths of a second between them. just over 1/10 of the amount of time it takes you to blink your eyes. Almost equal reaction times at the light. None of them are that great either, but it's going to be a tight race all the way to the 8th mile stripe. Another double breakout. Vickery gets the win by breaking out by a smaller margin. 8.104 against an 8.13. Gondilas 8.04 against an 8.09. The margin of victory came down to less than 1/100th of a second on a double breakout situation. Vickery gets the win, and that's the second double breakout we've seen in this first round of eliminations.
That's exactly right, Chris, and that's the beauty of dial your own racing, isn't it? You know, it's a big equaliser, and you know, there's so many ways to win or lose a race, I guess you could say. It just means that there's, you know, things will come into play, into the scenario, into the story.
And plenty of nervous parents watching on the start line right now. Lily Horton is going to come out now. The Moto Works and United Signage Junior Dragster. Lilia B Junior has dialed in at 8.94 here. James Barlow, he's coming out swinging from Holden Hill, South Australia. He's dialed a 7.96. So in the world of junior dragsters, you are allowed to dial in quicker than the class cutoff. You're allowed to run quicker in eliminations as well. You just can't run more than a 10th quicker. So you can go down to a 7.90.
I think Barlow's taken the approach that, you know what, I'm going to leave the start line and I'm holding it flat out. I'm
Run
either
like hell.
I'm going to see a win light or I'm not.
This is going to be massive. There's going to be 1 second between the drop of the greens on the start line. And Lily Horton throws it away with a red.
I was just going to say she dropped into deep stage, brought that top white light out right before the tree cut down. And Barlow will take the win, 8.04 with a 0.77 miles an hour through the finish line. And Horton, a 9.04 with a 5, but the race was won and lost on the start line there for Horton.
Yeah, by any measure, Barlow would have taken the win even if Horton didn't go red light. But nonetheless, Barlow continues on here. Now Taylor Horton, who pickpocketed the #1 qualifier spot and claimed that New Gen Business Park top qualifier medallion at the death knock of qualifying by a margin of 1/1000th of a second, plays against Riley Ito, your #9 qualifier. Horton coming out of the Aeroflow lane. The Victorian has dialed in an 8 flat. Riley Ito for Murphy Finance Solutions and ITF Hire, dialing in an 8.05. You're not going to see the difference on the lights, but it is there. 0.5 of a second is the difference between them on the start line right now. And they are going to be ripping. And this is where it can all come undone for your #1 qualifier. Doesn't matter how quick you want to be in qualifying. You've got to have a little bit of luck on your side when it comes to this first round of eliminations. Drop of the green, and it's a better reaction time for Taylor Horton. 0.11 plays against Ito's 0.87. Horton gets a nose in front at the line and locks it up. A win, 8.044 against an 8.00 dial. #1 qualifier, Taylor Horton, is through. And that is a great start to the afternoon racing for your current championship points leader. Coming into today, Horton was on the points cap, 300 points, sitting rock solid at the top of the board in your ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series, and is looking at going rounds tonight here in Sydney.
It certainly appears that way, doesn't it, Chris? I think Ito, maybe something going away there for him. There was over a 10th off the dial-in. So unfortunately for the local hope, Riley, he's on the trailer for the afternoon. We're moving into junior drag bike now, Chris, and these races will be going on the Chicago Shootout, as you mentioned before. So it's
not quite the same as what we've just seen in junior dragster with eliminations. It's only a field of 4 for your junior drag bike field, so that wouldn't be really fair. You get to ride twice and go home. So they get to come out 3 rounds of racing, and then we pick the best 2 winners. Now, it's pretty much guaranteed if you win all 3 rounds, you're going to the final in a field of 4, because it means you've beaten one person twice. It's as simple as that. So, you've still got to be strong, and you've still got to be uber competitive in this format. There's no guarantees in the world of drag racing. Austin Walpole, your #4 qualifier in the Aeroflow lane, plays against Eliza Harris, number 3 qualifier in the Rocket Lane. They've both dialed in 888s. So this is going to be a heads-up race to the 8th mile.
Oh, nice light for Harris on the on board the Kawasaki in the Rocket Lane. 008. And Eliza will take the win at 9.13 with a 3.68 miles an hour across the finish line.
Good whole shot win there from Eliza Harris. Was slower in the ET, but was 2/10 quicker in the reaction time department. So it didn't matter at the end. And Harris able to turn on the win light against Austin Walpole here in this first round of Junior Drag Bike Chicago Shootout. And of course, our youngsters, the future of the sport in Junior Drag Bike, proudly sponsored by New Gen Business Park. Thanks to Matho and all the team at New Gen up in Ipswich. The massive amount of support they've thrown behind the ANDRA drag racing program and the regional sportsman series here. Now we go to your number 1 and 2 qualifiers respectively. Bailey Paul from Roseworthy, South Australia, dialing in an 892 out of the Aeroflow lane. Plays against Cooper Plummer on the Yamaha from Campbelltown, South Australia, dialing in an 893 in the Rocket Lane.
Both bikes bumping into full stage. On the limiter for Plummer, 063 for Paul, 035 for Plummer on the start line. Not too much in it at all. It will come down to whoever is closest to the dial in. And Paul goes too fast, Chris, handing the win back to Plummer. Paul got there first, but under the dial in.
Yeah, broke out by a margin of about 4/100ths of a second there. Ran an 888 against an 892 dial in and gave the win away. Cooper Plummer was 4/100ths slower than his dial in, which is about in the ballpark. Dialed in an 893 and rode an 897. So Plummer turns on the win lights. He didn't get disqualified, and we'll take that win into the second round of New Gen Business Park Junior Drag Bike Chicago Shootout. Super Sedan eliminations coming up next. Time for me to step away, and I'll throw you into the capable hands of Les, and we'll get stuck into it for the afternoon program of eliminations before we see the first round of Door Slammer and Pro Mod coming up later today.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that. Chris Mitchell, thank you very much. And Chris will be back on the mic in the not too distant future. We've got our first pair of Super Sedan races in the fire up box, ready for the signal. And while we close up the finish line from Junior Dragster, we'll just have a quick word from some of our sponsors here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back with you very
We're here at Phillip Island, where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Packlease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days, and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Packlease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They're so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Peter Furlanetto in the Falcon on the start line, dialed in with an 878, taking on Ned Koranovic, dialed in with a 933. That big Chevy will be chased by the Falcon.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, 8 thousandths too soon on the start line for the Chevy. The Falcon gets an opportunity to test the dial in and runs an 889 with a 4 on an 878. Runs on through for a 139 mile an hour charge as well.
Yes, for unfortunately for Ned over there, it was very, well, it wasn't that much, but hey, when it's red, it's red. So unfortunately, he can go and cook a barbecue for the rest of the crew, and his opponent there will be into the next round of elimination here in Super Sedan.
Our next pair, Matthew Gay in the HX Utility, supported by Progress Transport Services, and Andy Gay Proprietary Limited, dialed in with a 9.53 in the aeroflow lane, taking on David Todd, our number 8th qualifier in that little Holden Gemini, with a 9.05.
Yeah, Dave Todd from Beachport in South Australia, running a Clubo 427. Unfortunately, he's 4,000ths of a second too quick, handing automatic win to Matty Gay. Matty Gay runs it through for a 9.63 with a 1 at 138, and Dave Todd with that red light at 9.13.
Next up, Tony Tedesco, our number 3 qualifier in the Holden Chimera, dialed in with an 8.84 in the aeroflow lane, taking on Sean Marr, who's dialed in with a 9.24. Sean in the HB.
Yes, that's a very quick and very reliable car of Sean Marr over here in the rocket lane. Dialed in with 9.24. He's used his number 11 qualifier in this field. He's usually up just a little bit higher, but because of the quality of all the races here today, it's, there's some quick guys. Not saying that Sean's slow, but we'll see if he gets to take this one out. Yes, he does. He runs a 9.26 on a 9.24, nice and safe at 143, and an 8.88 with a 3 for Tony Tedesco.
Yeah, Sean had a margin, a small margin of advantage on the start line, and just carried that through to the finish line there, Les.
So, yeah, well, that's all it takes these days. Adam Hunter from Narellan Vale in the rocket lane, Hunter Race Engines, Ford Falcon wins at 4.30, and Darren Russell from Aldgate in South Australia, and that Holden Tirana running a Chevy 434. On-site security doors for Darren, and Hunter Race Engines for Adam Hunter. So I guess that's his own business. All gets out to, an 0.39 for Hunter and an 0.26. This is going to be really, really tight at the top end, let me tell you. And it goes to Adam Hunter. He runs a 9.62 on a 9.58 at 135. And for Russell, a 9.07 at 105 or 115. I just didn't quite catch it then. So next pair, Steve, who have we got here?
Kevin Bucher in the HB Tirana from Victoria, dialed in with an 8.84, taking on Paul Papacosta in the Ford Capri. Papacosta dialed in with a 9.20. Papacosta again blazing the tyres on the hit. Unfortunately, that car not leaving the start line how he would have liked. And Kevin in the HB Tirana will be back for round number 2 with a 9.31 at only 114 miles an hour.
Yes, that's unfortunate for Paul there in the rocket lane. He's had a bit of difficulty getting off the line virtually all day. So anyway, he'll be back again to fight another round some other time, and we look forward to having him back.
Our next pair going through their burnout procedure. Almost at the start line, we have Thomas Perry in the Autobahn LC Tirana, dialed in with an 8.89. And Alex Guaridis in the BAGT, dialed in with a 9.49.
Yes, Alex from Newport in Victoria in that Ford BAGT, running a small block Ford 424. He came into this first round of eliminations here at the ANDRA Masters at 9.432, number 13, and Thomas Parry, our number 5 qualifier, with an 8.830. Oh, Alex there got a really, really good jump at the start. I don't know if he can hold on to it. Oh, gee, he did hold on to it, but he got there first anyway. But he takes the win. He'll be into the next round of eliminations.
Yeah, Parry was definitely chasing him down. There was nearly 20-mile-an-hour difference at the finish line.
Yeah. Yeah, it's closing in fast.
Our next pair will be Dave Gruber in the LJ Tirana for Queanbeyan Engine Service. 9:42 his dial in, taking on Michael Milazowicz in the Muller's Truck Repairs Ford Capri, who's dialed in with an 888.
Oh, look at that. An 011 reaction time for Gruber and a 007 for Milasewicz in that nice little Capri. Oh, gee whiz, I wouldn't have picked that. Okay, Michael Milasewicz goes through for an 891 at 143 on an 888. And Gruber on his 942, well, he got there second. That's all I can tell you because they moved the screen real quick.
Next up, we'll see Steve Hunt in the XW panel van. Dialed in with a 1023. Taking on Nathan Cowie. Cowie Signs in the Suzuki Mighty Boy.
Yeah, Steve Hunt is, he ran a 10.13 on his first qualifying run, and so he's dialed in with a 10.23. It says here a 10.1, 10.1. Oh.
004 on the tree for the XY. Cowie chasing him down, but not going to get there. Gave away a bunch on the start line, Les. And we'll see Steve Hunt back in the XW panel van for the next round.
Yes, this is still Super Sedan, the Super Sedan bracket we're running here today. Now, Andrew Ashley, our number one qualifier, he gets, because he's number one qualifier, he gets a bye into the next round. It just so happens that there's an odd number of entrants, so he'll be just racing against himself. The only way he can not get any time, or he can lose this race, if he crosses the centre line or tags the wall. Now, safety infraction is the paramount no-no here in whilst you're racing, but none of it is applicable to him. He runs on his 872 and runs an 879 at 156.66 miles per hour. Andrew Ashley into the second round of elimination here today. Yeah, pretty fine run too. I like those little fox body Mustangs. Londonderry he's from. Right.
Moving into Super Street now, Les. For their first round of competition, we have Andrew Gay in the VC Commodore, the LS-powered machine, in the airflow lane, dialed in with an 1130, taking on Dean Cleary from Portland West in Victoria, in the Holden Tirana hatchback, 410 Chevy on board for the Tirana. Dialed in with a 1055.
Yes, that's not his quickest time, but the rules don't say you have to nominate your quickest time. So he's nominated 1055. He qualified with the 1041 with a 1. Andrew Gay qualified with an 1130, and he's dialed in with 1130 on an 11.305. So he's got 5 thousandths of a second. He's got to run 11.30 or just a tad slower. Here's a big top-end charge, but it's not going to be enough. It's a red light anyway. Automatic win. Andrew Gay broke out anyway. Runs an 10.91 on 11.3. Hey, that can't be right.
Next up, we have Tim Parker in the Ford Coupe. Dialed in with a 1072. Taking on Stefan Lanius. Lanius in the Rocket Lane. Dialed in with an 1179 in the VS Commodore.
Yeah, and then Tim Parker from Portland West as Steve. That's a beautiful little car, that 34 Ford Coupe.
There's two very nice black 34 Ford Coupes here this weekend.
There is, and he should have put a Ford in. But anyway, that's what hot rodding's about. Stephen.
Just waiting on Lenny. Stephen moving to pre-stage. There he is, brought the top light on now.
Yep.
Coupe in, ready to go.
G7. Oh.
.083 on the tree for the Commodore. 050 for the Coupe.
Oh, Steve.
Who will it be at the top end?
Wow.
I think the coupe, or only just though, because the Commodore went too quick. 11.75 with a 2 on an 11.79. And the 34 Ford will be back for round number 2.
Yes, in the next round. Gee, that was really close, but that's the way the lights work. And if you go too fast, or you get there first and break out, or you get a red light, first is worst. So as they say, so if you're a red light, everything else is probably inconsequential. Tracy Henley from Warralong in South Australia, HT Monaro. That's the really one of the sharpest looking Monaros I've seen. Small block Chev, 422, dialed him with a 1069. Got a bit of a honker there too. Henry Speckek, been around drag racing a long time, from George's Hall in New South Wales, running the Holden VF Commodore 6.2 litre, dialed in with a 12.43. Oh, he's already an instant winner.
Yeah, unfortunately, Henley went 040 red on the tree, Les.
Yeah.
And the winner will be Henry Speckek. Gets the opportunity to test the dial in, which he does that exactly. 12.41 with a 5 on a 12.43.
That's a breakout, but Tracy Henley red lit first. And Henry Speckek did get there first, but he broke out.
Next up, we'll have Craig Warren and Jack Matasevic do battle. 2 local races. Craig Warren dialed in with a 10.50 in the Black Tirana for Sydney Scrap Steel. Matasevic in the XT Falcon dialed in with an 11.59.
Oh, he gets out first too. He's got the start. He's got a better reaction time. We'll see.
Nice light for Matasevic. There's a lot of smoke out of the car for Warren on the leave. And Matasevic will take the win. 11.63 with a 7, 116 miles an hour through the finish line. 0.08 of a second, the margin of victory.
Yeah, look at that.
Craig Warren in the aeroflow lane there. 10.57 with a 0 on a 10.50.
Yes, nice shooting there. Oh, we've got Lisa Garbellini from Aurelia in WA in the Holden VZ Commodore, the 6 litre unit. 1181 is her dial in. Anthony Gatlari in that big block Chev 454 powered HQ Ute, dialed in with a 1075. So 1075 is quicker than 1181. So Lisa Garbellini will get the head start.
And Garbellini with a better reaction time, 0.59 on the tree. And we'll see the win light.
Thank you.
In her lane with an 11.86 with a 2. Got there by over 1/10 of a second. Our next pair, Ethan Hurst in the RB30 DET powered VL Commodore. 13.0. Ethan's dial in. Taking on Mark Hopkins in the Tirana, who's dialed in with a 10.96.
Wow.
Near enough to 2 seconds head start going to Hurst VL Commodore.
A 297 reaction time up against a 062 from Hopkins. So Mark Hopkins always hard to beat in that little Tirana. Flies on through, dialed in 1096, goes down for the win at 11.55 with a 6 at 92 miles an hour and a 14.97 with a 3 at 91.19 miles per hour.
Yeah, both cars just cruising up down the braking area. Can see down there we've got David Matasevic in the Ford Cortina, and Mark Elborn will be our next pair. Quite sure what the hold-up is down there.
So lights flashing here, but obviously they're in radio contact down below. Oh yeah.
All right, underway now, Les. We've got Dave Matasevic in the DCM Consulting TD Cortina holding with a 1062 in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Mark Elborn in the Power Plus Race Fuels Holden HQ Ute, also racing for the Coding King and Palmdale Nursery.
Bit of flower power there. So he's usurping all that into his Holden there. He dialed him with 1162, Mark Elborn, and Dave Matasevic is at 1062. Oh, look at, yep, not too bad. Mark Elborn does have the start line advantage by way of a better. Dave Matasevic there drives around him, runs at 1067 on a 1062 at 122, and for Elborn an 1179 with a 2 at 115 for the lose.
Around about 800ths of a second across the finish line. The winner there, the Black Cortina.
Yeah, that's a tough little car too. I like that. There's another nice yellowish one I saw downstairs earlier too, which it's got something 302. Malcolm Todd now from Pullagello in Victoria. The Holden LC Tirana running a Holden 383. This is quick car now, number 1 qualifier. He gets a bye run into the next round. 008, pretty handy there too, Steve, on the tree. 008 runs it through for a 1047 on a 1025 at 129.57. So I think he's probably just at some stage just buttoned off, perhaps just a little bit early. It's on a 1025 run at 1047. Well, that's 2/10.
Well, it did seem to bounce a little bit on the tyre though, so
Did
maybe
it?
that's
Yeah.
part of the reason, or maybe he might have rolled out of the throttle at the top end.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to move into Supergas now, Les.
Yep.
Of course, Supergas runs to a fixed index, 990 is what all these cars will run to.
Yes.
You go under it, you break out.
Yep. And that's just about it, unless you're red light at the start. But you have to run 990 or slower to feature in the winnings amongst the winners. So Graham Spencer, there's another name he's changed a lot too. Graham Spencer, and there's another guy, Golding. He was a Victorian. I'm sure he was in Supergas as well, but it's 990, Diggers Rest Victoria, 63 Chev Corvette with a Chevy 399 in it, number 4 qualifier, and Brody Tedesco from Deer Park in Victoria. The Holden Gemini running a Chevy 400 is our number 11 qualifier. So, in this class, fixed indexed, heads up, pro tree, and no deep staging. They're the 4 attributes for Supergas. And that fixed index is 990. Hey, what's happened there?
Tedesco went into deep stage, and that's
right.
one of the rules of Supergas Eliminator. You're not able to deep stage. So I saw he bumped into stage, and I saw the Christmas tree, the top light flashing on and off.
Yep. Well, Graham Spencer's sort of, he left before the third amber, but CHBL to Brody Tedesco. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but that they are the 4 attributes and the rules in Supergas class, and on the racetrack, it's just how it is. So anyway, next pairing up we'll have shortly. We're in a pretty full field of super gas cars here for the ANDRA Masters event, Sydney Dragway 2025. A quarter of the century is already gone.
It's 26.
Yeah, but 2025's gone.
Yep, it's gone. Joe Polito Jr. for Motorsport Parts and Services in the red Ford Probe, taking on Tony Romeo in the XYGT.
Yes, I'd say Tony from Anglevale in South Australia, so he's probably not related to those over here, but he might be.
No, because it got me a little bit on the entry list when I saw it, because I'm pretty sure that the original Romeo was Tony Romeo in here from Sydney.
Sydney, yeah.
So I thought, oh, maybe Tony's got his license and racing again. But I believe it's a different Tony Romeo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, if you have a look at it, yeah, that'd be is it Joe Polito Jr.? Well, there's a, Joe Polito Jr., that'd be a second generation. But there is a third generation Polito running up. I think it's in Junior Dragster. Oh, they get out there. 1-1-0 reaction time for Romeo in the rocket lane, but it looks like Polito.
Oh, you were just going to say it, and he went 5 thousandths too quick, Les.
Saved by,
you didn't say
the
it.
racer.
You didn't say it, but
No, I
you were going to. Polito Jr. going under the 990 fixed index and handing the win back to Tony Romeo. So we'll see that the Falcon back for the next round of racing.
Now, I haven't checked here, but they're not racing Chicago shootout, are they? It's just eliminations. Yeah, because we've got a fairly big field. 14 races now because JB turned up. It's good. Jason Wilson. Oh, and that neat little Gemini, 996, gets there first at 134 over a 995 at 155 for Cole Griffin. Oh, Cole Griffin there, one of the good old boys. Cole Griffin there. I don't think I've seen him in anything else. He had I remember he used to have a Celica, like a street car. Oh, there's JB there. So we've got Russell Archer in the rocket lane and Johnny Sommeranch in the Aeroflow lane.
Now, two very different ways to go. Super gas racing here. We've got a turbocharged 13B rotary and an RX4 for Archer. Racing for pack performance and Remain infrastructure. Then we've got a manually shifted 302 Windsor in a Ford Cortina with a little bit of nitrous.
Yes, and it's a top loader in that car. John loves it, and he wouldn't have it any other way, he said. And he's featured at the. I presented a couple of trophies to him, and so Steve. So he's really got a handle on that car, and good on him too, because it's a from start to finish flat run car. No throttle stops.
John's just hanging Archer out a little bit now.
Yeah.
Oh, lucky both ways. Archer went red on the tree. Sommeranch went straight over to the right on the hit of the throttle. I think the game might have worked a little bit in the way of Sommeranch.
You picked it, Steve. Yeah.
We do have a replay. Keep your eye on the start line. There's Sommeranch. He caught it pretty quick. The crew jumping for joy when they saw the red light.
What a man. What a man. Oh, there's that Merc. I like that because there's now that's hot rodding. Adrian McGroddy. He used to have I'm sure he had a HD Holden. I'm not quite sure if it was a four-door or if it was a panel van. But he was always in Supergas as well. Anton Regina from Taylor's Hill in the Aeroflow lane with that 97 Mercedes with a 13B rotary rooster roaster. Tucked under the bonnet of that Merc there. This is our number one qualifier.
Oh, Anton went 6 thousandths too soon.
Oh, Adrian will be, Oh, he still stuck it into it. Ran a 995 on a 990, so it's a double barrel.
All right, our next pair going through their burnout procedure. We have Joe Catanzariti on board the Pontiac Firebird. In Touch Automotive taking on Roy Romeo, also for In Touch Automotive in the VP Commodore. Racing for Burson Auto Parts at Narellan, VP Racing Fuels. Not the first time these two have raced each other.
No, that's for sure.
Maybe the first time in 2026.
Yep.
Looks like a Catanzariti out in front here. Careful not to go too quick. He's washed off about 20 mile an hour roughly. And runs a 10.05 with a 1 at 147. Had a little bit better light than Roy in the Commodore and used that to his advantage.
Yeah, Roy Romeo goes a 10.005. Sure, there's that, the other Romeo. This is Luke Romeo. And this is a solo as well.
Ooh, Luke,
to the next round.
Luke's car not sounding great there. It nearly stalled at the back of at the end of the burnout there. Well, there we go. It seemed to come alive once the throttle stop was deactivated. And a 10.47 with an 8, 154 miles an hour.
Yes. Well, that completes that round of eliminations for the Super Gas class.
Next up, we should be seeing our top sportsman competitors rolling through the tunnel for their first round of eliminations here today. As part of the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, it is good.
I can see why Romeo had the solo there. Unfortunately, the Chevy Camaro being pushed back.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was supposed to be a paired pass. But,
oh, rightio. Oh, okay. Well. Okay.
See the first of our top sportsman cars coming under the tunnel now as we speak. This category also runs a dial your own format.
There's that cross, that Mopar Ute. Neat little thing. See how it's got a chisel nose?
Yep. And we're not too far away from all of our Group 1 competitors to roll on through under the tunnel. They're not in the staging lanes yet, but they can't be too far away. So I'd suggest if you're down in the pits, it might be worth coming up and grabbing a seat under the shade structure, as I see a lot of our spectators taking advantage of that. And so just take this quiet moment to remind everybody to slip, slop, slap. Stay hydrated in the warm summer sun here at Sydney.
Sounds like the car's rolling out from under the, there they are. They've come out from under the tunnel. And it'll be one of those Pontiac GTOs.
That was the Turek machine.
Yep.
Tommy Turek dialing with a 744 in the rocket lane. For VT Racing. Vlado Turek Proprietary Limited. From St. Peters in South Australia. Taking on Dean Tassone from Warland in South Australia. Racing the Dodge Rampage Utility. Dialed in with an 832.
And Tommy Turek dialed in with a 744, so he's quicker than that little Mopar.
Yep.
So you'll see the aeroflow lane, Dean Tassoni take off first. He'll receive the green light first, and it'll be up to Tommy Turek, who's dialed in with a 744 in the rocket lane to try and run him down and get to the other end first without breaking out. So that's usually, some people like to come from behind, some people like to lead from the front if they get a handicap start, because both of them want to manage the race or handle it or set the pace. I don't know what happened there.
Tassone not left the start line, unfortunately. Turek got to be fortunate there. 786 with a 1 on a 744. We're just looking in the door for Tassone.
Well, the brake light's on, or the rear light, I don't know. Oh no, he's making his way back. Not sure what happened there. But Dean Tassoni in the THR Developments Dodge Rampage with a Mopar 437 in it has been removed from the start line. A bit unfortunate. But the next pairing out, we've got jumping Josh Boscovich from Wandandian down the narrow way there in the Wild Ink Motorsport merch machine, the Ford XA Coupe, running a Fontana 427, and sponsored also by Bosco Mobile Mechanical and Bosco Racing. So he's there up against Brett O'Connor. That's this really hard charging, this 187 mile an hour Camaro, big block. Keith Black, 636 cubic inches from Landilo in New South Wales, heading out towards Windsor or Richmond, out that way. And Brett, a great supporter of the track as well. Jenkins Performance Engines, Creative Displays and Joinery, and Jay's Custom Fabrications, helping Brett along the way. And for Josh, well, I've mentioned his attributes and also his sponsors and things like that. He's our number 9 qualifier, and qualified with a fine stout 7.968 at 169. And Brett O'Connor too, he's our number 3 qualifier, and got to number 3 qualifier with a great 7.265 at 187 miles an hour. So Josh Boscovich at an 803, which is slower than a 724, he'll receive the green light first. And it'll be up to Brett O'Connor to try and run him down. Now, this is where we play a big part and emphasise and rely on reaction times. It gives us a better identification. Oh, look at the Boscovich car high up in the air. Here comes the thundering Brett O'Connor. I don't think he'll make it. He doesn't. Boscovich gets there first, a 002 light. On his 803 runs an 819 at 153, and that'll be enough to get a win for Boscovich and into the next round of competition. Oh, that was a fine gear change too. Hoiked the front wheels right up in the air. Classic drag racing. Daniel Jones now from Taylor's Hill in Victoria in the rocket lane. Really neat little Chevy Cobalt. I didn't realise they were that small, but they certainly are. Big block Chev, 564 cubes. Our number 2 qualifier. Big mile an hour too, a 7.256 ET at 181.62, and for Tony Miskelly from Gawler East in South Australia, PM Race Engines, InnoFact 3D Printing, Ford Pro, big block Chev, 615 cubes. He's dialed in with a 788, and Daniel Jones is a 726. The 726, it's a bit more than, just a little bit more than one and a bit yellow lights. You'll see it come down in favour of Tony Miskelly over here in the aeroflow lane, so he will accept the green light first, and it'll be up to Daniel Jones to do his best to get to the finish line as well, without Oh, an 013. Muskelly's got the start line advantage right here. Runs it through on a 793 on that 788 at 171 for the win. 728 at 190 for Daniel Jones, and that little Chevy Cobalt. Oh, our number one qualifier here. Gee, that's a sharp-looking car. It's really, I like the colours, everything. So Darren Whitford. Dialed in with a 657 in top sportsman AA, so it's got some mechanical or chemical additives to charge the system up. And from Happy Valley in South Australia, Chevy GTO, running a Chev 540, our number one qualifier, dialed in with a 657. Heracles Kazantzidis from Greystanes in New South Wales, Kismic Interiors and West End Performance sponsored machine. Holden V and Commodore running a big block Chev 632 with a dial in of 790 slower than 657. Heracles will get the green light first.
That's exactly right, Les, and I'd like to welcome everyone who's joining us now on the Sydney Dragway live stream on Facebook, on our Facebook page and our Instagram page, and all of those who are joining us via the ANDRA Facebook page. Welcome to Sydney Dragway. I hope you're having a cracking afternoon, and I hope you're strapped yourself in for an afternoon and evening of fantastic drag racing action from a warm Western Sydney. Let us know where you're watching from.
Yep, certainly. You can let us know for sure.
We'll do our very best to keep our eye on the streams for all the comments. As we see Heracles Kazantzidis and Darren Whitford roll into stage. Kazantzidis, unfortunately, look, just left before the tree was activated.
Yes, well, he was there, and well, I thought it might have been, it went yellow and then it went straight red, so he's moved either, he has, our starter there has instructed that he go down the track. The lights came down, and as soon as the last yellow, the red light just came on, so he must have just moved forward. So it didn't even record a time.
A little bit of drama in the first round of a top sportsman here this afternoon. Our next pair will be Daryl Stevens, who's doing double duties here today. This time he's on board the Ford Cougar from Maxima Racing Oils, and Dandy Engines dialed in with a 780. Taking on Darren Parker from the Ridgeway Motorsports VF Commodore. He's dialed in with an 802.
It's only well, this particular one of Darren Parker, it's a 412 cubic inches, so it's not one of the mountain motors, the 500 and 600 cubic inches. It's just a little 412, which is probably what the car came out with, running a TSAA, so it has either a turbo or turbos, a supercharger under there, or nitrous oxide. Oh, look at that. Look at Daryl Stevens out with a 006.
Yeah, Darren Parker with a good line as well, but had to pedal the car a few times before the 60-foot, and an 804 with a 7. The ET for Stevens to take the win.
Yeah, that'll get him into the next round. That was, he had a good reaction time too. Here comes the Pirate Pete Hamilton from Hume in that really neat little V8 Commodore, running a Chevy 366. That another LS engine, and as Steve pointed earlier in the program, he's was nearly a sensational wheel standing machine, but he's managed to change the rear end, he said, and fiddle around with the suspension back there, and it might lift it up a foot or 300 millimetres, but still got the nitrous there, and it runs Perfection Automotive in Hume, and he's dialed in with an 838 up against Chris Ferrugia from Taylor's Hill in Victoria. He's dialed in at a 750, pretty quick car. And S&S Smash Repairs and Paul Rogers Transmissions, helping Chris Ferrugia in that really, really nice Pontiac Trans Am.
Yeah, Paul Rogers, definitely a busy man when it comes to all of our sportsman races here today. The name appearing on many race cars.
Yeah, especially the Victorian ones.
Now Ferrugia will be chasing down that green long roof in the rocket lane.
Whoa.
He's not moving into stage, though. I don't know if he's deliberately hanging him out, or we can see the crew.
Yeah, he's timed out.
He's timed out, unfortunately.
When both top lights are lit, as we watch Pete Hamilton go through on his 838, he goes an 842 at 159 for the win. When the two cars are into stage, as soon as either car goes in, I think you have 7 seconds for the other car to go in.
Now, I was watching the crew there. They were willing him to move into full stage, and I'm not sure if there was an issue as to why he didn't. But regardless, the rule there is in place to stop one car from just sitting back while the other one's up on trans brake or up on boost or whatever it might be.
Correct.
And in this case, Hamilton brought the two stage lights on in the correct manner, one then the other. If you roll straight in, I think that's a different set of rules altogether. It's called double bulbing.
Yeah.
That's a little bit unsportsmanlike.
Yep.
But in this case, Hamilton did everything right, and for whatever the reason, the Ferrugia car didn't get into full stage, didn't bring that second white light on in time, and unfortunately for he and the team, are now not in competition.
Oh, well, that's, and we've been talking about a few rules. Yes, there are different rules among different sanctioning bodies, but we're between ourselves and young Chris Mitchell here, we've just about got it all sewn up. So, but anyway, let's continue with the racing. It's been really good. We're now moving into competition bike. Now this is competition bike. These guys are racing against the indexes that are posted up on the dial-in board, or the readout boards down at the bottom end down there. Joseph Curry, he has to go, his index is a 904. If he goes slower than that, well and good. But if he goes quicker, he doesn't break out. And the same goes for Nathan Stone, who will be in the rocket lane on his motorcycle from Mount Helen in Victoria. And his index is 812. This is not when we say an index, this is on national records. So they don't get any dial-ins. They don't dial in. And they can't, if they don't dial in, they can't break out. But the penalty for going fast, if you get there first, or even if you get there second, it's recorded, and then your index comes down. You have to go quicker and quicker. So it's always a competition stiff competition between each other.
You're not penalised, but your racing becomes harder and harder the further you go into, or the further you go under that index. So it is a little bit confusing, but the basic part of the rule is you want to build a motorcycle or a car to run as far under the national record, with as least weight or the least capacity as possible. 002 on the tree for Curry to a 009 for Stone in the rocket lane. It looks like Curry shut the bike off. A lot of smoke for Curry at about 1,000 foot, right on 1,000 foot actually. And Nathan Stone will take the win. 826 with a 6 on an 812 index. Got there first, still at 158 miles an hour across the finish line. I believe we got that on replay. See wonder what it was from, Adam.
The puff of smoke?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he over-revved it. Yeah, I don't know. Might have just been a stray spark. Anyway, next pair. Cheryl Beddoes she'll be in the rocket lane here. You can see her index up there is a 904, and for Rob Cassar in the AACBN, that's the, it's double. Double A means that it's chemically or mechanically supercharged. And Cheryl Beddoes is just a more or less a bog standard type bike. And but Rob there, his index is a 765, so Cheryl Beddoes had better get going in the rocket lane. She'll have to get a really good reaction time. Well, so too Rob Cassar. Oh, look at this.
Oh, I think that's the something with the nitrous there is not plumbed correctly. That's what that was.
Yeah, that's
very unfortunate for Rob Cassar and the team. I'd say probably does the burnout without the nitrous, and as he was rolling forward up to the start line, opened the bottle up and something
just
not
quite
right there. It went everywhere. It came out from all of under the body, and I'm sure would have startled him nonetheless. Meanwhile, Cheryl Beddoes leaves the start line with an 043 light, straight down the centre of the lane, and goes a 908 with a 0 on a 904.
Yeah, it's pretty good on a on a solo, isn't it? A 908 on a 904. Only 400ths off, but didn't knock the index around any, so should be pleased. That's what I'd be doing. Anyway, now we're still into competition bike. We've got double DCB, which is double D. Again, got some form of assistance in the air intake area.
Well, the H2R is a supercharged motorcycle from Kawasaki. All right, so Edge Malice for CIM Wellness Centre in Armidale. 827, the index for Double D comp bike, taking on Michael Riches on the C-altered bike. Unfortunately for Michael, it looks like, oh no, actually, Edge Malice has left the red light on the start line, went 035 too quick. Riches went 055 green, and Riches will take the round one win with an 891 at 148 miles an hour.
Yeah, unfortunately for Edge there, had red light and copped the double barrel there with the breakout. So that rider in the rocket lane into the next round of eliminations. Now we're moving into Supercharged Outlaws.
Yes, that we are, Les. Things are about to get loud. We've got Tim Stewart. I saw Tim and all of the other Supercharged Outlaw competitors roll under the, or around the staging lanes. And they're all probably just out of view of our rear camera on the back of the tower here. We can hear Tim Stewart and Dave McGaw firing up into life. We have Tim Stewart up from Victoria in the Firefighting Systems Ford Mustang. 620 cubes of a supercharged Chevy between the chassis rails. Dave McGaw also in a Mustang funny car for quick cut concrete cutting. Rolling in with a 666. I only hear one car running, so I'm not sure. It's single, just been told. It looks like Tim Stewart will be on a solo. So that gorgeous blue Ford Mustang. take the win in round number 1 of Supercharged Outlaws. Into full stage now. Up on the 2-step, the tree dropped. And the car stopped, unfortunately. Not quite sure whether he shut it off or it didn't seem to drive away from the start line. It was on the 2-step and...
Yeah, it didn't have much momentum.
Doesn't look like it wants to roll either, just quietly.
Mm.
Oh, no. There we go. Just needed a few more legs. Oh, hopefully there's nothing untoward happening there for Tim Stewart and the team, or whether he's just decided to accept the green and then shut the car off, perhaps. That's another tactic that some people do. Obviously save all the between round maintenance. I did see the Matasevic HG Holden rolling around on the tunnel, but we've got the McClure Dragster next up. Welcome once again to some of our viewers on the live streams, the Sydney Dragway Instagram and Facebook page. We are also streaming via the ANDRA Facebook page. Thank you very much, Carl Cox. You can see he's posted on Facebook. He's watching the stream and we'll be on track in around about an hour. Very much keen, as you would expect from Carl. Very excited, excitable character of drag racing. World-renowned DJ. Does this for fun in his spare time. And I ran a pretty strong number earlier today. I think it was a 580 something at only 212 miles an hour. As our next pair of Supercharged Outlaw cars fire into life, ready to do battle, we have Shane Kramer from Windvale in South Australia. For competitive plumbing, dialed in with a 689. Taking on Casey McClure. Oh, Kramer having a very good look at the Christmas tree there on the stab of the throttle for the burnout. Just catch it on the replay if you watch the big screen. Rolls forward, hits the throttle. There's a fair bit of opposite lock there. Did have a little bit of smoke coming off the tyre, so they definitely would be warm, but probably not as hot as Shane would have liked. No issues in the other lane for Casey McClure. Racing for Urban Concrete Solutions and Haltech. Both cars Chev powered. We've got 540 cubes for the altered. Assuming 393 on board for the dragster. Both cars on a two-step. 0-1-2 on the tree for McClure to an 0-62 for Kramer. And Kramer will take the win. McClure goes too fast. Got there by a 1/10 of a second, but a 7.23 with a 3 is quicker than a 7.25. She broke out, handing the win back to Shane Kramer.
Yes, that was a bit of a reshuffle there at the top end in the positions, but that's what happens when you break out, particularly if you're on a bit of a top end charge, and you break out. You might get there first, but even if you drive around your opposition, you come out second best. So next pairing out, we'll see Jason Keeley in the Aeroflow lane from West Melbourne, Victoria. Marshall Custom Cams and 34 Ford Coupe with that Olds 526 up against, that's in the Aeroflow lane with a dial-in of a 699, that beautiful black car, up against Mark Hunt from Clemzig in South Australia. Dave Baines Engines, Ford, it's not the Ford Custom line, it's that beautiful yellow Corvette.
That's the one.
And also sponsored by ULX 110 Racing Oils. Now, Mark in that Corvette has dialed in with a 650, so he's technically quicker than his opposition, Jason Kelly's. Jason's dialed in with the 699, and Mark Hunt in that bright yellow Chevy Corvette 53. Our second qualifier, he's dialed in with a 650, so he'll receive the green light after Jason Keeley, and then it'll be on for young and old. These two guys are really quick. Both cars running in the 6 second zone, needless to say. And for Jason Keeley, SDA converters, Marshall Custom Cams, and for Mark Hunt, Dave Baines Engines and ULX 110 Racing Oils.
What a fantastic shot to showcase Supercharged the Outlaws on our big screen right now. You've got the old and sleek, I guess, and the older and not so sleek 34 Coupe, but very nicely presented vehicles. Wow, it looks like Mark Hunt.
Oh, smoke down there.
And a lot of smoke for the Keeley 34 Ford. That does not look good, Les.
No. Crikey, just right near the finish line there too, Steve. Just a big puff of smoke. Got the red light flashing down there.
Well, if things
what do we got here?
If things go south, Les, that's normally where they go south. And, or there's a lot of stuff out the back of that. Yeah, that's not a good sign. We can see the trail of something behind the car. He did take the win, but just see if it's on replay there. You can see the car right at probably just before the finish line. There was a bunch of smoke out of it, and
wow.
That's not a happy engine right there, I don't think.
No, I don't. Check it out from here.
And it looked like Mark Hunt definitely had his hands full in that Corvette too. There was a couple of stabs at the throttle. It went immediately to the left on the head of the throttle. Had a second attempt thinking he was going to chase down that 34 Ford, but decided not to pursue. Unfortunately, this will mean that there will be a little bit of a clean-up here at Sydney Dragway this afternoon. We were motoring along so well too, Les.
Yes.
The first hold-up of the afternoon, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yes, they got.
All right, on screen, we can see all of our top qualifiers for today's racing. Currently, our professional series cars are on screen. We have the Door Slammer Masters, our top qualifier, Brody Zapier. Our Pro Mod Masters, Carl Cox. I did just say it was a good pass from Carl, 580. And the Extreme Motorcycle Masters was Alex Borg laying down that very nice ET and run, 212 mile an hour. I think it was a 680.
Yes, yep.
And in Pro Stock, our number one qualifier, Thomas Leake.
Thomas Leake. Oh, beauty, he'll be pleased.
So definitely he will be pleased.
Yeah.
New to the seat of the Pro Stock car, but certainly gaining experience with every time, each time that he comes out.
Yep. Oh, he's got a good teacher.
Yes, oh, very much so. As does the other people in that on that list there. They're all learning every time they come out to the start line. Our three-dimensional construction supergas top qualifier, Adrian McGroddy. Our junior dragster top qualifier, Taylor Horton. Ran 1,000 quicker than or closer to the category index than the number 2 qualifier in junior dragster. The new gen Business Park junior drag bike top qualifier, Bailey Paul. The Ballistic Performance Parts Modified Bike, Dean Jemison. And the Goodyear Racing Super Street top qualifier, Malcolm Todd. We laid down a cracker pass first thing this morning.
Very good, yes it was too.
And the South Australian Drag Racing Association Super Sedan top qualifier, Andrew Ashley in that very nice Ford Mustang. So congratulations to all of our, but there's more. Sorry, Gallagher Modified, Adriana Cartledge in a fantastic pass in that rear engine dragster. New-gen Business Park Supercharged Outlaws, Bruno Matajasevic is probably sitting in the tunnel underneath me as we speak. And the top sportsman, top qualifier, Darren Whitford, the New-gen Business Park competition bike, top qualifier, Edge Malice. And the Super Comp top qualifier, Connor McClure. Congratulations to all of our top qualifiers here today. You guys and girls have worked very hard between rounds and got the car to perform at the top level when it counted. And hopefully you all enjoy your afternoon here at Sydney Dragway.
We feel that pulse in the engine boom. Brisbane showgrounds, hear the crowd go zoom. Performance pulse, heart racing all day long. Revving up the culture, this is our song. Drop the clutch, light the flame. We rolling deep, JDM muscle cars, drifters on the street. Halls packed tight, horsepower insane.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
So attention in the pits and all around the venue here at Sydney Dragway. If there is a tilt tray on site, can you please make yourselves known to your nearest race officials, or come make your presence known to the meeting director at the back of the tower, please. If there is a tilt tray on site, please make yourself known to the back of the tower as soon as you can.
Tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 134646 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
Well, welcome back to the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters here at Sydney Dragway. As you can see, a bit of an extensive cleanup going on in the shutdown area during our Supercharged Outlaws first round of eliminations here in the afternoon of the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. My name's Chris Mitchell, up here in race control and commentary, and I had the pleasure of being joined by the CEO of the Australian National Drag Racing Association, Tim McAvaney. Welcome to a commentary position. You can take a break out from roaming around the pits there, Tim.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I know it's pretty warm out there, so it's good to actually get inside for a moment. But it's been a really good day here today. Everyone's enjoying themselves. The competitors, from what I've seen, are all having a great time. It's just great to be back here in Sydney.
I guess it's a pretty rare opportunity to get someone like yourself into a commentary box and have a chat about all things that are going on. I just want to gain an understanding from you, being here with ANDRA for the first time in, say, 5 years that ANDRA's been operating out of Sydney Dragway, where we've had the National Series here. What is your role within ANDRA and the vision to bring this race to life here at Sydney Dragway?
Well, ANDRA is a membership-based organisation. We've been around for about 52 years, and my role as CEO is basically just to steer the ship. So I've been in the role for about 2.5 years, and we have members in every state. We're very strong in Perth, as you know, Chris, you're from Perth, and we have the Perth Motorplex there, which is also operated by us through a subsidiary company called Evolve. And that's the Speedway and the Dragway. And then we have really strong membership through South Australia and Victoria in Northern Territory, but we do also have a significant membership in New South Wales and Queensland. So it's really up to us to try to deliver some race meetings in these states to service our membership. They want to run under ANDRA at different racetracks. So that's what this is about today, just having a presence for our members to put a race on as part of the National Series. And I think it's really gone well today. I think it's been received really well. We've got a great car count. We've got a lot of travellers and a lot of Sydney cars that are here as well. And from looking at the stands, there's a reasonable crowd here too to watch what we've got. So we're really happy about it, but it's just about having a presence in Sydney. We know we're not going to be here every week, and that's not something we're looking to doing, but we are looking at just having a presence and making sure that we can service our membership, which are the races.
Absolutely, and that's what ANDRA is built to do by facilitating the governance and management of these races and overseeing. And you have a really large base of officials from all over, not just New South Wales, but all over the country, because you've got officials that have come over from parts of Western Australia, up from Victoria, from regional New South Wales, and using this weekend as a platform to upskill those ANDRA officials to better serve their areas when they go back home as well.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we've obviously had a lot of racing in the southern states and WA, and there's a lot of experience there. But I don't think we've been in Sydney for about 10 years, so we need to upskill, like you said, Chris. And that's what today is about. We've got a really good presence of volunteers here, and it's about exposing them to this top-level racing and making sure that for future race meetings, we don't have to fly in everyone from every other state, because obviously that's an expensive exercise.
Of course.
But it's going really well, and everyone's, even things like this, stoppage, our officials are down there watching what's going on and taking it all in and just learning from the experience. I know there's a couple of cars that have grazed the wall and that sort of stuff, and we have to do incident reporting and all that sort of stuff. So that's just great experience, even though it's unfortunate it's happened today for a couple of competitors. But at least if an accident happens, they know what to do, and we don't have to rely on the same people running all the shows. We need a bigger pool of officials, and that's part of what today's about.
So probably the goal then over the long term, using this event for multifaceted approach to grow the organisation and help provide sustainability in the area for your members and to help the membership base in New South Wales. Do you have a long-term plan with this event? I know you've mentioned that you'd like to see this Drag Racing Masters event become a yearly thing here in Sydney?
Yeah, absolutely. This is not a one event strategy. It's about actually having a presence long-term in Sydney. And if this is the only ANDRA event each year, that's fine. But if there's others that we can help and facilitate through the ANDRA brand, we'll do that as well. At the very least, this is at least a once-a-year event for ANDRA. So the Masters will be on next year. We're not quite sure of the date. We're talking to Sydney Dragway about where that might fit next year, ideally not clashing with anything else around the country. So we'll just work, and I think it'll be sort of January, February time, but I'm not sure if it'll be the same weekend or not. But we'll work through that in the next few weeks.
And it seems like it's been a great race meeting for attendance-wise. We've seen so many competitors and part of the ANDRA membership base come up from South Australia and from Victoria. A few have come over from Perth to chase the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series that has proven to be a great avenue for people who want to go racing on a national level throughout a whole range of brackets, all the way from junior dragster right up to your competition eliminator style of vehicles. It seems that ANDRA has a really large amount of support in the member benefits program and in the contingency programs and the bracket sponsorship. What's been the process of growing that for the members?
Well, that's actually been pushed by some of our divisional directors. So, and for instance, Rob Cassar, who's here racing in Comp Bike today, he's the Victorian divisional director, and he's actually been really instrumental in getting those racer programs together. And he's basically just going out to his network and saying, can you help us? And it's about giving a voucher where, so for instance, a winner might get a $100 voucher for Power Plus, or Atlantic Oils, for instance, and then runner-up is 50. So it encourages our competitors to support those brands and to purchase products there, which then helps the sport. So it's really about just helping the competitor get to the next track and encouraging them to support the brands that support us.
Absolutely, and that looks to be something that works really well. I know there's been a lot of talk today when we get to that time of the day about the top qualifier medallions, and something that a lot of people push very hard for. We had some outstanding qualifying performances in the third and final round, despite quite searing hot track conditions. You had guys coming out and really stepping it up, because so many people want that claim of honour. They want that top qualifier medallion to take home, and the coveted gold Christmas trees that are on offer today. A great opportunity for everyone who's come here for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters to try and take one home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the gold Christmas trees, they've been around since the late 70s, I think it was.
Wow.
So I got told that today. I wasn't sure of exactly the year, but so that's pretty much close to 50 years.
Wow.
So there's a lot of tradition there. But what I've found is with the top qualifier, there's a huge amount of emphasis around qualifying and about being that top qualifier. So that's an award that they also like because drag racing in this elimination format is brutal.
It is.
You could be top qualifier and fastest time, and you could be on the trail of the first race.
You absolutely can, and I'm probably going to rub it in for a little bit here. Young Luca Lamatina is a prime example in that. He was nearly top qualifier right until the last round, got pipped by 1/1000th of a second in Junior Dragster, and then rolled in the first round, and he's on the trailer. And that is the nature that comes with drag racing. It can be heartbreaking at the best of times, but it's a reason why we love this sport so much as well.
That's right. And I spoke to Phil just before, and he said his boys were just down in the dumps. They've had such a great day so far, and then all of a sudden to be on the trailer. But that just shows you the emphasis of the top qualifier medal. Now, in this instance, Luca didn't grab that top qualifier.
That's right.
But it shows you that you need to get it because you might not actually get very far.
That's right, yeah. And it can be a reward for your efforts to proving how fast your machinery can be. And then come racing time, it can be not so lucky at the end of the day. On the topic of junior dragsters, junior participation levels in our sport seem to be growing quite well. And I love the period of time that we spend in the sport. We get to watch many of these young kids. They come in, they're fresh-faced, they're 8, 9, 10-year-olds, and they can go through the junior ranks, and then they mature and they develop into competitors that spend the better part of their mature lives in the sport of drag racing because they learn to love it. But it's not just fostering the future of the sport within these junior programs. They learn lifelong skills. They learn mechanical skills and interpersonal skills and management skills so that you can't really get in a classroom or any kind of education platform. It's got to be such a huge value to the sport to be able to provide that for the kids.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at drag racing and the teams in the pits, this is sort of legacy type racing. Families are in the sport. They're in it as a whole family, and they go as a family. It's a great family environment. It keeps everyone together and on the straight and narrow, and and doing the right thing. And a family that races together stays together. But like you said, they learn all these skills along the way. And what better backdrop can you get about with being with the family than actually drag racing?
Yeah,
who would not want to do that?
It's fantastic, and I love the environment that ends up in the pits around these families. Everyone's so lovely to talk to and so welcoming that we often see newcomers come into the sport, and many people who may have only been exposed to it through television coverage or hearing about a race at their local track, and then they can come and be welcomed into the sport. And soon enough, within a couple of years, they're getting involved and they're going racing, and that helps feed from the bottom up almost the whole of the sport, because then you gain more competitors, you gain more officials and volunteers, and everything can continue to grow, which is what I really love about this sport of drag racing. Outside of things like that, and you did touch on it earlier as well, I'm from Perth, and part of ANDRA is Evolved Facility Management, which manages the Perth Motorplex. There's a lot of West Australian viewers who are tuning into the live stream, and there's a few West Australian teams racing here this weekend because there's not much happening at the Perth Motorplex right now on account of the drag strip replacement project. We understand that there's not a whole bunch of movement that's visible, but the project is still going ahead.
Yes, absolutely. We're just waiting on a start date, and Venues West, who manage the facility on behalf of the government, have awarded the contract, and we're just waiting for the machinery to be mobilised for the destruction of the existing surface and then laying of the new concrete. So it's going to be a couple of months process, but there's no reason it won't start in the next week or two. It might be 3. I don't have a start date of when it's going to happen. They just got to mobilise. But once it starts happening, it'll be done in the space of a couple of months, and we'll be off racing again. So we don't exactly have a timeline, but yeah, it's certainly happening. It's a multi-million-dollar project, and thankfully for us, the government is helping support that to make it happen, and it's going to return the Perth drag strip into being one of the premier facilities.
I think that's the key thing right there. It's one of the key takeaways is that I think I read in a press release that Venues West, it's a $4.97 million project to replace the existing surface and strip at Perth Motorplex that will return it to becoming the premier motorsports destination in all of Western Australia, alongside the award-winning speedway activities that happen there that were just coming through an amazing summer over on the West Coast. The good and bad part for West Australian competitors is they have the opportunity to spend a lot of extra time in refreshing equipment And when we do get back to racing in Perth, we are set for, I believe, an explosion in the sport's popularity and participation levels on the West Coast.
I think you're right, because a lot of teams you'll see might just drop out for a year here and there just to get finances up and get going again and invest in new gear. This time, most of the teams, the ones that aren't here in Sydney, actually have the 12 months off.
Yeah.
So the whole sport is having a year off and actually loading up the rifles to go again, sort of thing.
Absolutely.
So I think you're right. Next year, everyone will be out. Everyone will be excited about it for next season. With a bit of luck, we might get some racing in this season, but we just don't know that yet. But when we come back, it will explode. But it's not just the drag strip. There's other things happening there, like new big screens just going in the last week or two.
Yeah.
We've got new restroom facilities and the staging lanes. All the corporate boxes have been painted. There's new lighting going up with LED lighting through the whole venue over the next 12 months as well. So this is not just about replacing the drag strip. It's about basically upgrading the venue as well. So it's a really exciting time for us.
It seems to be an exciting time for Perth race fans, both in speedway and drag racing around Perth Motorplex. I mean, the Labor government recently chipped in, I think it was something like $10 million from the local economy to provide some rejuvenation to the Motorplex after 25 years of operation. With all of those upgrades included, the drag strip not part of that initial project and that initial commitment. So we're talking about $15 million worth of value being injected into Perth Motorplex. And I think it just gives all of the West Australian drag racing community and the fans there a sense of security, knowing that place is not going anywhere and the home for drag racing and speedway will stay in Perth. And when we get back to racing, drag racing, we're going to have a big party and everybody's invited.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we've just signed another 5-year extension. So things are really constant in Perth. We have a really good product from the speedway and the drag strip. And we even have other events like tonight and tomorrow night. We've got 2 monster truck shows have both sold out. And there's all sorts of stuff. We have Motivation there, which is a car show with burnouts and go to wire and all that sort of stuff. Now, we can't run that this year because it does use the drag strip as well. But that's a huge event that goes over 3 days, a bit like the Summer Nats type event. And we work with the Summer Nats team on delivering that Motivation event. So there's lots of stuff that happens in Perth and really, really exciting time for us leading into the new drag season.
It's very exciting in general, and I commend you on the commitment with everyone involved in the ANDRA organisation for pulling resources together to put on this event and get this off the ground for the members. There's been a lot of really positive talk throughout the pits, and everyone seems to have been enjoying their time coming in through Bump In yesterday and going racing today. It looks really exciting. So thank you for your time, Tim. If there's anything else you want to send a message out to the members and the community of drag racing?
Just stick with ANDRA. We are doing some good things. We've got a lot of plans. Don't believe everything you see and hear, I guess. But at the end of the day, we're here for the members. We are owned by our members, and we will service our members. And we'll put on some good racing along the way.
Well, thank you very much. Tim McAvaney, CEO of ANDRA, the Australian National Drag Racing Association, talking all things about this event, the organisation and the Regional Sportsman Series. We are still in the throes of the clean-up in the deep end here at Sydney Dragway. If you're going to take a time, if you're in the venue, take the opportunity to grab a bite to eat, grab something to drink and relax in this lovely warm afternoon sun here in Sydney. And if you're watching at home, grab a cuppa and settle in, because more eliminations and the main event coming up later this afternoon and this evening here for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters here at Sydney Dragway.
We feel that pulse in the engine boom. Brisbane showgrounds, hear the crowd go zoom. Performance pulse, heart racing all day long. Revving up the culture, this is our song. Drop the clutch, light the flame. We rolling deep, JDM muscle cars, drifters on the street. Halls packed tight, horsepower insane. Performance pulse on the map, we own this lane. Dynos hitting hard, see the torque go wild. Chops, builds, custom rides, every dream compiled. From classics to mods, bikes and 4x4. Fans lit up with energy, always wanting more. DJ on the deck, speed banging heavy. Crowd moving, feet grooving, vibe keep steady. From sunset cruising to the midday blast. Performance pulse, we built to last. We feel that pulse.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our radicals in our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
We feel that pulse in the engine boom. Brisbane showgrounds, hear the crowd go zoom. Performance pulse, heart racing all day long. Revving up the culture, this is our song. Drop the clutch, light the flame. We rolling deep, JDM muscle cars, drifters on the street. Halls packed tight, horsepower insane. Performance pulse on the map, we own this lane. Dynos hitting hard, see the torque go wild. Chops, builds, custom rides, every dream compiled. From classics to mods, bikes and 4x4. Fans lit up with energy, always wanted more. DJ on the decks, beat banging heavy. Crowd moving, feet grooving, vibe keep steady. From sunset cruising to the midday blast. Performance pulse, we built to last. We feel that pulse, engine start, rides on display. Pure art, Brisbane living loud, that's the call.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
A street car through to a race car, be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
We feel that pulse in the engine boom. Brisbane showgrounds, hear the crowd go zoom. Performance pulse, heart racing all day long. revving up the culture. This is our song. Drop the clutch, light the flames. We rolling deep. JDM muscle cars, drifters on the street. Halls packed tight, horsepower insane. Performance pulse on the map. We own this lane. Dynos hitting hard, see the torque go wild. Chops, builds, custom rides, every dream compiled. From classics to mods, bikes and 4x4. Fans lit up with energy, always wanting more. DJ on the deck, speed banging heavy. Crowd moving, feet grooving, vibe keep steady. From sunset cruising to the midday blast. Performance pulse, we built to last. We feel that pulse.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Packlease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Packlease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
We feel that pulse in the engine boom. Brisbane showgrounds, hear the crowd go zoom. Performance pulse, heart racing all day long. Revving up the culture, this is our song. Drop the clutch, light the flames. We rolling deep. JDM muscle cars, drifters on the street. Halls packed tight, horsepower insane. Performance pulse on the map, we own this lane. Dynos hitting hard, see the torque go wild. Chops, builds, custom rides, every dream compiled. From classics to mods, bikes and 4x4. Fans lit up with energy, always wanting more. DJ on the deck, speed banging heavy. Crowd moving, feet grooving, vibe keep steady. From sunset cruising to the midday blast. Performance pulse, we built to last. We feel that pulse. Engine start, rides on display. Pure art, Brisbane living loud. That's the call.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speed Flow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speed Flow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
To the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters here at Sydney Dragway. My name's Chris Mitchell. I'm joined once again by Bushy. How are you, mate?
I'm doing well, Chris.
I never really asked you whether you would actually prefer Bushy or Stephen Bush.
I've been called worse. It's all good. Most of my mates call me that, so it's all good, Chris.
But it's good to be back, mate, and a massive thank you and a pat on the back to all of the hardworking track crew and recovery guys that just put in that mammoth effort to clean up that huge oil down on the racetrack.
Yeah, very much so. And the Sydney Dragway crew, second to none in terms of dedication to the venue and to get us back into racing conditions in prompt time. There's certainly a fair bit of debris down there.
There was a fair bit of damage, and it came actually, it's ironically poor timing because just on the ANDRA Facebook page, we released a video chatting with Mr. Keeley about his car and about his ride and traveling to come into the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters, almost down to the minute of when he just unfortunately possibly ventilated that thing and has done some damage and left a fair bit behind on the racetrack. But it must be said, we are back up and racing, and this is your #1 qualifier in Supercharged Outlaws. And he is on a bye run to see him into the second round of eliminations. The Supercharged Outlaws, proudly brought to you by New Gen Business Park. Bruno Matajesevic out here from West Wodonga in Victoria was your #1 qualifier after a massive final run to a 650. He's going to test his dial in here. He dialed in a 648 and pulls out a 645. Thank you for coming. So that just answered any and all questions. Nothing wrong with that lane on the racetrack.
No, definitely not, Chris. That car dead straight down the quarter mile in the aeroflow lane there for Bruno Matajesevic for PC Freight and Bruno's mechanical repairs. Keep in mind, he didn't have to do that. He'd already secured the win, but wanted to get on down there and did it in great fashion.
Well, in any circumstance, when you have a bye run like that, there's two kinds of racers in the world of drag racing. You get the one who will play the game and they'll just accept the green light and go about the day. And then you'll get the kind of people who will go and push their equipment and just stretch the legs a little bit and see how hard they really can run without worrying about breaking out. And you saw there, if there would have been an opponent in the other lane, then Bruno would have lost on account of running a 645 on a 648 dial-in, which would be his breakout. So, good stuff from Bruno Metajosevic. The Bruno's Mechanical Repairs HG Holden. He now knows that he should probably go dial in something in the realm of a 640 for the next round of eliminations.
Oh, I believe so, Chris, because the next time they come out will be a little bit cooler. The track probably in shade.
The conditions are going to well and truly come back to them as well.
The conditions are definitely going to be better for making a little bit more horsepower, and the track's going to be in a position where it could probably take a little bit more horsepower. Now, we know that Bruno's car's making plenty of horsepower, but he would have had to have tuned that to get down the racetrack in terms of,
well and truly.
Ignition timing, maybe boost, that sort of thing, when come an hour and a half's time, whenever the next round of Supercharged Outlaws is.
Now tell me, out of the round that happened before I walk back into commentary, who won out of the pairing in Supercharged Outlaws between Casey McClure and, was it Shane Kramer?
Oh, come on, that was a good half an hour ago.
Would have been a while ago.
Adam's got his hand up.
Adam's answering.
Yes, she did. Yeah.
Casey McClure broke out. So that means Bruno Metajosevic will go to take on Shane Kramer in the next round of eliminations in Supercharged Outlaws. If you'd like to follow the game, you can view all of the sheets and the timing and results live on the ANDRA, in the ANDRA Facebook page. They have the album running, being updated, with all of the results being uploaded throughout the day. And you can follow that along as we roll into Junior Dragster into the second round of eliminations now.
Exactly right. Or you can actually see on the ANDRA page as well the actual ladder that they'll run to. So you can see that if, for example, Liam O'Neill wins this race, he will then go, if the person that he will race against in the next round, and the way the ladder comes together, and then obviously the final being the last two vehicles left. So Liam O'Neill in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 851. Taking on James Barlow, a number 8 qualifier. Barlow dialed in with a 798. The young Liam will get the head start in the B Junior Dragster. Barlow in the A Junior Dragster.
That was O'Neill. Took down Tokalis in the first round of eliminations here. A little bit earlier this afternoon, Barlow took down young Lily Horton in the first round of eliminations to meet this second round, and this will be a berth into the semi-finals for the winner here. They're starting to whittle down pretty quickly from a field of, I think we had 19 entries to start with. We'll start to wind them down. We had 16 actually qualified and made it out for the first round of eliminations. And I can see on the start line there was a little bit of discussion from behind. Potentially dial-ins not being exactly right, but they've been sorted. And it looks like Liam O'Neill has gone and dropped the red light on the tree and hands the win to James Barlow, who also went red, but by a smaller margin.
Yeah.
They were both super keen on the light.
That they were. That's one of the disadvantages of being the leading car, in that if you red light first, unfortunately, that's your race done.
So Barlow will get the win, and we'll go into the semi-finals. And we're going to go to the other end of the tree now. This is Taylor Horton, your number 1 qualifier, out in the aeroflow lane. Qualified number 1 at an 8.006. Ran very strong in that first round, as gone and dialed in an 8.01 this time round. Lily Vickery took down Bailey Hawke on Bailey's red lights in the first round. And Vickery has dialed in an 8.10. Qualified to number 13 with an 8.091. And it's crazy to think that an 8.09 only puts you at 13th in the field. That is how tough it is in Junior Dragster right now. And it's only going to get tougher, mate.
Exactly right. And we're going to see around about or you're probably just going to see visually the stagger on the Christmas tree with it being 1/10 of a second. Each light, as Chris mentioned before, is 4/10 of a second, and each racer looking to go as close to a 000 as possible. We haven't seen that award go off yet for the 000 reaction time.
The ANDRA Perfect Light Award. There you go. Oh, red. Horton goes red. Oh, dear. Your number one qualifier, Taylor Horton, goes 6/1000th of a second red here in round 2. So Lily Vickery will pick up the win into the semi-finals and will take on the winner of this matchup between Cody Hunt and Zane Condello. So this is a chance here to race against Lily Vickery in the semi-finals. So this just proves a point. Qualifying can mean so much in terms of racing and having the honour of being the fastest person on the property. But when it comes to eliminations, you can be 13th quickest in qualifying and go rounds.
Exactly right. And as I've said before, Chris, that's the beauty of dial your own racing. The format of it equalises the field. It doesn't matter how much money you've got. It's all about skill of the driver or rider, and also getting that car or bike to run as close to the nominated handicap as possible in all the varying conditions.
Absolutely, and being so flexible with the conditions is a true testament to good drivers and good tuners. We're going to be very mechanically minded in the end of the game here. Cody Hunt, Hunt Motorsport Junior from South Australia, dialing in an 8.13, plays Zane Condello in the rocket lane. Local driver dialing in an 8.08. Is going to be only 0.5 between them on the drop of the greens, just waiting for Condello to hit full stage. Here we go. Nice reaction from Zane Condello. Has about a 3/100th of a second advantage on the light 0.14 to an 0.44, and Condello does get there first. Runs an 8.128 to get the win. So Condello will go on to take on Lily Vickery here. So it will be your number 3 and number 13 qualifier in the semi-finals.
Looking at the margin of victory there, Chris, Zane was a little bit closer to the dial-in as well, but certainly there was only a little bit over 300ths in margin of victory. He had 300ths on the start line. So
it's all in the reaction time.
Yep, in this case, the reaction time gave that head start. Might have meant that Zane was able to roll out of the throttle a little bit at the top end of the racetrack. Next up, we've got Cooper Vickery now. Dialed in with an 8.10, taking on Savannah Condello. She's just seen her brother take the win and move into the next round. Savannah dialed in with an 8.07. Again, very little on the start line in terms of the tree counting down.
Only 3/100ths of a second between them on the dial-ins. Of course, Savannah claimed a pretty massive scalp in the first round of eliminations, taking down Luca Lamattina and put him on the trailer after Luca was the number 2 qualifier. Now there's an opportunity to go take on James Barlow in the semis here. Better reaction to Savannah by nearly a whole 1/10 of a second here. Trying not to throw this away at the 8th mile stripe. Condello gets there, runs an 8.17. They were miles off their dial-in. That is a whole shot win to Savannah Condello. Runs an 8.17 on an 8.07 dial. And Cooper Vickery runs an 8.12 on an 8.10, but gave away a 1/10 at the line. The margin of victory only 1/100th of a second. That is uber close. And when you're talking about converting out the mile-an-hour speed to that, they're doing 79 mile an hour. I'm going to work this out. Hang on. 80 mile an hour.
I'll take a stab and say it's about 130.
130 what?
Kilometres an hour.
So it's 22 meters per second. This is what you're going to work out, right?
Just times it by 1.6.
0.2 meters at the finish line.
Oh, sorry, you're working that out.
The tiniest distance of victory.
Beg your pardon.
Only 23 centimeters between them at the finish line. That's 1/100th of a second. We've seen tighter squeakers before, but that is uber close in your junior dragster eliminations. And that gets us out of the second round of junior dragster. And we are getting ready to see the first round of all run format in the top door slammer masters here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, and based on their first run this morning, we're in for a cracker, ladies and gentlemen. There was a little bit of carnage, but some good runs from all of the competitors. I've seen Pete Lovering's been down in the staging lanes for a little while now. That team obviously ready a little bit of time ago, and just as the Junior Drags was running, the other competitors have rolled around into the staging lanes. And look at our first pairing here, Chris. We've got Ronnie Palumbo in the 37 Chev Coupe for A Civil, VP Fuels, and Advanced Performance Machining, Ours Race Glides, and Bespoke Financial Advisory. He's going to be running down the Aeroflow lane against Pete Lovering.
This is cool here. So Lovering and Palumbo, second and third qualifiers respectively after the non-compulsory qualifying round earlier. If you've just joined us here at Sydney Dragway, or you've just tuned in to the live stream on either the Sydney Dragway or the ANDRA social media pages, we did have that non-compulsory qualifying round earlier today at around about 1:45 in the afternoon. And Brody Zapier claimed the top qualifying honours, and he will pick up the New Gen Business Park top qualifying medallion here with a 592 at 242 miles per hour. Pete Lovering was the number 2 qualifier with a 593 at 241 miles per hour. Ronnie Palumbo had a bit of a wild ride and eventually drove through it in the back door to a 10.01 at 87 miles per hour. Not representative of what that hot rod can do. Ronnie stepping into the A Civil 37 Coupe. That is or has been seen regularly being piloted by NASA Matter. Of course, the ex-Pinot Priolo 37 Coupe coming off the West Coast. NASA Matter himself, your number 4 qualifier, jumping into the A Civil Mustang. And he had the wildest ride of all, got completely sideways and popped the parachutes to level it out for a non-representative 12.94 at 77 miles per hour. So your first round of all-round format, the benefit of this is in your professional categories this evening, Bushy, we get to see everyone come back for 3 rounds of racing. Yeah. So there will be Lovering v Palumbo in your first pairing and Zapier v Matter in your second pairing for the first round of the top door slammer Masters, paying $10,000 to win.
Yes, that's a fantastic prize pool for those races, and I'm sure that they're all pretty hungry to receive that check at the end of tonight's racing. I'm sure the $10,000 will go towards something useful.
Probably funding the next drag racing escapades.
or towards what they might have just spent to get that.
Absolutely.
But anyway, that's the name of the game.
And not exactly the cheapest exercise,
no.
but we are here for it because they are so good. You're talking the wildest, quickest, and fastest door cars in Australia, ripping down the quarter mile here at Sydney Dragway, pursuing $10,000 to win. Part of the $70,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs as part of the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters this weekend. $10,000 up for grabs in Top Door Slammer. $10,000 up for grabs in Outlaw Pro Mod. $3,000 for the winner. Those are just for win, by the way. $3,000 to the winner of Extreme Bike, and then a collected $25,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs across the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. Of course, this being the 7th round of the series here in Sydney.
Yeah, what a fantastic prize pool that all of our competitors are playing for across all of the different categories, and I'm sure that the winners of those of the classes that we have here today will be great recipients.
They'll be very happy to take some of that back home with them to where they once came from. From all over Australia, we have congregated here to Sydney for this fantastic event on Australia Day weekend. Is executing a bit of that Australian love of horsepower. There are your first 2 contenders on the start line, not far away from coming through the tunnel in a moment here. Pete Lovering in the 55 Chev Bel Air on the left-hand side of your screen is in the rocket lane to where we sit on our right-hand side as we look down the racetrack. And then the A Civil 37 Coupe of... They've crowned him now, and it's written on the side of the car, so I can repeat it. The young and dumb Ronnie Palumbo. It's in the sticker on the side window of the car, back in the hot seat and driving this Proline Hemi-powered beast for VP Racing Fuels and A Civil with the Matter family. Here we go. Heads up. All-out competition. Top door slammer style. I love a side-by-side door slammer skid.
Yeah, they don't happen that often, but what a fantastic spectacle. Now, we know that Ronnie's very good on the lights, pretty much in whatever car he puts himself in, has the opportunity to drive.
I think Ronnie's really relishing in the opportunity. He's been working with the Mata family for a little while now, and they've been developing and building this program. He was spinning spanners on the car, I think up in Darwin, when Salim Mata took on John Zapier in the A final for Nitro up north. And he's been around this crew. They've got a fair bit of championship data in their corner at the moment. Lisa and Daniel Gregorini over from the West Coast to help out this crew as well. Lisa just reversing Ronnie Palumbo back behind the line. You'd think those two were dueling not long ago for Rookie of the Year honours in the Australian Top Door Slammer Championship. Of course, that husband and wife combo will be out in the National Drag Racing Championship very soon, chasing some door slammer crowns, and I'm sure Lisa will be looking to hurt some more feelings around Australia again here. But it's all about the honours, chasing $10,000 to win tonight in Top Door Slammer. The shoebox, Pete Lovering in your rocket lane, looking locked and loaded with this 55 Chev Bel Air. Two of your quickest cars on the property in qualifying. One is about to be a first round winner.
Lovering left the start line too early. I guess fearing a good reaction time from Ronnie Palumbo, which it was, an 0.47 on a Pro Tree. But look at Palumbo, 5.89 with a 5, 239 miles an hour through the finish line. That team made big steps in the right direction on that run. 9.52 to the 60, Chris Mitchell.
Wow, beautiful run from Ronnie Palumbo, and 9.52 to the 60-foot marker. That is crazy quick. Pete Lovering, unfortunately, with a massive red light, 0.185 on the wrong side of the Christmas tree there. First round win, advantage to Ronnie Palumbo right there. Making amends for the faux pas during qualifying earlier this afternoon, where he got a bit out of shape. They've gone back to the drawing board and locked in that 37 coupe, a 5.89 at 239 miles per hour. They can sneak up on that some more, but that is a very solid run to start the afternoon.
And I mean, the run for Palumbo was far from straight as well. It did wander around a little bit as he made his way down the racetrack. Our next pair, fight into life. We have Brody Zapier in the AC Delco GMSV Holden Monaro. Big burnout for Zapier. Taking on NASA Matter in the A-Civil Drill Tech Ford Mustang.
This is really exciting. It's a young versus old. It's a experience versus youth.
Yeah.
It's an East versus West showdown, practically.
Ford versus Holden, where do you want to draw?
It is, yeah, wherever you want to look at it, right? NASA Matter back in the A-Civil Mustang, rocking this Proline combination and running on these Turbo 400 transmissions from ours Race Glides. It's seemingly counterintuitive to what we've seen the category of Top Door Slammer grow into in the modern day. Brody Zapier driving with the Fabietti team, one of his first hitouts with this team, although he is a West Australian, driving for the Sydney-based team, and Fabietti's, they're a household name in this part of the world, and driving this iconic car. This opportunity is certainly not lost on the 20-year-old from Perth. He threw down to be your #1 qualifier earlier this afternoon. The AC Delco Monaro out of the Aeroflow lane, looking to lock in and join Ronnie Palumbo with those first round win points. But he's going to go past NASA Matter, who had the wildest of qualifying sessions earlier today.
Yeah, the reactions that we saw from NASA were definitely instinctive. Crew. NASA just rolling him up to the start line. Brody into pre-stage now.
Brody's not necessarily interested in waiting around here. He's learned a trick or two racing with Uncle John. Matter now coming up into stage. Both cars to full bulbs. It's a pair of greens. We're off to a good start here. Advantage to Zapier, but Mata is going to chase him down, and he gets the win.
Wow.
Mata with the win. 588 with a 7, 242 miles per hour. That was a race and a half. NASA Mata did not back down and wins by a margin of 0.05 seconds at the line. Sydney, you gotta love that. Let's check out that replay. What a race. Zapier had the advantage, but Mata drove past him and gets the win. The A Civil team will be high-fiving about that one. They've taken wins in both pairings, and Palumbo and Mata both etching their names down as first-round winners.
What a fantastic run that was, Chris. I was watching the increments as the cars went down the racetrack, and they were locked together at every timing point that we have here on the 400 metres of Sydney Dragway. The 60-foot, the 330, the half-track, 1,000-foot, they were side by side, and it was only just at the very end. I mean, Brody still went 240-something mile an hour.
Crazy.
But a 6.0.
Now, you would have to have known that Brody Zapier was going to stick it to him on the tree. He's just super cool on the reaction times. But kudos to NASA Mata, not backing down from the challenge. And I can imagine, just in his accent and his demeanour, he's going, take that, youngster. Take that right there. Cop that. We'll see them again in the second round. We've still got plenty more action, though. This is going to be Brody Davies in his debut with the family, driving this iconic Davies Racing 67 Mustang. And this is it's going to be a special moment for the whole family. It's been a couple of years since they've been racing like this. Shelley stepping aside and allowing Brody to now come through. And this is the beginning of what might feel like a long journey for Brody to get set up, get established, and get licensed and get familiar with this Mustang door slammer. We saw him come out in the qualifying round and attempt the burnout. Unfortunately, they had some dramas in that attempt. This second time around, Brody Davies just made that burnout look like it was done by a seasoned pro.
Exactly right, Chris. I was just going to say the same thing. There's a lot of experience between the ears, I think, in Brody, and definitely would be like a sponge with both his mother and father giving him advice all the way through.
Now, I understand this. I believe this has to be some licensing process. So we're not expecting a full pass. We're not expecting big numbers from Brody in this pass. It might simply be a launch and then shut it off and roll it out the back end, and that is A-OK. Just leveling expectations right now. For anyone who's watching on the live stream or is in the stands right now at Sydney Dragway, let's just hold level expectations for young Brody as he goes through the first steps of Door Slammer Driving 101. There's not necessarily a course you can take for that, and nothing really prepares you for how these cars can react. And it's almost an instinctive reaction. Nothing you can teach in a book or watch a tutorial video on. Hiked the front tyres. It really stuck the tyre. But you know what? Brody showed class in that. He put the front end down and did everything that he seemingly needed to do on the start line. So a great start there. 1:04 to the 60-foot marker. Watching the replay, they are violent getting away from the start line.
Here we go once again. It's a fairly decent wheel stand for a top door slammer.
And it was a decent start for young Brody. Like I said, 1.04 to the 60-foot mark is... It's not beating a 950 like Ronnie Palumbo had. That's a 0.950 seconds, but it is not waiting around. It's not soft by any measure when you're behind the wheel of a top door slammer. So there is the first round of top door slammer in the books for their all-run format. We still have Pro Mod yet to come, not far away from being fired up here. And this is cool for Pro Mod. Unfortunately, the testing day yesterday claimed a couple of our entrants, and we wish them the best of luck in getting their cars turned around and fixed up to come racing once again here. But we are down to these two contenders, both out of the same camp, out of Carl Cox Motorsports. It is Carl Cox, your #1 qualifier in the Chrysler Cuda Pro-Charged combination on the right-hand side of your screen in the Aeroflow lane. And Joe Gauchi in the Profab and Carl Cox Motorsport 67 Mustang. This is the twin-turbo combination. 4-speed in that Hemi. We saw these guys throwing hands in qualifying. And the mile-an-hour measurement from Joe Gauchi's car is just off its head. The amount of speed that these twin-turbo combos can pile on in the back end of the run is insane, Bushy.
Exactly right, Chris, and obviously the advantage of having the turbocharger, the harder you can spin it, the more boost you make, the more power you make. And when they're not limited to an ET cutoff or even a speed, this is the result that we see. Some very incredible ETs and massive top-end speeds from these cars, because if you look at the body lines of that Mustang on screen, it's quite sleek through the air.
Very slippery. They are indeed, and Joe is no stranger to learning what that feels like. Unfortunately, sometimes you learn what that feels like when it goes all wrong as well. And we don't wish that on anybody. Carl Cox just dropping a new track in the Aeroflow lane. The sound of a screaming Hemi. It's got to make its way into one of his mixes at some point, surely. He's got to wheel that one out. Such a cool customer, though. And he was lazy in the qualifying round, shut it off early, was only doing 213 miles per hour through the trap. I say only. By comparison, Joe Gauchi was softer in the first half of the racetrack, but drove it through the speed traps in excess of 251 miles per hour in that Mustang. And I know how badly Carl Cox wants to beat Joe right now. We spoke to him yesterday. The video is live on the ANDRA Facebook page and Instagram channels right now. And he was saying, it's great, because if I can stick him to the starting line and tree him a bit, I can have an advantage, because I know that he has that 20, 30 mile an hour closing speed in the top end of the racetrack. I just need to stay in front of him in the front half.
And that's the thing, isn't it, Chris? The different combinations mean that the cars, although the result at the end is similar, have different ways to get there.
Yes.
It's the same racetrack, but the turbo car a little bit slower, probably off the 60 foot, or I'll say the first half of the racetrack, that he comes on home at the top end, makes up the difference at that end.
So Outlaw Pro Mod, we're taking off the brakes of the 585 cutoff. You can get rid of that from your mind. And no speed cap on the class here for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. So they don't have to worry about going through the cutoff and theoretically breaking out here. As Gauchi builds the revs, builds up the boost. Cox joins him in full stage. Better reaction time to Gauchi, but Cox has a nose in front of the front half. He's going to backdoor him. Win goes to Cox. Carl Cox gets the win by a margin of 0.04 seconds. It's a 5.77 with a 6 at 245 miles per hour for Carl Cox. 5.78 for Joe Gauchi there. Sorry, 5.87 for Joe Gauchi at 265 miles per hour in the Mustang. Checking out that replay, you can see Gauchi, they were almost converging on the center line, and he almost got to him. He got so close to almost nabbing him at the stripe. 0.0401 between them at the finishing line. And Carl Cox, despite not treeing him on the reaction time, he got the win over his mate Joe out of the Carl Cox Motorsports camp here in the pits. And Cox wins round 1.
Well, he did exactly what he said he was going to do, didn't he? Said he wanted to cut a light.
Now on with Extreme Bike. An amazing field of riders locked in to race with us here. For $3,000 to win here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. We had 11 entries on the lineup to come and play in Extreme Bike here. And we put away some solid qualifying times. Now, first pairing, we are going to see Jake Hamilton, moderate, from Tarlee, South Australia, on the Hayabusa. He's coming out in the Aeroflow lane alongside Darren Foley from North Richmond, New South Wales. The Rams Head Service Suzuki Hayabusa, presented by CHE Precision. In the Rocket lane, We're not waiting around for anything here. A little bit of a squiggle from the back end of the bike for Foley is going to give the advantage to Hamilton Moderate. Something came off his bike just at the 1,000-foot mark there in the left lane, but Jake Hamilton Moderate turns on the win light, 7:42 with a 5 at 196 miles per hour. And something came off that bike down the racetrack. It's just after the half-track markers, in fact, just after the 660-foot measurement. One of the track officials is going to throw a leg over the wall there. That is a good win from Jake here in what is going to be a tough night in Extreme Bike. This is all-run format, so you've got to perform every time you see the racetrack.
It's definitely an art to getting these extreme bikes down the racetrack as well. I think all about power management. I think some of these turbo Hayabusas making north of 600 horsepower.
That number scares me.
Which is fairly insane considering they're only 1,300 cc's. And weigh how much, I don't know.
Oh, only a couple of 100 kilos to get these things down the racetrack. So Jake Hamilton Moderate, your first winner of the night here in Extreme Bike. Chasing a nice payday here at Sydney Dragway for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. Next up, Brendan Miglonico and Tony Frost are going to do battle here. The Full Send Racing Suzuki Hayabusa for Brendan in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the Pro Stock Trim Suzuki TL100 for Tony Frost out of Warrnambool, Victoria. A little known place down in the state of Victoria that is hosting a very large race right now. The Grand Annual Sprint Car Classic in effect right now. G'day to anyone who's hanging out down there and wishing them good luck. They're in the second of their prelim nights right now. Tony's up here racing with us at Sydney Dragway. About to rip, try and take on the turbo bike.
And it looks like Tony Frost got away from the start line in great fashion. 060 on the tree. He's going to lead from start to finish. Miglianico way over towards the wall. Black track from the start line to the finish line. A 7:28 with a 3, 182 mile an hour for Frost.
It's a solid run there from Tony. That's quicker than his qualifying run as well. He threw down a 7:33 in qualifying, so picks up a half a tenth here in the first round, and importantly, turns on that win light and kind of half gets his hand in the ring to be, hey, I want to be in that all-important A final at the end of the night. I believe only an A and a B final are going to run for Extreme Bike tonight, so if you're not in the top 4, you don't get a third round appearance. No. And ultimately, if you win the first 2 rounds, you're going to have a really, really good chance of being in the A final tonight. Next up, Grant Gilliver, the Mick Hone Motorcycles GSXR, thanks to Extra Soy Candles, alongside your #1 qualifier, Alex Borg, who claimed the top honours with a 7.230. That was a party racing Ram's Head Suzuki Hayabusa. Borgie with a better reaction time. Sorry, no, not with a better reaction time, but a much better dispatch in the first half of the racetrack and turns on the win light easily with a 7.066. Issues for Brandt.
You can see the troubles that Gliver was having off the start line there. On the replay, I think you had 2 or 3 goes at the clutch there.
It was a shame too, because he was about 0.3 quicker on the reaction time, but just couldn't convert the second stage of the launch for that bike. Huge burnout from Mike Lawson in your Aeroflow lane. Mike coming out to play as your #7 qualifier with an 8.278, 178 miles per hour. From DY here in the NS of Dub, riding his Hayabusa, such a popular bike in this category. I mean, it's proven, we get it. Stretched out swing arms, big bearings and big power. The same going for Ryan Franks, the GSF Engineering Hayabusa for Azapati Racing. Your #2 qualifier, Franks with a slightly better reaction time. Leads through the half-track marker and will be unchallenged to the end. 7.124. Franks turns on the win light, gets it done.
That he does. Nice step up from the qualifying time that he ran earlier today. Picked up a 1/10 of a second and 2 mile an hour.
Solid result there from Ryan. And that makes it happen here. So Leonard Azapati He attempted to make a run during the qualifying session to make us a 9-bike field in Extreme Bike, but unfortunately had dramas and couldn't face the starter to accept a green here. Does get the solo here in this first round, and I think might just be tagging on the field. But we'll see here. Out of Londonderry, New South Wales, the Azzopardi Racing Hayabusa, thanks to Azzopardi Earth Moving, set to rock and roll.
Into full stage, Leonard leaves nicely, 1.25 to the 60. 4.7 seconds to half track at 160 mile an hour and a 7.23 with a 7 at 197 miles an hour. No mess, no fuss.
Easily done there for Leonard Azzopardi. And we saw a couple of attempts now of our next contender about to fire from underneath the tunnel here. And we're going to get a bit of nitro in our lives. Adam Layton, just running with the group of extreme bikes here at Sydney Dragway. It's always a good day when you get to burn a bit of nitromethane. About to go through the extensive starting procedure that it takes to fire a top fuel Harley. They get the external start cart hooked up, plug in the gigantic Anderson plug that brings the battery power to the start cart. And of course, the back of the bike is jacked up in the air. Use these starter cans to spray down the gullet straight into the throttle bodies on either side of the bike to turn it over and get it started before they switch it over to get it running on fuel. And they'll put the bike back down. And only then can Adam ride it. And heaven forbid if you stall that bike, because that is game over.
Yeah, keeping in mind each of those cylinders is probably a litre in capacity per cylinder, if not more.
And then some. Some of these bikes ride to a fairly decent displacement. I think you can get 130, anywhere from like 136 cubes to, I've seen 192 cube top fuel Harleys.
Wow.
They sound ridiculous. You can hear the individual explosions in the cylinder at that point. As Layton locks it in for the burnout.
Nice and strong for the Windsor rider, APL Performance Bikes and Hawkesbury Motorcycles.
Decent burnout is going to see him set up pretty nicely and not waiting around for any other invitations. Just gets a bit out of the groove towards the center line and has to abort the run, but was off and moving to a decent start and just rolls it through the top end of the racetrack. 10.251, 89 miles an hour for Adam Layton here. Running with the extreme bike here at Sydney Dragway for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. Pro Stock going to be up next here.
We can see the replay on the big screen. The bike just making a beeline for the half-track markers there, and Adam going, I don't want to cross them over. So just rolling out of the throttle.
I mean, usually does damage when you do ride into those things. They can, even doing 80 miles an hour, you're still clipping along at a pretty decent speed. And depending on what the blocks are made out of, we've seen them made out of all various densities of foam before, and they become magnetized and whatnot to the ground. But when you hit a relatively soft object at a decent speed, it still does a fair bit of bodywork damage.
Yeah, we've seen them basically destroy a funny car body at some point where the cracks go right up through to the front towards the engine.
Right up through the shell on the car. They can damage a front clip on any of your full body cars pretty easily as well. Speaking of full body cars, Pro Stock up next. It was a great qualifying session from these guys earlier. This will see Daryl Stephen and Clint George coming out for your first pairing here. Daryl Stephen on the right-hand side of screen in the Aeroflow lane. That's driver's left-hand lane here in the Maxima Racing Oils Ford Mustang. And Clint George, the Longevity Auto Engineering Pontiac GXP, coming out of the Rocket Industries lane, left-hand side of screen, or drivers right here. I love the world of Pro Stock. It's old school. It's a purest class of racing. No electronics, no funny business. You've got a high revving 400 cube motor, and a 5-speed transmission to rip through, and a clutch pedal to do it with.
Needless to say, those races are extremely busy in that 7 seconds that they're racing from the start line to the finish line.
Ooh.
Was that Stephen or George's car? I think it was George's car.
Didn't sound good down on the start line. Nonetheless, Daryl Stephen just going through a pretty lengthy burnout, and I think Clint George having some issues down on the start line here in the Pontiac GXP. He's tried a couple of times. Now gets it going. Ooh, and actually half did a burnout, gave it another stab, and that was just sticking the tire and driving through the clutch.
Yeah, you could see the clutch just on the...
Yeah. When the burnout smoke turns from white to brown, it's no longer a burnout, but more or less just killing your clutch. It's a note to any of the learner drivers out there who are maybe thinking about that for the first time. The smoke turns brown, it's not your tires, mate. It's issues for Clint George, and you just wonder whether he has got enough heat into those rear tires to make it stick here.
No mess, no fuss for Daryl Stephen. The Atlantic Oil MacArthur Garages. Maxima Race Oil's Ford Mustang.
Daryl only managed to qualify with a 10.2. Didn't get the run in that qualifying session that he was looking for to be the last in the field. But it's all good when you can come out and play 3 times in the night in this all-run format here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. Clint George was your number 2 qualifier with a 7.124 at 193 miles per hour. Looking to see if he can back that up, but issues here in the burnout might not be helpful to his cause. Both cars in a full stage and a good lead. Much better reaction time there for Daryl Stephen. But he is off the noise, and Clint George is going to drive on past, drops the chutes early, and it's a leisurely win. 7.340, 177 miles per hour. George turns on the win light.
Yeah, even after all of that stuff with the burnout that he went through, Chris, he was quicker through, I think, nearly all the increments down the racetrack.
And left a lot of it on the start line as well, but managed to clamber all of that back down the racetrack and get himself back onto turning on a win light here in this first round of racing for the Pro Stock guys tonight. And next we'll see Peter Mamone, the PMH VRCC Royal Ford Mustang, that 347 cubic inch small block Ford powered machine, alongside Thomas Leake, who comes out as your number 1 qualifier, 7.075 from earlier in the day. The United Fasteners Pontiac GXP here in your rocket lane.
Wondering if the conditions are good enough to see a 6-second pass at the moment, Chris. Maybe a little bit too hot still, but I guess we'll soon see.
Haven't stuck my head outside in the last couple of hours, but there's definitely, it's evident there's a fair bit of latent heat still hanging around in the late afternoon sun here in Sydney. I'm not used to this daylight savings gig. It was 8:30 last night. I'm going, what's going on? The sun's still out. Well, barely, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Still see the glow from it anyway.
Yeah, so I'm sure that'll hang around. It'll make that second session nice and tasty though. The track will get full coverage in shade. We'll get to that 7 to 7:30 this evening. And then still have plenty of latent heat still hanging around in the racetrack when we get to our third and final round. Later tonight from approximately 9:15 here in Sydney. Final checks just going on here for Peter Mamone. Michael Marriott, the ever-experienced encyclopedia on legs from Northam in Western Australia. Got a few good folks coming over from the West Coast this weekend. He's going to guide Peter up towards the staging beams. Meanwhile, Leek just waiting with his crew members, just saying, yep, we're here. We're good. We're ready. Final hand signal of encouragement. And we walk away. And it's all down to the drivers now.
Oh, Leek with a much better reaction time, 0.27 on the tree, and he's going to take the win from start line to finish line, a 7.10 with an 194 mile an hour. The car's similar to the 60 foot, but from that point on, Leek started to stretch the lead.
Solid win there from Thomas Leek. Was just better at every turn, quicker on the reaction time, and quicker at every incremental spot down the racetrack to turn on the wind light. A 7.108, 194 miles per hour turns it on for him to wrap it up in the first round of Pro Stock competition here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. That is your first round of all-run format in the professional categories done for this afternoon. They're due back in a couple of hours' time here. We still have plenty more racing to come here, Bushy. The second round of eliminations coming up for Super Sedan and everyone onwards in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. We see those guys getting ready to rock and roll here. We're starting to whittle these fields down with most of them, or pretty much all of them. We've had the first round of eliminations in the afternoon. So we've already cut all the fields in half and continue to cut them down bit by bit until we get down to 2 contenders for tonight's finals.
That's exactly right. And of course, as we've mentioned, all of those competitors fighting for a share of the $70,000 prize pool that we have here tonight. And that, of course, brought to us by all of our fantastic sponsors, both bracket sponsors and
everyone involved also
everyone else involved in the contingency programs.
Yeah, tons of support for ANDRA racers and ANDRA members as part of the Regional Sportsman Series. Of course, ANDRA relaunching the contingency program as part of the Regional Sportsman Championship, and they're looking to further improve the professionalism and sponsor engagement for the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Championship while providing further benefits for ANDRA members with supporting partners such as Goodyear Racing and Penske Racing Shocks through the Australian distributor NTT Racing, and plenty of opportunities existing for other companies to jump on board. If you would like to get involved and get great exposure to a large market of competitors inside the ANDRA drag racing community, learn more and contact info@andra.com.au with lots of companies on board with the racer support program as well, and all of our bracket sponsors as part of the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. This, of course, the 7th round of the series here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. The finale coming up soon. For more information, go to andra.com.au. As we roll in, this is Super Sedan, brought to you by 3-Dimensional Construction. And they are coming up for their second round of eliminations. Just looking back at the bridge there being, unfortunately, I think Andrew Ashley being told to shut it down with issues with his car back at the tunnel.
That's our number 1 qualifier too, Chris.
Oof, that's got to hurt. Well, unfortunately, Andrew won't make it through and will be stuck out of this one. That will see Kevin Boker, your number 6 qualifier, making a run out of the second round of eliminations here. And we'll continue on the journey. If you'd like to play along at home, you can find all of the results up in the gallery on the ANDRA Drag Racing Association or just the ANDRA Facebook page. The full photo gallery of results being uploaded and updated as we go here as Kevin Boker gets down an 884 dial. It's an 021 reaction time, and it's an 891 ET across the stripe there, 149 miles per hour. The turn on the wind lights, and Kevin will go through to the next round.
A nice reaction time for the HB Tirana driver there. Nice wheels up launch as well. Next pair will be Stephen Hunt in the XW wagon or panel van. First time I've called the panel van here at Sydney Dragway in all my experience here. Dialed in with a 10.21, Chris. He will be chased by Alex Groitus in the BAGT. He's dialed in with a 9.48. 0.8 of a second, near enough. 2 lights on the Christmas tree.
Big difference between these two in the ET. But this is the beauty of Group 3. Dial your own competition here. You self-nominate your handicap, and it levels the playing field so beautifully. Hunt gets away nicely. 0.27 on the reaction time here for the XW panel van. Alex Garoidis is going to have to really put in the work to chase. Try and push him to a breakout if he can get there. But Garoidis breaks out himself at 9.46 against a 9.48 dial-in and will be disqualified. Hunt will make it through. And we'll see. We get to see the XW panel van again, which is really cool.
That's exactly right, Chris. You said it was going to be close. 65 10,000ths of a second across the finish line is what he got there first. But
wow.
Groitus had to go under the dial-in to get himself into that position. There wouldn't have been much distance-wise across the finish line for that one.
Nothing between them at those kinds of speeds as well. Sean Maher now. Another New South Wales local racer with St. Mary's race engines on board is HB Tirana. 414 cubes of small block is dialed in. A 9.24 on his car. Adam Hunter in the other lane here. The Hunter race engines. Ford Falcon coming out in the Rocket Industries lane. A 9.56 dial gets to lead first. And it's nigh on identical reaction times from either side of the Christmas tree here. This is going to be tight all the way to the finish. Wow. And would you look at that, by a margin of 1/100th of a second, Sean Maher gets the win. The HB Tirana will go through to the next round of competition here in Super Sedan with a very, very tight race.
Fantastic racing so far in this round of Super Sedan. Our next pair rolling up to the start line, we have Matthew Gay in the HX utility, dialed in with a 9.53. Racing for Progress Transport Services. Taking on Michael Milazowicz in the Ford Capri. 8.82 the dial in for the Capri. Oh, unfortunately went 0.47 too soon. Matthew Gay to take the win. Will he test the dial in at the top end of the racetrack? 9.59 with a 9 at 1.38.
Next up, we'll see Peter Ferlinetto coming towards the start line here. Your number 2 qualifier here in Super Sedan competition gets a bye run in this second round as the field starts to whittle down here. The second of 5 rounds in Super Sedan competition. The XY GT Falcon drops it and goes red. It's all good because there's nobody in the other lane to race him. He's going to still push his dial in, which was an 8.78, to see whether he can run it. He runs an 8.83, so nicely just a 0.5 off his dial in. 8.83 against an 8.78 there. Importantly, would want to tidy up the reaction time. Went 008 red on the start line here. But it's all good when there's nobody in the other lane to steal the win from you. Yeah. And Ferlinetto will go into the next round with a good bit of data, knowing the air will cool down, the track will cool off a little bit, and things should get a little bit easier to go. Supercharged Outlaws on track next, proudly brought to you by New Gen Business Park here. This is the second of 4 rounds of eliminations. And importantly, we had probably one of your sharpest competitors go down in the first round. This is going to really open up the doors for some contenders to come on through and have a red-hot crack at claiming an ANDRA Gold Christmas tree here tonight.
Luke Cartledge down there in the altered. Running for Pro Race Engines, SRP competition, ETS Race Fuels, Pro Street Towing, running on an index of 783 in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Kim Fardella in the ED Falcon.
And this isn't actually a Supercharged Outlaws, my mistake. Going into Super Comp, so we skipped the bracket and into Super Comp. So this is actually Group 2 competition, running against their national handicaps. Cartledge, after being your number 2 qualifier, and arguably dip underneath the handicap with a C altered automatic, but has to get past Fardella, who's left a lot on the start line for him to play with. It was a 0.3 of a second reaction time for Kim Fardella, and that might seal the deal as Cartledge sails on past and takes the altered to the winner's circle, and will go into the next round.
Won that by around about a 1/10 of a second across the finish line.
A solid win there. That puts Fardella out of action for the night here. Next up, we'll see Mitch Oxley should be taking on John Kuiper, your 5th and 3rd qualifiers respectively.
So Oxley already completed the burnout and is backing on back, running on an index of 7.20 in the B dragster automatic. Louisi Race Engines and Simtech Electrical, along with Oxley Haulage out of Leeton, will be doing battle with the sedan, Holden VS Commodore.
So if you've just joined us on the live stream or first time here to Sydney Dragway, what you're seeing here is Group 2 competition in Super Comp. So it's not a self-nominated handicap here. The handicap is set by the vehicle's construction and based off of the current national record for that class of car. So Mitch Oxley in a B dragster automatic has a handicap of 7.2 seconds based off of a 7.1 second national record. John Kuiper in the VS Commodore is a D-gas entry, a small displacement Chev in that Commodore, an 8.34 handicap based off an 8.24 national record. There's just over a second between them on the start line. You can go a lot quicker than the record, but it makes life harder later on down the road. You know what else makes life hard? Red lights, as Mitch Oxley drops a red on the tree and hands the win to John Kuiper straight away. So the VS Commodore gets a win in this first round of Super Comp eliminations and backs it up an 850 with a 5, 151 miles per hour against an 834 handicap. Nicely done here. And I think we may have lost Shane Reed here. Was your number 6 qualifier, and by all accounts, I believe should have been taking on your number 1 qualifier, this young man from Serpentine, Western Australia, Connor McClure. McClure Motorsports, twin-turbo, small-block Chev-powered Corvette Pro Mod entry, thanks to BDR Industries, all-fast torque converters, Haltech and Garrett Turbo, plus the team at Applied Automotive over on the West Coast. And Connor absolutely ripped it through qualifying, a 6.34 to be your number 1 qualifier, and went 2.5 of a second underneath the handicap for the class, which is set 1/10 of a second slower than the national record for the class, which is also held by, surprise, surprise, Connor McClure. Set originally in their old car, the old Slime Time 3 Tirana, in that same Barbados green colour that they campaigned, and they set that record at Perth Motorplex on the West Coast.
It's definitely a branding colour for the team, isn't it?
Oh, they absolutely love it. Sister Casey races with the same colours as well. Unfortunately, her night done in Supercharged Outlaws. I think they had some mechanical dramas with the car leading to their first round. So it's going to be McClure punching his ticket into the second round, which will be the semi-finals for the class. And how far under can he go to try and reset, maybe potentially reset the national record for a double B Ultra Production Injected Automatic, a little bit of the long way down the racetrack, and he's off it. He's well off it.
I was going to say the car was pointing slightly towards the wall, and that's exactly where it went. If you eyes on the big screen, you'll see the replay.
He's had a habit of doing that.
Yeah.
this weekend so far. Just that hook out to the left. It's nothing ridiculously violent. It's actually rather smooth. Either that or Connor's just making it look easy. But not a time that can be written home about, but still turns on the win light, and we'll see them out in the second round. Oh, sorry, no, it is the semi-finals in Super Comp coming up later on.
All right, moving into competition bike now. We've got Michael Richards on board the Richards Racing, Foundation Riders. Suzuki Hayabusa also racing for Crux Leathers, an 886, the index for Michael in the Aeroflow lane. Cheryl Beddoes on board the Joe Curry Motorsport Transport Harley Davidson V-Rod Destroyer, running on an index of 904. These two local races here to Sydney Dragway. Michael's elbow will up into the air, tucks it down now on the two-step. 1.3 seconds to the 60-foot. Numbers, it should be very close. And Cheryl takes the win, 9-0 up by 0.093 of a second. 9-0-6 with a 7, the ET.
A solid run for Cheryl there as your current ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series points leader. And she's not the only one, because there's 4 of them all tied up that have already hit the 300 points cap in the series. Cheryl Beddoes, Jake Hamilton Moderate, who's elected to race in Extreme Bike this weekend, so won't accumulate points in competition bike, and can't anyway, because he's already hit the points cap. Edge Malice and Joe Curry. And the former mentioned Edge Malice in this matchup right now, the CIM Wellness Centre Armidale Kawasaki H2R, was your #1 qualifier of the day, a scorching half a second quicker than the Double D competition bike class index of an 827. Rode that to a 774. Nathan Stone was your #5 qualifier, was about a 10th.5 over the class index, but issues for Malice. Nathan Stone is going to rip on past him here in this second round of Chicago Shootout Racing, and Stone will turn on a win light. Sometimes you don't need to be the quickest car on the property. Sometimes you just need to be a bit lucky. And Stone will get the win. Wasn't really an ET to write home about for his bike either. A 939 at only 98 miles per hour. But all importantly, gets a win over Edge Malice. And that limits Edge's points haul. Chicago Shootout format for these riders. They'll go into 3 rounds of sorted and organized racing. And the best 2 performers out of the 3 rounds will then get locked into an A final fight to wrap up the night here in pursuit of an ANDRA Gold Christmas tree. Moving on now, Super Street on deck next.
And we have Tim Parker on the start line in that gorgeous 34 Ford Coupe, dialed in with a 1075. Taking on our #1 qualifier in Super Street, Malcolm Todd in the Tirana. It looks like Parker has left the red light by 3,000ths of a second. And we'll run it out the back door. Got there first, but was all lost on the start line for Tim Parker. A 10.29 with a 6 under the dial-in for Malcolm, but already knew he had the win. Well, welcome to the commentary box, Les Binkhurst.
So thanks very much, young Steve. And thanks to Chris Mitchell as well. And just bouncing off each other there was enthralled. So I just sat back and listened to you both. Great calling. Jack Matasevic, Bradfield, New South Wales, the Ford XD Falcon, Clevo. That's young Jack in the Rocket Lane. And he's dialing as 11.59, and Henry Spickak, his opponent in the Aeroflow lane from George's Hall, dialed in with a 12.43. 12.43 slower than Henry's gone 006 too quick, handing the automatic win. Jack Matosevic there, a 001 reaction time. So he's off to a great start, breaks out, but First is worse, so Henry Spearcack broke out first, and he also red-lit, and so the win going to young Jack there. Mark Hopkins now in the rocket lane, and David Matosevich this time from Bringelly in New South Wales in the Aeroflow lane.
Ford versus Holden on the start line.
Yes, it's one of these lifelong battles we've been having here since the track opened. Good to see. Good for the fans too. Mark there in that stout little Tirana. Gee, he pedals that thing. Well, look at the difference in the reaction times.
So thousandths of a second, so virtually heads up.
Yes, virtually.
The Tirana a thousandth better, side by side across the finish line, and Dave Matasevic will take the win. A 10.65 with an 8 at 123 mile an hour on a 10.62.
Yeah, it wasn't far behind for his opponent in the rocket lane there. There's distance, the information drops out fairly quickly. Lisa Garbellini from Aurelia, WA, in that beautiful Holden VZ Commodore LS6, dialed in with 11.78 up against Andrew Gray from Koroyd in Victoria in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 10.91. So the 10.91 of Andrew Gay will have to do the chasing. Lisa Garbellini will get the green light first. So they're motoring along fairly well, Steve. All these cars, there's been some great action.
That there has, Les. I think we've got a bit of a staging duel going on down here. That's where neither racer wants to go into stage.
Ooh.
Gay moves in first. Garbellini away with a 000. 000 light in competition for Lisa Garbellini.
Well, she's going to get a nice prize there. Anyone else can get it now, but she's got it first.
And 11.89 with a 0 and 11.78 to take the win for Lisa. She'll be moving into the next round. A 10.99 with a 9 on a 10.90 for Andrew Gay. Not good enough to take the win.
No, not. She's a sharp young lady there in that Commodore. Jason Rattray from Carrum Downs in Victoria, and the Harley V-Rod Destroyer. We're getting into a bit of modified bike action here. And Jason there with that motorcycle, dialed in with a 10.20 in the rocket lane. Rob Church from Seaford Rise in South Australia, Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8.98. Harley V-Rod versus a Suzuki Hayabusa, and the V-Rod to get the handicap start. So they're going through their burnout process and things like that, and here comes the long, tall shadows across the complex. As now that'll cool the track down a bit, and then we'll have some very, very good racing conditions. So the V-Rod, 1370 cc's, Jason Rattray, and he qualified number 5 with a 10.214 at 136, and Rob Church also still in competition. Our second fastest qualifier, a 9.155 at 148, or Rob Church in the Aeroflow lane. So he'll have to do the chasing while he either catches up to the tail light of the motorcycle next door. Oh, sorry, that's the other way around. Rattray gets the head start. Rob Church comes closing in, gets their first drives around. Jason Rattray does break out. He runs a 9.94 on a 10.20. That's a bit at 137, and a 9.12 with the 9 for the opponent in the Aeroflow lane.
Our next pair, Matthew Jones on the Harley V-Rod, running for Speed Pro Distributors, got in with a 9.55 in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Cody Scanlon, dialed in with a 10.35. Racing for Modcon Civil on board the Kawasaki ZX12R. Hat on the back for Jones.
Yeah, Jones is machine with the wheelie bars. the young Cody Scanlon riding. Oops. It looks like interesting. Oh, must be a bit of fluid coming out. A few little blotches there. Yeah, a couple of dribbles. Oh, Matty Jones there, 292 reaction time.
Big wobble at around 100 feet out from the start line. 9:57 with a 9 on a 9:55. 137 miles an hour.
Yeah, nice and clean there. Yeah, I'm sure that I can see those little drips there. So, unfortunately for that rider there, that's the end of competition in modified bike. And next, they've got the red lights flashing just while looks like Bill Creeley there, our starter.
Got our next pair locked and loaded. They're about ready to fire up as soon as the start line is ready to go. I dare say that was probably a little bit of fuel or something down there.
Yeah.
Water. Thank you, Adam.
Out of the little radiator there, or maybe an overflow. Good on you.
All right, so Gareth Wilcox in the airflow lane for the Gareth Wilcox YouTube channel. Dialed in with it. Oh, he must have. Adam said he must have heard us say it on the commentary because he gave us the thumbs up. Dialed in with a 9:38, taking on Darren McGregor. On board the Honda from Mildura. Aaron dialed in with a 10:48. So a second between Darren to leave first. 2.5 lights on the Christmas tree.
Well, off goes McGregor in the rocket lane. 0.256 reaction time. Here comes the speeding Wilcox. He gets there first, takes the win too. A 9.45 with an 8 at 129 and a 10.48 with a 4 at 126 for McGregor in the rocket lane.
Yeah, I think McGregor just gave away too much on the start line.
Yeah, 0.2 something, you know. And the other guys had over 0 in front of his the second two numbers.
Dean Jemison now.
Yeah, 3/8, 24.
Racing for the top shop. Castleton on board the Suzuki Hayabusa. Dial in. All the 8s. A little bit of a pedal there.
Just a little
on the head of the throttle. 0.37 on the tree though.
Yeah, the ANDRA national #1 and top qualifier as well. So he's got a good resume there.
Yep, runs on through for a 9.03 with a 5, 149 miles an hour.
Yeah, nice and leisurely, if you like. And now we're moving into super gas.
Yes, fixed index racing, a 990. Adrian Rigotti from Mill Park in Victoria, racing for the Logo Lady and Metro Pipe.
This is a solo, so...
Yeah, well, Adrian, our #1 qualifier in Super Gas here today. 2,000ths away from a perfect run for the class. 0.53 on the tree. And runs on through for a 9.95 with a 0 at 140 mile an hour.
Yeah, nice and safe there for Adrian. A couple couple of smokers here. Tony Romeo in the Rocket Lane from Anglevale Vale in South Australia, Ford XYGT, running that Windsor 440. Our number 9 qualifier, up against Joe Catanzariti from Mount Annan, just down the road there. In Touch Automotive, that big Pontiac Firebird Chevy 376. So these two combatants, they've, they seldom have seen each other or raced each other, so this may be the first time. But Super Gas, everyone's got their own little tricks, and but they got the throttle stops and everything all set, and they know the rules. There we go.
Oh, nice light for Catanzariti, as we would expect. 0.15 to an 0.54. Anybody's race at the top end. And it's, Catanzariti went too fast. He was there by 800ths.
Yeah.
And handing the win back to Tony Romeo, who went 9.93 with a 9 at 130 mile an hour.
Oh, gee whiz. Just as I was talking about it as well. I didn't put the knockers on him, but that's what happens. That Catanzariti Firebird, pardon me, Steve, it's a big top-end car.
That's exactly right. Big speed. We saw 164 miles an hour out of that machine a little bit earlier today. So certainly wins a lot of races, and no disrespect to Tony, but I was thinking the result was going to go the other way. But the equaliser, that fixed index.
Yep, it knocks them around.
John Summerarch in the Ford Cortina, manually shifted away from the line. Unfortunately, looks like he's slowing, and Jason Wilson will take the win.
Yes.
In the Gemini panel van.
996 with a 9 at 127.82. I fear that Johnny Summerarch might have the shifter in his head.
Yeah, it certainly seems like something's broken.
Yeah. There's no smoke or anything like that, but as soon as he changed gear, that's when it started its slow procession. Yes, he's going to take the early exit gate.
It's moving under its own power still, though. So
is it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Good. Yeah.
Which is a good sign. We've got Luke Romeo driving the In Touch Automotive 27 Ford Roadster. Taking on Graham Spencer. So a pair of open cars down on the start line.
Yeah, look at that. Nice too. Yes, they're very popular in the US. As we both know, we saw there was plenty of them at, when was that, 2018, Steve, when we went to the US Nationals? Or 19? 17, that's worse.
Yeah, I know, tell me about it. Luke Romeo takes the win. Graham Spencer went 0.35 red on the tree. Romeo was 0.30 on the green side. Runs it out the back door, goes 980 at 154.
Yep. Yes, and Spence went 158, but Luke probably, but still he went a 980, he still went under 990. Just testing the car, looks like we're going into modified eliminator now, and which is the next bracket, and it's got a great amount of races on display here, various machines, front engine, rear engine, dragsters. No front engines here today, but they're altereds, dragsters, hot rods. Great to see. Corey Dyson from Kilmore in Victoria in the Rocket Lane. Mobile statewide oils, Glass Protect and Transcal helping him along. He's dialed in 720 in the Rocket Lane, and in the opposing lane, in the Aeroflow lane, it's Chelsea Smith in the A-modified dragster from Albion Park. Big Block Chev 540, JM Auto Repairs, APM, and Tony Smash Repairs and Stops Slow Traffic Control. Dialed in with a 760. She'll get the handicap start. She'll get the green light in her favour, and then Corey Dyson to do the chasing. So both rear engine dragsters, 615 cubic inches, up against 540 cubic inches. So they've both, well, I'd say big blocks. At 615, it's nearly 1,200 cubic inches between the two of them. Oh, look at that.
Only 6 thousandths in the start line. Dyson with the better reaction by 6 thousandths, and it looks like Chelsea Smith will take the win. 766 with a 7. 167 mile an hour. I think something must have gone away with Dyson's car, because it was right there till the 1,000 foot.
Yep.
Then all of a sudden, Smith just pulled away in that last 100 metres of racetrack.
Yeah, the car definitely did slow. It's gone around and got past the turnaround there. So, very strange. Paul Fletcher now from Holqua Inlet in Victoria, in the 27 Ford Roadster, running under the AHR. Oh, nice machine it is too, the hot rod designation. Dialed in with an 892 in that bright orange little Roadster, up against Kenny Stewart from Tarneet in Victoria. Just, I think that's somewhere between Geelong and Melbourne. In the Fuchs Lubricants Dragster, running a Chevy 441, our number 4 qualifier. Dialed in with a 750, so the car of Kenny Stewart's is fairly quick, so Paul Fletcher in that little Roadster will get the green light first, and it'll be up to Kenny Stewart to endeavour to get there first without breaking out. And beautifully prepared machines we've seen here all day, and very clean racing. Unfortunately for the racer with the hot rod there, that was I hope it didn't sort of blow up too spectacularly, but anyway, he'll come around. He's one of these blokes that have been bitten by the bug with drag racing, so he'll be back again.
Very much so. The light counts down for Fletcher first with a 2:18 reaction time. Stewart with a 10th and a half up his sleeve, which is massive in modified. Got there by a 10th across the finish line.
Oh, yeah.
764 with a 4 at 159 mile an hour for Stewart to take the win.
Yeah, that was a good win. It was a 0.10 margin of difference.
All right, our next pair, Les, about to come into the water box. We have Fiona Crisp in the NGK Spark Plugs Spitzer Bantam, dialed in with a 763 in the airflow lane. Taking on Tegan Smith in the rocket lane. Racing for Beauty by Teagues. APM, Stop, Slow, Traffic Control. JM Auto Repairs and Tony Smash Repairs. Tegan, our number 3 qualifier this morning.
Yes, been driving that machine terrifically. Same as Fiona in the aeroflow lane. That little Bantam, it really honks. But sure, it's a very light machine with the big block Chev, 565 cubes, and she's fairly seasoned racer. Is young Fiona. Been up here a couple of times to race here at Sydney Dragway. Mostly at the monthly meets, not all of them, but she makes an appearance, and it's worked out well for her. Tegan Smith 729 and Fiona Crisp 763 dial in. So Fiona, as I said, will get the green light first. Oh, look at that. Still sharp too, she is, Fiona.
Yeah, 006 on the treat for Crisp. Out in front at the moment, and will stay there. 774 with a 3, Les. 169 miles an hour. Got there by 1.4 tenths of a second.
Gee, look at that.
Smith through the finish line with a 730.
Wow, that's it. Fiona just off she went. Oh, Adriana Cartledge now. This is I've been watching this car. She's got a handle on everything, this young lady. From Kilmore in Victoria, the Pro Street Towing and Transport Undercover. Well, Transport Undercover, and I don't know if it's an undercover dragster with a big block Chev. Oh, okay. and it's number one qualifier with a 7.101 at 189 miles an hour. So she's got a bye in this round of modified. She's dialed in with a 7.16. She's run a 7.17, a 7.13 and a 7.10. So in amongst all of that, she's decided to go a 7.16. She's probably read the conditions as well, the coolness coming over the racing surface. Did a sort of fairly decent burnout, but still on a bye run. Some people elect just to go down, others test themselves, they test the machine, and they gather a lot of data. Let's see how she goes. A double O, she's off to a great start, let me tell you. A 007 reaction time.
Just the third time we've seen that today.
Yeah, look at that.
717 with a 6 at 186 miles an hour.
On a 716.
716 dial.
Yeah, 7160. Where are we? So Adriana Carter, there's another cartilage around somewhere. Oh, it's now we're going into top sportsman now. That's the next bracket that we're featuring here. From Hume in the ACT, which is not a residential suburb, it's a commercial suburb. And Hume in the ACT, and he's the proprietor of Profection Automotive, the Holden VH Commodore wagon with the LS1 in it, the 366 cubic inch, our 11th qualifier with a 834 with an 8 at 160 up. It's Tony Miskelly from Gawler East in South Australia. There's a Miskelly with that Valiant that races here on the odd occasion. Really, really quick. PM Race Engines Ford Probe it is, big block Chev by 615 cube. Also sponsored by, in effect, 3D printing, our number 8 qualifier. So it's 8 qualifier against number 11. The neat little Commodore there from Hume. We'll get the handicap start first and go first, and then Tony Miskelly in that big block Chev.
Yeah, we'll be chasing him down. There's a terminal speed difference of around about 15 miles an hour between these two. The Probe probably a little bit more slippery through the air as well. A little bit more aero friendly. Purge of the nitrous there for Pirate Pete.
He's got his daughter racing junior dragster, so he's heavily into it as well. Both cars lined up together. Look a treat with the sun going down. Hamilton there with his reverse lights going on. Pete Hamilton 0.33 and Miskelly in 0.28. The Pirate, that dreaded Pirate, Pete Hamilton gets the win. Goes an 8.39 on an 8.38 for the win. Sensational race there. Now, Miskelly just couldn't catch him in time. They both had very, very good reaction times. Darren Whitford now from Happy Valley in South Australia. I think that's down towards Glenelg there somewhere. Up against Tommy Turek. Turek from St Peters in South Australia. So it's a couple of sand gropers against each other. VT Racing, Vlado Turek Proprietary Limited, sponsoring Tommy Turek. Pontiac GTO, Chevy 484. Dialing with a 743, Darren Whitford in that really sharp-looking little Chevrolet GTO with a Chevy 540, our number 1 qualifier incidentally. Dialing with a 658. And so 658, he'll have to sit and wait while the slower car gets the handicap start. And as the boys have been, my co-commentators have been informing you that this dial your own is a great equaliser. You can run fast cars against not so fast cars. I won't say slower, but
because there's nothing slow about Tommy Turek's car.
That's right. Yeah. Well, most of the cars that are the drag racing here, even street fighters and things like that. But nonetheless, these two guys are very well versed with what happens at this level of competition. So Darren Whitford in the rocket lane with a 6.58 dial in, as you can see out on those the stand out readout boards down at the bottom end down there. So 7.43 for Tommy Turek and a 6.58 for Darren Whitford. All eyes will be on these two right now in Top Sportsman. One's running A and the other one's running double A. Darren Whitford's running double A, which means he's either got chemical or mechanical induction, forced induction. Oh.
090 on the tree for Turek and 074 for Whitford. Who will it be? I think Whitford's going to come around at the top end, and he does. A 6.59 with a 204 miles an hour.
Wow.
Gets there by 800ths of a second. Wow, how good was that,
That-
Les? That car
Mate,
of Whitford's just left like a rocket away from the start line here at Sydney Dragway.
Oh, fantastic. Mate, that was really spectacular to watch. Yes, Top Sportsman has come, in my mind and in my opinion, has come along a long way, and it's a great class of racing. It's got a whole bunch of really powerful cars as well, and all different shapes and sizes, but boy, do they react to the loud pedal being stomped. Josh Boscovich in the rocket lane now. Dialed in with an 803 in that neat Ford XA Coupe with the Fontana 427 up against Daryl Stevens in the Ford Cougar running for Maxima Racing Oils and Dandy Engines. They're popular outfit down there, the Dandy Engines, no wonder. They build some great motors and propel cars very, very rapidly. So Boscovich with the Fontana there in the Ford XA Coupe will get the handicap start, so he'll be the first one to leave. And then Daryl Stephen, he is doing dual duties today, running that the Pro Stocker as well as Top Sportsman. So he's a pretty speedy lad. Oh, there's that the little hop that you were explaining earlier on in the program. Now, it'd be interesting to see that Josh's car is rather large. Daryl's gone for a smaller Cougar. Oh, Daryl's left the red light on the thing, went .101, automatic win to Josh on his 803. Well, he runs through for an 811 at 164 and an 804 at 148. Unfortunately for Daryl Stephen, he came second.
014 on the tree there for Boscovich.
Pretty
Let's
good.
see if I was able to save this on the replay here on the Sydney Dragway big screen. Watch the car right of screen. You'll see the car left. On the left, we'll leave too soon. There's the wheels up launch from Boscovich.
Yeah.
Nice clean pass.
Yeah, love that wheels up action. I'm an old super stock fan from way back. All right, well, that looks as if we're moving young Stephen Bush into junior dragster. So, moving right along, it's very, very brisk and plenty of action. People can't be wanting for, action. We've got it plenty here.
No, it's been thick and fast, but while we prepare the finish line, Les, we'll just throw to a quick word from some of our sponsorship partners here at Sydney Dragway, and you and myself will be back very shortly.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
We feel that pulse in the engine boom. Brisbane showgrounds, hear the crowd go zoom. Performance pulse, heart racing all day long. Revving up the culture, this is our song. Drop the clutch, light the flame. We rolling deep, JDM muscle cars, drifters on the street. Halls packed tight, horsepower insane. Performance pulse on the map, we own this lane. Dynos hitting hard, see the torque go wild. Chops, builds, custom rides, every dream compiled. From classics to mods, bikes and 4x4. Fans lit up with energy, always wanting more. DJ on the deck, speed banging, heavy crowd moving, feet grooving, vibe keys.
Right.
Moving to the midday blast, performance pulse. We built to last, we feel that pulse.
And we are back with the action here at Sydney Dragway for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. Back into junior dragster eliminations. This is their third round, the quarterfinals on deck here, Les.
Wow.
And this is where it starts to get pretty serious in the evening.
It does, doesn't it? It's good. This is where the nerves may come in. I've seen some people are just cool, calm and collective. Others like to jump around and carry on just a little bit. But Zane Condello, now all these races have done fantastically to get to the quarters here, and it is an important part of the program because the action here becomes tighter and tighter, and how these kids and racers transpond their efforts into getting down the track. They should be at their brightest, and they usually are. Zane Condello now on the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.07 in the junior dragster. Number 3 qualifier, up against Lily Vickery. Young Lily was, her opponent, I think, broke out, and she managed to win her particular race, dialed in with an 8.10. 8.10 is just slower than an 8.07, so Lily will get the handicap light first. She'll get the green first.
So here we go then. Both Lily and Zane. Zane now just pulling into full stage. Set off the second set of bulbs. Lily gets to go first by the smallest of margins. Advantage to Zane Condello by nearly 1.5 tenths of a second, but Vickery is making a charge back, but it's not going to be enough. Condello gets the win on almost a whole shot of all things. So Zane Condello picks up the win and goes into the semi-finals. We'll go into your 4th round of competition here for junior dragsters tonight before trying to make a run into the final to hold an ANDRA Gold Christmas tree here. Zane Condello locks into the semis. We've got the 4 pairs to run to sort this out. And next we'll see Savannah Condello, Barrack Heights, New South Wales. Dialing in an 8.07 was your number 10 qualifier and has fought her way through to this point of the night. James Barlow had a couple of really lucky runs so far. I believe this might actually be a semis, so we might be running around ahead here for juniors with the attrition that's been. So this may be a run into the finals, of course, because this is only the second pairing and I don't see any more. So this could be it. James Barlow up now. Proudly sponsored by Mum and Dad. Dialing in A798. You can dial in underneath the 8-second cutoff. You're just not allowed to dial in any more than a tenth underneath. When it comes to eliminations here. So there'll be just under a tenth of a second between the two of them on the drop of the greens here on the start line. Savannah Condello gets to go first in your Aeroflow lane. James Barlow doing the chasing in the rocket lane. Advantage to Barlow on the reaction time. but Condello is quicker at the 60-foot and might get a nose in front, but pushes to a breakout. Savannah goes too quick, 8.05 on an 8.07. And that will hand James Barlow the win into the next round. So Barlow gets it done, all based on the reaction time, and goes through.
Well, James Barlow, if that was the semi, he'll be one of the combatants in the final.
That's correct, yeah. James Barlow and Zane Condello. If that was the semi, then that would be your two. James Barlow and Zane Condello in your junior dragster final tonight. Next up, Bailey Paul. We are into junior drag bike. Now on deck. And a tidy field of your junior drag bikes making their run out here. Proudly brought to you by New Gen Business Park, who have also presented our Supercharged Outlaws and our top qualifier medallions here in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series.
Yes.
So it's Bailey Paul, your #1 qualifier, representing the Drag Racing Riders Association of South Australia.
Yeah.
Is well and truly being watched right now by a lot of the South Aussie friends. Up from Roseworthy, the A-Class Motorcycle Transport Kawasaki Ninja against Eliza Harris, another fellow South Australian, the Art with Attitude Kawasaki Ninja. An 880 to an 888. Advantage to Harris.
Definitely. Look at that. 037 to a 0.248.
It's going to be close, and Eliza Harris will get the win. A 9.04. It's a whole shot win for Eliza. Just Bailey Paul could never overcome that reaction time deficit. 0.2 of a second was never going to happen. And that gives the win to Eliza Harris here in the second round of Chicago Shootout for junior drag bike.
Yes, that's right. It's Chicago Shootout, and there's a couple of classes running that sort of format here.
Yeah, junior bike and competition bike running on Chicago Shootout. So next pair here for your junior drag bike second round, Austin Walpole, your fourth qualifier out of Tower Hill, Victoria, alongside South Australia's Cooper Plummer on the Yamaha R3. Thanks to SA Truck Tarps and Service here, both in the full stage and bringing up the revs. Was only half a tenth between them on the dial-ins, and a solid advantage, nearly 0.2 of a second on the reaction time going the way of Cooper Plummer. It's going to be an easy conversion for Plummer. He pushes Walpole to a breakout. Austin rode an 885 on an 888 dial to lose, and Cooper Plummer gets there first and wins a 9.019. 70 mile an hour for young Cooper. He was off the gas early.
Yes.
He let go of the grip, said, yeah, I got this. No worries, mate.
Yeah.
And converts it to a win light here in the second round of New Gen Business Park Junior Drag Bike.
Yes, it's that those kids on the, well, I say the riders on those bikes, I'm not quite sure of their ages, but they're pretty sharp. yeah, but when you get to my age, Chris.
Everyone's kids.
Yeah, well.
I didn't mean it like that, Les.
No, but what I'm saying is that the kids are anyone under 45.
That's fair. That's fair. So I still classify as a kid.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, rightio.
I'll ride that one all the way to the bank. So I believe, Les, that's going to take us out of the second round of the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series.
Yep.
And we won't be too far away. We're just going to get the 8th mile barriers off the exit gate. Maybe not just yet. Super Sedan coming up next here.
Oh, Super
Should look at the screens, shouldn't we?
Yeah, well, they
usually help.
They do come in handy, yeah.
So Super Sedan coming up next here. That is their third round. Should be their third round of eliminations in this competition tonight here for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. And a massive thank you to all of the supporting companies who have jumped on board to support all the brackets, and the South Australian Drag Racers Association getting behind your Super Sedan field here.
I like the title too.
The Drag Racing Masters.
Yeah, I reckon that's a great...
Some graphics guy in Perth made all those graphics.
Oh, really?
So we fire them up for South Australian Drag Racers.
Here we go.
Super Sedan getting ready to roll. Kevin Boker in the HB Tirana out of the Aeroflow lane alongside Matthew Gay, the Andy Gay Proprietary Limited HX Utes, sponsored by Progress Transport Services. We're still in the throes of Group 3 Dial Your Own Handicap Racing.
And here it is back again with the big block Chev in Matty Gay's Ute there, the HX Ute, the nice gold machine up against Kevin Boker from Mernda in Victoria, the Holden HB, small block Chev,
It's actually
430 to 4.
It's a couple of Victorians facing off in this one.
Yeah.
So Boker's dialed in an 887 for the HB Tirana out of the Aeroflow lane.
Yes.
And Matty Gay a 953. So just over 0.6 of a second between them. That's 2 drops, so nearly 2 drops of the Ambers.
Yep. Yes, 0.4 between the Ambers. So, yeah, that's just about the blink of an eye, 4/10. And we'll see Matty Gay get the green light first.
Ooh, he'll get the red
Oh.
light first, and Kevin Boker was have to be careful to not cross the centre line. He almost committed the worst offence, and that would have been a heartbreaker, but Matthew Gay goes red by 79 thousandths of a second and hands the win to Kevin Boker. Now, Matty Gay was going to get there first,
yes,
but unfortunately the foul on the start line throws the win over to Kev, and that'll lock it down here. Let's check out the replay. Watch how close Boker got towards the centre line. Actually drove over the infield markings, the painted lines, just in front of the 60-foot marker.
Yeah.
Almost drove over it here. And they're just going to take a moment to get him off the racetrack at the top end here. And they have been told to actually shut them down here. So I believe there's some timing block has decided to come away from its primary mounting
yeah,
a little bit further down the track. I think that's down at half track. One of the timing blocks just deciding to go for it. And perfectly timed. It's just the exact time that there isn't a track staffer right there to get it.
Yeah, yeah. Happens every time.
Yep, it's always where you're not that you need to be.
Yeah, I thought it had, but he was back in line by then, wasn't he?
Yeah, I don't think he got it.
No.
From what I saw on the replay, he didn't get it. So sometimes it can be just the wind can move them around if you get a strong gust.
Yeah,
or
that's right. That's right.
I'm not sure how they're held in here at Sydney Dragway. They're a magnet to the ground. So similar to what we've seen at Perth Motorplex. We've seen them move around on occasion. Sometimes the adhesive to the magnet just decides at the exact moment that it's no longer sticking.
Yeah.
And then it's no longer magnetised.
Well, it's the same too, Chris, down here when we have windy days. See how we've got the cutouts for the power lines to go through? Well, gusts of winds go across there. And,
absolutely.
And guys come across. If it's a crosswind, you know, sometimes you can really see the effect they have.
Yeah, it can really catch these
Yeah,
cars and bikes on the racetrack. So we fired them back up again. Peter Furlanetto in the Aeroflow lane from Seaford Rise, South Australia. That beautifully turned out. XYGT was your number 2 qualifier here in SA Drag Racers Association Super Sedan, alongside Steve Hunt, another South Australian in the XW panel.
Oh,
beautiful,
isn't
beautiful
it?
car.
Yeah, yeah, fantastic. And the XYGT, his opponent there in the Aeroflow lane, it's always a giveaway when you see a parachute onto the back.
Well,
yeah,
the back, tells you a story.
Yeah.
Tells you need to be worried.
Yeah, that's right.
Now
Pretty
is
quick.
one of the things for Peter Furlanetto. This is going to be one of the hardest things, I believe, in the world of drag racing. He has to wait for nearly an eternity to get his green light. He dialed an 880. Steve Hunt at a 1020, and Steve still treated him with an 0.36 reaction time. So Furlanetto has to try and chase him down and pushes himself to a breakout. Went too quick, 876 on an 880 dial-in. Gives the win to Steve Hunt, who ran a 10.23 on a 10.23. It's a nigh on perfect package.
Yeah.
He only had a 36 thousandths reaction time. So an overall package being your ET dial-in difference plus your reaction time of only 36 thousandths of a second. That is unbeatable any day of the week.
Oh, well, it's so the margins are so infinitesimal. It's a wonder they even get. I was doing a race meeting over in America, and they had to go down to 5 decimal points.
Yeah, you go down to the 1/100,000th of a second into that realm. Sean Marr getting himself a bye run in this round. That'll punch his ticket into the semis, I believe. That'll lock him in here.
Yes, that'll be the next round.
And a 9.285 against a 9.25 dial-in just tests it out nicely.
You were talking earlier, Chris, about you don't have to be the fastest or the quickest car to win races here. He's come from position qualifier number 11.
Yep, at the end of the day, in Group 3 dial your own competition, you don't need to be the quickest guy on the property. You just need to be the most consistent.
Yeah.
Now your dial-ins and be razor sharp on your reaction time. At the end of the day, the last surviving human element in driving these cars is your reaction time.
Yeah.
If you miss that, you're done.
Yes, well,
Can't do it.
And you can tell by the last, I don't know, 20 years how big the emphasis is on reaction times. You know, people say, oh, this is the reaction time, but that guy started earlier. How come this guy lost?
That's right. Into Supercharged Outlaws.
Oh, yeah.
Rolling on here. Not sure, this may be the semi. Shane Kramer from Windvale, South Australia, the competitive plumbing 23 Ford T-Bucket. 540 cubic inches of Chev power. Should really be playing along like I've been telling the rest of the fans to follow the results live on the ANDRA Facebook gallery. They've been publishing all of the results live as we roll through the weekend. So, well, Kramer was due to take on Bruno Metajazovic here, and Bruno not showing for this semi. So this is indeed the semi-final to decide who is going to go through to the main event tonight to chase an ANDRA Gold Christmas tree.
Yes.
And Shane Kramer gets the golden ticket.
He's got one chance.
Simple as. All he has to do right now is accept the green light.
Yes.
Now, if he wants to, he can go test himself against the dial-in. He's dialed a 690.
Yep.
And just see. Let's just see what this car can do.
Yeah.
And see how close we were to the dial-in that we think we had for these track conditions.
Well, no, he's going to send it. Gets out with a 009 on the red side of green. That doesn't matter. Runs a 691 on his 690 with a 9 at 198.52 miles an hour. So Shane Kramer from Windvale in South Australia, he's one of the combatants in the final.
So that should see Shane going through to tonight's final here. It's a shame for Bruno, who was due to face off with him. And we saw Bruno on a solo earlier in the night as well. And he also decided to push the envelope and test out the car. Potentially might have hurt things. I saw the unfortunate news just a moment ago. Brody Zapier is unfortunately done for the night in Top Door Slammer. They've unfortunately come across some engine dramas in the AC Delco Slammer. And we won't see the young West Australian out again. So here's the open call out. Brody Zapier, come and join us in the commentary booth.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
And here we go. How's this? The world of drag racing brings us another solo.
Solo.
Ever the sportsman catch 22. Tim Stewart from Beaumaris, Victoria, a regular around the areas, Portland and Mildura.
Yes, they are too. They're around that area. So Timmy Stewart there was dialed in with a 660. That car's been going gangbusters all day. 1966 Ford Mustang fastback.
He made his first ever 6-second run earlier today, and his first 200-mile-an-hour run in this car today, and that is Ever the gamesman. So the light went green. Tim Stewart's accepted the green light. He's not going to push his machinery. All he's done is he's accepted the green. That means he wins the race. There's nobody else in the other lane to beat him.
No.
And he's got the job done. He doesn't need to go all the way through the finishing stripe to lock in the win. Now, what he's achieved here is he's not worn out his race car. He's not burned up his oil or his fuel. He's not run the risk of damaging anything, and he's just bought himself and the team a little bit more time to maybe go back and work on the car without it being red hot and having to wait for everything to cool down.
Yes.
To then get it tuned up to try and win a gold Christmas tree tonight.
Yeah, well, he's well, that's right. He's into the final. So sometimes I wish that some of the guys would do that more often.
Well, sometimes, unfortunately, the fans, we didn't get to see him make a full track run.
Yeah, that's the other aspect.
Ever the sensible option, and I'd say probably his wife Sue is the sensible one. She's probably got in his ear and said, hey, let's just chill things out for a little bit. And Tim, you're going to strap yourself in, you're going to move 3 feet, and then we're going to push you out of there. And they are going to push that Mustang funny car back towards the pits and get Tim Stewart locked in for a run at the final tonight.
Oh, that'll be a real humdinger, Yuri.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the next portion of the evening. It's 7:10 here at Sydney Dragway. We are going to take a very short break, do some track prep before we see the second round of Top Door Slammer, Outlaw Pro Mode, Extreme Bike and Pro Stock here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. We'll be back soon.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
We feel that pulse in the engine boom. Brisbane showgrounds, hear the crowd go zoom. Performance pulse, heart racing all day long. Revving up the culture, this is our song. Drop the clutch, light the flames. We rolling deep, JDM muscle cars, drifters on the street. Halls packed tight, horsepower insane. Performance pulse on the map, we own this lane. Dynos hitting hard, see the torque go wild. Chops, builds, custom rides, every dream compiled. From classics to mods, bikes and 4x4. Fans lit up with energy, always wanting more. DJ on the decks, beat banging heavy. Crowd moving, feet grooving, vibe keep steady. From sunset cruising to the midday blast. Performance pulse, we built to last. We feel that pulse, engine start, rides on display. Pure art, Brisbane living loud, that's the call.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
A street car through to a race car, be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Packlease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Packlease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They're so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
We feel that pulse in the engine boom. Brisbane showgrounds, hear the crowd go zoom. Performance pulse, heart racing all day long. Revving up the culture, this is our song. Drop the clutch, light the flames. We rolling deep, JDM muscle cars, drifters on the street. Halls packed tight, horsepower insane. Performance pulse on the map, we own this lane. Dynos hitting hard, see the torque go wild. Chops, builds, custom rides, every dream compiled. From classics to mods, bikes and 4x4. Fans lit up with energy, always wanted more. DJ on the decks, beat banging heavy. Crowd moving, feet grooving, vibe keep steady. From sunset cruising to the midday blast. Performance pulse, we built to last. We feel that pulse, engine start. Rides on display, pure art. Brisbane living loud, that's the call.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
Street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Packlease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Packlease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They're so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
that pulse in the engine boom. Brisbane showgrounds, hear the crowd go zoom. Performance pulse, heart racing all day long. Revving up the culture, this is our song. Drop the clutch, light the flame. We rolling deep, JDM muscle cars, drifters on the street. Halls packed tight, horsepower insane. Performance pulse on the map, we own this lane. Dynos hitting hard, see the torque go wild. Chops, builds, custom rides, every dream compiled. From classics to mods, bikes and 4x4. Fans lit up with energy, always wanted more. DJ on the decks, beat banging heavy. Crowd moving, feet grooving, vibe keep steady. From sunset cruising to the midday blast. Performance pulse, we built to last. We feel that pulse, engine start, rides on display. Pure art, Brisbane living loud, that's the call.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine. That's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545.
Working towards the second round of the action for Top Door Slammer coming up here. Hey folks at Sydney, thanks for your patience. And if you've been watching on the live stream as well, it's great to have it all happening here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. Round 2 of Door Slammer underway, Bushy.
Yes, here we are. We've been waiting patiently for these cars to come to the start line. Ronnie Palumbo in the A-Civil 37 Chevy Coupe, taking on the teammate, Nasser Matter.
He's the teammate, financier, team owner, the boss man, the bloke you probably don't want to argue with. Rolling out in the Rocket Industries lane. But Matter absolutely threw down. It was a 580 in the previous round to take down young Brody Zapier. And he was faster in the top end too, 242 miles per hour in the second pairing of the first round of Top Door Slammer we saw earlier this afternoon. Ronnie Palumbo also got the win in his matchup against Pete Lovering, which saw that go down. It was a 589 with a 239 miles per hour. Unfortunately, I think the story is true. Brody Zapier won't be joining us for this second round of competition here in Top Door Slammer. Unfortunately, the Fabietti Racing AC Delco Slammer, a little bit of the walking wounded and won't make it back out tonight here. That's unfortunate. Look forward to seeing the youngster have a crack at the 10 grand to win Top Door Slammer feature tonight. So the two guys who've each had a win so far, only one of them is going to leave this round with 2 wins to their name.
So definitely something to play for, of course, the round points as well. What's the bragging rights? You said before, Ronnie's been working on these cars, turning some spanners, but offered the driver's seat only earlier this week. Waiting patiently in pre-stage.
NASA brings the Mustang up to meet him in pre-stage. Ronnie straight in, he's not messing around. Go time and advantage Palumbo on the reaction time, but Matter is charging. It's just not going to be enough, and Ronnie Palumbo wins. Palumbo wins with the 37 coupe, 584, 242 miles per hour.
Look at the reaction time, a 003 and approach tree for Ronnie Palumbo to a 407. So Ronnie strapped a whole lot, 0.4 of a second on the boss man.
But look at this, NASA Matter, 250 miles per hour through the speed trap. He was absolutely charging trying to catch him. He really didn't want to be beat by Ronnie Palumbo.
There was no way he was getting out of that throttle early. I believe Adam has queued this up on replay. We can see the gap across the finish line from the rear. Unfortunately missed the start by a fraction. But 0.4 was the head start effectively given to Palumbo there.
Yep, NASA was not going to be able to make that one back. You'd have to set a national record to close up that kind of time deficit. So the win goes to Ronnie Palumbo, 2 wins to his name, and a new quick ET of the night, 584 with a 0 for Ronnie Palumbo in the A Civil 37 coupe. Now, interestingly enough, no Pete Lovering as well, so unfortunately, we've lost 2 of the door slammers into this second round, which is a heartbreaker. I was really excited to see the 55 Chev, the aerodynamic shoebox, get its way down the racetrack. But we do get to see young Brodie Davies in the Pennywise Ford Mustang.
Another strong burnout there from Davies. Definitely seems to have got that part of driving down pat.
I think you'd be safe to say he's well and truly enjoying that part of the process. It's the one part of going drag racing that can really just leave a smile on your dial, even with the throttle stop.
It's the more fun part of the experience.
With the high-grade laser profiling, 67 Ford Mustang just making his way back behind the Christmas tree, thanks to GPA Builders, Rio Zone, Sorrel Group, and Motorsport Connections. 514 cubic inches of Noonan's horsepower on board for young Brodie. And just to preface this, this is licensing passes and establishing a baseline for young Brodie. First weekend, starting his Top Door Slammer campaign in this car after a long, long road to get here for the family. And it's great to see another youngster having a crack in Top Door Slammer. I think we've significantly lowered the average age of Door Slammer drivers in Australian competition in the last couple of years.
Well, the three of them that are here has pulled the average age down just a fraction.
There was a period in time when Daniel Gregorini was the youngest guy in Australia, and he's in his 40s now. He could probably hear me. Love you, Daniel. And then his wife Lisa got involved, and she lowered the age a little bit further. But here it is for young Brodie Davies. Just creeping the Mustang up towards the beams.
Comments on the live stream.
I'm gonna cop it when I get home. Here we go. Into full stage.
Oh,
whew, she's angry. Pennywise is angry tonight. That got up on the hind legs again and carried it for a fair way. 1013 to the 60 foot there for Brodie Davies. Still moving. Let's check that replay. Hit that button. Look at the way this thing leaves the start line. He did a solid job, though. Put it back down in quick stead and then drove it back down the racetrack, 3.2 to the 330, and then started to button off from there. It definitely keeps it on rolling.
It's almost a carbon copy of the previous run that we saw, Chris.
Yeah, definitely did a very similar amount of behaviour on the start line there for young Brody. Well, that brings us out of Top Door Slammer. Your Outlaw Pro Mod matchup coming up next. We're going to see Carl Cox and Joe Gauci go up against each other. Cox got the win in the first round in that bad to the bone Pro-Charged Cuda. It's in the Aeroflow lane to the right of your screen. If you're watching online or looking at the super screen, the left lane for the drivers, 577 with a 6, 245 miles per hour. Joe Gauci, a 587, and was charging hard, 265 mile through the traps in the twin-turbo Mustang.
Let's see what the two racers can do off the start line. I think that was the telling difference in the previous run. I think Cox just got a better leave away from the start line, and Gauci just ran out of real estate at the top end of the racetrack.
Absolutely did. I think arguably Joe had a slightly better reaction time, but just the front half that Carl Cox put together in the first portion of the racetrack was just too much for Joe Gauci to overcome. It was still tight at the stripe, and that was a good old-fashioned drag race. Two different combinations here. We're talking about the 520-inch cubic inch Hemi Proline motors in both cars, over Carl Cox running the centrifugal or the Pro-Charge combination, and Joe Gauci running the more top-end friendly turbocharged combo. I have a feeling it's twin 98s in that thing. They absolutely scream, and he just piles on the speed in the back end of the run.
Love to know what sort of boost is being put into both of these engines.
All of it, and maybe then some. Hey, actually, to be fair, you can probably make a fair amount of power without too much boost, but just working with the air conditions and the racetrack around you. But if Gauci can put together a good reaction time and get the car through the first portion of the racetrack quickly, it'll be pretty tough to toss in a race here. Carl Cox looking at going from two here in the Cuda as he brings his car up towards the beams. Joe's just patiently waiting for him. He just dips his toe in, goes into pre-stage. We're locking him up. Outlaw Pro Mod here at Sydney Dragway.
Gauci with a much better light this time around. Cox is, I think, out in front. Gauci had the shoots out right on the finish line, if not a fraction early, and still got there by 0.03 of a second. An 0.59 light compared to a 3.47 for Cox. And a 5.98 with a 7 at 2.54 will take the win over a 5.73 with a 4 at 2.49.
Yeah, massive hole shot for Joe Gauci there. Nearly 0.3 on the lights. Carl Cox was able to earn back like 2.5 of them, and it came down to a margin of only 35 thousandths of a second at the line here.
Looking at he was 0.3 of a second quicker to the 3:30 mark.
Was way quicker. Checking that on the replay, you can see it is visible. Watch this here. Look how much he leaves on the start line, and then by the time they get to that mark, he's already alongside him and is charging ahead. But it's the top end that saved Joe Gauci. Just gave him that little bit extra he needed and got in there. 254 miles per hour over Carl Cox's 249. That's a new, I think that's a PB for Carl Cox, though. A 573 in that one. That's 4/100ths quicker than he put down in round one. So a quicker lap there from Carl Cox is not enough to save him. It's a win apiece between him and Joe Gauci in what's turned into an Outlaw Pro Mod match race night here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. Now into extreme bike here. Jake Hamilton Moderates, the Modcon Civil Suzuki Hayabusa from Tarlee, South Australia, is going to take on, or was going to take on, the pro entry of Tony Frost. Unfortunately, Tony isn't going to make it. So Jake Hamilton, moderate, gets the racetrack all to himself. And it's ripping. It's looking good. Just a little bit closer to the center line than you'd like, but it's a 7.233, 201 miles per hour. Nicely done.
Smashing through the gears pretty nicely as well. Next pair doing their burnout. And we have Brendan Miglianico in the Aeroflow lane taking on Leonard Azzopardi. Full send racing for Miglianico. Rams Head Services, Azzopardi Racing, D Sport Autocraft, High Spool Industries and Raceworks. All backing the Oran Park racer on board the Hayabusa in the Aeroflow lane. Leonard just squirreling around a little bit on the hit of the throttle, nearly tagging the center line with the foot. Got a 7.12 with a 4.203 for Brendan Miglianico across the finish line. 7.40 at 2.08 for Azzopardi. So Azzopardi was chasing him down, but Miglianico, I think, just had that cleaner launch.
Oh, I think Leonard Azzopardi almost dipped his toes into the sand trap at the end of the racetrack, was somewhat struggling to get that bike pulled up on the anchors. And Miglianico saw him and just buttoned it off a little bit and tried to help him. It was it was rather close. Up next, Mike Lawson and Ryan Franks. Lawson out in the Aeroflow lane, the Hayabusa entry, alongside Ryan Franks, the GSF Engineering and Azzopardi Racing, also on the Hayabusa. A very popular combination in the world of extreme bike here. I've just seen the starters just run across to talk to both riders. I wonder whether they're just looking down the racetrack and just checking on things before they lock them in. Now we are set to go. Both bikes up into pre-stage. Full stage now. Better reaction time. A 0.094 to a 0.158 to Mike Lawson. But he falters at the mid-track, and Franks is going to ride on by and get the win. 7.34 with a 1 at 202 miles per hour. Franks picks up the win here in this second round. It's pretty tidy. Nicely done there from Ryan. Locks him in. Next up, we'll see your number 6 and number 1 qualifiers respectively.
And Darren Foley in the Aeroflow lane from North Richmond. Supported by Rams Head Service, CHE Precision, and Alex Borg for Azzopardi Racing, also Rams Head Services, and Bell Renovations. Foley's machine running some 0.6 slower in qualifying, but a nice speed at the top end of the racetrack. A little bit loose on the hit of the throttle, 1,000th in the reaction time, but Alex Borg comfortably taking the win. 692 with a 7, 215 mile an hour. I think that's the highest speed we've seen from an extreme bike here today.
I think that's the first 6 we've seen from extreme bike today as well. Borg was the number 1 qualifier with a 7.23. He ran a 7.0, I think, or a 7.1 in the first round. Dipping into the 6s, a 6.92, 215 miles per hour. Absolutely rocking in extreme bike. Back onto 4 wheels, pro stock firing up in the tunnel. Peter Mamone and Thomas Leake set to be your first pairing here. Mamone was your number 3 qualifier. Love the look of this thing. The PMHBR CC Royal small block Ford powered Mustang, thanks to RC Performance Engines and Corona Brothers Restorations. He's playing alongside Thomas Leake, who is your number 1 qualifier, 7.075 at 194 miles per hour in the Pontiac GXP in your rocket lane.
dare say this is probably ideal conditions for these cars.
The air's starting to really come around here as the temperatures drop. The track's still carrying a fair bit of latent heat. It's amazing how quickly we went from quite hot, and as the sun drops off, the shadow comes right across the top of Sydney Dragway, helped by the very tall grandstands at this place as well, in stark difference to pretty much any of the other arenas you find in Australia. Not quite as tall. Sydney gets a good bathe of sunshine and then immediately dips into the shade, and that helps pull a little bit of that really sting out of the temperature in the racetrack. Whereas all the surface underneath still holding the latent heat. Takes a long time for that to be sapped out of it. You get that racetrack just fall back into that really nice flavour country in the window.
In the past, we've washed the track halfway through a race meeting and it's dry. By the time the water truck left the finish line, made it up to the start line, it was dry.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking just a light sprinkle. It was absolutely saturated.
You've left the tap on in the laundry.
Yeah.
Final instructions going to both drivers. Michael Marriott going to walk away from Peter Mamone's car. The league team taking a step back here. And we're not waiting around. Both drivers straight into pre-stage. Booting up the revs in full stage. Better launch from Thomas Leake. A better reaction time as well here. He's going to have the advantage and will get the nose in front. A 7.049. 194 miles per hour. Thomas Leake gets the win in this second round. Peter Mamone, a 7.44 with a 9 at 183 miles per hour. Was just marginally and incrementally slower at every point down the racetrack. 109 to 60 foot. Leake at a 102. And you extrapolate that out far enough. Thomas Leake with a handy advantage after a quarter mile of racing.
Well, I mean, going off the data that we have from the entries, the Mamone car, some 50 cubic inches down on capacity, Chris, so that would be telling the story perhaps why the performance is not quite there, but the crew definitely keen, and we're excited by the results that they achieved on that run. Looks like Daryl Stevens coming out for a solo pass in the Maxima Racing Oils Ford Mustang.
Finds himself with a reverse gear to bring that car back behind the beams after going through his burnout procedure. He's coming back at a rate of knots as well. The team were trying to get him to steer the car back into the groove, and in fact still trying to get him sorted. He just tries to back over as one of his crew guys. Just caught him. Just got him. And still needing to put that car right hand down a fair way to get it centered in the groove. You can't quite see it there on the stream from that camera vantage point, but it was pointed towards the left. Now he's centered the car quite a bit. And we'll get it locked in to rip here. Hasn't had the best of runs through qualifying. Could only manage a 10-second pass in that first, or the one and only qualifying round they had in the afternoon session earlier today. The Shot Racecraft MacArthur Garages Atlantic Oils and Maxima Racing Oils Ford Mustang. Going to lock in here. You'll just bring it up towards the start line. Unfortunately, it looks like we have lost Clint George in this second round after dramas caught him out in round number 1 of your Pro Stock competition. So no need to be really sharp on the reaction time. And it's an aborted run here. He kicked the clutch in. Didn't sound like it got all the gears. It got through a couple and then lost it all.
Well, Darryl would know that car not running to its potential with a 1.5 60 foot.
Well and truly. So he'll roll out of it and turn it around at the top end of the racetrack. The time now we turn things around and we're going to end up finding ourselves in Super Comp in just a moment. Before that, we get through the third round of the Chicago Shootout for competition bike here. So back into Group 2 competition. Comp Bike proudly brought to you by New Gen Business Park. The third round of the Chicago Shootout. We'll sort the points after this round, and that will lock them in. The two best performing riders, the most points, will find themselves in the A final tonight, racing for an ANDRA Gold Christmas tree. This is Nathan Stone on the Suzuki GSX, an A comp bike, riding against a 8.12 index, alongside Cheryl Beddoes, the V comp bike, the Harley V-Rod Destroyer, the naturally aspirated variant, the Joe Curry Motorcycle Transport, Edge Creative Printing and Twin Tunes Performance Center. The 904 class index for the Harley of Beddoes.
You're a second head start going to Beddoes in the rocket lane here.
Oh, and red for Stone.
Cheryl with a nice 060 light. Should be taking the win here. Goes 902 with a 2 on a 904 index at 144 miles an hour.
Solid win there from Cheryl. That gets her underneath. She dipped underneath the index as well for the Harley earlier in qualifying. I think there was 3 riders that all dipped under the index. Although a couple of them going a lot further under the index than others. I think Cheryl was dipping under by a few 100ths of a second. Michael Richards next. He's going to have a bye run in this round. Richards RCG formation riders Crux Leathers entry on that Hayabusa. And C altered bike riding on an 886 index. Rides it to an 892 with a 9. 147 miles per hour. Very nicely done. And I'm not sure what happened to the rest of the bikes, but that's all we'll see out of New Gen Business Park Competition Bike. We are into Super Comp coming up next. Just kind of rapid firing through some of your remaining drivers. So whittling things down. I think this would be the semi-final for Super Comp. And I think it's going to be a bye run here for Luke Cartledge.
Pro Street Towing and Transport altered from Kilmore in Victoria. Running the C altered automatic. Small block Chevy, 353 cubic inches, running on an index of 783.
Was just underneath that in qualifying earlier today in what was some pretty challenging conditions. Now the track and the air have come back around. We could see him go further under that. We saw him race to a 779 in qualifying. Has been right on the money throughout the rounds of racing so far as well. A bye run into the final is very nice indeed. We'll see what he can take on here. We'll take on the winner of the next pairing. I know Connor McClure is in that one. It was arguably the furthest under the handicap in qualifying. The very solidly performing Corvette here. Cartledge goes red on the tree in a bye run, that's okay, and drops the chutes early. An 843 at only 104 miles per hour. I just wonder whether that was planned, just to not exactly show your hand against the stiff competitors coming up behind you. Because you know everyone's watching.
Yes. It's a bit hard to hide stuff now on social media. Everything's recorded.
So next up, John Kuiper. Pertamina Fastron VS Commodore. Next to Kuiper Race Engines. The D-Gas entry is going to race against Connor McClure, and this is going to be a stark difference between the cars in their outright speed. Connor McClure, the Applied Automotive McClure Motorsport twin turbo small block Chev Corvette, thanks to BDR Industries All Fast Torque Converters, Haltech and Garrett turbos. Connor raced this thing to a 634 earlier in qualifying to secure the #1 spot and your New Gen Business Park top qualifier medallion. Now looking to try and race his way into the final here and lock up a chance to race for the ANDRA Gold Christmas tree in his first hit out here in Sydney with this car. how good's this? A 658 handicap for Connor McClure. It's a double B Ultra Production injected automatic entry. And an 834 for John Kuiper. Something like 1.8 seconds is going to be the difference between them on the start line. The closing speed is going to be astronomical. Something in excess of nearly 100 kilometers an hour difference in closing speed.
Yeah, that's certainly going to startle, I think, Kuiper, although does have plenty of experience. And looks like something wrong with the McClure car. There's fluid down there.
And they've stopped the car. It's parked in full stage.
You can see something on the racing surface there.
And Kuiper has brought his car up in a pre-stage, so this might be dramas for Connor McClure. Oh, but the timing system's dropped a red for Kuiper. And no one's going anywhere. And I wonder whether John Kuiper actually timed himself out there just by taking too long to get into stage, or whether something else went wrong and brought that whole race undone. Awkward scenes on the start line here in your Super Comp semis. By all accounts, McClure wasn't going to make the run. They were stopped in full stage. And so the timing system showing the win light to Connor McClure here with the Corvette. So an awkward and always somewhat dramatic semi-final in Super Comp. And by my reckoning, that'll see Connor McClure off into your final tonight to chase an ANDRA Gold Christmas tree.
That's what I think's going to happen.
And it'll be Luke Cartledge in the other lane here later on tonight at Sydney Dragway. So they're just going to take a moment here. It looks like they're trying to mop some stuff up on the start line. And we're being told that the win has been awarded actually to John Kuiper.
I was going to say a little bit confused about what we just saw unfold there, but it looks like the officials have awarded John Kuiper the win. So we'll be the Commodore taking on the altered.
Yeah, he will take on Luke Cartledge in your final tonight. Later on, that's your Super Comp final coming up here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. So I think they're going to take just a moment to mop up whatever mess is going on down on the start line here. And there's a couple more discussions happening already down on the start line. We might take a short moment here from some of the sponsors of Sydney Dragway and be back with more here for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speed Flow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speed Flow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw kart driver.
A street car through to a race car, be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Well, that only took a moment. Back into the action here with Super Gas semi-finals. 2 pairs, 4 cars, 2 winners. We'll see the final tonight. It's Adrian McGroddy, your #1 qualifier. With the logo lady, Metro Pipe, VP Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. And Jason Wilson, the Premier Roofing Coatings, Holden Gemini in the Rocket lane here. 990 cutoff, fixed index racing, and Advantage Wilson on the reaction side. But it's all about how you manage the second half of the racetrack in Super Gas. Who's going to push it? The win will go to Jason Wilson, 9.918. It's a whole shot. Of all things, it's a whole shot in Super Gas. 9.918 for Jason Wilson to a 9.917 to Adrian McGroddy. But he was about a 10th quicker overall with the reaction time. So Wilson goes to the final tonight.
The question is, Chris, will it be against Luke Romeo in the 27 Ford Roadster in the Aeroflow lane, or will it be Tony Romeo in the Ford XY GT? Romeo from South Australia. well, one Romeo from South Australia and the other Romeo from New South Wales.
I think we're on same namesake, different state.
Yep.
The InTouch Automotive 27 Roadster is your number 7 qualifier with a 994. Tony in the XY was your number 9 qualifier with a 997. Now here's Luke's comeback.
It's 4,000s in it. Will the Roadster take it or the Falcon?
Super tight. Oh, Luke breaks out. Goes underneath the index, a 987. And will lose. Tony Romeo, the XY GT, will take the win. 993 with a 130 miles per hour. And he will go on to your final tonight. And we were going to look at a replay, but that's Extreme Bike from earlier on. Adam stitched us up. Hugs on the start line as Tony Romeo punches his ticket to the final here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. You got to love it. This is how much it means to some people and some of these teams. They thrash all day, nights on end, working in the sheds and garages to get these machines ready. Some of these cars so highly strung. They work all day long, and to be rewarded just to be in the main event and get them into the action.
Not to mention the time and energy to get the cars here when they've travelled from interstate.
Absolutely.
Have quite a large...
And the financial commitment.
Yeah.
Taking time off work, time away from your family. Can all add up very quickly here. It's quickly turning the track around. I think we're going to the 8th mile junior drag bike coming up next here. I think this is their 3rd round of their Chicago shootout. Junior drag bike proudly brought to you by New Gen Business Park. Massive thank you to New Gen Business Park. They've been behind just about everything within the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. And it's great to have them on board. Part of all the action, presenting our top qualifier medallions to all of the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series brackets. Plus also getting behind a few of our brackets in the championship too. Supporting our brackets of Supercharged Outlaws competition bike and junior drag bike. 70 hectares out there, 45k southwest of the Brisbane CBD. Go to newgenbusinesspark.com.au for more info. As Eliza Harris just tries to burn it down in the water box and match up against Cooper Plummer.
Plummer actually drove his bike out of the water there and did a little bit of a fishtail coming up to the start line.
I think the kids really enjoyed that opportunity just to burn the tyre down on these bikes. And the first times we ran it in Perth, I asked one of the youngsters over there, Seth Jarvis, I said, what do you like about junior bike racing compared to junior drags? He goes, I like it because it's more dangerous. I said, okay, let's not tell Mum that.
This is being honest.
Yeah, you can't fault him for that. 880 dial for Eliza Harris, 885 for Cooper Plummer. There'll be a half a tenth between them as they drop the greens.
Just waiting on Harris to bump in now. Both bikes on the limiters, an 078 for Harris in the airflow lane to a 109 on the tree for Plummer. Both bikes locked together. It will be a Plummer who goes closer to the dial in. 74 10,000ths of a second, the margin across the finish line. 896 with a 1 to take the win.
Nicely done there, Plummer getting the job done. We move on, Austin Walpole. Trying his hand at seeing if he can burn down the rear tyre on that bike.
Answer, yes.
Carries it a fair way out of the water box as well. Bailey Paul looks rather businesslike. I don't even think I saw much of a burnout from him. Bailey, as your number 1 qualifier, has dialed in an 879. Austin in the Aeroflow lane, dialing in at an 884. Again, half a tenth between them at the drop of the greens. A pair of Kawasaki Ninja 300cc machines. About to move into full stage here to battle for the final time in Chicago shootout. the winningest pair of riders go through to the A final tonight here. It's a slight reaction time advantage to Bailey Paul, but I think Walpole is in front, but will break out by 13 one-thousandths of a second. Bailey Paul collects the win, an 888 against an 879. Was a bit more conservative and gets the win light here in the third round of Chicago Shootout for New Gen Business Park Junior Drag Bike.
In fairness to Walpole, he only crossed the finish line 700ths of a second in front of Bailey Paul. And ladies in race control will be feverishly punching away to determine who will be back for the final round of Junior Drag Bike.
Yes, when they tabulate all the round wins and second places, then we'll have a final on our hands with all the rest of the finals. Should be rather good. It's been a great day of racing, that's for sure. Weather's perfectamundo. Really nice. And thank you for the spectators for staying in after the after sunset. And it looks like we're going into the modified eliminator bracket.
Yep, brought to us by Gallagher Insurance.
Yeah,
Kenny Stewart down there, Les.
Yeah.
Dialed in with a 746 in the Fuchs Lubricants rear engine dragster in the airflow lane.
Yeah, up against Chelsea Smith in the rocket lane, running an A modified dragster. Big block Chev 540, dialed in 760. It's just slightly slower than Kenny Stewart's machine, and hence the dial-in difference. So Chelsea Smith in the rocket lane is dialed in with a 760, and Kenny Stewart has dialed in the 746. So the 746 will have to sit and wait, not for very long, and wait for Chelsea Smith, and she's been going gangbusters in this Fritz dragster, big block Chev 540. Stop slow traffic control. Also sponsored by JM Auto Repairs, APM and Tony Smash Repairs, and Fuchs Lubricants on board for Kenny Stewart. So we're just waiting for them to begin their burnout process. We've got, well, here we go. And, oh.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
Car through to a race car, be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au. Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike.
We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our radicals in our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They're so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your patience. Not too far away from getting back underway with this round of a modified eliminator brought to us by Gallagher's Insurance. Just seen the safety vehicle and the ambulance return to its post. And we're about to get these cars fired, locked and loaded for this round of racing. 7:45 the dial in for Kenny Stewart in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Chelsea Smith, who's in the rocket lane. Smith dialed in with a 760. So only see about half a light difference on the start line between the two cars. Smith in the rocket lane will leave at the start line first. And Stewart will have to chase her down at that 441 cube Chev, singing for its supper.
Yep, it certainly is. 40. Okay, and another 100. Just.
And near enough to 100 cubes difference.
Yes.
Chelsea Smith with a bigger power plant, 540 cube big block for her. Stop, slow traffic control. JM Auto Repairs and APM. Also backed by Tony's Smash Repairs. And that standout yellow and black paint scheme.
Well, they're pretty tough competitors because when you have a look at their times and their miles per hour, there's just over 1 mile an hour difference in the speed. So it should be, and they're one's. And Kenny Stewart has run a best of a 7.475 and Chelsea Smith a 7.51. So there's not much difference between the two performance and speed-wise. So it's it'll be up to the drivers for reaction times for sure. It's one thing you can put your money on, and both beautifully prepared. I like the black one, but this. The one, the Kenny Stewart car, it's got a lot of polished silver and chrome on it, so that looks good at night time as well. But we're just waiting for these two to come back now. It's good that the ambulance is paramount, so we can't operate without it, unfortunately. But in reasonably quick time was the turnaround. So just waiting for these cars to come back and then go through the staging progress, and then we'll be underway with the rest of the program as well. Bit of smoke hanging around. I don't know what it's like outside, but it's nice in here.
A bit of support for Chelsea on our live stream.
Oh, right, okay.
Instagram viewer.
Oh, yeah.
Liesl Gowles from Queensland, former modified racer. Very tough performer was Liesl.
Yes, very good. It's good to see the ladies at the point. I think we discussed it 1 or 2 meetings ago, how good they're doing in a lot of the categories here. With
well, at the moment, Kenny Stewart's the only male left in the race 4 modified. An 0.58 to a 1.06 for Smith. And Kenny Stewart will take the win. 7.49 with a 3, 176 miles an hour. Chelsea got there first by 25 10,000ths of a second, but broke out, handing the win back to Kenny Smith.
It's a cruel game, this drag racing, Steve.
It very much is. Kenny Stewart will be taking on Fiona Crisp or Adriana Cartledge in the final.
Yeah, Adriana there from Kilmore, #1 qualifier. So it's good to see that the #1 qualifiers up towards in the semi-finals at least. It's not all done and dusted yet because she's got plenty of competition from the lady next door in the Aeroflow lane, also from Kilmore, in Fiona Crisp. She's dialed in with a 7.59. Adriana Cartledge has dialed in with a 7.13. Cartledge is almost 600 cubic inches, and Fiona Crisp is 565. So, but Fiona has the lighter car, the shorter wheelbase, and but she's steamed on through this field of unified modified bracket that we're running here today and tonight, and it's good to see her that she's made it right through. Gets out, she does with an 0.82, but Adriana Cartledge in the rocket lane at a 0.21. Anybody's race. Oh, Fiona Crisp, she got it too.
Yeah, something went away for the Cartledge car.
Must have.
Went all right to the 60 foot, but I feared something went away at the top end of the racetrack. There's a Bit of a flash, I think Adam's pointing at. Oh, the parachute came out.
Oh, did it? Oh,
that'll do it every time. Well spotted, Adam.
Yes, well, you had a look at the differences, and there was 3, 4, and then 5, 3.
Yeah, it pulled 3/10 off her ET.
Yeah. So, the Pirate's still in it as well, in the Rocket Lane, and we're into top sportsman now. In the Rocket Lane, we have Pete Hamilton from Hume in the ACT, from Profection Automotive, a business which he started himself. Comes in at position number 11 in the qualifying order, an 8.348 at 160 miles an hour. Josh Boscovich. Now, this guy's that car is fantastic to watch when he changes gears and when he leaves the line. Hardly backs off it as well. He sort of might take the long way, but he makes sure he gets to the other end. Pete Hamilton there just purging the nitrous system. And Boscovich over in the Aeroflow lane starting in with an 820, and Pete Hamilton's an 836. So there's not much difference between the two of them. We've got 366 cubes in the little Commodore, but we've got 427 cubes in the Boscovich machine. And Bosco is sponsored by Wildlink Motorsport Merchandise and Bosco Mobile Mechanical and Bosco Racing. Pete Hamilton, his own business, I guess, Profection Automotive. Very popular with the Commodore and Falcon fuel-injected type machines.
Here we go, Les. The tree counts down. We've got a 017 on the tree for Boscovich in the Aeroflow lane. The big Falcon out in front and will take the win. Gets there by 0.06 of a second. The Bosco crew are pretty pumped about that win. An 827 with a 7 to take the win. Had a good reaction time. Got out in front and stayed there.
Oh, it's good. I like those two races just gone by. They're regular patrons of Sydney Dragway. They come here. They're here for all the meetings that we put on, except for maybe the race for real. But all the other ones, they're here. So great to see them both. And well, perhaps come to fight another day, both of them. But Josh will be into the final, and it's been a while since he's been in either runner-up. But I think he's been sorting that car out. It seems to go really, really hard now. So he might have done a lot of work to it in the meantime. Darren Whitford now from Happy Valley in South Australia. Yeah, that's a really nice car, that Chevrolet GTO. I like the paint scheme too, with the black and the orange. Also sponsored by Power of Property, APD Carburetors, BK Race Engines and Outlaw Speed Shop. I remember the old Outlaw, well, I know the Outlaw Speed Shop when they had the Indianapolis Speed Shop in, I think it was East Terrace in Adelaide back in the early 70s. Was the place to go in Adelaide.
So certainly a name that's been around a long while in performance. Let's see what Darren Whitford can do here, Les. Certainly attempted the burnout as if he was going to run the car right the way through the whole procedure, keeping in mind that might only have a fairly limited turnaround time here.
Yeah, also a consideration.
Up and capable of 650s at 200 plus mile an hour. Lovely launch, 1014 to the 60. And a 653 with a 3. 214 miles an hour through the top end of the racetrack. He's not messing about at all.
Oh, look at that. I mean, yeah, he went 0.27 too early, but because there's no opposition, that doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter that he went quicker than his dial-in, so the rest is up to him. Now we're turning our attention to the Super Street bracket, which pits Lisa Garbellini all the way for WA. WA Performance, Australian scrap batteries, all fast torque converters and LSX powertrain on board to help Lusa. Up against David Matosevic from Bringelly, the Ford TD Cortina, beautiful little black car. He's a DCM consultant. Is that when you fire someone and you say, don't come Monday?
That would make him HR, would it?
Yeah, that's right.
No, I don't, it's his own business. Not
yeah.
100% sure what he consults in, but David, a consultant. 10.56 the dial in for the Cortina. He's going to see the win light in his lane. Lisa, unfortunately, leaving 11 thousandths too soon. And a 10.62 with an 8 at 124 for the Cortina to take the win.
Wow.
Okay, so we have a chance here to have this, make this an all Matasevic final.
Final, yeah.
Now, if young Jack in the airflow lane can take the win for New South Wales in the XD Falcon, it'll be an all Matasevic final. An all Ford final as well.
And an all New South Wales final.
Yes.
So, but Malcolm Todd, our #1 qualifier in that sharp little LC Tirana with a Holden 383, dialed in at 10.24. So he's got a weight. He's got a bit of a weight on his hand if Jack can get away early. And I know 36. We might have something here.
A little bit of an advantage for Matasevic away from the start line, but that Tirana has been
hot all day.
On the point all day long, and it will be an all Matasevic final. Jack takes the win. An 11.53 with a 6 at 115 miles an hour. Takes the win by 0.12 of a second.
Wow. He got the first and everything. Didn't break out.
No.
Oh, he had the 0.36.
He had a little bit up his sleeve, courtesy of that reaction time. So I bet he'll be pretty pumped in that car.
Yeah, for sure. I can imagine. I was discussing with Chris earlier about this penalty, and I reckon it's absolutely hot XW, and it's straight as a gun barrel.
Yeah, it looks fantastic from up here.
But I wonder why they went from that model to the later ones that came out with barn doors. I'd prefer that system every day.
Can't answer that question, Les.
Yes, no.
Taking on Sean Maher in the airflow lane, 9.25 the dial in. Steve Hunt in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 10.20, will be given the head start. Away with an 0.40 light. Maher away with a slight advantage. A very slight advantage. The car draws together. The Falcon's still in front of 1,000, but Maher gets there by 300ths across the finish line. A 9.27 with a 0, 141 miles an hour to take the win. Hunt across the finish line with a 10.24 with a 5 on a 10.20, so he's not too far away from the dial in either.
No, well, they'll be, no, this will be Kevin Bowker from Mernda in Victoria, so, and it's a super sedan, so, well, he'll be one of them.
So this will mean that, I believe this will mean that it'll be an all-blue HP Tirana final in Super Sedan, because Sean Maher's just taken the win. They've already raced each other once today.
Yep.
We'll be seeing double.
Right, come around, yeah.
We'll be seeing double. 025 red on the tree for Kevin Boca. Car running nicely down the airflow lane. 888 with a 9 on an 884.
Yep. Just make sure he doesn't go that 0.25 under like he did just then, but because he's a soul is on a buy run, it doesn't count. So that's set, 2 HB Tiranas. Matty Jones now, we're going to modified bike from Kuwirup in Victoria. Speed Pro Distributors, and on Matty's Harley V-Rod 1430cc, his dial-in's 950 up against Rob Church from Seaford Rise in South Australia. The Youngs and Southern Steel, Suzuki Hayabusa 1340cc. Rob's dial-in is 898. over here in the Aeroflow lane. Number 2 qualifier in Church and number 4 qualifier in Matthew Jones. So coming up to do the in the process of the burnout now. It's a modified bike. Yeah, it's well, I guess the cooler weather, being the bikes, well, they're not air cooled anymore, so both motorcycles have they run fluids for cooling, whether it be water or coolant, green or red. Matty Jones there, 950. So he'll get in the rocket lane. We'll get the green light first. And welcome back, young Chris.
Should be a good matchup here.
Yeah.
Rob Church has been able to run within about a tenth and a bit of the index for an A, or with it, of his dial-in, A modified bike.
Yeah.
But is feeling pretty adventurous with the conditions tonight. Leaving 3.5 tenths on the start line is not going to help, though, as Matthew Jones is going to scream away with this one. Now it's on Matty to not break out, and he's okay. A 962 on a 950 dial-in, 126 miles per hour gets the job done for Matt.
Yeah, Rob's just about at the 100-foot mark there.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It is,
It didn't go after he had 0.3 of a second on the reaction time, and then didn't really look good after there. 1.9 of the 60, and hasn't gone any further, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So his crew running out to retrieve him and try and pick up Rob and help get that bike back behind the start line. But Matt Jones going through.
It's that's unfortunate for Rob, and we've got 2 combatants still to go that are lined up behind this the pair that just went down. So when they clear the surface of that bike down there, they'll be all set to go.
This takes a bit of an effort. These things aren't easy to push around, and when you've got to wheel them backwards, all the way back behind the start line, so the bikes well and truly out of harm's way before we're able to fire and send the next pair. This takes some time. It's like the classic trope when a car brakes trying to grab reverse gear, but they're out at 300 foot.
Yeah.
And you've got to push a Hemi all the way back behind the start line before it's safe to run the solo even when you've got only one car. So next up we'll see Dean Jamieson as the number 1 entry and your number 1 qualifier. Going to come out in the Aeroflow lane with an 880 dial-in, and Gareth Wilcox, sponsored by the Gareth Wilcox YouTube channel on the Kawasaki ZX14R. Also an A-modified bike, and dialing it at a 938. So there's going to be just over half a second difference between these two. On the drop of the greens, Wilcox will get to go first. Jamieson will have to do the chasing here. A good reaction time is everything. It's an absolute currency in this form of drag racing.
Too right. And it's 1340 cc's up against 1441 cc's. And we'll see Gareth Wilcox get the green light first. He'll be first to go. And then Dean Jamieson to try to run him down and get the bottom end before he does. Oh, an 0.35 for Wilcox and an 0.68. So Gareth Wilcox in the rocket lane has the start line advantage. He was first to go, and he does take the win. He storms down there for a 942 at 147 on that 938, and on Dean Jamison's 880 he runs an 886 with an 8 at 149. So
nicely done there, Gareth Wilcox. Good. He was better on reaction and better on his ET. Just better on all fronts to lock himself into the final tonight, to race one more time for a chance at taking home an ANDRA Gold Christmas tree here in the 7th round of the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series for the Drag Racing Masters here tonight. Going G'day to everyone who's still tuned in and watching across the various Facebook pages. I think we're live across Sydney Dragway and on Facebook and Instagram, and live on the ANDRA Facebook page. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for the fans who've stuck around. Thanks for your patience with a couple of delays here tonight. Not too far away from seeding your first finals to make their way around and to rock and roll into. Then we'll see the finals for your Extreme Bike, Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and Top Door Slammer events to round out the tail end of the evening here, and crown some champions, give away some Christmas trees.
Yep.
Got a couple of those Perfect Light Awards to give away as well. I remember Lisa Garbolini managed to claim one in Super Street.
Yes.
With the Perfect Light Award.
Light in competition.
Yep, in eliminations. Of course, it has to be done in eliminations. Can't just be knocked up in your qualifying and wrapped up from there. So it won't be too far before I think we're going to see the kids coming out for your juniors, and this will be your first of your finals. Junior Drag Bike, presented by New Gen Business Park. Your final is going to be Cooper Plummer and Eliza Harris to race it for the gold Christmas tree tonight.
Oh, look at that. 2 South Australians. And look at that. Eliza and Cooper. They're Ninja 300 and a Yamaha R3 321. So they're the types of bikes that they use them for the junior drag bike here at Sydney Dragway. Shaw's Mowing Services, FCR, Pro Coat, Queensland Protective Coatings, piece of shirt, SHIRT, clothing company.
You're going to clarify that one.
Yes, every time.
So this is cool here. A couple of South Aussies shortly making their group and their community back in South Australia. Very proud right now, the Drag Racing or Drag Riders Association of South Australia.
Yeah, I was going to say, they'd be chuffed.
Be very proud of these two youngsters right now, showing the way in the world of junior drag bike. So Cooper on the Yamaha R3. I've seen him all day long. He's been in the rocket lane every time.
Yeah.
Now he rolls out in the Aeroflow lane. On rider's left, the Yamaha R3 coming out to play here. Eliza going to play alongside him. There's only 4 100ths of a second difference in their dial-ins. Plummer will get to leave first. Via that, an 893 dial. And Eliza Harris on the 889. So Cooper is anticipating things maybe being a little bit more slowed up. Maybe trying to play the game here. If he can just get a half a wheel in front and try not to break out, could pickpocket this. Eliza has been riding brilliantly all day long. It's going to take a pretty special effort to beat here. Here we go, drop of the greens, and Plummer has the advantage by about 15 1,000ths of a second. Quicker to the 60, but Harris is trying to come back to him here, and she gets there as well. Eliza Harris wins an 894, 75 miles an hour, wins by 16 1,000ths of a second, and Harris picks up the Christmas tree for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters.
Oh, what an effort. Oh, what a race.
Congratulations, Eliza Harris and all the family and the crew here. Great ride and a great race.
Yeah, certainly was.
Overcome the reaction time deficit as well.
Yeah. Oh, very good. James Barlow now from Holden Hill in South Australia. Junior. We're into the dragsters now. Yes, of course. Up against Zane Condello from Barrack Heights in New South Wales. Zane in the Aeroflow lane dialed in with an 805. James Barlow from Holden Hill in the Rocket lane dialed in with an 8 flat. So he could have dialed in at 790, and that's as low as you can go in eliminations.
That is exactly right, but I don't think the conditions are there for these guys. Have been pretty comfortable running in these low 8s at the moment. I mean, we saw that the leading top qualifier time was an 8:006 after qualifying. Barlow was your number 8 qualifier.
Yeah, look at that.
Has really fought through the trenches to make it to this moment and wants to get on with the job. James is already in a pre-stage, just waiting on Zane to roll forward. Both cars to pre-stage. Zane Condello will get to lead first by 0.5 tenth. Just needs someone to dip their toe into full beams. Here we go. Barlow's in. Condello joins. We'll get the green first here. Red light for James Barlow by 007, the wrong side. Barlow goes red, and Zane Condello picks up a gold Christmas tree and knows it. 8.06.8 on an 8.05 dial. Drove a very good race there, did young Zane. Congratulations to Zane and the Condellos, winners of the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters here in Junior Dragster, picking up a gold Christmas tree tonight here at Sydney Dragway.
Yes, and it's good to see too, Chris, the families get together and all shake hands. And so it's very family oriented, and just a great effort by those two youngsters, Zane Condello and James Barlow. Now, I don't know what's on next. Oh.
All right, congratulations to both our winners in the junior categories here tonight. They come along with just as much passion, just as much enthusiasm. It means so much to the kids and their families.
Absolutely does. I love the enthusiasm that the kids bring, the excitement and the camaraderie out there in the pits amongst the juniors. You'll often find between rounds, they'll be out there playing around, probably somewhere out the back of the pits, getting up to mischief or kicking a ball around as well. As we move on into Super Gas, thanks to three-dimensional construction. Based out of Docklands there in Victoria, specialising in all commercial construction from framing to plastering and external cladding, partitions and more. They're going to bring us Super Gas here. 990 Group 4 Fixed Index Racing. It's Tony Romeo from Anglevale, South Australia in the Aeroflow lane. That beautiful Ford XY is going to play against Jason Wilson, the Premier Roofing Coatings Holden Gemini, thanks to Race Radiators. It's your number 9 and number 3 qualifiers, respectively. This is set to be a pretty tight battle here, Bushy.
Exactly right, Chris. These competitors have been putting on a really good show of what Super Gas Racing is all about here at Sydney Dragway this weekend. Will it be a Ford power plant or will it be a Holden product taking the W? South Australia versus Victoria. An 0.77 on the tree for the Falcon. An 0.54 for the Gemini in the Rocket lane. Looks like the Falcon's out in front at this point. No, both cars going under the 990. The Gemini under by 0.03 of a second. He was closer to the 990, so awarded the win. Jason Wilson, congratulations. You crossed the finish line first by 100th of a second.
Wow. And got there and went under by the smaller margin as well. That's the important one there. 989 with a 7 there for Wilson. 988 for Romeo. Locks it in, and Wilson takes the ANDRA Gold Christmas tree tonight here in Super Gas. You always knew it was going to be an amazing battle as well.
I mean, technically that came down to like a 0.02 of a second because if Wilson had run a little bit closer to the dial, then he would have, to the index, he would have taken that win.
Absolutely, would have been right there as well. We're going to turn our attention into Supercharged Outlaws presented by New Gen Business Park. We saw from your semi-finals that Tim Stewart just played the game a little bit with the Stang. He did punch his ticket on a solo, but did not execute the run. Just did what he needed to do and accepted the green. Now, whether that was because they're nursing something mechanically and buying themselves more time, or just being ever the cagey racer and not showing off your full package, we expect to see Tim Stewart come out in the Aeroflow lane. Can see his wife Sue down there on the start line, just getting ready and waiting for Tim to join us. And it's going to be Tim Stewart against Shane Kramer. We got the Ford Mustang funny car playing against the competitive plumbing 23 Ford T-Bucket in the Altered.
Certainly looking to be an absolute crack of a run here. 680 the dial in for the funny car. 689 the dial in for the Altered. So we probably won't see that difference on the tree, Chris.
Not much of it.
Be a slight stagger.
I mean, it's 1/3 the time it takes you to blink your eyes, and that's if you've not been up for 14 hours and really struggling by this point of the long day.
Is that you?
Never. I would never admit to that. Here we go. Tim Stewart, nice, tidy, business-like burnout in the Stang. And Shane Kramer fancies himself to a fuel funny car driver. A secondary throttle whack through the burnout. And nice revs to get some heat into those massive rear tyres. It's been a hotly contested bracket here for the 7th round of the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. And it all comes down to this one last pass here in New Gen Business Park Supercharged Outlaws. As you said, Bushy, 9/100ths of a second between them on the light. That is all that is going to separate them from their dial-ins. And it's not a bad effort for Tim Stewart. He's never been sixes with this car before. Not been 200 mile an hour with this car before, and he's been punching through pretty much every pass right in that ballpark. Certainly racked up some experience doing these numbers.
Well, in qualifying, he didn't just dip his toes into the 6 second time frame. He jumped in, right up to the waist. And let's see what this car can do. Will he see the W come up in his lane? He will be chasing down that altered of Shane Kramer. We're into pre-stage now. The Mustang into full stage.
Ooh.
Just touching the two-step there for the Mustang. 0.24 to an 0.34. The Mustang with the smallest of advantages on the start line. It looks like the Altered's going to take it though. A 6.92 with a 0. 178 miles an hour to take the win. Shane Kramer, congratulations. Got there by around 0.3 of a second.
Let's check out this on the replay. Look at Tim Stewart, I believe, on the left-hand side. He was on the two-step early and then had a little waggle of the tail early in the racetrack, and that Mustang just kept kind of sashaying its way down the Sydney Dragway strip and just wasn't enough, and so handed the win to Shane Kramer. Kramer takes out the gold Christmas tree tonight here in New Gen Business Park Supercharged Outlaws. Tim, Sue and the family and the crew will have to settle for runner-up tonight here for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. They'll be happy with that nonetheless. As we move things on, we're going to Group 2 competition racing now. Competition bike coming up in just a sec. And of course, competition bike brought to you also by New Gen Business Park. Your main event in this bracket tonight is going to be Michael Riches. The Suzuki Hayabusa. It's a C altered bike riding to an 886 index. Alongside Cheryl Beddoes. Your V-Comp bike, the Harley V-Rod Destroyer for Joe Curry Motorcycle Transport, Edge Creative Printing and Twin Tunes Performance Centre. On a 904 index for Cheryl. And Cheryl's been really strong today, Bushy. She rode, 300ths underneath the index through qualifying. Has been a strong performer throughout the Chicago shootout rounds all through the afternoon. Riches has been close, but he's been on the other side of the index, riding kind of within 100th or so.
Yes, they've been, as you say, Cheryl, just going under the index by smallest of margins. Michael in the aeroflow lane, just on the positive side of the index, but doing his absolute best. We will see the V-Rod Destroyer leaving the start line first. Riches will do his best to chase her down. There's the stagger on the tree, an 0.58 to an 0.63. There's 5,000s in the start line. The advantage going to Beddoes. Will she convert it to the win at the other end? No, she won't.
Oof.
Michael Riches runs on through for an 8.91 with an 148 miles an hour. Got there by 100th of a second, Chris Mitchell.
Super, super tight. Was on the back foot as far as the reaction time by about 100th of a second, but overcame that. And Michael Riches rides on past to claim the win. So very solid. And Riches will pick up the win here in competition bike. We go to Super Comp now. And I'm led to believe this may be a solo here in Super Comp. Luke Cartledge, the C altered automatic for Pro Street Towing and Transport, ETS Race Fuels, SRP Competition and Pro Race Engines. The only one on the racetrack just backing up and reversing after his burnout. Racing against that 783 handicap for the machine. There was a little bit of controversy and confusion in the semi-finals for the class. We weren't sure what was going to happen, whether we were going to see Connor McClure or we were set to see John Kuiper make his way out for the final. And the answer is neither of them. So it's a solo for Luke Cartledge. Just has to accept the green to get this job done. Luke pulls it into full stage, drops the green, and we may as well go out swinging on a Saturday night.
Whoa.
And in fact, got it near the center line, popped the chutes early, and we'll be happy with that one. A gold Christmas tree winner here for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters in Super Comp. And that will see Cartledge take away the top honours. And with, I don't know who was meant to front in the other lane for this final. And it could be no one as your runner-up tonight after the confusion that took place in the semi-finals. So not too many left to go. I think we're still yet to see modified top sportsman.
Super Sedan, Mod Bike, and Super Street, I believe, are yet to roll on around.
Yep, they're back there in the staging lanes, potentially just waiting for an opponent. We get to this time of the night, we kind of take who we get as we get them. Once we can get the pairs rolling around to have a crack at it here.
Yes, the schedule becomes very fluid at this point in the evening.
Schedule? Forget about the schedule. We do also have the last of your finals to be run here in Extreme Bike, Pro Stock, Outlaw Pro Mod, and Top Door Slammer to wrap the night here. So stick around, don't go anywhere. It's just a casual 9:32 here in Sydney. It's sun's still up if you're on my side of the country. For all the Perth fans who are starved for a bit of drag racing action right now, they'll be spoiled for choice on where they'll be watching over the course of this Australia Day weekend. With action up and down the East Coast. Not too far away, and hopefully we'll get our next pairs to come through for their finals. I think we've got one of every other bracket right now, just don't have a pair to put together. They send them right in. Can see Leonard as a party there, just getting pushed around to the staging lanes to join the Extreme Bike crew. And get ready to join that action with their finals coming up in just a few moments. Maybe just pushing forward the first of your modified contenders to come and battle. Looks like we might get both of them as well to come race for their final in just a tick. So just need to get them out of the staging lanes and through. It's good to see the Extreme Bike riders are hot and heavy, ready to go.
Yeah, pretty well organised group of competitors.
They know the deal. They know they're going to be in those lanes to have a chance at running. So we'll get them lined up as we'll get your modified final locked and loaded, ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, we can see Ken Stewart and Fiona Cruz on screen. Ken Stewart picking the Aeroflow lane. Fiona Crisp in the rocket lane.
Big thanks to Gallagher, bracket sponsors of Modified here in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series. Gallagher, ANDRA's official insurance broker since 2012 and recognising ANDRA's volunteers and clubs with their Volunteer of the Year award since 2014. Gallagher, with more than 90 years of experience in tailored insurance, risk management and consulting, they can do plenty for your businesses and help people face the future with confidence. For more information, go to ajg.com.au. It's Kenny Stewart up from Victoria, as is Fiona Crisp, joining across the Aeroflow and Rocket lanes, respectively. The dragster and the Alt are going to play off against each other. 7:47 over a 765. Fiona Crisp will get to leave first by just shy of 0.2 of a second to try and get to the other end and keep that nose in front.
That half a light for Kenny Stewart's going to feel like an eternity, I think. There's not too much difference between the ETs of the cars, and you know that Crisp is going to be chomping at the bit to cut a really good light here.
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest difference here when the dial-ins are so close. It puts a lot more stress, or it feels like it puts a lot more stress on your reaction time. We know how important it is in this game, and there's not many times you can overcome a poor light when you've made it this far into the night. We have seen stranger things happen though, and sometimes it's better to be lucky than to be good. But you never want to rely on that. Crisp now into pre-stage. Kenny Stewart joining already. Who's going to be the first to go to full stage? It will be Fiona Crisp. Kenny's there, and we're locked. A better reaction time, much better reaction time for Fiona Crisp. Has this one almost signed, sealed, and delivered. And she knows it, gets the job done. 779 over a 765 dial. Got off the power well and truly early and locked it down. Fiona Crisp, your winner tonight here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters, and a gold Christmas tree here in the Regional Sportsman Series. Your runner-up, Kenny Stewart, just missed it on the light. 0.533 on the reaction time. Has to hurt.
Yeah, I wonder how far he'd have to look back in his records to see a worse light. It's not ideal way to go into a final, but congratulations to Fiona Crisp, taking home the gold Christmas tree.
Now we move into some exhibition, not exhibition, extreme bike action. But I know we have multiple finals here, and I would not be able to tell you whether this would be the B, the C, or the A final to come through. But I know Tony Frost had an issue during the all-run format earlier in the night, had to push the bike back, so I would not tempt that this would be your A final. Darren Foley in the other lane. Likely to be your B final if it's going to go down that way. So Tony pulling up to the beams here. Warrnambool Automotive Brakes, TBR Racing, Ballistic Race Products, and C&K Carter Haulage. Suzuki TL100. Alongside Foley from North Richmond here in New South Wales, the Rams Head Service Suzuki Hayabusa. Thanks to CHE Precision. A drop of the greens, and it's a much better reaction time here for Tony Frost. Darren Foley a little bit out of the groove towards the wall, manages to get it back to the groove, but Frost is G-O-R-N gone and locks it up. 7:35 at 179 miles an hour. Frost getting the win light.
Yeah, unhappy launch there for Foley. Bike didn't leave the start line quite as well as he wanted to. There's a fair bit of readjustment to get the bike where he wanted it, and I think by that point Tony Frost had already created a fair gap between he and Foley to take the win. Leonard Azzopardi down there in the rocket lane for Azzopardi Racing. On board is a turbocharged Suzuki Hayabusa.
Close towards the center line here, had to roll off the grip, and in fact is going to probably cross that center line at the top, very top end of the racetrack. Got right over the top of it as he crossed the finish line. It's going to trigger the beams for a 750 with a 201 miles per hour. Was really packing on the miles in the back end of the lap here. And Leonard turns it around at the top end of the racetrack. And job done here. I think we're still in extreme bike and still moving through your next pair. We are going to shut them down and check it out for a second. And I think Leonard Azzopardi did maybe clip the block at the finish line. As we almost called it, he got across the line right at the top end of the racetrack, and just gave it a little knock, so it's going to take a quick second to adjust that.
I wonder what got it, Chris, whether it was his foot or the peg.
Oh, surely it's got to be your foot. Any time, any day of the week, right? It's hanging out that far from the bike.
That wouldn't tickle.
It's the wider seat. No, it would probably hurt. In all honesty, you're never going to see me riding a bike at 200 mile an hour, so I'm never going to be able to tell you how it feels, to be honest.
I think that's all four of us up here in the commentary box. Just
you have to have a couple of screws loose to throw your leg over one of those things, but full respect to anyone who decides that that's what they want to do with their spare time. So we'll just take a moment here, reset the racetrack with our fireys and crew right down there at the finish line. Just having to get all of that sorted before we can send your next pair here. Brendan Miglionico in the Full Send Racing Hayabusa, thanks to Rams Head Services, As a Party Racing, D Sports Autocraft, High School Industries, and Raceworks, is going to take on Jake Hamilton Moderate, the Modcon Civil Suzuki Hayabusa. So this will be your third pairing. So we did see at least a C final in Extreme Bike. May have even been the D. And that would leave us one more pair of Extreme Bikes to come. Bikes fired and ripping through the burnout here. Brendan Miglionico on the Full Send Racing and GFB Suzuki Hayabusa. Plays against Jake Hamilton Moderate on the Modcon Civil Hayabusa entry. This is Extreme Bike with $3,000 up for grabs to the winner overall here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters tonight at Sydney Dragway. This is your B final for Extreme Bike. A final yet to come to decide who's taking home a nice fat check at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. A nice pair of greens and a better reaction time to Miglionico, but he struggles at the 330 foot mark, and Jake Hamilton Moderate needs no second invitation. 7.283 at 200 miles per hour. Turn on the wind line here in your B final.
Nice clean pass down the track for Jake in the rocket lane there. 1.3 seconds to the 60 foot. And unfortunately, Brendan not able to make a race out of it.
Yeah, Brendan had to exit the racetrack at the finish line gate there, and just trying to quicken up the process a little bit to roll through the remaining cars that have made their way around to the staging lanes. So I believe now your A final on deck, and none other than your third and first qualifiers. In Extreme Bike, respectively, Ryan Franks from Mount Druitt on the GSF Engineering Hayabusa, presented by As a Party Racing. And Alex Borg, your #1 qualifier, the As a Party Racing Rams Head Services Hayabusa for Bell Renovations. Going to be your A final. To the winner goes the spoils, $3,000 up for grabs here in Extreme Bike tonight.
Either race is going to be very excited to be down there in the final of this event. They both put together some fantastic racing throughout the day, an 0.64 to an 0.62. Extreme Bike turning it on. Whose race will it be at the top end?
It's tight.
I think it will be Alex Borg, a 6.97 with a 214 miles an hour across the finish line.
Wow.
Got there by a little bit over 1/10 of a second. That was a cracker of a race, ladies and gentlemen.
And Borg threw it down as well. Didn't let up on that one. And to pick up the win, 3K in the back pocket. Thanks for coming. Borg will be happy with that one and puts that away. Into the sixes in Extreme Bike is just awesome.
Yeah.
Love that.
Both bikes 200 plus mile an hour. We had 214 for Borg and I think 207 for Franks in the aeroflow lane.
This next will be Super Sedan, I believe.
Yes.
Kevin Boker up from Victoria. Inside that beautiful HB Tirana with 434 cubes of small block Chev. He's dialed himself in at an 887 for Kev. Sean Marr will join him also in the HB Tirana. We were seeing double with these guys in qualifying all the way back at like 9:30 this morning. And lo and behold, 12 hours later, they're paired up for your final here in Super Sedan. It's been a long day, gents.
We're nearly through it.
The Super Sedan, proudly brought to you by the South Australian Drag Racers Association. Putting this on here in the ANDRA Regional Sportsman Series 7th round. Sean Marr dialed in at a 9:25. Will get to lead first by nearly 0.4 of a second. It's almost a flash of the amber, and it's all for naught because Boker goes red by 15 thousandths of a second. And Sean Marr flicks on the win lights. He knows it already, and he drove himself to a breakout in the process. But Sean Marr is your winner tonight and takes home the gold Christmas tree. 9222 on a 925 dial, but it's okay because Kev Boker broke the rules first and went red by 15 thousandths of a second on the lights.
This drag racing game's tough, isn't it?
It's brutal. You've got to have thick skin to survive out here. Now time for Super Street, presented by Goodyear Racing. If you want to learn more about all the amazing Goodyear products and the NTT racing business that can supply them to you here in Australia, go to gyracing.com.au. David Matasevic, the DCM Consulting TD Cortina, races Jack Matasevic in the XD Falcon in the Aeroflow and Rocket lanes respectively. David in the left lane, Jack in the right. 10.60 the dial for David, 11.51 for Jack, almost a second between them.
Who will it be at the finish line? 0.17 light for Jack on the start line to an 0.63 for his Uncle Dave. It will be a Jack out in front at this point, locked together at 1,000, Chris Mitchell, and it will be David in the Cortina got there first by 400s, but he went too fast, handing the win back to Jack. Congratulations to the XD Falcon driver. Well done. You take the win with 11.56 with a 7 on 11.51 dial in.
David was about a 0.5 tenth behind on the reaction time and just pushed himself to try and break through that. Knew he had the race lost if he didn't try that and ended up losing the race anyway. Not for a lack of trying though, and hands it to Jack at the line. Onto modified bike for your final. And on deck will be Matthew Jones, the Speed Pro Distributors Harley V-Rod. Dialing in at a 9.50 here, and Gareth Wilcox for the Gareth Wilcox YouTube channel. The Kawasaki ZX14 gets him dialed in at a 9.38. Modified bike proudly brought to you by Ballistic Performance Parts. And they've been pushing back the V-Rod of Matthew Jones, and I think he's actually somewhat bypassed the water box. They're going to push the rear tyre into the water so he can get the burnout here. So just part of his housekeeping procedure, opting to not run the front tyre through the water. You find that quite often in these bike categories. We'll see whether he can execute a suitable burnout here to get the heat into the rear tyres and play the game in this Ballistic Performance Parts Modified Bike A final. There he goes, bags it up in the Aeroflow lane. There's going to be just over a 1/10 of a second between these two on the drop of the greens here. Wilcox will have to go second and do the chasing. So the pressure on Matthew Jones to nail the reaction time and get out in front and stay out in front is the name of the game here in the chase of an ANDRA Gold Christmas tree tonight here at Sydney Dragway. Jonesy just taking his time, walking the bike up towards the staging beams. Wilcox isn't waiting for him. He's gone straight to double bulbs. Jones gets in there to pre-stage. Now we'll have the pressure on, get it to full stage, build the revs, and drop it, and left it by miles. 1.5 seconds. This is all but guaranteed the win to Gareth Wilcox. Wilcox is going to sail on across the line. No pressure at all. 9:41 to turn on the win. And Wilcox picks up the dub tonight. I'm not sure what was going on for Matthew Jones.
No, the whole run seemed to be a little bit, I won't say uncharacteristic, I'll put it that way. It didn't look like that was what was planned
right
from the burnout through to the start line procedure, unfortunately, for Jones.
Ultimately ends up as Matt Jones will take the runner-up spot here tonight for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters as we move on into top sportsman, Josh Boscovich. In the Wild Ink Motorsports merchandise XA Coupe, rocking 427 cubes. Is it Fontana powered as well? Just old school cool, love it.
Yeah.
Love it. For Bosco Mobile Mechanical and Bosco Racing. Plays against Darren Whitford here, who's parked up with the door open following a burnout. And Whitford is not moving right now. The Power of Property Chev GTO. If Whitford can't really find a reversing gear here, there's going to be dramas. And Darren has been the car to beat all day so far. They might try and just rock the car, see if they can get it to either disengage whatever driving forwards gear it's in so they can try and select reverse. Or this might be a heartbreaking end to what has been a very successful day here for the APD Carburetors, BK Race Engines and Outlaw Speed Shop entry up from the Happy Valley in South Australia. And it won't be too long before they go, hey guys, we've given you enough chance. And basically you call TOD and you give it a go. And I think the call is going to be made from the meeting director very soon here. But if they can't run it, they're going to have to get rid of it. I believe they've shut down Boscovich as well on the start line, and they're going to try and push it. But if it's stuck in gear, that's easier said than done. You can see even one of the track staff. These things aren't easy to push on a good day.
No.
When they're stuck to a glued up racetrack and they're that far out, just trying to ascertain what they can do to try and get this car off the racetrack. They can't run Boscovich with that car still stuck there. Simply just cannot happen in harm's way.
They're pushing with all their might on that car. Just looks like it's moving forward, but that's a long push from there.
It's got to be back behind the Christmas tree. So they've got a fair way to try and move it here. And it's going to take a few more bodies to try and push this thing back. Got team coming in from even the fire crew. You start to run out of real estate on where to put your hands on the car here. You don't want to push on the front clip, though, because it's all just fiberglass or carbon, right? Can't take the load on such a small pressure area of just your hands. So they just need to get that car back a bit further.
Sounded like you actually started it up there.
It did sound like that to me. Darren Whitford, what are they trying to do here? They're now deciding they're going to try and fire it. No, it's not wanting to fire. And they've called it. And they've called it. Get him out of here. Get this car back behind the start line. Let's get this show on the road. It's a heartbreaking end to what was set to be a thrilling final here, Bushy.
Exactly right, Chris. I know that the Boscovich family, die-hard races, is not how they would have wanted to take the trophy, but unfortunately for Darren Whitford, the car not wanting to play the game in probably its most important race of the day.
Yeah. It's going to secure the runner-up spot on the night nonetheless here. Now that car is back far enough behind the wall and out of harm's way. We're going to get Boscovich re-fired here on a solo pass in your Top Sportsman A final. Boscovich still needs to accept the green to lock this one in. And I don't think you'd even bother with the burnout, but might just tease us with a couple of dry hops.
I'm sure he would. We should have said that before it was running. He would have done it for sure.
It's a quick purge of the nitrous. Well, that's a reverse gear, Wasco.
You don't want to do a dry up with that.
No.
It's not going to be good for anybody.
That's why you never stand behind an active drag car. There's one. There's two. He wouldn't try for three, surely. No. Into stage we come. Boscovich looking to lock up the gold Christmas tree here tonight for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. And this will be job done. Car into full stage. Drop the ambers down and flash the green. Just a sedate wheel stand.
A little bit of a move at around the 3:30 foot. He's not giving it an easy time. And
no, you'd never know him to slow things down, would you? Locks it in and takes a win. Congratulations, Josh Boscovich, your winner in Top Sportsman tonight. Unfortunate there that it had to be a solo at the end of all of that. It took so much time just to get to that point. And unfortunately, we didn't get to make that happen. So we're moving into the business end of your finals here tonight. Still shy of 10 p.m. here in Sydney. And I think we're going to see Brodie Davies fire up the Pennywise Mustang door slammer to make a solo to get us started with a little bit of the Group 1 action. Of course, we've already seen Extreme Bike run through their D through A finals. And kudos to the Extreme Bike guys, fronting to put on a show and get the racing going. So this will be Brodie Davies in what will be his 4th drive of the day on, we'll call it a debut day.
that's exactly right. And why not take as many opportunity as you can get to do burnouts like that and face the start line?
I'm going to have to go find him after this and just clarify. That is the most fun part of doing that, right? As a young guy getting behind these cars, you've got to say that's got to be the most fun part about this.
Well, I know he had a very tough, I think it was a HG Kingswood. And no, he wasn't too scared to do a big burnout in that either.
Not too scared of beating up on it on occasion. So Davies has been making his way through the early steps in driving a door slammer. Started with the burnout and just maybe tempting a launch. Maybe trying that again. Maybe go a little bit further this time. Just edge your way further and further down the racetrack and just learn with every step of the way how these door slammers like to behave and don't like to behave most of the time. What they're going to do, and you learn to anticipate what the car is going to do to you next here. That's the process right now for Brodie.
Well, each run that it's done so far today, it's carried the front end, which is a little bit uncharacteristic for a slammer. Normally they like to try and keep the car nice and level. And let's just see if the crew's gone back and made the correct adjustments to keep that front end down. Well, some will say just plant the wheelie bar on the ground, but what that does is levers the rear tyre off the ground.
Does. Reduces the amount of drive you get, and many times end up with a lot of wheel spin, smoke the tyres, or even go into shake if you're not careful. Now that's a learning experience, getting through some shake. That was a bit more tame. It didn't go as aggressively. Still did get that, at least the front left off the ground. And a couple of pedals there for Brodie Davies. Gets him out of dodge. Hey, 1008 to 60 foot.
Yeah.
Nothing to sneeze at with that car. It's singing and it's aggressive. Definitely wants to do the job. And we'll get Brodie turned around at the top end of the racetrack. How cool is that? He applied the throttle for all of like 1.2 seconds. 9.3 at 110 mile an hour. No worries, mate.
And here I am flat out in my
worries
in my road car for 13 seconds, and I don't even run that fast.
So we'll keep it rolling on. We are in pro stock territory now. That will be your next pair to come. I think we're just left with the one pair of pro stock. No, we are going to see a pair and a solo in pro stock, it seems. So Peter Mamone It's either going to be a pair and a solo or a solo and a pair. So Peter Mamone getting fired up here. And we'll scooch forward. I think this might be the solo. And we'll see the pair coming up in a mirror. Daryl Stephen and Thomas Leake will be the pair for your A final in Pro Stock here at the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. Oh no, Pete shook the chutes out in the burnout. Oh dear, and that'll be run aborted. And they'll be getting instructions from the meeting director and the track staff to just, all right, let's roll those chutes quickly, chuck them over the back of the car, and let's push this car out of the way. Unfortunately, not going to see that car go down the racetrack. Gosh, just when you think you've seen it all, drag racing loves to just play games with you. Many, many times.
Such an emotional roller coaster, isn't it? And I'm sure that Peter Mamone, that was the last thing that he was thinking as he was doing the burnout, that was going to happen.
Oh, absolutely. And it's going to mean he doesn't get to run the car in this final either. And it's absolute hell as an individual and as a team. You never want to see the night end on a downer. Everyone puts in so much work to make these things happen and to get these cars going. You'd always be wanting to tempt it. Hey, if we just push it back here, can we repack and try it again? But I think we may have hit that time of the night where the answer is a flat no. So we'll get Mamone's car out of the start line area. It won't be too far away before we fire your pair for your Pro Stock final. Daryl Stephen, the Maxima Racing Oils, Ford Mustang, for Shot Racecraft, MacArthur Garages, and Atlantic Oil. He's in the Aeroflow lane on the right-hand side of your screen. And Thomas Leake, United Fasteners Pontiac GXP, in the Rocket lane, left-hand side of screen for those watching at home.
This will be an interesting race, Chris Mitchell. I think Thomas Leake probably with the advantage looking at results so far, but as we've seen many times before, almost the financial disclaimer, isn't it? Past results do not represent future.
On every financial services ad ever. Yeah. Past performance does not indicate future performance.
Correct.
Please don't listen and just do it anyway. Daryl Stephen has been making inroads on it, just been struggling with the car in bits and pieces throughout the day. Qualified with a 10.2 much earlier in the piece. We'll see if he can maybe shake some of those gremlins out and put on a race here with Thomas Leake in your final. But Daryl Stephen is out there just past 60 foot, manages to grab reverse gear eventually and gets that car backed back a little bit out of the groove there. They're trying to get that steered back
smoky
into the middle, and it was quite smoky. And I don't know whether that's going to even make the run at this point. And I feel like that answer is maybe a no, because he's gone back a long way and just rolled it straight past his crew. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, we can't see it on that.
Has anyone checked for a full moon? There's a mate of mine that does the bit, and he does my head in with it, but it looks like it's going to be one of those ones. And Daryl Stephen, I don't think is going to make the pass, and they are going to abandon that run. So it will be a solo for Thomas Leake here in your Pro Stock final tonight. And that hurts. You want to see a race. You always want to see a race.
Well, as I said, with Boscovich, it's the same deal for Thomas Leake. I'm sure that he would have liked to have raced for the trophy in the final rather than taking it on solo. 0.32 on the tree for Leake, 1:03 to the 60. wasn't taking it easy. 707 with a 5, 194 miles an hour through the top end. A nice pass there for the team.
It's been like clockwork. You
Yes.
can set your watch to that car. Qualified with a 707.5 at 194.
Yeah.
Runs to the final, 707.5 at 194. Absolutely rock solid in Pro Stock. We'll move in now. Pro Mod, Outlaw Pro Mod coming up in just a tick here. Carl Cox and Joe Gauci running together in the Carl Cox Motorsports camp here in the pits. And Carl has been getting really solid. A 573, 249 mile an hour in that second round earlier. I would hazard that to be the PB in the car so far. At least the PB here in the car, because it's his first time he's raced it here in Sydney. That's a safe bet. But Joe Gauci did turn on the win light with a whole shot in that second round. Carl Cox got the win in round 1 earlier tonight. So it's 1 apiece. And we want to settle the score, I am sure.
Cox runs it ragged into this burnout. Sounded like it was tagging the limiter pretty hard at the end there.
Just beating up on the chip. Didn't quite make it to half track. The blocks are just a little ways up there. But gave it a go to get up towards the half track marker in his burnout.
Yes, it's two. They've put on a fantastic show here today. It's unfortunate that there was another 2 cars that got hurt yesterday in testing.
Yeah, caught up in the skirmish, unfortunately. The nature of the sport, and the important thing is that drivers are okay. Cars can be repaired. We'll see them race again. Just not to be here tonight for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters here in Sydney. So Carl Cox brings the Supercharged CUDA back behind the start line, as Joe Gauci, very businesslike through his burnout, is now just going to wait, give the team the opportunity to set the rear bar, double check everything's a-okay. Carl will be kicking himself if he leaves that much on the tree like he did in that second round. It was like half a second he sat there and just gave all the time away. Could never claw that back in the race. And ultimately gave the win to Joe Gauci, despite running a PB in the process. And as we've seen, Cox has been very good in the first half of the racetrack, but the back end is where Gauci's machine really comes into its own. With that turbocharged combination, just building the speed like nobody's business. Gauci up in a pre-stage. Cox is going to come and join him now. And wouldn't it be cool to see Cox go quicker than a 73 that he saw in the second round earlier tonight? We're about to find out here. Your Outlaw Pro Mod final events here at the Sydney Drag Racing ANDRA Drag Racing Masters. They're both close to the center line. Gauci got close to it. And we'll scoot on through for a 577, 240 miles an hour. Joe Gauci turns on the win. Got a little bit sketchy there for a moment. They both kind of converged on the center line. Let's check this out in the replay. See if that's going to show us. Watch this. Cox dropped a red. That's all cool. But they both got towards the center line at the same time. And Joe Gauci got really close to it and skated through the top end of the racetrack for a 577 with a 7, 240 miles per hour. Turns on the wind light and says, hey, Carl, I gotcha. 2 out of 3 ain't bad on a Saturday night here in Sydney. And maybe what could have been for Carl Cox with the CUDA. He'll be happy with that, though. He just loves his drag racing, and it's so cool to see. But he just loves doing it. Time now for your top door slammer final. Ronnie Palumbo gets to play against the boss, Nasser Matahir.
Well, funny we see this because it's exactly what Ronnie mentioned in the post where he said that he was being offered the drive for A-Civil. And all he wanted to do was make it an A-Civil final in a Pro Slammer, and that's exactly what he's done. Top door slammer, we'll see it. Ronnie Palumbo in the aeroflow lane, taking on Nasser Matahir in the rocket lane.
is cool as well, because NASA Mata absolutely threw hands in that second round earlier tonight. It was unfortunate that we lost Pete Lovering and Brody Zapier after the first round of racing. Not sure what the issues were for Lovering in the 55 Chev, but Brody Zapier and the Fabietti team unfortunately going down to some engine dramas with the AC Delco Monaro and calling it for the night. Not having the time to turn things around and get that car out. But what an effort from the A-Civil guys. They brought in a lot of help, and this family continued to learn how to work on these cars and make them sing. Mata with a 586 at 250 mile an hour in the Mustang last time out. Put the hurt on Ronnie and got the job done. And I know Ronnie would love to do it back and try and steal that from the boss. But you just have to be so proud. If you're NASA Mata right now, just watching everyone, I know you got a job to do inside your race car, but you look at your family, your friends, and the crew that you built around this operation, and they're going to continue expanding this as well. It's a Herculean effort to do something like this in the world of drag racing on such a short period of time. But you just be proud right now to get both cars into the final like this. And it's time to put on a race for Door Slammer. One final time here in Sydney for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters.
Pair of clean greens on the start line. Palumbo with the advantage off the start line and gets driven around at the top end of the racetrack. 578 with a 9, 252 miles an hour for NASA Mata to take the win. Chris Mitchell.
Wow, what a race, Sydney. You should be proud of that one. NASA Mata overcame a start line disadvantage and drove past young Ronnie Palumbo to beat him down in the family car of 578, 252 mile an hour, and NASA Mata wins Door Slammer here in Sydney. What an effort, what a race. That's a wrap for the ANDRA Drag Racing Masters.